walking to the side, and Jill opened her camera again. She said, "Guys, as you heard, I can't record anything here. I also can't refund your gift since I only get half of what you donated. So how about this? Remember that thing I mentioned before? About me blowing a fortune to watch traditional dance in Russia? I'll do it next month. Sell an organ if I have to. I'll take you all with me to see it." Russia had many traditional dances, quadrilles, lezginka, kurumi, but the women's circle dance was one of the oldest and rarest. Even among locals, few knew it, and only the Moscow Song and Dance Academy still preserved live performances of it. And of course, tickets to the Moscow Opera House didn't come cheap. I saw reporters getting in. Why can they film? Welp, show's over. Feels like forced spending, just like not letting you bring your own drinks. Comments like that filled the screen. She also noticed that a bunch of media reporters had gone inside already. And Ju sighed again. How could a small-time streamer like her compete with the media? Yin-yong. Tickets are so expensive, I don't want you starving. How about this? Use your insane social energy and try to interview one of the big performers. If not, just tell us what happened when you're back. You're literally my second dad. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to suck up to one of the guests, and Gio said after seeing a message from top supporter Yun Yong and let out a breath of relief. She chatted with her stream viewers for a few more minutes. Right as there were 10 minutes to showtime, she ended the stream and went to the ticket check. The St. Petersburg Philharmonic Hall was the very place where Tchaikovsky had once conducted his pathetic symphony. For classical music lovers, it was sacred ground. But not for Ngio. She was a physics major. Opera and classical music weren't exactly her thing. Still, the interior was undeniably grand. Ornate ceilings, intricately carved domes, and countless chandeliers, each different yet equally extravagant. The overall palette was white, with touches of gold on window frames, ceilings, and chandelier bases in delicate patterns. If it didn't look this fancy, you'd definitely feel like the ticket wasn't worth it, and Jill muttered. The hall had many rooms, and following the signs, she entered the main theater, which could hold up to 1,500 people. Unlike the lobby and hallways, which were lavish and theatrical, the main auditorium featured rows of towering white Corinthian columns. The capitals were adorned with layered acanthus leaves, flower buds, and curling vines. From a distance, they looked like baskets of flowers placed atop pillars. Supposedly, the number of columns served acoustic purposes, but Ngio didn't really understand the theory. Her seat was far in the back, despite having paid over 10,000 rubles. The first 3 rows were reserved for performers and VIPs. In the first row sat St. Petersburg's deputy executive officer, the director of the Russian Center for Cultural Exchange, the district governor, and the Philharmonic Hall's manager. The second row held established vocalists like Li Wei-wen, Dang Kai, Han Xian, Gustav, Leipzig, and Leonid. Only in the third row were younger guests like Chu Zhi and Ma Banan seated. What struck Ngio as odd was that each row had small double doors between the aisles, about the same height as the seats. They weren't locked, but it would be annoying to leave mid-show for something like the bathroom. Pravda, Guangming Daily from our country, and Le Monde from France. They're all here, Ngio murmured. She originally planned to sneak some photos, but looking at the scale of the event, she figured she'd better behave. With so many media outlets and TV stations present, if she got kicked out, it'd be a real loss of face. All eyes were on the stage as the performance began. Opening with Lady Macbeth of Mtsensk, the lead role of Ismailov was performed by the Bear Country's famous basso profundo, Gustav. His voice part was a low baritone. Opera in the Bear Country was often adapted from novels, then set to music by composers, forming a multidisciplinary art form that combined music, dance, costume, poetry, and theater. Li Wei-wen performed in The Queen of Spades, adapted from Pushkin's novel and composed by Tchaikovsky. It was a true classic. As a tenor, he naturally played the role of Hermann. The plot was intriguing. A poor German officer fell in love with the noblewoman Liza, but they came from 2 different worlds. To marry her, the officer tried to get his hands on her grandmother's legendary 3-card secret that supposedly guaranteed a win in any gamble. Pushkin's original story aimed to expose the darkness of Russian society. It was already a sharp tale, but Tchaikovsky made it even more tragic during the musical adaptation. In the original, Liza had a happy ending. But in the opera, She ended up throwing herself into the Neva River. No one does tragic like old Tchaikovsky, Chu Zhi muttered, clapping along with the crowd. At first, it was a novelty, kind of fun to watch. But as time went on, and Zhou grew increasingly sleepy. Honestly, opera just wasn't for everyone. Some preferred stage plays or puppetry. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause startled Zhou awake again. She often wondered, did the audience members sitting upright and watching so intently really understand what was going on? Or were they just pretending? Every piece ended with roaring applause. Was she the only one not getting it? And Zhou would have rather gone to a concert. All in all, over 5 hours passed with 3 operas. There were no hosts in between. During transitions, light classical music played while stagehands prepared the next set. She truly felt like she was about to collapse. During the 30-minute intermission, she seized the chance to stretch and make a bathroom run. The second half would be focused on vocal performances. While the audience rested, the guest singers prepared backstage. "You've improved," Li Weiwen said to Ma Banan. "Your third act in the Nutcracker was what really blew me away," Ma Banan replied. "You'll surpass me one day," Li Weiwen said, then turned to encourage Chu Zhi. "Old Kai used to be the lead in the Moscow choir. You'll learn a lot from him." He said it to ease the pressure, helping the younger man relax. "I'll definitely learn as much as I can from teacher Dang Kai," Chu Zhi replied politely. "Looking forward to hearing your duet with Old Kai." With that, Li Weiwen went to rest. "I'm finally free." Ma Banan stretched, having finished his own performance. "Chu Zhi, your slot's not right after Leipzig and teacher Dang, is it?" "Dang Kai goes first." "I'm second," Chu Zhi said. It seemed the order followed nationalities. Chinese singers first, then German, then Russian. "Ah, not too bad. Good luck," Ma Banan yawned. With his already horse-like face, the yawn made it even longer, like a shoehorn. Chu Zhi said, "Time to get ready." 2 hours of vocals, 5 hours of opera. From a programming perspective, it seemed opera was the highlight of the hall. But really, the two genres were just different in form. The 30-minute break flew by. The stage was now set, a large screen lit up with the next performer's details. Performer, Dang Kai. Representative works, 3 Nights, Sorrow. No awards listed, but his name carried weight. A well-known Chinese vocalist. "He sings beautifully," a reporter from Le Monde commented. 3 Nights is his song. "I like it a lot," said a journalist from Pravda. Other reporters chimed in too. Most of the journalists here either had deep knowledge of opera and vocals or had done plenty of homework. Leipzig, a French vocalist, leaned forward, clearly eager to hear Dang Kai's performance. 3 Nights. Number 269. The high note that shattered the world. 3 Nights was Dang Kai's signature piece. Released when he was 35 and had just become the lead vocalist of the Moscow choir, the album took the Bear Country by storm. So popular that, as the saying goes, you could live off just that one song for a lifetime. Dang Kai released 3 Nights in 4 languages: Chinese, Russian, English, and Spanish. But only the Russian version became a sensation. Musical note: 3 Nights, my 3 good nights. Not one of them reached your ears. 3 Nights, my 3 good nights, my vision already blurred. Musical note: now 51 years old, Dang Kai's voice still retained its signature gravelly texture. No wonder Russian adored him. That voice was truly powerful. The song tells the story of a sniper who, shortly after getting engaged, was assigned a covert assassination mission. He had to eliminate an enemy officer without being detected, but the target never showed. In the freezing cold, the sniper eventually froze to death. The melody was short at the beginning and longer at the end, utilizing a special natural mode that often appears in Russia folk music. This blend of natural modes and Phrygian minor created a melancholic tone. That's Russia for you. Melancholic and resilient, just like Earth's Katyusha. That's the old Kai I remember. I still recall the first time I heard this song. I couldn't believe the voice belonged to a Chinese man, Li Weiwen said, eyes closed, soaking in the music. As Dang Kai finished his performance, the applause thundered through the hall. Clap, clap, clap. He received a standing ovation. Even at an opera, great singing was always welcome. From Leipzig came the praise. His voice is like a birch tree standing tall in a frozen wasteland, enduring the cold but never bending. To him, only Dang Kai could be considered a worthy rival in this arena. not because of arrogance, but because of the sheer power behind Kai's voice. Well, maybe it was a bit of arrogance. Before Dang Kai's performance, even the French guests had only shown mild interest. Mr. Kai's voice hasn't changed at all in the past 10 years, remarked a Truth Daily reporter from Russia. A good singer's masterpiece never goes out of style, added a reporter from the World Journal. Top-level national vocalists really are monsters. Teacher Dang Kai leaves no room for the younger generation, commented a journalist from China's Bright Times. It was a perfect opening. As the first performer, Dang Kai smoothly transitioned the audience from the opera-themed first half of the event to the more vocal-focused second half. Teacher Dang really gave his all with 3 nights. Bad luck for Brother Gio, sighed Ma Bannon. After all, the song still held the record for highest album sales by a Chinese singer in the Bear Country. Now this is music. That's what an artist is. Even if the general public back home doesn't know him well, his vocal power is top tier. And Gio admitted, finally sobering up. Then she noticed something. Guest performer, Chu Zhi. Representative works. Chapter 7 of the night. Backlit. Wait a second. What the hell did I just see? And Gio's eyes went wide. Judging by the works listed, there was no doubt it was Brother Gio. There was no way someone else would have the same name and repertoire. Her sharp gaze swept the venue and landed on an Aichi cameraman setting up for a shoot. Recording for Journey Among the Stars? Was this some kind of setup? And Gio was fuming. She had been a loyal fan since the days of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. A 10-year fan. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her idol's talent, but just look at this place, then look at Dang Kai. This wasn't a stage for pop music. Her idol was bound to be at a disadvantage. Chu Zhi took the stage. His striking appearance immediately drew every pair of eyes to him. He looked far too young, which tempered the audience's expectations. Still, no one mocked him. The current atmosphere wouldn't allow for that. Polite applause broke out. Clap, clap, clap. A gesture of encouragement for the young singer. It was a kind of gentle reassurance. Don't worry, Dang Kai's performance was intense, but you just do your best. We won't laugh at you. Like when a model stumbles on the runway, and the crowd claps to ease the moment. Leipzig leaned back in his seat, preparing to listen with a critical ear. Chu Zhi, a Bright Times reporter, recognized him instantly. Just days ago, he'd made headlines for rescuing people. The memory of him saving 28 lives was still fresh. He quickly snapped a few more photos. Many media outlets had tried to schedule interviews, only to be turned down by Chu Zhi's team, citing lack of time. Turns out, he really was too busy. He wasn't even in the country. A rare opportunity. Click, click. He took more photos. His actions caught the attention of the Truth Daily reporter from Russia in clumsy English. The man asked, "Is this young singer very good?" Couldn't risk overhyping him. The Bright Times reporter quickly replied, "He's one of our promising young talents." But of course, no match for teacher Dang Kai. Russian reporter nodded and made a mental note. Several young singers from his own country were present. Might as well observe the differences. Opera number 2. Chu Zhi said, adjusting his microphone. The intro began with a vibrant violin tremolo, followed by a rhythmic bass line. Musical note, the house is built, but inside I stand all alone. The door slams behind me. Autumn winds rattle the windows, sorrowful, weeping just for me. Musical note. From the first few bars, the audience knew, though the title was Opera Number 2, this was jazz. The groove was catchy. More than a few listeners tapped their feet along. The lyrics matched Russia's taste, full of tragedy. But for the European reporters, jazz didn't impress much. Europe and America had at least a decade's head start over Asia when it came to jazz. Musical note, thunder rumbles through the night, morning fog rolls in. The sunlight has frozen, ancient sorrows return. Tonight, we gather. Musical note. Chu Zhi lifted the mic slightly and delivered a soaring high note that stunned the hall. Musical note, oh ah. Oh yeah. Musical note. Why had Vitas been suspected of being a castrato? Because he admitted to modeling his early vocals after one. Chu Zhi, with natural Farinelli-level talent, handled the high notes with ease. Piercing yet not harsh, his voice echoed like a siren's song, burrowing straight into the audience's minds. What the hell was that? Even higher than a falsetto tenor, Ma Bannon was visibly startled. Li Wei Wen, the lyrical tenor, was speechless. Many in the room were vocal experts. They weren't just enjoying the show, They recognized the extraordinary technique. Leipzig leaned forward again, even more than he had during Deng Kai's performance. Musical note, the house is built, but I stand alone. The door slams shut behind me. The autumn wind lashes the window, weeping once more for me. This is fate, unchangeable. Musical note, the high notes and jazz rhythm intertwined. One could endure hardship with resilience, but this voice could pierce through any gloom. Everyone in the hall held their breath. The tension was like a roller coaster climbing the final hill. Smooth so far, but they all knew another sky-piercing note was coming. Chu Zhi didn't disappoint. Opera number 2 was, after all, a piece meant to show off. Musical note, all I know is, once I'm gone, the wind will start to cry. Yeah. Musical note. Another siren-like high note, straight to the soul. No dodging, no filter. Even on the second round, goosebumps erupted. Chu Zhi? He's not even a trained opera singer, is he? The Bright Times reporter murmured. It wasn't over yet. The jazz melody danced in the air with a flourish, followed by a brief violin solo. Musical note, la 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 la. La 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 la. Musical note. The gentle tune, like a lullaby, helped calm the audience's racing hearts. Chu Zhi picked up the mic stand again and unleashed an even higher note, the high note that shattered the world. Musical note, yeah. Musical note. His voice tore through the hall like a raging storm. The audience was like a tiny boat caught in turbulent seas. As a spectator, Gio had authority to speak. It wasn't just goosebumps. It felt like the sound waves were peeling her scalp back. He was literally blowing the top off their heads. This young Chinese singer was terrifying. Number 270. The MVP of the night. The reporter from Pravda, representing Russia, snapped out of his trance. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He glanced at the reporter from Guangming Daily, eyes full of unspoken meaning. The Chinese reporter understood that look clearly. It seemed to ask, is this really the standard of your young singers in China? The Guangming reporter wanted to retort, but found no words. All that remained was a silent murmur in his heart. Is that really the Chu Zhi I know? Why are there always people who work quietly in the shadows, only to astonish everyone the moment they take the stage? Opera 2. This jazz piece, the name fits it perfectly. This is, without a doubt, the biggest surprise in jazz I've encountered this year. No, in the past 2 years. The reporter from the world jumped on the momentum, snapping a few more photos. Reporters from Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Singapore, and other countries also took shots in rapid succession. Some began murmuring among themselves. Why is it called Opera 2? Does that mean there's an Opera 1? Or perhaps it's named after the second act of an opera. Most operas have 3 or 4 acts, and the second act is often where the plot peaks. You all probably don't know, but I do. The South Korean reporter chimed in. Mr. Chu performed opera in Seoul before. That song was also excellent. Seeing the other's sudden realization, the Korean journalist felt a strange sense of pride. He knew something they didn't. 30 seconds passed before the stunned audience came back to their senses as Chu Zhi walked off the stage. Applause erupted like a wave. Unlike the reporters who were quicker to recover due to their profession, the audience needed a moment longer. This applause was not polite encouragement. It was thunderous, far louder than what followed the opera in the first half. Now I finally get why, in legends, sailors were so easily enchanted by sirens. If I set this as my daughter's morning alarm, maybe it'd work wonders. His voice is tender and ethereal. The high notes don't attack you but instead press in gently, like a divine voice descending from the sky. Is it possible that if my phone speaker got wet, I could just play this song and vaporize the water with those high notes? Most high notes are piercing, but as make my soul feel at peace. I want to know this singer. I want to buy his album. The flood of praise continued. This audience had truly recognized the young Chinese singer. In the front row, Li Weiwen watched Chu Zhi exit the stage. Before the performance, he had worried the young man might crumble under the pressure left by old Kai's performance. Instead, the heavier the pressure, the more Chu Zhi shone. Li Weiwen himself was one of the top lyric tenors in the country. That final gentle la la la, followed by even higher notes. He could clearly identify the breath control and vocal technique involved. It's not just the tone and high range that are impressive. The technique is absolutely refined. This young man is no ordinary talent, Li Weiwen commented. Deng Kai, whose spotlight had been stolen, felt a bit sour at first, but it passed quickly. The younger generation really was that strong, and raw strength was raw strength. What could you do? If all our young singers had Chu Zhi's talent, our arts sector would thrive, Deng Kai said. As the executive director of the Chinese Musicians Association and chair of the Liaoning Music Association, he had helped develop and refine professional teaching programs and materials. Calling him a musical social activist wouldn't be an exaggeration. Old Kai, do you even realize how terrifying that statement sounds? Li Weiwen said. Deng Kai realized he had gotten a bit carried away, so he amended. Okay, 5. If we had 5 young singers like Chu Zhi, vocal music would definitely flourish. That's an ambitious dream. Li Weiwen shook his head. A singer like Chu Zhi was rare, maybe 1 in 5 years. When opera 2, regardless of its lyrics or composition, let loose its sky-splitting high notes, flowing like mercury through the St. Petersburg Philharmonic Concert Hall, all that remained was astonishment. Even those in the 4th row, like the invited critics from the forum committee, didn't have time to analyze the key or lyrics. Some have pessimistically claimed that the 21st century isn't the era of art, but of critics. No matter the medium, novels, poetry, music, or film, critics outnumber creators. Sitting in the 4th row was the burly, red-nosed Russian critic, Gogol Anton Gennady, a top figure among modern critics. Formerly a professor in the vocal arts department at Kazan National Conservatory, his credentials were solid. Nicknamed Three-Mouthed Gogol, he was widely respected. Isn't Chinese new generation bel canto singers supposed to be that Prolin knight? Gogol muttered, puzzled. He had heard many of the world's top tenors, yet none had a tone as comfortable as this one. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Chu Zhi's high notes passively triggered a perfect voice effect, not even mentioning Farinelli. For context, Western vocal theory doesn't distinguish between true and falsetto voice. What's referred to as true voice in China equals chest voice in the West. Falsetto is the term for high male vocals. For women, it's head voice and whistle register. Was that chest voice or falsetto? That high note was earth-shattering. A red-brown-haired reporter nearby whispered. Gogol happened to be seated on the aisle and heard the remark. As a Russian music critic, he felt obligated to educate. He turned his head, though his thick, short neck made even that motion seem strained, as if not even fate could grip his throat. From the vocal cord vibration, that high note was clearly falsetto. The cords weren't fully closed, with edge vibrations and distinct overtones from head resonance. The sound was delicate and light. The reporter hadn't expected a lecture but, recognizing the man, listened intently. Gogol continued. What makes Mr. Chu's falsetto special isn't just pitch. The final note only reached C5, which a trained tenor can surpass. What was shocking was the texture of his voice. It was like a knight's lance. Not piercing, but charging full force, immense and impactful. Critics are critics for a reason. The red-haired reporter was floored and finally understood what made it so powerful. Many will attempt to cover opera too, but I believe no one will surpass the original. In fact, I doubt the young Chinese singer even used his full strength, Gogol concluded, then went quiet as the next performer took the stage. Full strength? Of course not. Chu Zhi hadn't even had a drink backstage. He had considered trying Water of Life, but it wasn't available. He didn't use Voice of Despair or Angel's Gospel either. He really was too kind. Back in the dressing room, Chu Zhi quickly changed out of his performance outfit. The black waist-length military tuxedo, plain white shirt, and intricately patterned sash looked great, but weren't comfortable. It looked good, but it really wasn't suited for singing, Chu Zhi said. A few minutes later, dressed in a sharp suit, he returned to the audience. The attitudes of the veteran vocalists around him had clearly shifted. Previously, a promising young man. Now, an exceptional vocal genius. The third performer was a singer from Singapore. At this point, Kobayashi, the Aichi cameraman, had enough footage for the Journey Among the Stars program. He wasn't even filming anymore. After all, the show wasn't a music competition. Jui, what were you thinking? You totally stole the spotlight. What about the other singers? Kobayashi muttered, clearly pleased despite himself. Last time, footage of earthquake relief had earned him a 7-figure bonus. With Zhi around, he could make serious cash. Kobayashi was a die-hard Little Fruits fan. Anyone bad-mouthing Chu Zhi was attacking his livelihood. The vocal showcase continued for another 2 hours and 40 minutes, featuring veteran performers from various countries. Each performance was stellar, but Chu Zhi was the undisputed MVP. There's no number one in literature, no number two in martial arts. But in art, the emotional impact can vary greatly. Think of the first time Opera 2 appeared on Earth. Chu Zhi had surpassed even 18-year-old Vitas. The showcase at the Philharmonic Hall ended around 7:30 p.m. The audience exited in an orderly fashion. Reporters from all over the world rushed to interview the artists who had caught their attention. Chu Zhi instantly became the hottest star. Mr. Chu Zhi, when did you compose Opera 2? What inspired this work? You've written songs in Japanese and Russian. Will you consider composing in Korean as well? Chu Zhi, experienced in handling the press, picked a few questions to answer amid the noisy chaos. The idea came from a painting by Victor, a Russian artist who blends childhood whimsy, folklore, and fantasy. One painting showed a mermaid leaving the sea. I imagined how lonely she must feel, entering the human world with no kindred spirit. He said it smoothly, mostly making it up. To the Korean reporter, he replied casually, "If the opportunity comes, I'll consider it." It took a full 30 minutes before Chu Zhi could leave the hall. He checked his phone and saw Ma Bannon had sent a location for the celebratory dinner. As he walked down the street, a soft female voice reached his ears. Joy, I'm your biggest fan." Despite her best efforts to hide it, her excitement was obvious. It was Gio, a fan of 10 years. Even with a cap and scarf covering most of her face, she recognized her idol instantly. Chu Zhi didn't deny it, turned around, and greeted her. Seeing how thrilled she was, he asked if she wanted a signature, a photo, or both. "Joy, I'm an uploader on Bilibili. I originally wanted to film the vocal showcase for the Cultural Forum, but they didn't allow recording," and Gio said, "Can I get your autograph?" On my Bilibili username. Chu Zhi had thought she wanted an interview. Truthfully, she had wanted one, but summoning the courage just to approach him had already taken everything she had. So she changed her mind last second. Number 271. A husky among wolves. Guys, I've got some big news." And Gio opened her live stream. She wasn't a major streamer, and since she hadn't announced it in advance, her stream started off practically empty. Silence wrapped around the streets of St. Petersburg that night. No summer insects, no flutes of understanding. When would she finally hit that point where her stream would explode the moment she went live? Still far away, and Gio sighed. She comforted herself. It's not like she planned to pursue streaming after graduation. Best to stay chill. She switched to her fan group, a full 1,000-member chat called Gio's Secret Cottage. Supposedly a fan group, it had somehow turned into a support network for Chinese students in St. Petersburg. House swaps, job searches, Alipay to ruble exchanges, you name it. At everyone, "I'm live, come watch." And Gio posted the link like a seasoned veteran. Most people were too lazy to search on Bilibili themselves. Having a clickable link was just easier. Foolproof tech at its finest. 5 minutes in, a few dozen viewers trickled into her stream. The barrage of comments lit up, mostly asking about the opera exhibition and impressions from the Philharmonic Hall. "Guys, take a wild guess who I just saw at the music hall." And Gio teased the camera. She had already asked Jui for permission to talk about it. He told her the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum appearance didn't need to be kept under wraps. After all, Aichi would be promoting it anyway. Who? Lao Chi. This comment is about to make me inherit someone's ant forest. Lao Chi, lol. Anan, do you know that leaving a story half-finished brings eternal bad luck? Lao Chi was a wildly popular Douyin creator, known even to people who didn't watch short videos. Famous for challenging 3 burly Russians to a vodka showdown, the hilarious before and after contrast made his video go viral as the Bible of quitting alcohol. Not Lao Chi. Be serious, we're all refined artistic folks here. And Gio corrected with a grin. I saw Gioga. She wasn't bluffing. From her bag, she pulled out Chu Zhi's autograph from earlier. That signature wasn't easy to get. She didn't usually carry paper and pen, and just as she was scrambling to find something, or have him sign her clothes with eyeliner, he magically pulled out a notebook and pen. She held the torn notebook page to the camera, letting the jagged edge show clearly, not to mention the neat handwriting. If you don't like, comment, and subscribe when watching videos. It's like drinking water without pouring it first. Wishing Bilibili uploader and Zhou a future spot in the top 100. Chu Zhi. Tada. Jui's genuine autograph. With this blessing from Zhi, I'm definitely gonna break into the top 100 uploaders, and Zhou beamed. The quiet chat exploded. Don't joke around. Not with Zhi. You saw him at the music hall. Was Zhi there to watch too? So going to a forum has benefits like this? I regret everything. I skipped it thinking it'd be boring. Now I want to go just to run into Chu Zhi. The claim that the Little Fruits fanbase had the widest reach in the entertainment world? This was proof. With fewer than 100 viewers, her chat had dozens of confirmed fans. Even fellow Chinese students in Russia were expressing regret. Watch. Zhi was one of the performers, and Zhou clarified. I think it was arranged through iQIYI's Journey Among the Stars variety show. Viewers were stunned. Most had no idea what kind of event the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum even was. A quick online search showed it was definitely not the kind of place you'd expect pop stars to show up. Little Nine is incredible. He's unbeatable, seriously. From being part of a Ministry of Culture delegation to now performing at an international forum. Who else but Zhi? Chu Zhi is a treasure of a star, the ideal idol. True fans never question whether their idol deserves the opportunity. They question whether the opportunity is worthy of their idol. Otherwise, how do terrible actors in garbage shows end up with rabid fan bases? Fans were bursting with pride. Only outsiders thought it was an awkward fit. Mu Mayuan. Isn't the cultural forum not meant for pop music? Is there a live stream somewhere? Ba Wazi, how did Chu Zhi perform? Was it all good? Those two had donated before asking, so their questions stood out. How was his performance? Opera 2 was the best of the night. It hit the same emotional note as that time I wanted to give up on life. And Zhi replied, there was no issue at all. I'll let you in on a secret. Zhi sang jazz. Pretty amazing. Zhi said it'll be broadcast on Journey Among the Stars, she added. Having watched 3 operas in one night, and Zhou had plenty to say. She spent the next hour and a half sharing her thoughts with her viewers. After streaming for nearly 90 minutes, she signed off. As a Bilibili uploader with 2 updates per week, short videos were still the main content. But she had a special skill. She could edit the stream into a watermarked short, calling it a day's update. Double win. And Zhou felt like she'd hit the jackpot today. At the same time, her top gifter, technically her top sugar mommy, Yin Yong, a Little Fruits fan with a Vine pattern ID, was watching the stream and couldn't believe her luck hearing news of her idol. She dashed off to post online. Yin Yong. At Journey Among the Stars _official _ at iQIYI I heard Zhi was sent to the Russian Cultural Forum. Originally, the post didn't get much attention. After all, Yin Yong had only 100 followers. Then, the official Journey Among the Stars account reposted it and responded. At Journey Among the Stars _official, hashtag Chu Zhi at the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum hashtag, starting with episode 6. We arrive in the world's cultural capital, St. Petersburg. Journey Among the Stars has partnered with Russian broadcaster THD to co-produce an amazing show. At Eating a Big Orange _ was invited to the forum due to his performance on the show. Stay tuned. Never missing a chance to promote. iQIYI's marketing team kept the wording ambiguous, implying that the invitation came thanks to the show. The buzz soared. With Chu Zhi's massive popularity, even the slightest rumor turned into a wildfire. Fans cheered, casual viewers chimed in, and by afternoon the Chinese internet was ablaze. This kind of event seems kind of inappropriate for Chu Zhi. Actually, if he's going to learn and grow, I support it. He's the future of Chinese music. Can someone check the overseas news? I hope this isn't just a marketing stunt from iQIYI. Maybe he has no real rivals among young singers at home? But Chu Zhi's team feels directionless. First it was promoting peaking opera roles. Now it's cultural forums? That's the wrong way to climb. These comments showed that while Chu Zhi had strong public support, many still questioned iQIYI's intentions. But the Little Fruits were not idle. They quickly climbed over the Great Firewall, found relevant foreign news, translated it, and brought it back. Newspapers wouldn't print it until the morning or late afternoon. For fast updates, you had to rely on news agencies. TASS, Russia's main agency, had already published a piece, which the ever-resourceful fans translated. Moscow time, November 12th. Russian Ministry of Culture Chief Executive, Director of International Cultural Cooperation, Ilya Saidigalos, stated on Wednesday that the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum featured art, opera, literature, film, and vocal performances. Russian culture holds immense significance in global history. Cultural exchange is far more peaceful than the exchange of bullets, Saidigalos said in a radio interview with Government. He praised the artists, saying they showcased the beauty of art. Chinese artists Zhao Mixuan, Li Weiwen, Chu Zhi, Xiao Gan, Deng Kai. French artists Britain Leipzig, Rajifa Jesse, Makaz Amel, all delivered exceptional works. 37 names were listed. With over 40,000 guests attending, it was a short list. Some agencies had already broken the news the night before. Unlike newspapers, agencies are the source of news. A good agency produces thousands of pieces a day for outlets worldwide. They don't embellish. If they do, well, that's more of a Reuters move. Or Reuters. Definitely Reuters. Zhao Mixuan was a Berlin Literature Prize winner. Xiao Gan was a veteran director known at the Moscow Film Festival. All the named Huaxiao guests were highly respected. Middle-aged artists like Ma Bannon and even other 30-something professionals from various countries didn't get a mention. Chu Zhi, by age and by status, felt like a husky who had somehow snuck into a pack of wolves. Was the translation of the agency screenshot wrong? Did fans at Chu Zhi's name themselves wrong? Look at the original. It clearly says Zhi Chu, not fanmade. If you're skeptical, just check the TASS official site. It's easy to find. I study Russian. Yes, it really says Joga's name. What? He didn't just sneak in. He gave a performance? This is insane. Now I really can't wait for the next episode of Journey Among the Stars. I don't usually watch variety shows, but I need to hear what he's saying. As discussion ramped up, excitement for Journey Among the Stars skyrocketed. Ichi was thrilled. This was a massive publicity boost. Hashtag Chu Zhi at the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum. Hashtag new. Hashtag double 11 sales record. Hashtag hot. Hashtag Lin Xia concert. Hashtag trending. Hashtag Journey Among the Stars episode 6. Hashtag new. Hashtag Chu Zhi never mediocre. Hashtag new. Poor Lin Xia, whose concert had finally hit #1 after tons of effort from fans and their agency, only to be knocked down to third. The difference in fan power was stark. Number 272. So it was you. The aftermath of yesterday's double 11 shopping frenzy in China was still rippling across the internet. Though still holding second place on the trending charts, most of the comments were sarcastic complaints. Taobao's event rules had become increasingly convoluted. For many viewers who couldn't even do middle school level math, it was nearly impossible to figure out which deal was truly the cheapest. And the scariest part? After a week of homework, placing deposits, and calculating prices before the big day, many ended up realizing they hadn't saved all that much at all. After Chu Zhi turned down the endorsement offer, Taobao chose Wu-Tang instead. This kind of sponsorship only ever went to traffic stars, and Wu-Tang's asking price was much lower than Chu Zhi's anyway. The entertainment industry heavily favored those at the top. With his diligent efforts all year, Chu Zhi had risen through the ranks with noticeable results. Wu-Tang's agency even quietly circulated a press release pointing out that Taobao, once again, topped all e-commerce platforms with nearly 500 billion yuan in transactions, followed by JD.com with over 300 billion. Pinduoduo hadn't released figures, so they weren't counted. Other platforms like Suning, Dangdang, VIP Shop, and Jume were barely worth mentioning. Wu-Tang's PR message was essentially, the Taobao endorsed by Wu-Tang had higher sales than JD.com, which was endorsed by Chu Zhi. It was petty, but at the moment, this was the only angle they could find to one-up Chu Zhi. Meanwhile, the ongoing St. Petersburg National Cultural Forum, which had invited artists from nearly every Asian country, had stirred not only domestic discussion in China, but also generated considerable buzz abroad. Notably, South Korea had the strongest reaction. Credit went to a frontline Korean journalist whose article stated, baritone singer Park Swyong from South Korea and Chinese singer Chu Zhi delivered stellar performances at the Russian National Cultural Forum. Park Swyong played the role of Yelitsky in The Queen of Spades, delivering an emotionally stirring performance. After the show, French soprano Makaz Amel held Park Swyong's hand and praised him at length. Chu Zhi's original song Opera 2 received high acclaim at the forum. Notably, the song was first performed in Seoul. When interviewed later, Chu Zhi expressed an interest in composing Korean-language songs. The report was published on O.My News, one of South Korea's 3 most progressive media outlets. More contemporary than mainstream papers like the Donghae Ilbo, Chosun Ilbo, or Jungong Ilbo. OH was also South Korea's largest web portal, where over 60% of the population got their news. Typical of Korean media, OH went overboard with praise. While Park Swyong was indeed a top-tier baritone in Asia, his performance was stable but not surprising, much like Lee Wei-wen's. Everyone expected excellence, and he delivered. Still, the outlet laid on the flattery. As for Makaz Amel holding Park Swyong's hand, the two were former lovers who had amicably separated and remained friends. But K-pop fandom dynamics were complicated. Some netizens felt a surge of national pride seeing Park Swyong perform, but when it came to Chu Zhi, opinions were all over the place. Great Demon King is a language genius. He knows Japanese, so he must know Korean too. Can't wait for a Korean song. Why can't our idols get on this kind of stage? The entertainment industry is too controlled by capital. I heard the Demon King's first Japanese EP is coming soon. Should I support it or not? I'm so torn. It's already up for pre-order on Sony Music. I ordered 3 copies to help him reach the ice throne. Now I get why other fandoms dislike him. Last time at the Inspirational Song Gala, he made everyone proud. This time at the forum, he shined again. When you're too good, others get jealous. I aced a test at school and got bullied too. From an objective standpoint, the backlash against Chu Zhi in Korea mostly stemmed from xenophobia and the fanatic behavior of his own fanbase, the Apostles. The stronger the resistance, the more fiercely loyal his fans became, creating a feedback loop of tension. When you're busy, time seems to sway and slip past. Every task gets done, yet you still feel like everything could have been done better. The 4th week of Journey Among the Stars filming wrapped up. During Chu Zhi's solo interview session, the questions were simple, but somehow, every take felt off. They had to re-record 3 times. Sis, watch your injury. Jejia, don't stay up late playing games. Luoji, try a little of the food before eating a lot. Some stuff is toxic. At the airport, as they all said their goodbyes, Chu Zhi gave these gentle reminders to each person. Depending on your relationship with him, you might call it nagging or just thoughtful care. He especially couldn't believe Luo Jianwei. Knowing full well he was allergic to something, he still ate it like nothing was wrong. 1 bite less wouldn't kill him. When he gave the reminder, Luo Jianwei nodded seriously, though whether he'd listen was another story. After sending off Kai Jia, Zhang Ning, and Luo Jianwei, only Chu Zhi and Min Zhongbei were left at the airport with their teams. Their flights were scheduled a bit later. They chatted casually. While Chu Zhi had been singing at the forum, Min Zhongbei had been slaying evil forces during their filming tasks. With his flight boarding soon, Min Zhongbei brought up something serious. Leader, if you ever feel down, call me. I'm really good at cheering people up. Chu Zhi wanted to say, you can call me too if you're feeling down, but he figured that wouldn't cheer Minji up. So he replied, of course, but if I call too much, you'll get sick of me. No way. A bunch of my friends call me when they're upset, and I always make them laugh, Min Zhongbei said warmly. Got it, Chu Zhi replied. Min Zhongbei smiled in satisfaction. As he passed the gate, he quickly put on his mask. Pulkovo Airport was freezing, and most travelers wore masks anyway. While managers sat in economy, the artists had first class. Alone in his seat, Min Zhongbei looked cold and distant, completely different from his cheerful on-camera persona. A flight attendant knelt slightly and asked, Mr. Min, would you prefer red wine shrimp pasta or chicken fried rice for lunch an hour after takeoff? Fried rice. Min replied without removing his mask. Understood. If you're asleep when it's ready, should I wake you up? No need. Off camera, it wasn't just that Min Zhongbei was reserved. He could be difficult, but it wasn't about having a bad temper. Smiling for the camera was just exhausting. Once that effort slipped, even saying one more word felt like punishment. Russian airline meals were nothing special. If you wanted variety, Sichuan Airlines or Xiamen Airlines were better. Too bad Chu Zhi was flying with All Nippon Airways this time. Old Ma failed another blind date. Lao Qian asked cheekily, She thought my salary was too low. Ma Weihui sighed. Lao Qian frowned. Isn't your pay decent? What does she make? With bonuses, over 1.7 million yuan a year. She's a senior executive at a listed company in Pengcheng. My mom introduced her, Ma replied. What? Our mom has connections like that. Hey, old Ma, think she needs a godson? I might be a good fit, Lao Qian joked. Ma looked at him like he was insane. Qianji, no offense, but you earn more than 1.2 million a year. You really are shameless, Qianji, laughed Xiaozhu. Watch it. Being shameless only works if you have something to offer. I'm from Guizhou. Us horse fork bugs never had any pride. Lao Qian snapped back. Here we go again. Chu Zhi knew well that Lao Qian's hometown changed based on which local girl he was chasing at the time. Chu Zhi and his team also boarded. Instead of returning to China, they flew directly to Otaru, Japan to begin filming when I closed my eyes. It had been over a month since the earthquake. Reconstruction was going well, and the filming locations showed no signs of damage. Suzuki-san, what brings you here? Chu Zhi asked upon seeing a familiar face on set. I'm singing the opening theme, Suzuki Kano said. Also, the director asked me to cameo. Chu Zhi nodded. They'd met twice before. Suzuki was friends with Koguchi Yoshihiro, and now a semi-little fruit herself. Joining the cast, Chu Zhi quickly learned how intense location shooting could be. Even though they were staying in Otaru, the filming spanned over 50 locations. Mount Tengu, Funamizaka, the Glass Workshop, Sakamachi Intersection, Tomakomai East High School, Tamiya Park. That take didn't work. Chu-san, let's try again. Need a break, Chu-san? Your emotions were too complex. We need a more youthful vibe for this student role. One more time. Director Daikyo Atsuji was said to be great at teaching actors, but Chu Zhi felt Liao Dachong understood the craft better, at least when it came to teaching acting. After 2 days, he hadn't learned much about acting, but he had gotten better at knowing where the camera was. That night, back at the hotel, Chu Zhi spoke to his system. Hey, bro, since I already know this film has a major twist, and Earth has something similar, can you just tell me how it did? I'm too tired. I need motivation. He was hoping to get info for free without spending personality coins. The Earth equivalent to this film is called Love Letter. The system replied. It made the previously unknown male lead a sensation across Asia. Maybe because the system saw how exhausted he was, it gave him the answer without charge. So it's that movie? Chu Zhi hadn't seen Love Letter, but he knew of it. In his previous life as a businessman, he had studied successful cultural IPs for tourism development. The success of Otaru and Love Letter was one such case. That single film had turned a small town into a top Asian tourist spot, drawing visitors from Korea, Thailand, and China. Otaru, huh? I should have guessed. But wait, the story starts with the male lead already dead? I didn't know that. This pace is too slow. I need to think of a way to speed things up. Number 273. Acting lessons in Otaru. Chu Zhi was the kind of person who valued method. So when things moved too slowly, he sought change. After thinking for a while, he came up with 2 ways to help. First, he called director Uzu Etsuji to ask for a half-day off in the morning. In Japan, a kintoku refers to the director, not the producer. The Japanese term for producer is either Iga Saisakusha or Saisakashuni. Uzu Etsuji immediately replied, Chu-san, if you're tired, just take the whole day off. Half a day isn't enough. I've been slowing down filming with too many NGs. I don't really have the right to say I'm tired. I'm asking for time off to observe and learn at a local high school, Chu Zhi explained. With that, how could Uzu Etsuji say no? He even arranged a guide. After hanging up, Uzu Etsuji rubbed the corners of his eyes as he continued editing the storyboard. Everyone knew that the shooting script, screenplay, and storyboard were the backbone of a production. Though everything was finalized pre-filming, on-site shoots always sparked new ideas. Even though Chu Zhi was just an idol and singer, his professional attitude was better than most. No wonder he had such big success, Uzu Etsuji thought. He wasn't just talented, he worked hard. It was all about managing expectations. The unknown actor Kobu was serious on set, always helping out. But because he was chosen by himself, Uzu Etsuji saw that as normal. In contrast, Chu Zhi was invited multiple times like a treasured guest. So any extra effort he made stood out all the more. The storyboard for the library scene still doesn't capture the mood I want. The location should reflect the vibe of both the Showa and Heisei eras. Damn it. Is there really nowhere that fits what I want? Uzu Tsuji was known for directing both horror and romance. Maybe it had something to do with his rapid emotional shifts, one moment blaming actors for lack of passion, the next blaming the location. As the director called the location team to voice his frustrations, Chu Zhi made his own call. Not to complain, but to politely invite help. He called Liao Dachong and invited him to Otaru for a short trip, asking him to offer acting guidance for 2 days. Of course, he planned to pay him. Relationships or not, Chu Zhi didn't want to owe such a big favor. What money? Are we that formal now? Liao Dachong replied. If you insist on paying, I'm not coming. Too troublesome. He even sounded a little angry. I'd never be formal with you, brother Liao, Chu Zhi said. But paying isn't about formality. It's because I respect the value of your knowledge. Your acting guidance is priceless. I honestly think none of the professors from BFA or CSDC can match your practical skills. That was a huge compliment. Even though Liao Dachong felt he deserved it, hearing it aloud still made him a little embarrassed. It's nothing much. Just a bit of experience, Liao Dachong replied with fake modesty. Not true. Chu Zhi suddenly sounded serious. Brother Liao, you don't realize how precious your skills are. This level of professional ability is rare in the entertainment industry. It deserves respect. So here's the deal. I'll cover all the travel and accommodations as a friend. But the money for acting guidance, you have to accept. Knowledge deserves fair compensation, especially rare knowledge. Liao Dachong understood. In short, Chu Zhi was impressive. He still didn't quite agree with taking money from a friend, but Chu Zhi was impressive. So, reluctantly, he agreed. You're not the type to care about ceremony, Liao said. You decide how much to pay, but not too much. I'll fly in tomorrow afternoon. Need the morning to pack. Any preference for the airline? Chu Zhi asked. Anything's fine, as long as it's not giving money to the Japanese, Liao joked. Domestic airline if possible. They ended the call without any more small talk. Liao was honestly in a good mood. Hard to say why exactly, but he was. The next day, Chu Zhi followed a local guide to Otaru Sakura High School. The crew stayed behind to continue filming at the glass studio. Kubo-san, your acting shames the name of actor. 10 minutes to fix your state. Director Uzu Tsuji lashed out. Kubo Tamaneo played Akiha Mori, best friend of the protagonist Tenjiki. In the story, he marries Tenjiki's fiancée 3 years after Tenjiki's death. Kubo had been a child star, winning Best Actor at the Blue Ribbon Awards at just 11. The youngest ever. But fate is fair. He had no childhood, always filming, and now his adult life was like a constant slide downhill. He hadn't had a gig in over 2 weeks before this shoot. Chu Zhi's school visit wasn't fruitless, but the real help came when Liao Dachong arrived in the afternoon. If Chu Zhi hadn't sent someone to pick him up, people might have thought a Yakuza was returning. He looked scarier than the Gakudo guys who'd come for protection money the other week. Ha ha ha. Bro, your look is just like my son's, Liao said the moment he saw Chu Zhi's costume. Chu Zhi blinked. You see me as your son now? Liao Dachong quickly explained. I mean, you look like my high school kid. The Japanese makeup artists really nailed it. Fringe over the forehead, long lashes, and a natural orange-red lip tone. No one would think you're a college student. I hereby crown you king of playing younger roles. He was 22, playing a 17-year-old. A 4 to 5 year age gap wasn't too unusual, and Chu Zhi took it as a compliment. During the commute, Liao Dachong had already read the script, translated into Chinese, and familiarized himself with the role. Chu Zhi had little Zhu record clips of his NG takes. Now it was time to put them to use. Your eyes are lifeless. Why's your expression so stiff walking into the classroom? Liao Dachong asked. Tenjiki isn't an introvert. He's shy, sure, but he's not dull. I wanted to act casual, like a relaxed stroll, Chu Zhi explained. You're different from those domestic, little fresh meat stars. They're lifeless even off-screen. You're not like that. Your problem is you don't know what to do. You lack continuity. Chu Zhi stayed quiet and waited for more. Take this classroom scene. If Tenjiki is casual and carefree, what was he doing right before walking in? Leaving home, Chu Zhi responded instinctively. Then he realized, Liao was talking about continuity. What's his mood before class? What's his mood entering the room? What's happening today? You need a whole chain of logic. Your blank stare comes from a lack of intention. Professional. Truly professional. It hit Chu Zhi like a lightning bolt. Now, second point. Your acting feels too performed. Having acting presence isn't bad. Many method actors have it, but know how to make it feel natural. For a beginner with no training, though, it's a disaster. Like always glaring, gritting teeth to show anger, sadness, or even confusion. Same face for every emotion. But Liao Dachong didn't just criticize. He gave fixes too. In one scene, Tenjiki bikes past his crush and tosses a paper cover onto her head. It's a prank to get her attention, but subtle, not over the top. Think about your face when checking your college entrance exam results, Liao Dachong said. That expression? The tension between hope and fear? Turns out, it did work. You should teach a class. Our industry's full of terrible actors who need saving, Chu Zhi said with full admiration. With expert guidance, filming became a lot smoother. Time passed quickly on set. Even Chu Zhi didn't realize how many things he was juggling in Japan. The island nation was full of opportunities. His poetry collection Little Fruits was selling well. A rep from Rownan Publishing emailed asking if he had new work. Chu Zhi thought for a moment and sent this poem. The origin of stars and moon. Branches tried to tear the sky, but only poked a few tiny holes. From them shone distant light, which people named moon and stars. Winter, 2020. This was a poem by Gu Chung. Chu Zhi translated it into Japanese. Unsure if hazy-style poetry would work there, he asked the editor first. The reply came that same night. Absolutely fine. A brilliant piece. So I get it now? As long as my second poetry collection isn't terrible, it'll get published, Chu Zhi thought, and gave them a submission date. One more event. On November 15th, Sony Music held its Unity conference, streamed on the official website. It lasted over 3 hours. At the end, top artists were interviewed. Nagabuchi Takuro, the fuse to stop humanity's despair, Chu Zhi-san. His EP Slight Hope for the World is on sale today. Tanamura Hajime. Remember when I said, I once thought of ending it all? That song is here. Mori Haruo, an excellent Chinese singer's first Japanese album. I'm excited. Read as Xingyue de Yolai, The Origin of Stars and Moon. Number 274. Shocking sales figures. More than 10 of Sony Music's veteran artists, including Tanamura Hajime, Nagabuchi Takuro, Mori Shingo Haruo, and Hamazaki Chiyoko, all gave promotional support to Chu Zhi's latest EP. Among them was Amori Jin-nin, known in the industry as Sony's Mitsunari. Like Ishida Mitsunari of the Toyotomi clan, Amori wielded tremendous authority inside Sony Music, where his word held near absolute power. Chu Zhi had assumed Amori would only oversee youth promotion, but even national treasure-level singers like Mori Shingo Haruo were arranged for promo. That was another level entirely. Mori Shingo Haruo, dubbed the King of Enka, held the unbroken record for consecutive appearances at NHK's Kahaku Yuta Gassen. The level of exposure made many newly signed artists envious. For instance, Kawada Satoshi, age 24, had just signed with Sony Music and only released one album per year. Compared to Chu Zhi, who had multiple in-person sales events and massive buzz, Kawada could only grit his teeth in frustration. Keep your voice down. I heard it was executive director Amori who arranged it, said Kinkabu, a fellow Sony artist, trying to soothe Kawada's frustration. Amori? So what? Kawada's voice dropped to a whisper. Still, giving all the promotional firepower to a non-Japanese artist seems excessive. Maybe it's just the hype. Chu Zhi's name has been everywhere these last couple months, Kinkabu said calmly. He'd only released one record in 2 years, but his family was wealthy, so he had no particular ambition. Singer's strength comes from the quality of songs. Kawada fumed, then added, Sure, I once wanted to end it all is a good song, but just one hit won't last. Kinkabu suddenly looked nervous, glancing behind Kawada. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Daimon Goru just passed by. Silence. Kawada shut up immediately. Daimon Goru, the lyricist behind It's Not Over Yet, had his work included in Japan's Ministry of Education textbooks. That one song had carried him through an entire career. Let's go eat. It's already 6, Kawada muttered after calming down. Sushi's on me, said Kinkabu. But Kawada wasn't a foodie like Luo Jianwei. He had no appetite. Just as Kinkaboo pulled out his wallet, Kawada suddenly changed course. Let's go buy Chu Zhi's EP. Huh. Aside from a handful of dedicated record shops, bookstores remained the largest offline sellers of music in Japan. Japanese bookstores didn't just sell books, but manga, AV DVDs, and CDs too. Kawada and Kinkaboo, both masked up, entered the nearest Sataya store. No banners? No posters. Kawada frowned. With all that promo from the Unity showcase, he'd expected more. They headed straight to the second floor and searched the new releases. Nothing. Excuse me, is Chu Zhi's new EP sold out? Kawada asked a staff member. The employee, in a green and white striped uniform, bowed apologetically. We're very sorry, but we did not stock Chu Zhi's EP. Not stocked. Kawada couldn't believe it. Sony Music had distribution deals with every major chain. Kinokuniya, Sataya, Urindu, is slight. How could his album not be here? The Fuse Switch guy, the Chinese artist Chu Zhi, the one who sang, I once wanted to end it all, Kawada clarified. You're a fan too? Ragdoll's EP released today, but our store wasn't allocated any stock, the clerk replied. Since Sataya was out of stock, Kawada insisted they try Kinokuniya next. Determined to get the EP, they hailed a cab. At Kinokuniya, they were told to check the third floor, but expect to wait. Wait. For what? The queue stretched from the register all the way to the escalator. They joined the line. Still no posters. No standees. No promo. Excuse me, are you also here for Chu Zhi's EP? Kawada asked the woman in front of him, who wore a yellow cap. She nodded eagerly. I've been waiting over a month for Ragdoll's EP. Ragdoll's music is great, Kawada added politely. The EP, titled Slightly Look Forward to the World, was so popular fans had swarmed in and bought multiple copies. To prevent chaos, the staff moved the stock to register number 3. After 20 minutes, Yellow Hat Girl reached the counter. Can I buy 6 copies? I'm so sorry, but we're almost sold out and others are still waiting. 3 then. Thank you for understanding. She paid 12,540 yen in cash for 3 EPs. For context, Japanese EPs average 3,800 yen, about 198 renminbi. Singles go for 1,800 yen, and full albums about 6,000 yen. Chu Zhi had released a Japanese EP. Kawada bought 1 copy and caught up to Yellow Hat Girl. Why 3 copies? Photocards, obviously. To boost purchases, labels include random, unreleased photos of the artist, collector's items. It's just like the water margin hero cards from snack packs. Fans would buy dozens of copies to complete the set. Kawada asked around. Not one fan mentioned the Unity Showcase promo. They were all already fans. 0 promo support? That's kind of unfair, Kawada muttered. His perspective was shifting. The first day ended with the EP flying off shelves. The frenzy continued the next day. How many copies did Chu Zhi's EP sell yesterday? Omori Jinin asked the marketing chief as he passed by. The sales report will be ready by 9 a.m. and compiled by 10 a.m. It'll be on your desk, sir. Thanks. On his way to his office, every staffer he passed bowed deeply. Omori Jinin, all 163 centimeters of him, seemed like a towering giant compared to the bowing employees. Though his office wasn't far, he took 10 full minutes to arrive, stopping to greet, advise, and scold along the way. At 9:45, his assistant brought the report. The first line caught his eye. Slightly look forward to the world. EP Day 1 total sales. 345,190 copies, combined online and offline. What the hell? 345,000 in a single day? If memory served, the all-time Day 1 EP sales record was 167,000 by the boy group GZ. Chu Zhi had just doubled that. Omori calmed down and read on. Something didn't add up. The initial print run was only 50,000, and most of those had gone to brick-and-mortar stores. That meant nearly 300,000 were sold online. 17,000 sales came from South Korea alone. He's that popular in Korea? Even discounting Korea, domestic sales still hit 170,000, still more than GZ's record. Even with the buzz from the Hokkaido music show, this is absurd. 3 back-to-back questions filled his mind. Omori couldn't wrap his head around it. GZ had been on the scene for years and toured all over Japan. How had Chu Zhi, a relative newcomer, built this fanbase? But when you're sitting at the top, you rarely notice the crowd at your feet. Chu Zhi wasn't even trying. If his team hadn't kept the release quiet and discouraged his Chinese fanbase, Little Fruits, from buying, day one sales would have hit 1 million. Why not unleash the domestic fans? Because of how Japanese record revenue is split. Singer, 1%. Jazzrack, royalty agency 0.5%. Lyricist, 2%. Composer, 2%. Arranger, 8%. Record label, 45 to 55%. Retailers, 30%. Manufacturers, 1%. Compared to China, where singers get a bigger cut, Japan gives the performer the smallest share. Without writing the songs, a singer might earn just 1 renminbi per 100 renminbi sale. Chu Zhi, who handled his own lyrics, composition, and arrangement, negotiated a 25% share, while Sony Music took 43.2%. Still, that was about the best you could get on foreign turf. Without Koguchi Yoshihiro's help, even 20% would have been a struggle. Chu Zhi loved cultivating fans and reaping profits, but he wasn't about to let foreign companies take the lion's share. Number 275. Making good money. I'll have to reevaluate Koguchi-san's friend, Amori Jinjin muttered after flipping through all 3 pages of the sales report. The numbers didn't lie. According to the Kinokuniya chain's report, every store still had lines of over 30 fans on average who hadn't been able to purchase a copy. They could have sold even more. Jeezy Boyband's first-day EP sales record has been broken, Amori Jinjin said, sensing that other records might also be in reach. First week, 471.8K. First month, 645.9K. Koguchi Yoshihiro messed up. Amori Jinjin suddenly remembered something crucial. His face twisted in shock. He had estimated that just a little more Hope for the World would sell around 70 or 80,000 copies. At 1,600 yen profit per copy, the total would come out to about 6 million RMB. Giving a few percent in royalties wouldn't be a big deal. But this? The sales were rocketing toward 500,000. That was a huge loss. He had already lost out on at least 500 million yen in profit. Amori Jinjin was heartbroken. His eyebrows knotted tight, eyes bulging, mouth wide open showing yellowed teeth. His face twisted in anguish like he wanted to bite someone. That's how you knew he was upper management. A true capitalist's instinct wasn't. Our artist made us a fortune, but how much more could we have squeezed from them? Promotion. Amori Jinjin snapped, speaking to the air like a madman. Use S-tier promotional channels for the EP. He gave the order immediately. He also called the factory to print more albums. With enough push on distribution and advertising, they could sell another 300,000. The thought only made his heart ache more. Even as an executive, using the company's S-tier resources required a good reason. But the data report itself was more than enough. Nobody objected. If you weren't hungry to make money, something was wrong with your brain. Everyone in the company, artists included, soon knew that another foreign singer had just gone nuclear in sales. With this level of promotion, even Chu Zhi's EP sold 340,000 copies. You can't blame the road for being rough if your own legs are weak. Inspired by the sales report, Tatiki suddenly shouted, "Singing and practice every day is exhausting. Who the hell isn't tired? But we're lucky to work hard for something we love. So many people would kill for this. Kawada-san, if we don't give it our all now, we'll be eliminated in a few years and won't even have the right to release an album. Train, train, train. I'll push myself to the brink every day. I'm ready to risk my life for this. No more regrets. I'm done with releasing one album every 2 years." Kawada Satoshi was stunned by his friend's sudden energy. It was like he had just been injected with pure adrenaline. After a while, he asked, "Tatiki, how many hours a day are you planning to train?" 1 hour. Tatiki declared. What? Kawada Satoshi almost thought he misheard. Since his own schedule wasn't too packed, he usually practiced for over 2 hours at home each day. Looking at Tatiki, Kawada finally understood why his friend only managed to release one album every 2 years. Isn't daily vocal training a singer's most basic? Before he could finish, Tatiki raised a finger to his lips. The head of the legal affairs department walked by behind them. He absolutely hated anyone making noise in the company hallways. Kawada Satoshi had a schedule today. After reporting in, he rushed off by subway instead of waiting for a chauffeur van. Only established stars got those. Sitting on the train with nothing to do, he pulled up Yahoo Music. The Yahoo platform, which included film, books, and music, was basically Japan's version of Dubon. He had bought the EP yesterday and listened to it. All 6 songs had unique styles, and every single one felt like it could be a lead track. Kawada was curious to see what the listeners thought. I bought the album to repay a kindness. I've been suffocating under the weight of studies and my parents' expectations. My mom loves piano, so I wake up at 5 to practice. My dad loves baseball, so after school he trains me. At night, I study foreign languages. I never have a moment to myself. Once, I thought about ending it all made me want to live again. 5.0 stars. I think I really do love this world after all. 4.0 stars. Lemon is full of pain. It reminds me of my mom's death. I thought I was heartless. I didn't shed a tear during her funeral or at the temple. Then one day after work, I bought a bento at the convenience store and picked up an onsen egg, her favorite. At the register, I broke down crying. I couldn't stop the tears even with both hands. 5.0 stars. My kid is 13. He says the music I listen to is outdated. But both of us love Butterfly. Back in school, I made a bet with friends to court a girl who was missing a finger. I did it just to win, but after 2 months, I was drawn to her. Then a friend said, "You don't actually like a girl like that, do you?" I really wanted to say, "Yes, I do." But instead, I said, "Of course not. She's disabled." I wish I could turn back time. I wish I could say it again. 5.0 stars. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. The only thing worth complaining about was how dumb Yahoo Music's scoring system was. You could only rate whole numbers. No 4.5, just 4.0 or 5.0. Despite that, the EP Just a Little More Hope for the World had a score of 4.7 out of 5. If it keeps up, or doesn't drop too much, it could rank top 50, Kawada thought. His feelings toward Chu Zhi had shifted from jealousy to casual fandom. Sony Music's influence in the Japanese entertainment industry needed no explanation. With that giant backing Chu Zhi, the EP's second-day sales held strong, 210,000 copies sold. Unlike movies, albums usually peaked on day 1. Films could do better on day 2 if reviews spread or a weekend hit. But music sales relied heavily on release day. To put it bluntly, if fans wanted to buy, they could do it online in minutes. The ones who were going to buy already had. So 210,000 on day 2 was insane. Within 2 days, total sales exceeded 550,000 copies. At 50 renminbi profit per unit, Chu Zhi had earned over 20 million renminbi. He hadn't realized it, but now it hit hard. Back in Otaru, on set for a drama shoot, Chu Zhi received the news. He felt something crack open and awaken inside him. Albums in South Korea were expensive too. Single discs could sell for 30 to 40 renminbi, about half the price in Japan. Germany also priced single albums over 100 renminbi. There were so many fans overseas waiting to be harvested. "My adorable little fruits, your emperor has returned," Chu Zhi murmured. He was already planning a full album to rake in sales across Japan. Songs like Empty-Handed, Fireworks in the Sky, My All, Don't Give Up, Riding on the Silver Dragon's Back, She Once Lived. He wanted to make an album all about death and surviving it. If he could gather these tracks together, he'd become a legend. How many people could that album save from suicide? What would his status in Japan look like? Unbelievable. "This god-tier album will be a nice little side quest," Chu Zhi said. He couldn't speak Korean and had no plans to learn it. But he could still record a single. Just memorize the lyrics phonetically and sing it. Foreign fans really do bring in the money. Even with 1 million physical sales in China, you barely make anything. Still mumbling, Chu Zhi walked from the hotel to the filming location. It was only a kilometer away. No need for the cruise van. The Otaru City Library had half its space rented out by the production team. Most of the cast was there, but the director, Oziu Etsuji, wasn't. Chu Zhi looked around. Hashimoto Maki seemed to notice his confusion. "The director wants a different filming location," she explained. "Oziu-sen doesn't think this place works." Hashimoto Maki was 17. She played the second female lead, a high school girl named Ki. Despite her age, she had been scouted as a model at 14. Absolutely beautiful. "So we're not shooting right now?" Chu Zhi asked. "We're on break," Maki said. Chu Zhi nodded and walked to the actor's lounge to rest. Of course, Liao Dajong wasn't with him. No director liked someone else showing up to teach acting. It undermined their authority. Hashimoto Maki carefully approached and asked, Chu-san, could you sign this for me? A signature? Chu Zhi looked up. She held a photo card from his album. Ah, fan. Number 276. Sudden upheaval. You only had to look at Hashimoto Maki's subtle glances to know. Her eyes kept sneaking over to Chu Zhi's face. While most people fell for an idol's looks and stayed for their talent, Hashimoto Maki was the opposite. It was because of the song Once I Thought About Ending It All that she discovered this talented singer. When she finally found a video of the artist himself, she thought, this is what my future lover looks like, and instantly evolved into a hardcore fan. Ragdoll. Chu-san, I really love your songs. Nervous that he might turn her down, Hashimoto Maki quickly added another line. Chu Zhi had always been accommodating with fan requests, as long as they didn't interfere with his money-making. Even so, he privately considered his Chinese fans more important. Photo cards were part of South Korean idol culture. Fans who bought an idol group's album would receive a randomly included card of one group member. If they didn't get their favorite, they'd buy more copies. If they were a fan of the whole group, all the more reason to collect them all. This culture had spread to Japan, the US, and China. For just a little more hope for the world, Sony Music designed 7 card variations. Only one of them came with a stamped signature. Hashimoto Maki was the definition of a cursed pull profit. It wasn't that her predictions were wrong. Her profit side was fine, but her cursed luck showed. She had bought 30 EPs and built a tower of them at home, yet still didn't get a single signed card. Thanks for the support. Chu Zhi signed her card and handed it back. Wishing Hashimoto Maki happiness every day, Chu Zhi. She hadn't expected a special signature, not just a name, but a little message too. Hashimoto Maki cherished it dearly. She said with concern, Chu-san, your EP has sold over 500,000 copies already. The bookstore next door has been sold out for days. If your fans find out you're filming here, there might be chaos. Chu Zhi didn't think much of it. First, this wasn't Earth. In this parallel world, Otaru was a small city with not many people. Second, filming zones were tightly secured. Even though the crew had only rented half the bookstore, the other half remained peaceful. Or so he thought. Is that Ragdoll? Where? I want to see. He looks so young. That hairstyle. He's like a national heartthrob. Fans began to gather. Hashimoto Maki's unlucky prediction came true a little too quickly. So quickly, in fact, that even the crew's logistics staff didn't react in time. Humans, alongside cats and spores, were some of the most curious creatures. Seeing a crowd, others naturally came to check it out too. Within 10 minutes, the bookstore was completely surrounded by a wall of people. Chu Zhi-san has so many fans, muttered Sora Take with a hint of envy. He used to have that many fans when he first debuted. Back then, fangirls always cheered for him, said they'd support him forever, but fans forever had an expiration date. Akari mentally tallied how many people were here, definitely more than she had ever drawn, even as a teen idol. What's going on? Ozu Atsuji had just finalized a new filming location, the old shipping office in Otaru's Shikinai district. The crew had already arranged the lease. But when he returned to the bookstore, he was greeted by layers upon layers of people. The last time he'd seen a 100-person crowd outdoors. Well, it had been a while. It was noisy. Ozu noticed most of the crowd were young women, all visibly thrilled. He leaned in to listen. Look at Ragdoll's profile. Even ants would stop to admire it. That face is a miracle. Even a snow spirit wouldn't have the heart to take such a beautiful life. The idol destroyer. No matter the star, next to Ragdoll they're just a regular person. And on it went. All compliments. Ozu Atsuji was delighted. Chu Zhi was already famous in China, Japan, and South Korea. That meant the box office for When I Close My Eyes had huge potential. No pre-release promotions, yet he has this much pull? His fame back in his home country must be insane. The assistant director marveled. I wasn't in favor of hiring a Chinese actor, he admitted. But after seeing the makeup shots and his current popularity, my opinion doesn't matter. I've got faith in this film now, said Ozu Atsuji. It took a long time for the crew to push their way back inside. With over 100 fans present, Chu Zhi simply held an impromptu signing session. He signed over 100 cards to ease the crowding. Filming for Ting Jingmu's role in When I Close My Eyes was mostly complete. Chu Zhi was about to take a few days off to return to China for a charity event. After consulting with Chu Zhi, Agent Niu Jiangxue added a charity manager to the team. The upcoming event was called Destroy Snow White, a flashy name, but in reality, it was a fundraiser for leukemia patients. If they were going to spend money and put on a show, better to put that money where it was truly needed. Old Qian usually acted silly, but today he said something that made Chu Zhi look at him differently. A lot of families are just barely scraping by, and they still find joy, but their resilience is fragile. One major illness can drag the whole family down, even destroy it. Personally, I think your charity efforts should focus on families hit by sudden illness. Chu Zhi agreed. Most of next year's charity budget would go to the Medical Assistance Fund for Impoverished Families, under the Chinese National Charity Association, totaling several million RMB. How much he had quietly donated already? No one really knew. At the airport, Chu Zhi asked, "Boss, heading to the company or home first?" "Company first, to grab the gifts. Then to Xiaolong community," said Chu Zhi. The event was in Shanghai, starting late at night, so there was time. Chu Zhi knew the routine. Every so often, Chu Zhi would move all the gifts fans had sent him to an empty house. The nanny van moved between the company and the Xiaolong complex. Chu Zhi had to help, because the gifts were too many. Masks, scarves, paper cranes, handmade necklaces, an assortment of items. Chu Zhi returned anything too expensive. It wasn't like 10 years ago. Most fans now knew that agencies often didn't pass along gifts, so fewer people bothered. But with such a huge Little Fruits fanbase, there were still many. In a few years, when I release all the gifts and letters the Little Fruits have sent, people will cry again, Chu Zhi plotted. He neatly arranged everything. Letters filled 2 entire bookshelves. A cabinet beside them held a box full of thank you letters. First of all, please accept our heartfelt thanks and highest respect from all of us at the Sunshine Children's Foundation in Star City for your donation of 200,000 renminbi to the Hope School Breakfast Program. From Mr. Tree Planter. Anonymous donations had different limits: 8,000, 30,000, 500,000, even 1,000,000. Chu Zhi always donated under the name Tree Planter. So far, he had donated over 40 million renminbi. He went through all that trouble anonymously, not out of love, but because non-anonymous donations didn't count toward personal achievement coins. Realistically, if a charity wanted to investigate who donated, they could. There was always an address, and big transactions had to go through the bank. Still, most organizations respected anonymity. There were regular anonymous donors like Golden Lotus Benefactor, or Let It Be, who had given millions. Chu Zhi just spread his donations across multiple organizations. Who knew? Maybe in a few years, he'd donate billions and earn the title of Charity King. By then, it's almost time. I need to change clothes, Chu Zhi said, checking the time on his phone. You couldn't show up to a charity event looking flashy. His team stylist would take care of it. Some stars relied heavily on stylists. Take GM, for example. Her early leather pants look made her height disadvantage glaringly obvious. After switching to a better stylist, long dresses greatly improved her image. But Chu Zhi's looks were so strong. Even a mediocre stylist couldn't mess it up, as long as they didn't try anything too eccentric. Besides, the agency was still in talks with luxury menswear brands. Since no contract had been finalized, stylists had creative freedom. Time: late evening, near but not quite after work hours. Location: Jiping Building, built in the 2000s, with visibly outdated walls and interiors. Characters: mostly side characters, aside from Chu Zhi. A million-selling album, and only Yangqing Daily showed up. The rest are all provincial or local papers. Compared to entertainment award shows, the buzz is way lower, Xiaozhu muttered. Old Qian said flatly, the entertainment industry thrives on fame and profit. Stars entertain the public, so people naturally care more about them. The media chases traffic. Honestly, if Jiogo weren't here, even fewer outlets would have come. The agent team discussed in hushed tones. The Charity Foundation's press conference followed a standard template. Introduce some hardship cases, show photos of successful aid, share future plans, and funding goals. The foundation's founder and vice president of the Chinese National Charity Association both gave speeches. Chu Zhi, as the event's goodwill ambassador, came up at the end for a media Q&A. The entire event lasted over 3 hours. Afterward, Chu Zhi climbed into the nanny van. But the atmosphere inside was far from usual. Even when schedules were tight, it was usually relaxed. This time, it felt like a boss lighting up a cigarette in the elevator. No one could speak, but everyone felt the pressure. Zhigo, there's something I need to tell you. Niu Jiangxue began hesitantly. Niu Jia, just say it. We've worked together long enough. No need to hold back, professionally or personally. It's about a fan. Late-stage leukemia. She's one of the patients supported by the Destroy Snow White initiative. She's undergoing chemotherapy, but the prognosis isn't good. Not good. Chu Zhi didn't react right away. That's what the doctor told me, Niu Jiangxue explained. Her name's Xiao AI. She's been a little fruit since your debut. Her ID is Remembering Chu on September 9th. She has a Star Cluster account. Niu Jiangxue handed over a phone. The fan's personal page was still publicly viewable. Before her health declined, she reposted all kinds of Chu Zhi news. Scrolling further back. Hashtag Chu Zhi sugar did a rumor. Hashtag there's no proof. A photo doesn't prove anything. Everything needs evidence. I trust Brother Ju would never lie to us. Hashtag cheating scandal kick Chu Zhi out. Hashtag at rumormonger. Could you post something accurate? Otherwise, defamation is illegal. Back when Chu Zhi was falsely accused, Xiao AI never wavered. She calmly asked for proof and defended him. Not just during trending hashtags. She also left encouraging messages. June 7th. Brother Gio, keep going. We little fruits are always here. June 8th. I trust Brother Gio. Waiting for his statement. June 9th. I believe in Brother Gio because his eyes are so clear. June 10th. Support. From June to August, through the smear campaign, the company's silence, and the fanbase tearing itself apart, she posted support every single day. She even argued with fans who turned on him. It hurts when idols fall, but sis, that's no reason to call him scum. Remembering Chu on September 9th replied, there's no hard evidence. None of the claims hold water. Are you blind? The screenshots from when they dated back in school to the chats after he got famous. How can you still believe him? Remembering Chu on September 9th replied, screenshots can be faked. Long text posts say a lot, but if they were really married, show the certificate. That'd be clear. I'm not blind. I just believe in my idol. I trust Brother Gio. LMAO. If it's fake, why haven't Chu Zhi or his agency spoken up? Just a half-assed statement. You really think lies can flip reality? Dumb fangirl. Remembering Chu on September 9th replied, the internet amplifies emotion and wears down patience. I haven't seen any solid proof in these accusations. The last replies were just insults thrown her way. But through it all, she remained a true little fruit. Number 277. For the one who believed in me. Even during the darkest days when the entire internet turned against him, some fans remained unwavering in their support. AIU was one of them. That might not sound important on the surface, but only after reading through AIU's Weibo posts could one truly grasp what kind of courage and conviction it took to speak out when tens of millions believed the opposite. After August, when hating Chu Zhi became the internet's default, every time AIU tried to speak up, she'd be hit with replies like, brainless, delusional stan, still defending him after all this, or pathetic, standing rots your brain. Sometimes she'd calmly explain. Sometimes she'd get into heated arguments. On the internet, she was a seasoned brawler, usually winning. Isn't the survival rate for chemotherapy pretty high? Chu Zhi didn't quite know what to ask. After a long pause, that was all he could manage. Then another thought surfaced. Is it because there's no bone marrow match? We might be able to help with that. Niu Jiangxue sighed but didn't reply directly. And sometimes, silence is already an answer. What's AIU's wish? Chu Zhi asked. To have a meal with her idol, Niu Jiangxue said softly. A set of Mulan's moves couldn't silence Chu Zhi, but this simple wish made him go quiet. He didn't know what he was feeling. Maybe it was sorrow over how someone who was dying still asked for so little. Maybe it was regret that a fan who had supported him from the beginning might not make it to the end. He couldn't put it into words. Will the hospital even allow something like that? We'll try to negotiate with them, Niu Jiangxue promised. Push back everything that can be delayed tonight, Chu Zhi said. And if something can't be delayed, I'll call and apologize myself. Niu Jiangxue nodded firmly. Wang Yuan wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. The nan even sped toward the airport. Chu Zhi boarded a flight to Sherman, accompanied by Wang Yuan and Xiao Zhu. Not for work, just to be there. Niu Jiangshuit didn't come, and Lao Qian couldn't handle scenes of life and death, even if it was a stranger, so he didn't come either. At 5 p.m., they arrived at the second affiliated hospital of Hebei Medical University. Chu Zhi went straight to the attending doctor to understand the situation. After her previous round of chemo, AIU developed ascites and constipation. As treatment progressed, her stomach function declined, and complications from enteritis worsened. There was a bone marrow match available, but for patients with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, chemotherapy was needed first. And AIU's chances of surviving the 6th round of chemo were very low. But if they didn't proceed, Dr. Liang, is there really no other option? Chu Zhi asked. Couldn't we spend more to hire a top specialist? Import some advanced medication? Realizing how that might sound, he added quickly, I'm not doubting your hospital's medical standards or the domestic system at all. I just want to know, truthfully, is there any hope left? I understand, Dr. Liang replied without a hint of offense. On a global scale, our medical system isn't even in the top 5, but to be honest, even internationally, there's no better treatment for this condition. Chu Zhi had expected the answer. Still, hearing it spoken aloud made the helplessness hit harder. Excuse me, are you her? Dr. Liang glanced at the man in a mask and cap, clearly not from the same socioeconomic background as AIU's family. After a pause, Chu Zhi replied, She's my fan. A fan? Dr. Liang was puzzled. He'd seen celebrities visit fans in hospitals before, but always with cameras in tow. This guy came alone, quiet and humble. If possible, Mr. Chu, I think it would really help if you encouraged her. Patients with a strong will to live can sometimes create miracles, the doctor said. That sparked a vague idea in Chu Zhi's mind. Thank you, Dr. Liang. I'll go see her now. Chu Zhi asked Xiao Zhu and Wang Yuan to wait outside. Too many strangers could overwhelm a patient. In the hallway, under the introduction of Director Zong from the Charity Foundation, Chu Zhi met AIU's mother, a slim woman in her 50s, worn and pale, but her hair was neatly tied. AIU had grown up in a single-parent household. Her mother raised her from the age of 8. AIU had done well for herself, earning admission to a prestigious 985 university, landing a job right after graduation. Things were just starting to look up, until this. Zhang Jie, this is one of the foundation's major donors. Chu Zhi, Director Zong said. AIU's mother thanked him repeatedly. The foundation had given them a chance to keep going. Then she looked closely at Chu Zhi. Are you the celebrity? Chu Zhi. Yes, Zhang Jie. He's AIU's idol. Director Zong confirmed. Thank you for coming. I'm so sorry for the trouble, she said, bowing. Because mother and daughter relied on each other, they were especially close. AIU shared everything with her mom, including her fangirl moments. My daughter picked the right idol, she said, both apologetic and grateful. After all, Chu Zhi didn't just donate money. He came in person. She knew how much her daughter adored him. But as a mother, she also knew he had millions of fans. This is the difference between a good person and a selfish one. The good feel they're receiving too much, while the selfish always think they're being given too little. No need to be like this, Auntie, Chu Zhi said, helping her up. AIU has been supporting me since my debut, for years now. It's only right that I come. They spoke for a while, about AIU's health and her life. The doctors estimated she had less than a 20% chance of surviving this round. Chu Zhi didn't say we can't give up. He was afraid to offer hope that might lead to despair. Then Director Zong left, and after the disinfection procedure, Chu Zhi entered the ward with AIU's mother. The first time he saw AIU, she looked too frail for a direct description. Her energy was completely depleted. Chu Zhi had wanted to fulfill her dream of eating a meal with her idol, but after talking with his team and the doctors, they said it was impossible. AIU couldn't even swallow liquid food anymore. Her mother saw her pale, bloodless cheeks again. No matter how many times she saw them, it still made her want to cry. Xiaoyu, look who's here, she whispered. AIU, staring blankly out the window, turned her head. When she saw the man standing shyly at the door, Brother Jiu. It's me, Chu Zhi, he said, taking 2 steps forward. Even with all his eloquence, his introduction came out clumsy. AIU's first reaction was joy. Her second was to look away. She knew how she must look. Head shaved, cheeks sunken, no makeup. Ugly. Chu Zhi quickly picked up on her discomfort. My fans are all pretty good looking. Nice features. No wonder you follow me. If he'd said, you look beautiful, she would have thought he was just being nice. But saying all his fans are good looking? That made perfect sense, at least to her. You smiled weakly. I got to see Brother Joe in person. I bet a lot of little fruits are jealous. I heard you're not feeling confident about the next round of chemo? Chu Zhi said. That won't do. Didn't we promise to meet again at the 8-year anniversary concert? Her eyes flickered, not with motivation, but with regret. She didn't think she'd make it. Chemo pain aside, there was vomiting, diarrhea, fatigue. Her body felt like termite-eaten wood, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. Her will to live was slipping, her gaze dull. Your mom told me you love the show Day Up, right? Chu Zhi said suddenly. I just happen to be recording it tomorrow. I'm going to sing a song for you. An original, never-before-performed track. Once the episode airs next month, you'll be able to watch it on TV or the Mango app. So, you better keep an eye out. Her favorite idol, her favorite show, and a song just for her. 3 surprises in one. It was enough to plant green shoots in the desert. I'll fight, I promise, you said. I'll hang in there to hear the song Brother Joe sings for me. As a longtime viewer of the show, she knew they recorded episodes 3 to 4 weeks in advance. Her treatment cycle was 26 days. If she lasted a month, she could make it. It's a promise, Chu Zhi smiled. No backing out. Her mother was overjoyed to see a spark return to her daughter. No one in the world loved you more than she did. But Yu's body was too weak. Even though she wanted to talk longer, she soon grew tired. Chu Zhi left to let her rest. In the hallway, he saw a man kneeling on the ground, silently sobbing. No tears, no words. Friends and family tried to console him. His wife had been in a car accident. The ER couldn't save her. The whole scene weighed heavily on Chu Zhi. Only after he left the hospital did the tension ease. ER doctors live in this kind of environment every day. The stress must be unbearable. He murmured while buying a bottle of water, mask still on. Maybe I should write a song for healthcare workers someday, he thought. But first, he had to call Niu Jiangxue. Chu Zhi had no idea when Day Up was recording. But what he told Yu wasn't a lie. With his popularity, he could get on any variety show he wanted. Niu Jiangxue didn't even ask why. Maybe she already guessed. Within 2 hours, she arranged everything. The taping wasn't tomorrow. It was tonight at 10 p.m. Bawling my eyes out in this chapter. Omega. Number 278. The Brightest Sun. Mango TV's Day Up used to be one of the station's cornerstone variety shows. Alongside Happy Camp, it formed a huge part of many people's childhood memories. But as new shows kept emerging, its popularity gradually faded. Even Happy Camp ended its broadcast eventually. Still, Day Up remained among Mango TV's top 10 most-watched programs. Though it had declined, it hadn't disappeared. A loyal portion of the audience remained. Back on Earth, the core of Day Up was Wang Han. In this parallel world, that role belonged to Pan Ying, one of Mango TV's 2 iconic hosts. Unlike Wang Han's scholarly humor, Pan Ying had a bold, heroic charisma and the physical presence of a legendary bandit chieftain. Pan Ying led the 5-member Day crew, a team that anyone born after 1990 would be pretty familiar with. Seriously, who's coming? They changed the script last minute. Are they kidding? Tang grumbled. He wasn't known for having a great memory. It had taken him until the afternoon to memorize the script, and now, with just 2 hours left before the recording, a new version had been sent out. If this wasn't mental sabotage, what was? Holy crap! Xiao Shou flipped through the new script and immediately saw the line. This is Chu Zhi's first time on Day Up. Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience? Xiao Shou, the youngest of the Day crew, had debuted in a talent show and was only 19 this year. On the show, he played the cute and silly type. Tang was the team's energy booster, outgoing, loud, and often needing Pan Ying to rein him in. Then there was Wei Shichuan, the king of cold jokes. Tang quickly scanned the script too. They really got Chu Zhi? My God, that's surreal. It wasn't that he thought poorly of his own program. Everyone in the industry knew how expensive Star Journey on iQIYI was. Over 100 million per season. With their modest sponsors, even booking Chu Zhi for one episode would cost a fortune. It's legit, Xiao Shou said. The script has a note saying not to mention depression or suicide. No way it's a name coincidence. Brother Gio is really my idol. Didn't you say Wei Ji was your idol before? Why are you changing so fast? Detang teased. Don't be fooled by his bold eyebrows and big eyes. He was a natural instigator. Wei Ji referred to Wei Shichuan. That's different, Xiaoshou defended. Wei Ji is a senior I respect. Xiaoshou stood only 167 centimeters tall and had a baby-faced look. Brother Zhou works so hard. He couldn't compose music when he debuted, but he kept practicing and now he's a genius. Just a year ago, his singing was still kind of amateur, but now he's trained to the point it's incredible. He's a hardworking genius, my guiding light. I can't wait for episode 6 of Journey Among the Stars and to see Brother Zhou's performance at the St. Petersburg International Culture Forum. Wei Shichuan chimed in. Xiaoshou, have you ever considered? Yes? West Ji, what should I consider? Xiaoshou perked up. People like Chu Zhi, we don't usually call them hardworking geniuses. We say they're both talented and hardworking, Wei Shichuan said bluntly. You work hard too, but your results aren't even a tenth of his. Oof. Brutal honesty. Xiaoshou deflated instantly. Detang burst into laughter. Haha. Wei Ji still has the sharpest tongue. Is your guiding light getting clearer now? Wei Shichuan had coasted for years on one song, Zhi Hu Zhi Yi. Though he didn't write it, no one else could perform it quite like him. Still, that was his only hit in 25 years. Seeing someone like Chu Zhi rack up multiple signature songs in such a short time was bound to cause some jealousy. Not every veteran was like Ho Yubin or Zheng Hua, wishing the best for the younger generation. Some felt a bit bitter. That said, given Chu Zhi's current fame and likability, even someone like Wei Shichuan wouldn't dare act out publicly. A moment later, Pan Ying and Kong Long arrived. The 5 members of the Day crew were now all present. Kong Long and Chu Zhi were signed under the same agency. Early in his career, Kong Long had even used the nickname Little Chu Zhi as part of his marketing. The idea was good, but public backlash forced a quick rebrand into Little Lin Xia. Nowadays, Kong Long dabbled in meaningless influencer-style talk. He had completely abandoned authenticity. He used to admire Chu Zhi. Even now, he still did, but it was a mix of admiration and stubborn pride. Xiaoshou perked up. Kong, you're with the same company, right? You must know Brother Zhou well. Can you introduce me later? If Brother Zhou still remembers me, then yeah, I guess we're close, Kong Long replied. Weird way to put it, but Xiaoshou figured it was technically not wrong. The room quieted down as everyone reviewed the new script. No one wanted to mess up on set. Minutes ticked by. In Studio 3, over 300 audience members had filed in. The show would start around midnight, and everyone had come on their own dime. That kind of dedication was wild. Day Up often featured a lot of guests, 4 or 5 minimum, sometimes 7 or 8. If a guest wasn't active on screen, they might not even get any camera time. Studio 3 wasn't big. Smaller than Happy Camp Studio, with aging audio gear and worn-out seating. The first hour was the usual, cast and crew promoting their latest film. Our next guest is a big one, Detang announced. How big? Can he take on 4 people at once? Wei Shichuan quipped. Forget 4. He could take 10, Detang exaggerated. He's one of the hottest stars in the industry. He's also been called the new generation's leading voice in music. And he's my idol. Also Xiaoshou's. Every time Detang added a new accolade, the audience responded with polite cheers. But there was a trace of doubt. Most fans already knew the lineup in advance. None of the expected guests matched those lofty descriptions. Kong Long mumbled. Detang's intro sounds like he's summoning a god. Let's give a warm welcome to Chu Zhi. Pan Ying delivered the final line. The moment Chu Zhi stepped onto the stage, the 300-person audience roared with the power of 3,000. The applause and screams shocked even the seasoned hosts. It's really Brother Zhou. I can't believe it. I was supposed to come with my bestie, but she couldn't make it. This is insane. By the way, we're all little fruits. Oh my God, I used up all my luck for the year. The crowd was going wild, but no one rushed the stage. They were crazed, but still rational. Detang tried to calm them down, but failed miserably. A little jealous, Kong Long thought. Must be nice. Seeing the hype, Chu Zhi raised a hand, then slowly lowered it. The audience gradually quieted. Knows how to handle the crowd. Not bad, Pan Ying thought. Let's officially welcome our guest, Chu Zhi, Panning said. Since it's your first time here, we've got a little initiation game for you. In this world's version of Day Up, new guests had to go through a quick-fire questions segment. Normally, Chu Zhi would breeze through this sort of game, but tonight, he lost 8 out of 10 rounds against the 5 hosts. The only 2 wins were against Xiaoshou, whose character trope was perpetual loser. After 20 minutes of chaos, Panning guided the show into its next segment. I heard Chu Zhi brought a new song to share with us today. This song is called The Brightest Sun, Chu Zhi said, holding the mic. It's for someone very special. It's for Xiao AI. Special person? Panning didn't press. As host and producer, he knew the whole point of tonight's appearance was this performance. The Day crew left the stage, giving Chu Zhi the spotlight. Let's see if the hype holds up, Wei Shichuan thought as he stood to the side. The stage wasn't anything fancy, and Chu Zhi didn't want it to be. Musical note: my world is beautiful because of you. My sky stays bright because of you. You gave me joy, cried tears for me. You gave me grace, so I could fly free. Your words, your tears, your smile, your light. To me, you outshine the loveliest rose. Musical note: he pushed his angel's gospel to 90%, more than when he sang One and Done. Only his last thread of rationality stopped him from going full power. Musical note: holding dreams. I fly ahead, never fleeing, never afraid. You are the fortress on my path to success. You gave me wings so I could soar, gave me strength to become strong, that I'm not afraid of pain. Because you're here, your smile, your tears. You are the brightest sun on my road to chasing dreams. Musical note: Chu Zhi stared directly into the camera, as if he could see Xiao AI in her hospital bed, along with all the little fruits who supported him. The lyrics were repetitive, the melody simple. The chorus and bridge shared similarities. But that simplicity made the emotion shine even more clearly. He adjusted his voice during the chorus to sound softer, praising the morning sun. In the bridge, the praise turned to the noonday sun, brighter, bolder. The soaring vocals and angelic resonance made even the front-row cameraman feel the brilliance through sound. Musical note: you gave me wings so I could soar, gave me strength to become strong, that I'm not afraid of pain. Because you're here, your smile, your tears. You are the brightest sun on my road to chasing dreams. You are the brightest sun on my road to chasing dreams. Musical note: even those who weren't fans could feel the gratitude in the song, the quiet power it carried. Number 279. The debate sparked by Chu Zhi. After leaving the hospital, Chu Zhi was still unsettled. Even though he tried his best to stay focused during the show, he still drifted off at times. Panning, who might look rough on the outside but was actually quite perceptive, noticed it and helped guide the conversation several times. Brother Pan, I'm sorry. I wasn't in great shape today and didn't perform well on the show. Chu Zhi apologized before leaving. I could tell, Panning replied. He was familiar with entertainment gossip and assumed Chu Zhi might be having a depressive episode, so he comforted him. Take a shower when you get back to the hotel and get some rest. If you really can't sleep, the hotel should have a 24-hour gym. A good workout for an hour or 2 might help. There wasn't much small talk. It was already 2 a.m. by the time filming wrapped. Chu Zhi left the Golden Eagle Center feeling utterly drained. In one day, he had flown to Hebei province, then to Xinjiang. Still, instead of resting, he called Brother Liang and asked for help finding a recording studio. At that hour, between 2 and 3 in the morning, no studio should have been open. For most people, that would be a huge ask. But for Liang Pingbai, the music director of I'm Really a Singer, it wasn't a problem. Within half an hour, a closed studio was arranged for recording. Chu Zhi recorded his earlier performance of The Most Beautiful Sun and transferred the audio to his phone. By the time everything was done, it was 6:30 a.m. The winter sky was like a dark bag holding all of yesterday's events. As morning arrived, it slowly opened, letting in a sliver of light. Rain fell again. The streets were slick and the sky blanketed by thick clouds. Chu Zhi hadn't slept at all. At 7 a.m., he boarded a flight to Rongqing. He was currently serving as a cultural tourism ambassador for Fengdu and Shanxing. This time, he was headed to Rongqing for a collaborative cultural tourism event between Rong and Yu, 2 neighboring cities in the Bashu region. For many travelers from other provinces, it was common to visit both Rongqing and Shanxing on the same trip. The fastest high-speed train between them took just over an hour. Unlike Shancheng, which favored big-name celebrity endorsements, Rongqing rarely hired tourism spokespeople. But this event was different. The local tourism bureau splurged on 2 or 3 writers, one of them an online novelist, to produce books on Bashu culture. They also partnered with Tianyi Company to film a TV drama centered on shoe embroidery. Shoe embroidery was a regional specialty and a nationally protected product. The drama was meant to spotlight that. While chatting with the system, Chu Zhi recalled that Li Yuchen had a pretty famous song called Shoe Embroidery. If Tianyi were willing to throw around $1 million or so, he'd gladly write the theme song. But that was just wishful thinking. The drama's total budget was only about 20 million yuan. Shanqing's love for celebrity endorsements wasn't unique. KFC, mockingly dubbed Kaifeng cuisine online, followed the same strategy. Whoever was hot at the moment got the gig. KFC had approached Chu Zhi's management team for a new product campaign. There were some disagreements. Sister Niu wanted 20 million yuan for the endorsement. Brother Fei suggested taking a share of the new product's sales instead. Ad agent Chi Chiu had recently joined the team and was in charge of endorsements. He managed to reach an agreement with KFC. Chu Zhi would endorse 2 new burgers, the Bacon Chicken Thigh Supreme Burger and the Crunchy Chicken Thigh Burger. In return, he'd get a 10% cut from sales in the Asian market, plus a signing bonus of 2 million yuan. At roughly 23 to 24 yuan per burger, Chu Zhi would earn about 2 yuan per sale. That sounded high, but to earn the same as a 20 to 30 million flat fee, the burgers would have to sell at least 10 million units. But time alone wouldn't guarantee those sales. KFC might remove the items from the menu early if they didn't perform well. Chi Chiu made the revenue-sharing decision after extensive research. His goal was to show the industry how much pull Chu Zhi really had across China, Japan, and South Korea. He also wanted to demonstrate that working with artists could involve more than just one-off fees. Despite differing opinions within the team, as long as Chu Zhi agreed, Chi Chiu's decision stood. KFC arranged the shoot in Rongqing as a favor, coordinating with Chu Zhi's schedule. Since it was all indoors, location didn't really matter. Hamburgers don't need buns, Chu Zhi said, repeating a cringeworthy line from the commercial. What kind of burger didn't have buns? Then he remembered the rice burgers he had eaten before. The Meat Supreme burger was similar. 2 fried chicken patties replaced the buns, with pickles, pineapple, lettuce, and cheese inside. There were tons of new KFC items on set, but the props were just for show. They probably added who knows what to make them look photogenic. Chu Zhi ate a quick dinner there. The first burger actually tasted decent. He also had fries, wings, and egg tarts. Sister Wang, Sister Niu, why aren't you eating? He asked. Lao Qian and Xiao Zhu were both eating happily, especially Lao Qian, who seemed to have a personal vendetta against roast wings and original chicken from Orleans. Too high calorie. Can't handle it, Wang Yuan said, swallowing her saliva. Watching Xiao Zhu eat so well made her hungry too. Is it that high? It didn't list the calories. We usually assume if there's no number, it means 0, Chu Zhi joked. Niu Jiangxue and Wang Yuan turned their heads away, resisting temptation. 1 burger wasn't enough. 2 was a bit too much. I heard Lao Qian got dumped. Xiao Zhu asked out of the blue. Caught off guard mid-bite, Lao Qian choked, coughed twice, then answered, got cheated on. What can I say? Her new boyfriend doesn't even wait for Thursday to eat KFC. Chu Zhi perked up, quietly eavesdropping on the gossip. He didn't get the reference and searched it online. Apparently, KFC had a crazy Thursday promo where food was cheaper. Saying someone didn't need to wait for Thursday to eat KFC was an internet meme mocking the rich. There were even memes about it. Chu Zhi saved a few for later. Xiao Zhu consoled him. So what if she cheated? Don't you cheat too? It evens out. What do you mean I cheat? I just switch girlfriends a little more often. I always break up properly first. Don't talk nonsense, Lao Qian replied. I'm not some multi-dating sea king. You're not a sea king? Xiao Zhu looked skeptical. Dinner ended. 2 more ads had to be filmed, and shooting continued until 10 p.m. Chu Zhi had an event in Shanghai the next morning. Rather than return at dawn, he chose to fly out that night. He got home around 1:30 a.m. Thanks to sleeping for over an hour on the plane, he was still alert enough to finish his daily routine. Right now, is homework, was reading history books and translating Gu Cheng's poetry collection into Japanese. At 3:30 a.m., Chu, workaholic beast, Zhi finally lay down. He closed his eyes but didn't fall asleep right away. He suddenly remembered something. There was still no miracle item for cancer treatment in the system's strange item shop. Under his suggestion, the system had added a keyword search function. Why aren't there any miracle items to cure terminal illnesses? You've got black tech like 1+1 spicy strips, Chu Zhi asked, still coming up empty. Because under system protection, the host will never suffer from any terminal illness. Hence, such items do not exist. Also, even if they did, they would have no effect on anyone other than the host. I wouldn't risk exposing myself to give someone else a miracle item, Chu Zhi said. I just wanted to know if, say, I paid extra. Was there a way to help Xiao AI recover without exposing myself? He wanted to help her without blowing his cover. But unfortunately, reality didn't work that way. Sleep. After 3.5 hours of deep sleep, Chu Zhi got up energized and ready to work. But before diving in, he hesitated. Among the gifts from fans were many paper cranes. They said the cranes could carry away illness. Since he had depression, fans often urged him to fold them. He was touched, but also felt it was a bit of a waste of time. Now, though, well, maybe it's not that useless. Xiao AI and I made a promise. She'll pull through, Chu Zhi said. Still, that evening he went home and folded a red paper crane. Amid his packed schedule, the 6th episode of Journey Among the Stars aired. It didn't include the much-anticipated St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum arc. Instead, it simply showed how Chu Zhi got the invite and performed Lullaby. The song was solid, but audiences expecting something grand were left a bit disappointed. So it didn't go viral like the previous episode. Still, Chu Zhi managed to spark a new conversation online. A Zhihu user posted a question. Does Chu Zhi have some secret learning method? Personally, my idol is Lu Sun, so I don't follow other celebs. I started watching Journey Among the Stars just to pass time. But as I caught up, I became more and more curious. Chu Zhi's Japanese and Russian are truly fluent, not just memorized for songs. I asked my friends who majored in Japanese and Russian. They both agreed. His pronunciation and fluency are professional level, like someone who studied in Japan and Russia for over a decade. But here's the thing. Chu Zhi didn't go to college at all, let alone major in languages. That means he's self-taught. Does anyone know how he does it? I'm dying to find out. The post, made by a user named Lonely White Hair, gained a lot of traction. Even ad bots promoting language courses joined the thread. He didn't go to college? Wow. Most entertainers can't string a sentence together. But Chu Zhi always seemed cultured. You can tell just by reading his lyrics. Back when he was being slammed online, I remember some people saying he dropped out of high school and never went to college. But the way he speaks and writes feels so thoughtful. Chu Zhi proves that while education and knowledge are related, they're not the same thing. I usually assume celebs get ghostwriters for lyrics, but not with him. In Journey Among the Stars, it's clear he reads books for hours every night. Not just for show. Netizens even asked Zhang Ning, Kai Jia, and Luo Jianwei about it. They all confirmed that Chu Zhi reads and takes notes every day. Number 280. When the Sun Descends. Chu Zhi had always wanted to build a reputation on Journey Among the Stars. Not an image, but a truth. He read seriously and took notes every day. Now that he hadn't even finished high school, that academic detail no longer stained him. It earned respect instead. Forum users were praising him. Despite major depression making focus nearly impossible, Chu Zhi still reads and takes notes. If he can, what excuse do we have? Whether you like reading is personal, not disease-related. I feel like trash now. One user, Lonely White Hair, steered the conversation. Let's skip the flattery. What I want to know is how Chu Zhi learned foreign languages so well. Any insiders? On Zhihu, where experts lurk under ordinary profiles, someone replied as an insider. I worked with Brother Gio on a music project. I'm a singer-songwriter. We recorded late once, and I saw him translating Chinese into Japanese on the spot. No camera, just focused work. That might be a secret method. Then Hu3 confirmed. When they filmed in Sapporo, he lost his Japanese book in an earthquake, bought the Tale of Jinji, then translated it into Chinese using a Japanese dictionary. He learns by diving in, straight translation. This sparked real enthusiasm. Chu Zhi's self-taught brilliance resonated with many. Meanwhile, the producers knew that Episode 7, his performance at the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum, would swing public opinion back in his favor. His sixth episode, co-filmed with THD-TV in Russia as China-Russia Singer Gathering, had some controversial editing. Russian fans expected Aurora and Mikhail, but were surprised by how well Chu Zhi spoke Russian and sang. Some complained that his footage was cut short, and debate erupted online. But in Japan, he was unstoppable. 8 days after its release, Sony Music reported just a little more hope for the world sold 671,000 copies in its first week. That broke both the Jeezy boy band's weekly and monthly sales records. Headline news. Esteemed magazine Shukan Bunzhan praised him as a millennium-rare music genius, comparing his gift to literary master Ryanosuke Akutagawa. The article tied their sensitivity and shared struggles with melancholy. Chu Zhi worried. Akutagawa died young, and he'd already earned 30 million renminbi in album royalties within a week. He wondered why no other Chinese artists were following, and resolved that only a true God album collection could sustain such momentum. His film When I Close My Eyes continued filming. Director Ozu Atsuji and crew made space in the shooting schedule whenever Chu Zhi was available. His presence outweighed the entire team's. Actor Sora Take quietly admired him, recalling how he'd once felt invisible as a 25-year-old extra. Now, Chu Zhi was the Asian superstar everyone wanted to see. At Rap, Old Qian teased, "Is acting fun?" Chu Zhi replied, "You want something done well. It's never easy." Old Qian smiled. "It'll be worth it. Director Wang Ani's 11th Gentleman hasn't cast yet. I think you have a chance." Chu Zhi paused. He hadn't heard anything for over a month and assumed he was out. Old Qian reassured him that big projects often take months to finalize. Chu Zhi stood and resumed shooting. No wasted opportunity. Domestic news turned urgent. In the hospital, the monitor began beeping wildly. Suddenly, alarms sounded. Medical staff rushed in. During chemotherapy, it was crucial for family to be present. AIU's mother had been keeping vigil all night and dozed for a moment. Now she woke to her daughter slipping away. AIU's weak consciousness flickered. She smelled something comforting, Brother Joe's scent. She heard him singing. Musical note, "My world is beautiful because of you. My sky stays bright because of you." Musical note. Her mother gently asked the doctor if they could play the audio softly to boost AIU's will to live. The recording had come from Chu Zhi days earlier. If AIU couldn't hold on, Chu Zhi didn't want to think about it. That was why, after the late-night show, he recorded this song. AIU registered the voice. "That's the song he wrote for me." Her face brightened. He said, "My tears and smile are more beautiful than roses." She tried to speak. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't take care of you." Tears streamed down her mother's face. Since graduation, AIU had promised to care for her. "I made a wish on Orange Home app. Guess what it is?" "What is Orange Home?" "An app. Brother Joe made it for us." "Guess my wish. To find a handsome guy?" "Of course. But mostly to take care of you, Mom, so you can live well." Memories filled the room. AIU squeezed her mother's hand, but the monitor shrieked again. "No heartbeat. Give 0.5 g epinephrine." Again, 1 g, prepare defibrillation. Her heartbeat stopped. Number 281. The weight of being idolized. Snow drifted down in Otaru, blanketing the streets. A pedestrian slipped with a thud, as if a stone dropped into water. That person was Hashimoto Maki, being scolded for taking leave, her older brother's coming-of-age ceremony, of all things. "Miss Hashimoto, do you realize that because of your whim, our entire schedule was delayed?" Director Ozu Atsuji barked. 17-year-old Hashimoto Maki stumbled over her apology. She bowed. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked for leave at this critical time." Director Ozu scowled. "Don't let it happen again. Outdoor shoots are always challenging. Crew members from camera, lighting, props, everyone under pressure." Ozu's temper was already thin. Then he halted the scene. "Do you know why you were kneeling in the snow just now, Nakamura Yuriko?" "What was that expression about?" Nakamura Yuriko played 2 roles in the film. Many viewers were confused by the dual casting and mistook it for schizophrenia. But truly, the film used doppelganger metaphor, To process grief after fiancé Nobuki's death in a climbing accident, Hokkaido Yukiko, same family name, stood in for Yuriko. Actors were portraying the emotional void. If I may speculate, director Nakamura Yuriko began. This scene shows how, on the 3rd anniversary of Nobuki's death, Yuriko still can't let go. Even his family has moved on. She lies in snow to mimic his suffocation in the avalanche. Ozu was surprised by her insight. But actors must perform, not explain. Did your acting convey that? She promptly apologized to the entire crew for the delay. They resumed filming atop Tengu Mountain, the highest vantage for viewing Otaru's nightscape. Soon it might join the top 3 in Hokkaido, alongside Hakodate and Sapporo, Old Chien predicted. Old Chien and Wang Yuan were in Japan for Chu Zhi's record-breaking EP. Many Japanese brands courted him. That evening, they held a small meeting at the hotel. In Japan, male stars usually endorse men's products, Old Chien noted. But Safina asked Chu Zhi to promote lipstick, 180 million yen per quarter. That's over 9 million yuan, not small, Wang Yuan added. Double the usual rate. Shiseido had offered Chu Zhi men's skincare previously, but the fee was rejected. Safina's offer stood out as exceptionally generous, matching his EP's success. Male lipstick reps aren't unheard of, Old Chien said. Maybe they saw his high female fan ratio. 9 out of 10 EP buyers were women, according to Shuken Bunzhan. Female fans are fierce, Wang Yuan said. Many bought 3 copies just for collectible photo cards. Revenue share model could work too, Chu Zhi suggested. They agreed to coordinate a profit-sharing deal to boost the value of future endorsements. As Chu Zhi's fame and cross-border engagements grew, the team needed more staff. Later that afternoon, a message from charity liaison Liu arrived. Chu Zhi, from Sister Zhang. Xiaoyu passed away at 4:21 p.m. today. Hearing your song made her very happy. Thank you. We are very saddened. Sister Zhang was Aiu's mother. Numbly, Chu Zhi replied. When is the funeral? Liu responded. No funeral, just a simple farewell tomorrow at 9 a.m., then cremation. Chu Zhi informed director Ozu. I'll need to leave tomorrow morning for mainland China, but I'll return by afternoon. Ozu nodded, assigning shooting of the intersection scene first. Old Chien, Xiao Zhu, and Wang Yuan learned why Chu Zhi took leave. They were silent. She was such a good child. Why are there no cures for leukemia? Wang Yuan wiped tears from her eyes. Despite sorrow, filming continued as planned. Morning arrived without dawn. Chu Zhi flew to Sherman at 6 a.m. By 10 a.m., he reached the small funeral parlor. Aiu lay peacefully in her coffin, her features preserved by the mortician. Death isn't losing life, just stepping outside time. I'll forever remember you, my little fruit Aiu, he whispered in his mind. He expressed condolences to Aiu's mother. She nodded, grateful. Could I see Aiu's room? Chu Zhi asked. The cousin led him to their rented home in Beichu town. Aiu's bedroom was scattered with stuffed toys, tablets, and laundry. But the wall by her pillow displayed Chu Zhi's poster from the Kongfei entertainment era. A desk by the window held stacks of reference books and colorful pens. On the glass pane beneath, for sticky notes read, With Brother Gio, I'll become better. I must get the star on the family app. Save up for mom's massage chair. 8th anniversary concert. Must get tickets. With permission, Chu Zhi took the last note and placed his pocket notebook behind it. He always carried a pen and notebook for fans. Then he boarded his flight to Sapporo. He gazed at the clouds, like waves of white ocean. The meaning of being an idol is heavier than I imagined, he whispered. Fans feel more than devotion. Number 282. That feeling was real. Chu Zhi did 2 things. The first was to help Ai's mother find a decent job. It wasn't charity. Ai's mother had raised her daughter alone by working in a factory and had honed impressive handcrafting skills. Chu Zhi simply introduced her to a sales channel through a live commerce streamer known as Sister Quan, one of the top influencers whose product cart sees constant traffic. Everyone knows the advertising slots for top-tier live streamers are incredibly expensive, but there are cheaper backdoor channels where products get placed quietly in the cart. The hosts don't promote them directly, yet with the massive viewer base, plenty of people still click and buy. This way, Ai's mother's handmade sachets could not only sell better, but also fetch higher prices. The second thing Chu Zhi did was light up half a star in AI use profile. One of AI's goals was, take good care of mom and let her enjoy a life of food, fun, and daily square dancing. Chu Zhi also made a special request to the app maintenance team. Never delete user accounts. As long as someone had registered, their profile would remain. He understood that as time passed and the database grew, maintenance costs would increase. But this was a decision he made fully aware of the consequences. Even if you registered an account 10 years ago and never logged in since, as long as Orange Home still exists, your data stays. That's what a home should be. No one disappears just because they left for a while. Chu Zhi told the head of app maintenance. The head nodded without further objection, though he suspected that when the app's daily users skyrocketed, the boss might change his mind. People die 3 times. The last time is when no one remembers them. Chu Zhi was determined that, at least while he lived, AIU would never face that final death. The post-it note he had taken from AIU's bedroom now rested in his rehearsal room. Same sky, different people, different places. While it rained in Shanghai, snow fell over Otaru. On Otaru's Irohani 1 Chome, specifically at 1 to 10th Street, stood a small yakiniku restaurant called Black Cow Kurosawa. It wasn't large. Even though the crew had booked the entire place, it couldn't accommodate everyone. Only core staff were invited. No script supervisors, no assistant cinematographers. Inside the restaurant, a farewell party was underway. Chu Zhi had wrapped his scenes as Toy Key in the film When I Close My Eyes, shot under the guidance of director Liao Dacho. Though credited as the male lead, the actual screen time of Nakamura Yuriko far surpassed Chu Zhi's. Then again, more lines doesn't always mean more impact. Take Earth's Love Letter. Everyone remembers Takashi Kashiwabara, but few recall the female lead's name. Chu Zhi didn't care for sake, so the crew toasted with Kirin beer instead. Everyone except the underage Hashimoto Maki raised their glasses to Chu Zhi. Chu-san, I must have a drink with you. This film couldn't have come together without you. I'll drink first. Chu-san, feel free to go easy. Thanks for looking out for me on set, Chu-san. Nicknamed Immortal among booze, and with a history of frequent drinking at home, Chu Zhi's tolerance had soared. Not even a barrage of toasts from the director and art director could bring him down. Sukiyaki's not really to my taste, Chu Zhi said mid-meal, even after several rounds. As the restaurant's name suggested, beef was the specialty. They had wagyu sukiyaki, grilled wagyu, tempura bowls, grilled snow crab, everything. What suited Chu Zhi's palate more was actually the tempura rice bowl. Thanks to anime and dramas, wagyu was famous back in China, but its heavy marbling made it overly rich. Even a meat lover like Chu Zhi could only manage a few bites. Though filming had wrapped, the crew didn't leave Japan right away. KO Corporation's cosmetic brand Safina had agreed to Chu Zhi's profit-sharing terms for endorsing their AZ lipstick series, which included 5 shades. Before returning to China, Chu Zhi had several photo shoots scheduled, this time not with the film crew, but at Safina's Tokyo studio. The plan, 17 promotional posters and 2 short commercials, each around 10 seconds. One ad featured Chu Zhi asleep in bed, as his girlfriend playfully applied lipstick to his lips. The other was pure budget special effects. 5 beams of light descended from the sky, swirling around Chu Zhi before zipping into his body with a whoosh. It looked like he was about to transform into Ultraman, but in reality, it just meant 5 lipstick marks appeared on his face, each matching one of the AZ shades. Chu Zhi figured that, having already acted in a movie, commercials would be a breeze. The first one went smoothly. He nailed the sleepy expression effortlessly. But the second, not so easy. The special effects wouldn't be added until post. Chu Zhi had to pretend to see magical beams of light and act out being enveloped by them. In professional terms, it was objectless acting. This commercial is bursting with sexual tension, Wang Yuan murmured, unable to take her eyes off the monitor. Lao Qian joked, Hey, wake up, Your Majesty. You're drooling. Instead of being flustered, Wang Yuan slowly turned to stare at him. It was the kind of look a cat gives when you step on its tail, a silent, searing glare that made Lao Qian uncomfortable. Ahem, he cleared his throat. My bad. I shouldn't have disturbed you. She gave a small then turned back to the screen. Safina paid handsomely. The first ad featured Chu Zhi's collarbones. The second showed his waist. And Wang Yuan wasn't the only one glued to the screen. Female staff members either snuck glances or openly watched. TSK. Brother Zhou's looks might not topple kingdoms, but they definitely ruin a nation, Lao Qian muttered. He could have coasted on looks alone like me. Why bother being talented too? Wait, why does that makeup artist look like my future girlfriend? Lao Qian caught sight of a young stylist, Takeuchi. He shuffled over, subtly entering her social bubble. Suddenly, he asked in broken Japanese, "If AZ lipstick, you will sell?" Startled, Takeuchi turned and saw a stylish older man. His Japanese was clumsy. He'd mixed up buy and sell. She giggled. "I'm not really a fan of Chu-san, but this ad is so seductive. I'd definitely buy." She emphasized the word buy. Ahem. Lao Qian realized his blunder and looked sheepish. He may have looked like a businessman, but his awkward flirting was strangely endearing. "I've only just started learning Japanese. Lots of mistakes," he said. Anyone who understood Japanese would know. Buy and sell sound nothing alike. No way someone like Lao Qian would make that mistake. A true hunter always plays the fool. Filming wrapped around 4 p.m., Chu Zhi stayed in Tokyo for the night. Back at the hotel, he noticed he'd completed 2 more achievements. Left early from 10 scheduled events. Ate spicy food 500 times. Reward, 5 plus 8 personality tokens. With 2 already in his balance, he now had 15. Even sneaking out during filming counted as early departure. He'd triggered it 3 times. Time for a draw. The second album and Korean single are coming up. Chu Zhi took a deep breath. This time, he wanted to be bold. He didn't even check the pool, just selected a blind box. Golden light burst from the screen. Custom album voucher ×1. Chu Zhi blinked. Didn't Su Song already get one of these? Looking closer, this was even better than the regular voucher. A custom album voucher allowed him to create an album of 10 songs using 10 personality tokens. Not bad. Great value. But 10 tokens. Chu Zhi hesitated. He could easily make that Japanese concept album now. Still, after agonizing over it, he couldn't bring himself to spend it. Next time, for sure. Besides, the EP had only been out for 10 days. No rush for a Japanese album yet. Would you like to view other available draws? The system prompted. No need. What's done is done. If there's a better prize in there, it'd just annoy me. As long as I don't know, this one's the best, Chu Zhi replied. He had a gut feeling the system wanted to mess with him. With 10 tokens left. Let's do one more. This time, he checked the prize pool. Advanced Modern Dance Choreography. Title, Wild Performer God. Mystery Candy, Dry Stairs Suite. Hotel California Package. We Will Rock You Package. Special prize, Teresa Tung's vocal talent. Dry Stair Suite lets you keep your eyes open forever. Useless. The Wild Performer God title was epic tier. More people in the audience, more power gained. Super useful for concerts or international showcases. Full buff mode. We Will Rock You. A Queen classic, the 1994 FIFA World Cup anthem. Even non-football fans knew this song. He completely ignored the Hotel California bundle. Of course I know Teresa Tung. Wherever there are Chinese people, you'll hear her songs, Chu Zhi said, puzzled. But was her vocal technique really that amazing? He remembered her sweet ballads like Tian Mi Mi, I Only Care About You, The Long Road of Life, and Small Town Story. Checking the prize description, he realized just how ignorant he'd been. Teresa Tang's talent was S tier, possibly the only one in that tier. While she was best known in China for her soft ballads, in Japan she also performed rock and even mastered a semi-traditional Japanese vocal style without formal training. She had one of the most versatile singing techniques, rock, dance, jazz, folk. She even covered MJ's Beat It. On Earth, you could still find the video online. In this world, not so much. Her vocal production was scientifically refined. She didn't just sing well, she crushed the entire music scene. A true dimensional powerhouse. Mandopop didn't really exist before her. Her precision in articulation and advanced techniques like slides, bends, and glides became the foundation for 70% of all Chinese female vocalists between the 1970s and early 2000s. Didn't expect Teresa Tung to be a genius at both languages and music, Chu Zhi muttered. Stereotypes really are dangerous. It had been a while since he drew a special prize. Tonight felt right. Sadly, luck didn't smile on him. He picked another blind box. Inside was, "We Will Rock You" package. Number 283. Episode 7 airs. The World Cup theme song? Is this my gateway into the Western market? Chu Zhi hadn't expected to draw that particular track. According to the plan crafted by the entertainment emperor Beast, his path was clear. First become the face of Gen Z, then rise to dominate the Chinese music scene, and eventually make his mark as an Asian star. Originally, the plan placed pillar of the Chinese music industry before pan-Asian recognition. But for Chu Zhi, pursuing both paths simultaneously was just fine. No plan could ever keep up with the pace of reality anyway. To be a true pillar, he would need to release at least 2 more albums. After the upcoming China-Japan-Korea joint performance, his fame would likely climb even higher. 2022 World Cup. Chu Zhi looked it up. It was the Qatar World Cup. Since Qatar is an Asian country, he still needed to boost his influence across Asia. After all, landing a World Cup theme song wasn't just about making a good song. It also required visibility and credibility. With only 5 personality coins left, Chu Zhi decided not to press his luck again. He quit while he was ahead. Another day came. Airports were busy as always. Chu Zhi's flight was delayed again, leaving him stranded at Haneda Airport for over 4 hours before finally boarding a plane back to the Magic City. Even before he returned to the office from Pudong Airport, someone was already waiting to visit. "Long time no see, Brother Jean," said Niu Jiangxue. "There's no need for brother. Just call me by my name, Sister Shui," Jean replied politely. Back in their days at Taiyang Chuanha, Jean and Niu had been on roughly equal footing as managers. But now, he felt like he had to greet her with sister. Thanks to Yi Zhanshuan's help after joining the company, Niu Jiangxue had risen quickly. Not that she let success get to her head. "Cut the small talk. What brings you here today?" she asked. "Oh, nothing urgent," Jean replied. "Mainly, I wanted to ask, has Mr. Chu stopped playing badminton with you because he thinks he's not good enough?" "That's not it," she said. "Chu Zhi has just been busy filming in Japan. He's mentioned before that the kid plays well." "That's great to hear." Jean smiled and started easing into the real topic. "So Mr. Chu's shooting a movie in Japan? Must be a big production." Truth be told, Jean couldn't figure out why Chu Zhi would take a Japanese movie role when several domestic blockbusters had already offered big money. There were even more mid-sized projects to choose from. Why go abroad? Niu Jiangxue could tell Jean had come with a favor to ask. Jean also knew she knew, but the timing wasn't right to bring it up. Conversations between adults were always such a pain. She actually started missing Fei Ji. Sure, he could be argumentative, but at least he was direct and efficient. After 10 or so minutes of polite small talk, Jean finally came out with it. "Our artist he needs a lead single. Of course, I know Mr. Chu doesn't write songs for others, and we're only asking for a discarded track." Letting an internet singer perform a discarded track is one thing, Niu Jiangxue said, frowning. But Yu is a professionally debuted artist. Isn't that a bit? She couldn't even find the right word. Saying it would cheapen things didn't quite feel right. "Come on, Sister Shui, it's Yu Yi's debut album. Having a high-traffic song is already a huge win. He's a newcomer. Who's he to be picky?" Jean felt like Niu was a full man who couldn't understand the hunger of someone starving. The issue wasn't whether the company was helping or not, but that most top producers didn't want their songs sung by a newbie. "Besides," he added, "Mr. Chu's discarded tracks are in a league of their own." He began to explain, "Online songs have different tiers: flops, small hits, big hits, divine tracks, and trash bin songs." Niu Jiangxue was full of question marks. Divine tracks are those mega-viral hits that dominate short videos. But Chu Zhi's trash bin songs don't just go viral. They get covered, remixed, and reinterpreted by countless singers. Take "Love You at 105 Degrees." It got so big Watsons paid to use it in their distilled water ad campaign. As they say, first came Chu Zhi, then came heaven. You'll find immortals digging in his trash can. Are you studying for your master's degree in marketing or something? The sheer nonsense was impressive, Niu Jiangxue thought. "As for compensation, we know we can't offer what Punch Sister did," Jean said. "But we'll give up 100% of the revenue to Mr. Chu." 100%? That would make you a free laborer for Chu Zhi. Even Niu had to whistle. Since the album is about to launch, the timing is tight. I'll trouble you with the ask, Jean said. The timing wasn't ideal, but Jean couldn't help it. Chu Zhi had become a variety show rocket. His last travel reality show had sent him trending multiple times. With episode 7 of Star Journey airing soon, they had to act fast, or he might blast off again before they had a chance. I'll ask Chu Zhi, Niu Jiangxue replied. But if he agrees, remember, it's still a discarded track. No wild marketing stunts. Of course, we've already got a line prepared. We'll say he won it in a badminton match, Jean said confidently. Sounded reasonable enough. Niu nodded. Sure, on paper, it looked like a bad deal for Yui. But considering the popularity of Learn to Meow and Love You at 105 Degrees, having a debut album known across the internet was an incredible opportunity. Who wouldn't take it? More honestly, many wanted to take a loss like this, but never got the chance. By noon, Chu Zhi arrived at the company, and Niu Jiangxue relayed Jean's request word for word. I'll see what I can find, Chu Zhi replied. He'd played badminton with Yui 3 or 4 times, and their matches were evenly matched and fun. Giving him a song wouldn't hurt. Yui had a low, slightly raspy voice. Chu Zhi found something fitting from his massive song database. How Much I Want to Hold You in My Ordinary Life, originally sung by Goodbye Lao Fan. That track had gone viral with its husky chorus. I stumbled toward you. You can't just leave me behind. This one's for you, badminton kid, Chu Zhi said. He didn't think the 100% revenue offer was necessary. Punch Sister had paid $3 million plus 50% royalties. He figured 70% was fair. As the days passed and the month came to an end, Chu Zhi began planning his second album. The last one had dropped on Lunar New Year's Eve. He wanted to time this one similarly. While sketching out song drafts in the office, he used an album voucher and 5 personality coins to redeem the TV theme song collection released by Rolling Stone Records in 2001. With his balance now zero, the broke star carefully examined the songs embedded in his memory. Totally worth it. Just look at the track list. Sad Pacific, Ghost Possession, Difficult Sutra, Mythical Love, A Dream of Swords, 15 hits, any one of which could dominate the charts. Plus, it included both Mandarin and Cantonese songs. Chu Zhi was the kind of guy who'd split one coin into 2 if he could. After some research, he realized it was smarter to redeem official collections than individual legendary albums. It was a shame to drop a new album without any Cantonese tracks. Theme: Chinese style for the global stage. The album would blend Western operatic vocals, Japanese pop influence, and even feature Sad Pacific, adapted from the Japanese song Happiness by Nakajima Miyuki. From rap, pop, drama, heavy metal, Brit rock, to Spanish flamenco, this was a colorful album under one unified concept. Difficult Sutra even included Buddhist chanting elements. No mainstream album had dared try this before. It would be a musical bombshell. Chu Zhi wanted to solidify his title as the new father of Chinese-style pop, and also to show off his talent that couldn't be hidden. All that's left is naming the album, he muttered. Just then, knock knock. Come in, Chu Zhi said. Niu Jiangxue entered. She asked after his health first, then got to business. THD TV invited you to a talk show the day after tomorrow. Huh? That's soon. Chu Zhi blinked. Feels like the last episode just aired. It's time. They're airing your performance at the Cultural Forum, she explained. Oh, that's why? Do I have anything on my schedule? Nothing urgent, she said. Just depends on whether you want to expand into the Russian market. She added, the team suggests not going. The forum performance was strong enough to make an impact. Then let's go with very touched, but I have to decline, Chu Zhi said. He wasn't against it, but he wanted to see how well Opera 2 performed in this week's episode before investing time in Russia. Niu nodded. She understood perfectly. What could you do in 2 days? In 48 hours, Chu Zhi could shoot a commercial, attend 2 events, and accept 1 award. Don't be surprised he was always filming ads. Product endorsements weren't one-time deals. Often, they required seasonal photo shoots and videos all year long. And finally, the day little fruits had been waiting for arrived, November 26th. Another chance to see Chu Zhi on screen. Episode 2 of THD's Russian-Chinese Singers Showcase and Episode 7 of iQIYI's Star Journey both aired today. The former ran 150 minutes, the latter only 110. The content differed as well. Outside of China, Russian audiences were also waiting eagerly. The last episode had left a cliffhanger. How did the Chinese singer beat Aurora and Mikhail to win the Cultural Forum invite? In Russia, the buzz showed up on VKontakte, VK, the country's largest social media platform, with over 140 million users. The structure was like a cross between Weibo and old-school college networks. THD's promotional tactics were bizarre, to say the least. They promised to pick one lucky commenter from the most popular post on VK and give them a free Lada car. Simple and direct. With that kind of incentive, the post had over 100,000 comments before the episode even aired. One of them was from Ilya. Aurora is the crown jewel of our Russian music scene. No way she loses. But he wasn't commenting for the prize. 25-year-old Ilya was a die-hard Aurora fan. His room had her CDs, posters, the works. He admired her individuality. Not just on stage. Aurora was one of the few in all of Russia brave enough to publicly come out. Why could she do it? Her powerful family background. No one dared touch her. Anyone else who tried had already been canceled. If Aurora had gotten that forum invite, I'd never have missed it. Ilya mumbled to himself, eyes locked on the TV. He wasn't watching to figure out why she lost. He normally wouldn't even bother with the show if his goddess wasn't featured. If this episode doesn't give a good explanation, I know where THD's office is. Harsh words. His name, Ilya, meant God is my strength. He didn't have divine power, but definitely had a divine temper. The show began with a recap, showing Chu Zhi scoring a 9, then launching into the Russian lullaby musical note. Musical note. Not bad, Ilya muttered halfway through. Of course, there were no bullet comments on TV. With them, reactions could be wildly different. Ilya listened to the whole song, frowned, and admitted it wasn't bad. Still, he stood by his opinion. Aurora should have won. Whether from personal taste or idol bias, he was not convinced. He opened VK on his phone, hoping to find like-minded fans who might want to pay THD a visit. But the top comments said, only 2 episodes of Russian Chinese Singers Showcase? This one blows the first away. This lullaby is incredible. Exactly the kind of music I needed. No surprise he beat Aurora and Mikhail. This Chinese singer's voice transported me into a fairy tale. So beautiful. He moved me even more than Aurora and Ilya. As expected, the system's song recommendation was perfect. Even an unknown amateur could have gone viral with this track in the Russian internet scene. But the overwhelming praise made Ilya furious. These commenters must have poop for brains. No taste at all. Aurora's voice was divinely pure. Her high notes were like swan feathers. And now they say this Chinese guy moved them more? Madness. Number 284. The song that shook Russia. Ilya scrolled through the comments for several minutes before finally landing on one that satisfied him. I think the quality of Chinese singer Chu Zhi's songs is on par with Aurora and Mikhail. The only reason his scores are higher is because he's a foreigner singing in Russian, which gives him a favorable edge. That's unfair to Laura and Ilya. Unfair. The 10 people who voted must be wooden-headed fools, Ilya muttered, standing up to defend his goddess. His eyes flicked toward the bedroom door. Through the doorway was a hallway, and at the end of that hallway was a stairwell. A rifle hung on the wall near the stairs. Even without opening the door, Ilya could see the rifle clearly. One more reminder. Ilya knew the address of the THD television station. Everyone knows both America and Russia permit gun ownership, but the former experiences gun violence at dozens of times the rate of the latter. That's the difference between a global superpower and everyone else. Strategic swagger. Mikhail is a singer I admire. Thinking about it fairly, the Chinese singer Chu Zhi is talented, speaks Russian, and can even write beautiful Russian-language songs. This shows he has a genuine interest in Russian culture. But to invite him to a cultural forum? That kind of event should make anyone pause for a cigarette and think carefully. Is it really appropriate? After thinking it through, my answer is no. It would be better to give the invitation to Mikhail. He would shine more at such a forum. This comment came from a well-known music critic on VK called ... Victory or Death. He was once a legendary Russian guitarist known as Ice Tiger. However, one night he got drunk and mistook a power pole for a rival challenging him. Being a true tiger in spirit, he launched into a full-on brawl with the pole. The consequences were severe. His hands were badly injured and required 6 surgeries. He could no longer play guitar, and on top of that, he had to pay damages for public property. So Ice Tiger shifted to working behind the scenes and opened a critique account online, reviewing contemporary music. It's worth mentioning that his username, became famous in China for sounding like a misheard lyric in Russian. White Emperor Holy Sword. Follow me with the sword. He says stupid things often, but not today, Ilya muttered. What good would it do to give the invitation to Mikhail? It has to go to Laura to make the biggest impact. If Aurora doesn't perform well at the forum, I'll punish myself by drinking a full bottle of vodka. Ilya barely watched television anymore. He mostly browsed VK comments, occasionally getting into wild online debates when something annoyed him. Many Russian netizens actually agreed with Ice Tiger. They believed Chu Zhi was a foreign artist who showed genuine respect and affection for Russia. He spoke fluent Russian and wrote excellent songs in the language. Writing in Russian? I'm from Ulan-Ude, and I can't write a good song. This Chinese singer has already surpassed most Russians. Given all that, the forum invitation seems more justified. He's a friendly foreigner. We should be friendlier too. Love and hate both blind the eyes. Ilya didn't agree with this rewarding friendliness sentiment. The TV variety show continued broadcasting, unmoved by a few dissenting viewers. The current program, The Big China-Russia Singer Gathering, was about 50 minutes in. It was transitioning into the cultural forum segment. Of course, THD couldn't film the entire multi-day event, so they had to select the highlights. For instance, only the second act of the Nutcracker was shown, along with a performance by Russian vocalists, which brought the house down. Nutcracker again. Ilya found everything annoying if his goddess wasn't on screen. To be fair, he also just didn't like opera. Miss Ksenia's voice is beautiful. Voices age like wine. No wonder Mr. Pavel is my dad's favorite singer. All the performances shown so far were by Russian artists. You couldn't really blame THD. It's their show, after all. They can feature whoever they want. Chu Zhi was the only foreign performer given a dedicated segment. Another half-hour passed. Finally, it was Chu Zhi's turn to take the stage. Ilya put down his phone. He wanted to judge with his own eyes, his gaze as scrutinizing as a bargain hunter in a boutique, focusing only on flaws. Musical note, Dom moj dostrojen. No je vi ne moden. Klopnal dver za spino. Musical note, my house is built, but I'm alone in it. The door slams shut behind me. Jazz? Meh, Ilya scoffed. But he didn't notice the slight flicker of anticipation in his tone. It was the feeling of wanting to be proven right. See, I told you giving the invitation to a Chinese singer was pointless. Opera 2 had strong jazz elements, with a vibrant arrangement. But that rhythm alone wasn't enough to win over a viewer like Ilya, who was clearly watching with critical bias. But that wasn't the point of Opera 2. On screen, Chu Zhi subtly raised the microphone. His expression didn't change at all. You couldn't see even a hint of preparation for the high note. And then, out of nowhere, it hit like an avalanche from Mount Elbrus. Musical note, you-ah-aya. You-ah-aya. Musical note. The sheer power of the note was overwhelming. Ilya, who loved vocal climaxes, felt like his brain had been pierced straight through. Buried in a landslide of sound, his head buzzed. He stared at the TV in confusion. It wasn't the same as being there live, of course, but the post-editing did offer something unique. The camera cut to other guests at the forum. Their expressions mirrored Ilya's. What pitch was that? Ilya couldn't recall. He was more focused on something else. How can he hit that note without any reaction? He was referring to how singers usually prepare before a high note. His goddess, Aurora, would slightly bend backward, like drawing a bow, before unleashing hers. But Chu Zhi? He just stood there. The performance continued. The final part of Opera 2 maintained the Russian style of light head, heavy tail, saving all the emotion for the ending. Musical note, you-ah-aya. La 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 la. Musical note. This final burst soared even higher, as if from China's own Mount Everest. It swept over the audience like a sonic flood, washing over Ilya's ears a second time. This time, he saw it clearly. The Chinese singer handled the high note with such ease. Others climb Everest with gear and training. Chu Zhi, he just rocketed up like he had a jetpack. When the song ended, thunderous applause erupted. Chu Zhi's talent had conquered every singer present, and the viewer in front of the television. This Chinese singer, why does hitting high notes look as easy for him as eating meat or drinking vodka? Ilya muttered, completely baffled. THT's promo push with the car giveaway had already drawn attention. Lullaby had made Chu Zhi a rising star. But Opera 2? That sealed the deal. Of 10 Russian viewers, at least 6 were now fans. Chu Zhi was an overnight sensation on the Russian internet, with his soaring vocals sweeping the web like a storm. How did he manage that Swan Lake level high note? If Chu Zhi went into operatic tenor, he'd probably break new ground. I need to apologize. I doubted him. I thought he'd flop at the forum. But Opera 2 turned out to be the most stunning piece of the whole event. I can't believe it. My favorite singer used to be Russian. Now it's a Chinese guy. Even Ilya didn't want to fall for Aurora's rival. But his opponent was just too strong. Before he could even sort out his conflicted feelings, a new post popped up from someone he followed. Aurora, I'm too moved to speak. For Captain Chu's performance, for the music. Mikhail, no singer like Mr. Chu has ever appeared before. Both Opera 2 and Lullaby are deeply touching pieces. They didn't have to post, but they wanted to. Not only were they impressed by the performance, but they also sensed Chu Zhi was someone worth knowing. As the saying goes, a good wind lifts you to the skies. Aurora and Mikhail were already superstars in Russia. Thanks to their quick endorsements, the 6 out of 10 fan ratio jumped to 8 out of 10 almost instantly. Ilya wanted to see what the professionals had to say. He already suspected Chu Zhi might be even stronger than his goddess. He went back to VK and checked Ice Tiger's page. No updates yet. He refreshed for over 10 minutes before finally seeing Ice Tiger's long-awaited review. After hearing Opera 2, no one can doubt this Chinese singer's future. It's simple. Even though Chu Zhi is Chinese, he's walking the path of a people's singer. That title is extremely hard to earn. It means creating music that all walks of life can love. Like Fefer Ivanovich Shalyapin, Shemchuk, Sabanov. You see, some are just singers, while others are beloved by the people. The latter, like Shalyapin, are few and far between. But Chu Zhi has the potential. Why? Because his voice is a gift from the heavens. Group 4 and 5 are considered high notes for male singers. Producing quality sound in those ranges takes years of training. But in Opera 2, Mr. Chu easily danced through Group 6. This pitch range is called the heart strain register because of the pressure it places on the cardiovascular system. Yet Mr. Chu delivered it effortlessly, clean, resonant, and rich with overtone. Praise hits different when it comes from a professional. Shalyapin was the most famous Russian bass and known as the king of the low voice. For Ice Tiger to hold him up as Chu Zhi's future target, that was enormous praise. If Chu Zhi were Russian, the accolades would be even greater. On Earth, Vitas debuted at 18 with Opera 2, receiving near-universal praise and backing from veteran vocalists across Russia. He was crowned the next big thing in the industry. So yes, nationality does matter somewhat. But in terms of raw skill, Chu Zhi's current display of the Farinelli technique was already stronger than Vita's in his debut. He may not have won over the older generation of Russian singers, but Chu Zhi had captured the admiration of the professionals. And with Ice Tiger's post as the spark, Russia's entire music scene was shaken. Number 285. Voices Beyond Borders. THT's program, The Great China-Russia Singer Gathering, had accumulated just over 2 million viewers. That was barely over 1% of the national audience, which wasn't exactly a hit, even compared to other shows on the same channel. But the discussion? Explosive. Ice Tiger's high praise sparked massive curiosity, prompting more and more people to flock to the TV network's website to watch the replay. The greatest contribution of Opera 2 is expanding the diversity of aesthetic standards in popular music. This line headlined a secondary editorial from Moscow News, written by a deputy professor in the vocal department at the Tchaikovsky Conservatory. The conservatory, one of the world's 6 leading music institutions, carries great symbolic weight in the world of classical music. For such a figure to comment on pop music was rare. Popular music includes jazz, rock, and soul. Our aesthetic comfort zone lies within C3 to F4, while the ace high notes we anticipate from singers are typically within A4 to D5, commonly referred to as the 4th and 5th octaves. What Mr. Chu Zhi has achieved is breaking past even the golden high note range of the 5th octave, stepping into the super high 6th octave. Gorgeous, exquisite, like the torrent of the Lena River or winter vodka. Every word of praise can be used to describe Mr. Chu Zhi's voice. Even if the sixth octave lacks mass appeal, it still resonates with ordinary listeners and broadens their understanding of vocal aesthetics. Ice Tiger spoke for the entertainment circle. The professor represented the academic world. In most cases, scholars ignored pop music. Even top-tier Russian singers like Aurora and Mikhail were rarely praised in academic circles, let alone someone being showered with accolades the way Chu Zhi was. I haven't seen a singer like this in years. His looks and voice, he's like a vampire, said Vadim Gerasim. Didn't I tell you, Aurora? I saw a real vampire in my youth. The way it held sounded just like that. I've been an adult for a long time, Papa. Stop telling me bedtime stories, said Aurora. Full name Aurora Vadim Shichin Gerasim. Her father, however unreliable his stories sounded, was no less than the leader of the Tomahawk Gang, known on the streets as Old Gun Daddy. The Tomahawk Gang operated across Australia and the US, dabbling in everything from drugs and gambling to vice. Vadim was a thoroughbred villain. Roare, Vadim gazed at the ceiling, reminiscing. Why would your father lie to you? I was 17, just back from. Aurora didn't bother listening. She had heard the story too many times growing up and slipped away quietly. 10 minutes later, Vadim's neck stiffened. Looking down, he realized she had disappeared from the couch. A face more handsome than most humans, and a voice that surpasses humanity itself. That Chinese singer is the proof. Vadim doubled down on his belief. He summoned his men and issued 2 orders. First, word should spread. No one should mess with Chinese singers in Russia. Second, he wanted a medium to verify if Chu Zhi was, in fact, a vampire hiding among mortals. And just like that, the strangest rumors began to take form. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more paths you find. Chu Zhi couldn't manage multiple husbands, but he was great at making friends. During the week-long recording in Russia, he developed a genuine bond with Aurora, who asked her father for protection on his behalf. From professionals to academics to the general public, the phenomenon snowballed. Eastern Europe Herald, the most circulated entertainment tabloid in Russia, followed up with a front-page headline. Mr. Zhi is a flawless vocalist. From a vocal resonance perspective at the St. Petersburg International Culture Forum, Mr. Chu Zhi isn't your typical pop star. His voice leans toward bel canto and operatic aesthetics. The physical skills and resonance he demonstrates are extreme examples of rare capability. Such powerful high notes usually weaken in lower ranges, but Mr. Chu Zhi's performance of Lullaby was still flawless. Even within the comfortable mid-range for pop, he maintains a competitive edge. His voice is clear, textured, and powerful, perfect, like Peter the Great. Anyone remotely tuned in to entertainment news couldn't ignore this. Tonight's trending topic in Russia belonged entirely to Chu Zhi. Following Japan and South Korea, Russia became the 3rd country where Chu Zhi's fame exploded. His management, led by Neo Jiangxue, wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Upgrades. Price hikes. Chu Zhi's commercial value shot up, making him the obvious choice for Asia-wide endorsements. Cadillac CT Series Asia spokesperson. Annual fee 58 million yuan. Kappa, Italy, Sportswear Asia endorser. Seasonal fee 15 million yuan. Zegna wants Chu Zhi as a global brand ambassador. Price negotiable. These 3 proposals just came in, said Chi Chio, presenting updated figures at a temporary studio meeting. Capital reacts swiftly. By nature it moves at the scent of blood and thrives on information asymmetry. Chi Chio had stayed up all night. Doable, but unnecessary. 2 hours into the meeting, Chi Chio's temples were throbbing from the all-nighter. He had left Hua and Hua for better treatment and more ambition, but even ambition had limits. Within half a year, his commercial value multiplied several times. Is that even normal? Sipping bitter tea, Chi Chio rubbed his temples. He had to rewrite the talent brand compatibility charts and pricing sheets. These sheets were deeply personal, outlining which brand a celebrity could or could not endorse. Underwear ads, for instance, were off-limits. Entertainment was full of miracles. An E-list actor could rise to the top in a month. But someone who climbed repeatedly, like Chu Zhi, was still a rarity. Chu Zhi's annual ad revenue now approached 60 million yuan, far beyond the domestic ceiling of 28 million. My daughter's birthday is tomorrow. Missing one celebration isn't that big a deal, Chi muttered. Then he remembered promising to be there this year. Ask Nyojia or the boss for leave. But everyone was overwhelmed. Even Wang Yuan didn't have time for skincare. Requesting time off felt wrong. He called home. His wife answered, saying their daughter was looking forward to the three-person celebration. I won't have time tomorrow. The words wouldn't come out. Instead, Chichio replied, Okay. I'll make time tomorrow. Then he walked into Chu Zhi's office. The boss was designing his album cover. Boss, I have something to ask. Chichio wasn't shy, but he hated troubling others. Chu Zhi, I was just about to talk to you. Take the day off tomorrow, said Chu Zhi. Huh? Chichio froze. He hadn't even said anything yet. Isn't tomorrow your daughter's birthday? Chu Zhi opened a drawer and handed over a slim gift box. A Montblanc pen. A present for niece. It's not a big expense. Montblanc gifted it to me, and I'm passing it along. You won't reject it for being impersonal, right? Of course not. Chichio's mind was overloaded. He hadn't expected Chu Zhi to give him time off, let alone prepare a gift. How did you know it's Xiaoyu's birthday? You mentioned it once in passing. As a proud dad, Chichio was always posting about his daughter's full marks or school achievements. Chu Zhi believed in the saying, success lies in the details, so he had added the date to his notes. A useful tip: remembering a child's birthday touches a parent's heart more than remembering their own. Chichio scratched his head in embarrassment. I know the company's busy and advertisers are waiting, but what he really meant was, I want the day off, but I feel bad taking it. Work is endless. I always say never sacrifice family for career. We work hard for a better life. So don't think about work tomorrow. Advertisers won't vanish in one day. Only now did Chichio truly understand why everyone said the boss was amazing. Generous salary, thoughtful leadership, a model employer. Though Chichio had the day off, today's workload still needed handling. Even Shinshu, once a photographer, was helping the web account team manage Chu Zhi's social media. Seizing the moment, the team opened a Twitter account, adding another platform to manage. Weibo followers, 57.42 million, mainly domestic little fruits. Instagram, 34.82 million, mostly fans from Japan and South Korea. Currently the most followed Chinese celebrity on the platform, double that of the runner-up. Twitter, 4.71 million, just launched. Nearly 5 million followers within 30 hours, mainly Russian and Eastern European fans. Though 4 million felt a little low, Chu Zhi's reach across 3 platforms had very little overlap. So it made sense. The Weibo Little Fruits were enjoying their good days for now. Star Pattern and Vine Pattern accounts were still being claimed mostly by domestic fans and a few Korean supporters. But with a 5-hour time difference between China and Russia, when it came to who was more shocked, Russia felt it first. Number 286. Opera 2's Aftershock. THT television had little to no prior foundation, yet its show achieved surprisingly strong ratings, let alone within our own domestic market. The domestic Star Journey series had built up its audience over earlier episodes, and the flashy publicity didn't hurt either. By the 7th episode, the enthusiasm was through the roof. Drums thundered, fireworks boomed, red flags waved, and crowds surged like tides. Chu Zhi took the stage at the Philharmonic Concert Hall. In the live comment feed, his name was the only thing appearing. Fans and casual viewers alike were spamming. High energy ahead. WC, is this high energy? This is nuclear energy. My high energy lord. This voice gave me peed myself. Go to hospital if you've lost control. Chu Zhi YYDS, forever God. The foreigner's face on stage is my face watching this. When's this song dropping? It's going to be my alarm tone. What does double win? It's winning 4 times. The show captured the hype. Chu Zhi captured the spotlight. Viewers got their divinely epic performance, and marketing accounts got their juicy clips. Fans came in 4 flavors: mom, girlfriend, face, career-focused, and diehard. With each epic foreign stage show, career-focused fans grew by the month. When Chu Zhi's career-focused fanbase thrives, good news streams in like clockwork. He steadily grows stronger, then blinds everyone with brilliance. The most intense career fan was Su Shangbai, who had backed several artists before with little result. Headline after headline. All-around review. Feel Chu Zhi's power, Sina News. At a table with a dozen world-famous tenors, only his high notes shook everyone. NetEase News. Voice of Heaven, another side of Chu Zhi, Penguin News. Revealed why Chu Zhi's singing skills shoot up so fast. Turns out he used this method. Tushio. Mandarin-speaking internet exploded. News apps pushed it as a hotspot. Even Youth Daily and Guangming Daily gave brief coverage. Every app tried clever clickbait headlines. Kuaishou and Baidu Maps went over the top. In the age of the internet, apps desperately clamor to hold users' attention. Few apps intentionally lock in time, like Chu Zhi. His fan hub, Orange Home, is planning something big, but that's for later. Remember those netizens who doubted he belonged at the St. Petersburg International Culture Forum? Episode 7 made it crystal clear. The tide reversed. Users commented, Xiao K. Mister. I expected Chu Zhi might do well, but not carry it this hard. I'd call this the strongest voice ever. Celine, I must confess, I doubted Chu Zhi's skill. But man, there's a poem. This melody should exist only in heaven. How often is it heard on earth? Mook. Now it's clear. Before, Chu Zhi let no one survive his vocals. Knight's 7th chapter, Drunken Concubine. Now he's cut off his own retreat. Is this no retreat? Damn, I love it. Why? THD wanted a side dish. They didn't expect a full feast. Dong Shuechinga. I thought Chu Zhi was purely technical, mastery of skill. But now I see, he hides physical power with technique. That body-level dominance left other guests speechless. You could tell these weren't Little Fruits fans. Hitting them with next-level skill is a knockout, no answer. The shock hit not just viewers, but the industry. Take the new generation of stars like Lin Xia, Wu Tang, Su Zhou, Li Fei, etc. Lin Xia and Chu Zhi were hailed as the young vocal duo of the music world. Technically, Chi forced the duo label, but yes, Lin Xia had solid technique. Lin Xia remarked, What did I say? When I sing, it's like singing a song. When Chu Zhi, Brother Gio, sings, it's like performing a full opera. Even his Knight's 7th chapter and Drunken Concubine blew me away. They're not comparable. Why didn't human evolution bring me along? Lin Xia said, almost in a trance. A year ago he beat Chu Zhi on a singer show. Wu Tang, meanwhile, a singer-turned-actor shooting a costume romance, saw stage clips of Chu Zhi at Philharmonic Hall online. He wasn't watching Journey Among the Stars, but Opera 2 clips went viral, whether he wanted to see or not. Wu Tang murmured, I've known. Gauguin had bipolar, Van Gogh, borderline, Michelangelo, autism, Josephson, schizophrenia, Su Wei depression. I knew Chu Zhi was no ordinary person. People fall into 3 categories, those with self-awareness, those without, and Wu Tang. He fits the first exactly. Demon, reveal your true form. From the ending high notes I knew. This high note horn has become a living spirit, he said, goosebumps everywhere. Former Mom Fan Ceiling, Sui Wu, now Mom Fan Tier 2, and her agency hated Chu Zhi for stealing fans. Sui Wu listened to Opera 2 and even tried mimicking its funeral tone high notes twice. Left her uncomfortable. Differences between people are even greater than between humans and pigs, she muttered. Top stars Li Fei and Zhou Guowu skipped comments after hearing Opera 2. The former, with classical background, felt shot down. The latter just clung tighter to alliances. When morning came, the trending topic was still yesterday's news. Chu Zhi arrived early at the company, ready to work. Brother Chu, next year's St. Petersburg International Culture Forum wants to invite you as a main guest, said Niu Jiangxue. Being main guest is not the same as being just a guest. What's the difference? Chu Zhi asked. Main guests sit up front on stage at opening ceremonies. The top 22 or so, Niu Jiangxue explained. That invitation feels weighty. Chu Zhi said, curious. Even with a stellar Opera 2, did that elevate him to main guest? It felt excessive. Many so-called international forums or music festivals may look grand, but few ordinary people feel their impact. News flow is blocked. Film festivals are different since they award prizes and represent national pride. Forum events, not so much. Unless covered by TASS, few back home even notice. Take St. Petersburg Forum, for example. Chinese guests always perform well, but who really knows? In the era of online influence, Forum events now carry clout. Chu Zhi brought huge traffic to China, Russia, Korea, Japan, making this edition the most popular yet. Ordinary audiences even cared. The committee invited him as main guest because of this. This is our first main guest invitation, thanks to THT's platform, Neo Jiangxue said. Even if Chu Zhi does well, this kind of invite doesn't happen for pop stars automatically. The committee is giving an olive branch. We should accept. It signals Chu Zhi's recognition by the Russian art scene. Not a matter of chasing fame. It's true artistic validation. If no new Russian song is ready by then, we can just perform Opera 2 again, suggested Neo Jiangxue. Chu Zhi agreed. Another topic followed. I think it's time to schedule a Russian-language EP, said Neo Jiangxue. 17 Russian labels reached out yesterday, wanting to represent you. Let's not rush, Neojia. Chu Zhi interjected. We already released an EP in Japan. Back home, we only have one album after my comeback, though with a few singles and 2 movie themes, Listen to Mom and Night Vampire. That's around 20 songs total. Expanding fame abroad is good, but our foundation is still domestic, he continued. Let's finish the second album after New Year, then decide on a Korean single or Russian EP. Being an emperor beast means not getting overwhelmed by sudden fame. But Neo Jiangxue was clearly excited, too eager. My apologies, Chu Zhi, she said. I worry that missing this chance might lose it forever. Thinking calmly, Chu Zhi responded. No need to apologize. I know you're acting for the team's good, but our schedule is packed. We need to finish recording second album before the new year and release after. Then we have Fuji Rock in Japan, followed quickly by a China-Japan-Korea joint concert. We don't have cloning tech. Without realizing, nearly a year's schedule had packed in. I need to adjust mindset, admitted Neo Jiangxue. Journey Among the Stars' results in Japan and Russia are unprecedented. I feel a bit unmoored, but our foundation at home is weak. We should prepare 3 albums and earn major domestic awards first. Chu Zhi nodded. Ensuring a strong domestic base makes external expansion sustainable. They could take ad money abroad, but shifting focus too soon risks it all. 2 months to produce new album, enough time? She asked. If tight, we can trim some dates. Currently fine. Second album is self-produced. More work, less controversy, said Chu Zhi. Having heard the plan, Neo Jiangxue sent ad proposals for Chu Zhi to choose from. Half an hour later, he left his office. Phew, this year end, how much did I earn this year? Chu Zhi wondered, logging into bank cards. Construction Bank, 240 million yen. Agricultural Bank, 140 million yen. Bank of Communications, 320 million yen. Other cards totaled nearly 100 million yen. 800 million yen, he nearly choked. It was far more than he expected. After personal and team bonuses, I still have over 700 million yen, without full ad payments yet. Top streamers make bank, he muttered. Even public companies cough up less annually. All tax compliant, no shady hiding needed. Personal branding profits were already huge even before launching his own label. Foreign market development means next year income will be even higher, he concluded swiftly. Business calls. Plans couldn't match changing tides. Chu Zhi never expected Opera 2 to cause such uproar in Russia. I underestimated Vitas's influence in Russia, he thought. Better to remove opera tracks from domestic album and use them for Russian EP. For complicated tracks, record 2 versions. New album has 12 Chinese-themed songs. He polished the plan. Removing Night's 7th chapter and Sad Pacific helped flow. He contemplated. That's 9 songs, 2 more needed. As his exclusive coin balance shrank, he sighed. Maybe he should donate. Over next 2 days, Opera 2 buzz sustained, and he anonymously donated 20 million yen. Do you know how much thought that took? He didn't. But as an individual making such large donations, authorities took notice. Accumulating 50 million yen in low-profile donations earned him 5 exclusive coins. 2 coins left. Open it. Open the prize box. To get rich, you gotta open blind boxes. System bro, you know the drill. He took a deep breath and triggered a draw. Emperor Voice. Jazz Dance Mastery. By Lake Baikal Gift Pack. So many people in this world gift pack. Album, Yukon. Album, Faith. Have I drawn too many packs recently? Rewards feel repetitive. Jazz and Emperor Voice appeared before. Chu Zhi asked. Number 287. Ode to the Orange, Chu Zhi's Silent Faith. By Lake Baikal, and So Many People in This World were unquestionably great songs, but they didn't meet Chu Zhi's current lottery requirements. He examined the prize pool details for the album Faith, discovering it was a record by the Prince of Love Songs, Zhang Xinjia. Aside from the title track, Chu Zhi hadn't heard any of its songs. He hummed. Musical note. I have so many regrets, so many hopes, do you know? I love you so deeply. Musical note. Halfway through, he stopped humming abruptly, like suddenly stopping midstream in the restroom. Absolutely inhumane. Isn't Wukong a single by Dai Quan? Turns out it was a whole album. Unlike previous prize pool albums like Poems of the Post-Adolescence or Still Fantasy, which had many familiar hits, Chu Zhi picked the blind box that looked most pleasing, second from the right. The wordplay reminded him of right ear, and his right ear had been hot all day. That had to be a sign. He opened it. A purple glow burst out. Album, Wukong. 12 complete song compositions flooded into Chu Zhi's mind. He took his time savoring them. While he hadn't heard any of the songs before, aside from Wukong, two others stood out. Poison of the Flower and The Married Woman. Their styles were niche, appealing deeply to a smaller audience. The Married Woman, Fairy Others, Old Immortal, Evening of Jianghu. These 4 songs blend pop with traditional Chinese flair. They'd fit perfectly into my second album. Having a few lesser-known songs is a good thing. He deliberately skipped over Wukong as a candidate for the album. That song had another purpose. Chu Zhi had long planned to use his fame to promote a 4 great classical novels album series across Asia, maybe the world. Wukong represented Journey to the West and was a vital puzzle piece. Might as well name the album Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange. He immediately envisioned the album cover, seal script verses from the Ode to the Orange Tree as the backdrop, with an orange background. Ode to the Orange Tree comes from Chu Zhi, the work of Chu Yuan, and expresses ideals and moral character through metaphor. It suited the spirit of the new Chinese-style album. Best of all, Ode to the Orange Tree was part of the 9 chapters. 9 chapters. That matched his nickname, Xiaojiu, perfectly. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Clearly, all those ancient texts he read were finally paying off. He would personally handle the album's theme, cover, promotional poster, and the copy for each track. Once you possess the all-rounder buff, you never want to take it off. Sure, it was exhausting, but it won fans. As for the music videos, those he could leave to professionals. He could hire Liao Dacheng. Elsewhere, Chu Zhi's recent maneuver had stirred up activity in the China Charity Federation. The federation oversaw more than 400 member organizations nationwide, managing diverse efforts in emergency relief, medical aid, education, and more. Over the past 2 days, Chu Zhi anonymously donated 20 million yuan across more than 100 charity programs. General Secretary Peng Xian noticed a suspiciously high number of large anonymous donations. Any donation over 100,000 yuan counted as large. Though many generous people donated, this frequency and amount were unusual. Sensing something off, Peng Xian printed the records to investigate. One glance and he was stunned. Most donations came from the same name. Donor, tree planter. Address, number 46 Chownan Road, Sanyao Pickup Station, Magic City. As General Secretary, Peng Xian had access. He ran a search through the anonymous donor database. Donations from this ID totaled 50 million yuan. Alarmed, he approached Vice Chairman Zhou Minfu. Vice Chair Zhou, our federation received a massive anonymous donation. We should consult the chairman. Zhou Minfu raised an eyebrow. Why consult the chairman over this? As vice chair, wasn't he also the chair? What exactly is going on? A donor named Tree Planter has given 50 million yuan over the past year, Peng said hoarsely. The same address was used each time. It's unlikely this is a coincidence. But I can't confirm if Tree Planter is one person or a group. Hold on, 50 million in a year. Divided across 284 projects. I checked the database. It totals exactly 50 million, Peng Xian confirmed. Zhou Minfu sipped tea to steady his nerves. This needs Chairman Jia Ban's attention. The two rushed to find Jia Ban, head of the Charity Federation. Due to his distinctive surname, everyone called him Chairman Jia Ban rather than simply Chairman Jia. They explained everything. Jia Ban's expression grew more serious by the second. Even overt donations of this size were rare, let alone anonymous ones. What if the money was illicit? No, criminals wouldn't launder funds through charities like this, would they? Still, Tree Planter's identity needed checking. The donation address was vague, clearly just a return point for thank you letters, not a traceable residence. If it truly involved dirty money, even though the Federation would not legally need to return it under unknowing receipt, the entire board could be dismissed for not investigating. The Federation appeared independent, but all its board members held public posts. Vice Chairman Zhou Minfu, for instance, was deputy editor-in-chief at Global Times and a party secretary. Chairman Jia Ban, even more so, worked in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Jia Ban filed a report. That same afternoon, the central bank issued a directive to banks to assist in identifying the source. Several hours later, Peng Xian received results from the construction and communications banks. All donations originated from the same individual. The donor is Chu Zhi. The Chu from Chuhan contention, the Zhi from Huai orange becomes Zhi. He wasn't being poetic for no reason. He was simply stunned. He handed 2 sets of documents to Jia Ban and Zhou Minfu. Chu Zhi sounds so familiar, Jia Ban muttered, scanning the transfer details. Zhou Minfu, though not tech-savvy, wasn't totally out of touch. The name rang a bell. A celebrity? There was no financial statement included because if the donor was well-known enough, their name alone sufficed to prove legitimacy. Is this Chu Zhi the rising star who just made headlines in Russia? Zhou Minfu asked. His sly smile hinted at experience. Yes, said Peng Xian. Both banks confirmed it. The same celebrity who performed in Japan recently? Jia Ban recalled. They didn't follow pop culture closely, but anything involving ministry-supported artists or those with national recognition did get their attention. But if he's a celebrity, why donate anonymously? Jia Ban asked. Exactly, Zhou Minfu echoed. Plenty of artists donate quietly, but deliberately hiding one's identity? That's unusual. They both turned to Peng Xian, who could only shrug. I can't figure it out either, he said. Chu Zhi has also made a few public donations, millions in total. Not a small sum among celebrities. A few million in public, 50 million in secret. What kind of modern socialist spirit was this? Chu Zhi is a good man, Jia Ban finally said. Coming from him, that was high praise. No one questioned the legitimacy of the funds. A celebrity of Chu Zhi's caliber could definitely earn that much. We may not understand why he stayed anonymous, but we must respect it, Zhou Minfu said. Agreed, Peng Xian nodded. Even though they promised secrecy, the news quickly spread within the Federation and its member organizations. In any small circle, once something isn't a secret, it becomes public knowledge. Entertainment is a vast sea. Who knows how deep? But waves never stop. Just 2 days after Chu Zhi's Russian performance, former top idol Li Xingwei was arrested for soliciting prostitutes. A fallen star still casts a long shadow. Though no longer top tier, Li Xingwei still had fans and endorsement deals worth 18 million yuan. The arrest caused a massive online uproar. Comments poured in. Why would a celebrity like Li Xingwei need to do that? I'd understand if it were fan hookups. Maybe it's just his preference. Celebrity circles are messy, especially the young pretty ones. Chu Zhi seems clean. No scandals. Chu Zhi? Actually, wait, no rumors come to mind. I heard he takes meds for depression and might be asexual. No idea if true. Fame invites gossip. Even unrelated news eventually circles back to Chu Zhi. Li Xingwei's arrest fed the drama-hungry public for days. Then came Yugong. Yugong debuted from a talent show and was still a popular name with endorsements over 15 million yuan. Turns out, during interrogation, Li Xingwei confessed that he and Yugong often went together. One carrot pulled out another. The investigators hadn't expected a bonus catch. Good thing Yugong didn't implicate more, or it would never end. But the Emperor Beast ignored the gossip. Chu Zhi was entering an even busier phase. Variety shows, endorsements, brand events, award ceremonies, plus recording new tracks. Time flew. Before he knew it, a month had passed, bringing the arrival of Yin Month. He made 3 trips to Russia to finish filming Journey Among the Stars. The final 2 episodes were pure gameplay with no singing. The last 2 episodes leaned into real emotion. Over 3 months of filming, Chu Zhi built genuine friendships with Zhang Ning, Min Zhongbei, Luo Jianwei, Kai Jia, and the others. Esports girl Kai Jia even shed tears. Chu Zhi had delivered so many iconic performances. The producers considered adding another original song, but making it fresh and impactful wasn't easy. In the end, there was no stage performance. Chu Zhi's team also informed the network he was busy with album production and song creation. Brother Chu needs a break. Even without singing, he brings in traffic, thought producer Lun Zi. As Journey Among the Stars wrapped, invitations from Back to the Field and Voice of China followed, both high-paying shows set to shoot next year. With his current fame, no matter how high his price, Chu Zhi would never lack gigs. His schedule is full. We turn them down. Spread the word. Brother Chu won't be doing variety shows for now, said manager Niu Jiangxue. He's not a variety star anyway. Totally. Brother Jiu has been overworked this year. Even old Ma said his muscles were tense during his last massage. Everyone on the team agreed. Fei Go added, should we manage online comments tonight? That reminded Niu Jiangxue. Tonight's the broadcast of Chu Zhi's episode of Day Day Up. It had been over a month and a week. Number 288. A gift for the one who never heard it. Even Day Day Up had basically gone flat, lying still like a salted fish with little effort toward promotion. But for the episode airing on December 6th, all the hosts of the Day Day group posted in advance to build hype. Panning wrote, this episode's hashtag mystery guest on Day Day Up hashtag features a very special guest. Tune in at 9 p.m. tonight. De Tang. The production team spent their whole budget on this one guest. Hee. Hashtag mystery guest on Day Day Up hashtag. Little Beast. Learned so much from hashtag mystery guest on Day Day Up hashtag. Wei Shichuan. You'll regret missing this. Kong Long. No extra words tonight. This guest is my idol. Of course, with zero paid trending, the hashtag mystery guest on Day Day Up hashtag only peaked around 20th place. But once the show aired, viewership spiked midway through, right when Chu Zhi made his appearance. The barrage of comments on Mango TV exploded instantly. Then came Chu Zhi's performance. Musical note, my world is beautiful because of you. My sky stays bright because of you. Musical note. The most beautiful sun could be seen as a love song to fans, or just as easily a confession to a lover. Chu Zhi already had a huge following of girlfriend-type fans. While these days he had plenty of career-focused and maternal fans too, Little Fruits was still mainly composed of girlfriend fans. The explosion of reactions was predictable. Though the show didn't trend before airing, hashtags quickly flooded the top rankings. Hashtag who is the most beautiful son? Hashtag is Chu Zhi confessing to someone? Hashtag no. Don't let it be a real confession. No one deserves Brother Gio. Let our Gio remain beautifully single. Who is that vixen? Thankfully, his management team had prepped well. They'd already explained to fan group leaders and moderators that Chu Zhi isn't in a relationship. This song is for someone special, but it's not romantic. An announcement had also gone up on Orange Home. The narrative shifted accordingly. That someone special could be family. Stop overthinking. When has our Gio ever lied to us? Makes sense. Little Gio has never deceived us. Give Agio some space. If this had happened with any other fandom, chaos might have broken out. But Little Fruits, the strongest and most united fanbase online, stood by their idol. Their sheer trust cooled down the heat, drowning out even the faintest doubts. It was disappointing for gossip-hungry onlookers. The melon wasn't ripe. Is Agio's depression getting better? Why did he seem off on the show? A bit slow to react. Chu Zhi's wealthy mother-type fans were split into two groups. One group dated back to his dream of the Red Chamber livestream era, led by Wang Yuan and the rest. The other group joined later, around the fan festival, when he performed Glory. The moment pictures surfaced of Chu Zhi personally handing out fan souvenirs with his team, it was game over. Who could resist that? That earlier comment came from one of these, Ma Xin, 41 years old, co-founder of Wuhan Mingren Biotechnology Company, Limited. Though her family helped her start the business, she was exceptional in her own right, holding postdoctoral credentials from Heidelberg University and Tulane University Medical Center. Didn't we get a nutritionist for Agio? Why hasn't it helped at all? Tao Yi frowned. What I want to know is who the most beautiful son is for. Tao Yi, 51, is the deputy general manager of Zhongfan Tech. a seemingly low-profile company that is actually the largest domestic producer of high-performance carbon fiber in the country. I know a fan who works close to Joe Cub. Bit of a temper, but I can ask. Xiong Xiaoru, an AI scientist at Alibaba's Demo Academy, aged 45, chimed in. I just don't want this to end badly. If he's really dating someone, don't tell me. It's not the relationship that matters. He's grown up after all. But deceiving fans isn't okay. Tao Yi didn't usually follow celebrities. She looked into Chu Zhi only to understand her daughter better, but was impressed when she learned about his million-yuan fan donations. A celebrity with that much integrity? She became a fan herself. He said it wasn't romantic, didn't he? Ma Xian countered. Tao Yi didn't disagree. She simply had a habit of preparing for the worst. Xiong Xiaoru made the call. The fan she mentioned was none other than Wang Yuan, the notorious protective fan. To understand Wang Yuan's personality, she'd never let Chu Zhi suffer. When she heard there were doubts, she brought up the matter with Xiao AI. She ended her explanation with, if this got publicized, sure, everyone would praise him for being loyal and kind. But Jiu has so much fame that Xiao AI's family would be thrown into the spotlight. Media, influencers, reporters, it'd be endless. He didn't want to cause trouble for them, so he asked us to keep it quiet. If you like someone, don't doubt them. Especially if that person is Agio. Wang Yuan hung up right after. Xiong Xiaoru had the phone on speaker, so everyone in the room heard. The most beautiful son is for a fan. Agio treats fans so well. What a shame that little girl never got to hear it. Ma Xian sighed, mourning a lost life. Xiong Xiaoru nodded. He'd written a whole song, and even sent her off in her final moments. No wonder his mental state seemed off. Recorded the performance overnight. Tao Yi was now thinking of ways to comfort the heartbroken Chu Zhi. The mom fans decided to send him a gift. It would take some time to prepare, but they were certain he'd love it. As the weather turned colder and the new year neared, workers who hadn't earned enough money grew increasingly anxious. In late December, after more than 2 months of work, Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange was finally complete. Except for the MV, which was handled by DeChong, everything else was done by Chu Zhi himself. He really was saying, no one makes money off me. Penguin Music paid $40 million for exclusive first release, yet still made it free to the public. They were hoping to use Chu Zhi's popularity to crush competitors like NetEase Cloud and Kugo. Release it on all platforms, Chu Zhi refused. It didn't mean he wouldn't earn anything. The album launched across 8 platforms, Kugo, Penguin, NetEase, Kowo, Qianqian, etc. Each paid him $3 to $4 million. If he hadn't insisted on a multi-platform launch, the platforms could have hosted it for free. But since they all chose to pay and all ended up hosting it anyway, it became a perfect example of a zero-sum game, true to the bone. Then came the biggest holiday of December. Merry Christmas, Mr. Chu, said Otsu Atsuji as soon as he answered the call. Merry Christmas, Director Otsu. Chu Zhi had lost count of how many times he'd said that today. The release date for After I Close My Eyes has been set, April 1st, with simultaneous screenings across Asia. I hope you can attend the Tokyo premiere. April Fool's Day, huh? Sounded like a prank. Still, an Asia-wide release was a good thing. Of course, it's my first film, and I really enjoyed working with you. Even if I'm busy, I'll make time for it. Otsu Atsuji loved hearing that. He grinned over the phone and said, Merry Christmas again. I won't keep you. Chu Zhi continued sending Christmas greetings, grouped by type. Elder friends like Uncle Ho and Uncle Zheng didn't celebrate foreign holidays, so he skipped them. Some WeChat contacts hated voice messages, especially long or multiple ones, so he typed for those. Like Gu Peng, the poster child of social anxiety. Typing, God tier. Voice, bronze. Video, tin foil. In person, rusty scrap metal. 2 hours later, his whole Christmas routine was done. Tired? Not really. These were all networking and money-making opportunities. Easy money doesn't exist, and Chu Zhi was used to the grind. He gave his studio employees a half-day off. Why not the full day? Because even with 5 new assistants, the workload was still crushing. Brother Gio, I'm in Modu. Want to hang out tonight? Voice message from Li Fei, the drama king. Gio bro, just landed in Modu. Tonight's show is gonna be great. You coming? From Zhou Guowu, the new A-lister trying to latch on. Whole roast lamb. Delicious. Hurry up, from taciturn foodie Luo Jianwei. Dozens more like these. But Chu Zhi turned them all down. Not because he was antisocial. He simply wasn't in Modu. That afternoon, he had flown to Mountain City and was now in the JJ district. In Iping Mountain, beside the Martyrs' Cemetery, lay a public graveyard. It was where his original body's mother, Yang Weiyu, was buried. So she passed away on Christmas. For that 11-year-old boy, all Christmases since turned from colorful to pitch black. Chu Zhi couldn't help but reflect on life's absurdities. He paid his respects, then visited the Martyrs' Cemetery next door, where 1,010 heroes were buried. The monument bore Marshal Nie's inscription. He checked into a local hotel. By refusing more than 20 invitations today, he completed the system task. Reject entertainment industry invitations *50, earned 6 personality coins. An unintended but fruitful result. Nice. Been a while since my personality coins hit triple digits, Chu Zhi mumbled. The system almost asked, when exactly did you have that many coins? But it held back. In his travel backpack, he brought a book. Every night, he read before bed. He'd finished translating Gu Cheng's poetry and sent the manuscript to the publisher. Now, he continued translating Flowers in the Mirror. This time, Longzi Publishing went big. 10,000 copies in the first print run. Projected sales, around 40,000. Speaking of Japan, the AZ lipstick series by Safina launched today. Why so late, when the commercial had been ready for 2 months? Because the previous ambassador's contract expired in December. Waste not, want not, Safina waited until it ended. And since the AZ line was a new release, they picked December 25th to debut it. On that day, commercials featuring Chu Zhi aired across multiple TV stations. Number 289. Unexpected endorsement power. Japan's Big Four TV networks, Nippon TV, TV Tokyo, Fuji TV, and TBS, are household names. Sometimes TV Asahi is added to make the Big Five, though critics now joke Asahi just counted itself. Safina is a sub-brand of Kao Corporation, a major Japanese consumer goods company. Ranked in the Forbes Global 2000, Kao secured a place in the 600s. In short, they have money and influence, so Safina's AZ lipstick ad aired on all 5 major networks. Department stores like Takashimaya, Isetan, and Tobu displayed giant billboard ads. Offline ads hit hard, especially since many young women go shopping in person and are primed to spend. One shopper said casually to her friend, "Wow, the shade is gorgeous. And I was literally planning to buy lipstick today." Another said, "Chu-san is the perfect face for this lipstick. I used to only use CanMake, but now I want a full Safina set." A group of high school girls exclaimed, "We'll buy 2 sets. The Little Fruits fanbase can't fall behind." In Japan, female shoppers rarely go alone, afraid of seeming friendless. Similarly, few go alone to Yoshinoya. Mannerism or marketing. Either way, it ups the offline reach. But online, the number of people watching or encountering the AZ lipstick ad on their phones was enormous. Legal restrictions limit offline ads, but online Safina threw everything at it. 2 versions showed midriffs and clavicles. The director aimed clearly at sexual tension and visual appeal. Comments flowed. Because of Ragdoll, I realized that the White Fox Prince Ampi Saimai might be real, a man-fox rival to Tamamo no Mae. He's the ideal singer boyfriend. I'll buy a Ragdoll lipstick set. Perfect human looks. I'm sketching a manga premise already. A private aristocratic academy with 4 family heirs known as the Flower Quartet. Ragdoll is obviously their leader. Online chatter about star-led ads is common in Japan and Korea, star power sells. Chu Zhi's female fanbase in Japan includes 2 key demographics: white-collar office women and high school girls, both top lipstick buyers. Attracted by the ad, they immediately searched Amazon Japan. On Amazon JP, AZ lipstick and Ragdoll lipstick ranked number 1 and number 2 for searches. Even male fans bought. Whether for gifting or themselves is unclear. Don't underestimate Japan's otaku men. Their spending fuels anime and adult industries. Though Chu Zhi doesn't do anime tie-ins, one of his songs resonated deeply with these fans. Particularly one lyric. Musical note, because my shoelaces were untied, I'm not good at tying them again. So it is with human bonds. Musical note. That line hit home for many socially awkward guys whose few connections frayed. These male supporters weren't shy about spending. One tube cost 3,100 yen, 150 RMB, and a set of 6 was 18,000 yen. On paper it looks 600 yen cheaper, but one's a lip gloss, so the bundle was actually more expensive. Many fans bought the full set just to get the signed collector card. Amazon reported over 110,000 sets sold in 18 hours on launching day. 660,000 tubes, excluding Korean sales. Offline, 50,000 sets sold out instantly. A sales clerk, Kana Ozawa, said her throat was sore from non-stop recommendations. That's not Ragdoll series. It's called AZ series. At first, a customer asked, "Do you have Ragdoll lipstick? I want to." They corrected her. But later, overwhelmed by demand, Kana asked proactively, "You're buying that Ragdoll lipstick, right?" Kana sold over 380 tubes in one day, a personal record. She rushed home to find her boyfriend, Toshio, waiting downstairs. Toshio smiled. "Sorry I'm late. You were busy." Then he joyfully waved a gift bag. "Kana, here's your Christmas gift, the Ragdoll AZ lipsticks. I paid an extra 1,000 yen to get them." Kana stared at the box. It was the same packaging she'd helped sell all day. It turns out many men, clueless about makeup, bought AZ lipsticks simply because they were trending, even paying markup to get them. At second day launch, Kao's official site celebrated. Safina AZ, Ragdoll, lipstick sales reached 2.8 billion yen on day one. Huge congratulations. The media was stunned. Safina was not a titan before, but now this. Nissan Economic Report analyzed. This ad is totally different. They didn't choose a female celebrity or show product features. Instead, they chose Chu Zhi, a male singer who seems imperfect with lipstick, even using it as a tattoo on his waist. Completely disconnected from conventional product ads, yet somehow arousing desire to buy. Since actress Uehara co-starred for Canmake in the 90s, another cosmetic success, Chu Zhi has created a new male celebrity lipstick phenomenon. Japan's 90s economic boom has long faded. Generations later, male celebrity lipsticks seem impossible until Chu Zhi. Japanese capitalists were envious at these sales figures. They know Kao's numbers hide South Korea's sales. Chu Zhi's Korean popularity sold at least 30,000 sets more. The hype didn't die. On day 2 and 3 sales stayed above 20,000 sets/day. The momentum lasted. TBS noticed and bought regional TV rights for Star Journey in Japan, paying 25 million yen, down from the original 30 million yen. Since Journey Among the Stars starts in Sapporo, ends in St. Petersburg, TBS took only the first 5 episodes. Chu Zhi's EP proved his selling power, so they could call it a price hike. They renamed the show Savior, edgy and ambiguous. It likely refers to episode 5's Ishikari earthquake relief scene. Chu Zhi didn't know how huge he was in Japan, but his bank account did. Safina's deal gave him a 12% royalty, about 17 renminbi per tube sold. That meant roughly 20 million yen, RMB, in royalties over 3 days. Chu Zhi and his team discussed what to do next. "Maybe we shouldn't interfere. It's not our show," said Nyo Jiangxue. "Agree. If anything, Ministry of Foreign Affairs should take this on," said Lao Qian. "I'll support whatever Agio decides," said Wang Yuan. Smart guy Fei Go added, "We could lean into this. He's a leader among young idols." Chi Chio suggested, "We need more info first. This might get complicated." Meanwhile, 2 shadow trainees in Japan were bullied by peers. Their company did nothing. The original company asked them to bear it. One sent Chu Zhi a DM, attaching photos of injuries, seeking help. It wasn't charity, they offered payment. Chu Zhi hesitated, not for the money, but after seeing those. Number 290. A small plan, a big purpose. This kind of injury, if officially assessed, should count as moderate trauma, right? Chu Zhi asked. "Feels about right," Lao Qian replied. "There's a fracture, and the ear's injured. From the photo, hearing is probably affected." He paused. This was clearly intentional harm, even with a beer bottle. Why wouldn't the victim call the police? Bullying in South Korea is serious. My relative studies there. I've seen people beaten mercilessly, Chi Chio said. I couldn't understand why victims don't fight back until something extreme happens. His relative explained that speaking up gets you ostracized socially, even if the abuser faces no consequences. So ending it all becomes more common than fighting back. His words were heavy. Lao Qian had nothing more to add. If that environment and their agency doesn't care, these two boys are truly alone, Chu Zhi said. He expected the agencies in action. Chi Chiu volunteered. I have industry contacts. I can get info on FNC Entertainment. This could be real. Chu Zhi's strength is still evident. He was top 10 paying fan on Cafe. A few posts of support on Instagram or Cafe could really help them, Feiga noted. Without warning, Wang Yuan said, I can reach Kaka people. Maybe it'll help. Kaka, Korea Creative Content Agency, is South Korea's cultural export authority. Wang Yuan's network is extremely valuable. I have a little plan, Chu Zhi said. It all started with frustration at FNC's passivity. That negative memory reminded him of another indifferent company, feeling kind of uncomfortable. But in foreign lands, if we can help without imposing, shouldn't we? Should we really wait for foreigners to take pity? It would involve some effort. Chu Zhi had Chi Chiu gather intel on FNC. Wang Yuan would contact Kaka, and manager Niu Jiangxue would carve time from his schedule. When Chu Zhi decided, the plan clicked into gear like clockwork. First step, draw a blind box prize. Chu Zhi muttered. It'd be perfect to get a Korean-language album that can hold the stage. He knew the system favored wishes even if it claimed neutrality. True luck would yield what he needed. He opened the blind box, which exploded with white light. Album, Universe. An English album? Chu Zhi thought. Universe meant cosmic. His music exposure was limited. As the song data integrated into his mind, he checked the details. He smiled wide. Excellent. It was a Korean album. EXO's Christmas album, with 7 tracks including the title single Universe and its Chinese version. It topped the Billboard K-pop chart, JN album chart, and multiple weekly Korean charts. He also found a track he recognized, Bin. Through, likely thanks to short video platforms. He planned to release 2 to 3 songs as a mini-single. Why Korean songs now? Because having shared interests lets you offer real help. Scene, Gangnam-gu, Seoul, 111 Cheongdam-dong, 7 p.m. Characters, Lee Si-ki and Gwon-hee. Lee Si-ki winced as Gwon-hee cleaned his wounds. Should we just call the police? FNC trainee bullying scandals were infamous in Korea, and an agency like FNC. What would it take to act? They were the only 2 left in the building, packing up dance mats and instruments, cleaning up after the mess. If we go to the police, FNC will just convince us to drop it. You don't want to be a singer anymore. Gwon-hee asked. Lee Si-ki, a rich kid chasing a dream, hadn't fared too badly. Nearly every time he was hurt, Gwon-hee, only 3 months older, shielded him. Gwon-hee wasn't aspiring for dreams, only money. They were both 20, each struggling with their own battles. We're leaving after 6 months, Gwon-hee declared firmly. 6 months. Lee Si-ki looked uncertain, wondering if Gwon-hee could truly last that long. You okay? You got kicked by a sheep's stomach? Gwon-hee asked gently, helping his friend. I'm fine, Lee Si-ki replied. Don't worry about me. You've got bruises too. Gwon-hee saw himself as Lee's big brother. His determination to stay fueled his concern. When teacher Wang Qian steps in, he'll speak up for us, Gwon-hee said, part encouragement, part reassurance to himself. Chu Zhi had guessed right. Gwon-hee was desperate for help, pinging several influential Chinese personalities in Korea. Teacher Wang Qian, a Chinese executive at CJ, was among them. Regardless, even if Wang Qian asked FNC to help, how long would that last? On day 3, Gwon-hee complained to FNC's artist management, but they brushed it off. FNC Entertainment is the most expected company in Asia. There's no bullying here. By day 4, the abuse worsened. Gwon-hee tried discreet methods. They all failed. Lee Si-ki cleaned his wounds and helped pack up. The 2 left, leaning on each other. The next day was cloudy. Gwon-hee's mood matched the sky. He kept telling himself to persevere, but his body rebelled near the company. Yet today felt different. Number 291. The call that changed everything. Usually when Gwon-hee arrives at the company, the senior trainees hand him a few hundred won, just a few RMB, so he can buy breakfast. In Seoul's cost of living, FNC's trainees like Park In-shin and Jo Young-cheol are certainly exploited. Lucky Lee Si-ki comes from a wealthy family. But today, When he entered the studio, both Park In-shin and Jo Young-cheol quietly began dance practice. No morning harassment. They hadn't held back insults, their eyes still hating him. But there was no action. They didn't make us sell things this morning, Lee Siki muttered, feeling oddly grateful, like the early stages of Stockholm Syndrome. Stay cautious. They're probably looking for something to exploit, Guan-hee whispered. Despite their injuries, skipping class wasn't an option. FNC wouldn't hold special classes. The day's first class was dance. K-pop idols are known as factory line stars. It can sound derogatory, but it ensures consistent singing and dancing ability. Instead of a dance teacher, Director Kim entered with authority. He announced, "Reminder, a VIP is visiting today. Perform well and bring no trouble to the company." Understood. All trainees responded crisply. Understood. No wonder Jo Young-cheol and Park In-shin behaved. They'd been warned in advance. VIP. Could it be Teacher Wang Qian? Lee Siki's heart fluttered. Guan-hee shook his head. Teacher Wang Qian is in CJ Group, which is huge, too big to be called a VIP. This kind of visit would be from a government-level figure. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. Halfway through dance class, a thin, 50-year-old man entered, flanked by Director Kim. "This is Mr. Xian, Director of Song and Dance Research at the Korea Creative Content Agency, KAKA," Director Kim introduced. Trainees bowed. Jo Young-cheol and Park In-shin stood at the front, trying to impress. Lee Siki felt hope flare and die. Crushing disappointment. KAKA's research center held unique power. They can make recommendations that prompt official intervention if dance or lyrics are deemed inappropriate. FNC uses the best education system for talent, Director Kim said proudly. Then Mr. Xian spoke, surprisingly loud. "What is FNC's company purpose?" Director Kim hesitated. "Excuse me." Mr. Xian glared. "We are called FNC because it stands for fish and cake, from the loaves and fishes miracle in the Bible. Our CEO is a Christian," he explained nervously. Mr. Xian inhaled deeply. "Christianity teaches the greatest commandment, love God, and second, love your neighbor. Does bullying foreign trainees count?" A hush fell. Companies frequently ignored foreign trainees' grievances, even when there was video evidence. "My concern, who are Guan-hee and Lee Siki?" Mr. Xian asked. The two froze, then raised their hands mechanically. Mr. Xian continued gravely. "Cultural exchanges between China and Korea are KAKA's core mission. We do not permit Chinese trainees in FNC to be treated unfairly." He paused, then added, "If FNC can't resolve this issue, I will file an official recommendation demanding rectification." Pressure from the top was clear, and Director Kim was visibly shaken. The session ended, and the trainees stared at Guan-hee and Lee Siki with new respect. Jo Young-cheol and Park In-shin looked terrified. That afternoon, Director Kim called Guan-hee and Lee Siki into the office. He said warmly, "Jo Young-cheol and Park In-shin have been dismissed. From now on, come to me directly if you face issues." We already spoke to them, but it escalated. They're not just expelled, their case went to the police. "Thank you, Director," Guan-hee replied as he left. In just half a day, the senior officials' pressure forced FNC to act, fast and effective. But who had that power? It wasn't Teacher Wang Qian. It was someone with official standing. Leaving the building, Guan-hee saw Lee Siki waiting. Director Kim must have told him. Lee Siki approached, grinning. "Are you from your family?" Guan-hee asked. "No, my family's well off, but not that connected," Lee Siki said. "I think it must have been Guan-hee. You posted online and got help." Lee Siki added. "That official handled FNC directly, didn't go through our company. That kind of influence? Even Guan-hee couldn't name someone that powerful." They returned to the dorm. Around 9 p.m., Guan-hee's phone rang from an unknown caller, ID. China. "Hello. Are you Guan-hee?" asked a young, melodious voice. He paused, stunned, then said, "Yes, I am. Who is this?" "I'm Chu Zhi. I waited for soul time. Have you and Siki finished your class? Is this a bad time?" It was Chu Zhi, the star of Journey Among the Stars, the idol they all knew. Guan-hee's mind short-circuited. No, it's fine," he managed. "How's your injury? If it's bad, go get it checked out," Chu Zhi asked kindly. Guan-hee thought, why would Chu Zhi care? Pulling himself together, he replied, "I'll heal quickly." Already medicated. Brother Gio, don't worry. What about FNC? Chu Zhi asked. Overseas Chinese need to help each other. I couldn't come myself, so I contacted Kaka. I've heard it's been resolved, am I right? Number 292. The light we chased together. The word Kaka made Guanhe tense up immediately. Earlier, when the sudden call from mega idol Chu Zhi came, Guanhe already had some guesses. But now he was certain. Desperate, Guanhe had reached out to several influential figures in the Korean entertainment industry. He hadn't dared hope for much. After all, it was normal for others not to help. Who wanted to take on someone else's burden? The only person he'd hoped for was teacher Wang Qian. Never in a million years did he think Chu Zhi would be the one to lend a hand. Did it not work? Chu Zhi's voice came again over the phone. It worked. Thank you, Brother Gio. The two who bullied us were handed over to the police this afternoon. Guanhe replied quickly, full of sincere gratitude. Really? Thank you so much for everything. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I didn't mean to disturb you like this. You and Siki are overseas, standing on your own, holding on to your dreams. It must be painful to be isolated, Chu Zhi replied. To prevent similar incidents in the future, I've created a small overseas support group. Any Chinese trainee in South Korea can join. I'm inviting you and Lee Siki to join. There was no reason to refuse. Guanhe immediately agreed and accepted on behalf of Lee Siki too. If something like this happens again, call JYP Entertainment's customer service line and press 0 hashtag. Leave a message. JYP will step in to help. If they can't solve it, I'll handle it, Chu Zhi explained. Brother Gio, could I add you on WeChat? I swear I mean no harm. I just want to repay your kindness one day. Guanhe said nervously, gripping his phone tightly. He wasn't trying to leech off fame. That line earlier, you and Siki are alone overseas, holding on to your dreams, had nearly broken his emotional dam. He wasn't doing this just for glory. He just wanted to be a star and make a living. If he had other options, he wouldn't be suffering in silence. Of course, add me. When you're standing on the big stage, just treat me to a meal. Chu Zhi replied with a laugh. I will. I swear I will. Guanhe spoke with conviction. Before hanging up, Chu Zhi gave his WeChat ID, Byrongiadexia Maomi. Guanhe immediately sent a friend request. Keep going, light-chasing youth. Chu Zhi sent the message as soon as they connected. Guanhe pinned the chat to the top of his app, right next to his mother's. That short line gave him incredible strength. He rushed to tell Lee Siki, who had been watching dance practice videos. After hearing it all, Lee Siki's face shifted from shock to daze to pure admiration. Brother Gio is just too amazing, too amazing, too amazing, he murmured. 3 repetitions for emphasis. Lee Siki knew himself. He couldn't have done what Chu Zhi had. Contact Kaka, establish a support line via JYP. It was beyond generous. They weren't naive either. JYP was one of the big 3. Even if their founder was a former singer, that didn't mean they were saints. Chu Zhi must have paid a price to get their cooperation. Brother Gio is the best star I've ever seen. No one comes close, Guanhe added. Before bed, they received another call. This time it was Niku, a Thai trainee sent to FNC by his agency back home. Niku, who struggled with Korean, had also been bullied. He called to ask if they could help him too. It wasn't unexpected. Niku and Lee Siki were fairly close. Sorry, Niku. I can't help. What I did was ask a famous artist from home for help, Lee Siki explained. He also encouraged Niku to try the same. Niku ended the call. He stared at his phone. Thai celebrities in Korea were few, and he doubted any would help. Still, with nothing to lose, he sent out messages to several of them, but with little hope. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. Lee Siki's country had Chu Zhi. Across the sea, Chu Zhi was still filming. Always one to think long-term, Chu Zhi reflected. Guanhe and Lee Siki had reached out and found help. But what about those who hadn't? If he was going to help, then he might as well solve the problem completely. The reason most trainees didn't report bullying or go to the embassy was simple. They didn't want to lose their shot. Going public meant being pushed out. These trainees had already fought hard to reach Korea. They couldn't afford to give up. Enduring it seemed like the only option. So Chu Zhi created an official channel within the rules. JYP, as part of the Big 3, didn't need to act much, just seemed connected to the victim. That alone was enough to make bullies wary. Why did JYP help? Not quite how Lee Siki and Guanhe imagined. No major cost. Chu Zhi's new Korean mini-album was being released through JYP. With profit on the line, JYP wouldn't say no. Past cases had proven it. A Japanese EP titled Just a Bit of Hope for the World had sold nearly 200,000 copies in Korea alone. A Korean album would sell even more. Chu Zhi's rabid fan group, the Apostles, were infamous in fan circles. Even JYP's market team struggled to predict their behavior. They were once called the plague of the fandom world by Korean media. Great work, Teacher Chu. Can we redo that last shot? There was a flaw in the commercial scene, the assistant director asked. Of course. Let me take a sip of water, then let's roll. Chu Zhi agreed without hesitation. The assistant was prepared for excuses. Many celebrities acted like royalty during shoots. Not Chu Zhi. No wonder he's the top of the top. The others are just internet idols, the assistant thought. They finally wrapped around 10 p.m. His team was still waiting. The nanny van drove them home. If Chu Zhi worked past 11 p.m., he always made his assistants, Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao, go home. He could rely on his miracle meds, but they couldn't. They needed to rest. Didn't expect releasing a Korean album would help me learn some Korean. Chu Zhi mused, closing his eyes. Still, his Japanese and Russian were far better. He could single-handedly translate flowers in the mirror into Japanese and Russian. But Korean? Not a chance. Manager Lao Qian had suggested a simpler method. Post the bullying video on Instagram. Chu Zhi's fanbase would have exploded and blown FNC up. It would have been easy, just a few taps, but Chu Zhi didn't go that route. Most victims didn't want that kind of exposure. The next day, yesterday's overcast skies had cleared into brilliant sun. In Shanghai, Chu Zhi's team gathered in the meeting room. If needed, we can establish support groups in other countries, Chu Zhi said. Right now, my influence only really covers Japan and Korea. You're underestimating yourself. With a bit more effort, you could extend to Thailand and Russia too, Lao Qian said. Russia wasn't a stretch. 2 of Chu Zhi's songs had even caught the attention of Vitas. Thailand was trickier. Thailand's entertainment industry is solid, Lao Qian explained. But their music scene is dominated by K-pop, and manga and films are taken over by Japan. Since you're big in Korea and Japan, your fame spilled over. Self-spread fame, in a way. All right, back to business. Brother Fei, let's talk about the Chu Ci Ode to the Orange promotion plan, Chu Zhi said. Promoting albums and dramas took months of prep. Though his album would be free, it brought in tons of exposure, and Taeyang Chuanha wasn't afraid to spend. The whole morning passed in meetings. Brother Fei, head of promotions, spoke the most and looked the most excited. If this works out, Chu Zhi will become a beacon for foreign artists, respected both inside and outside the industry. 2 birds, 1 stone. Fei muttered it quietly. People found him annoying sometimes. He was rational and profit-driven. He wasn't helping those boys out of pity, but because it made business sense. That's how the industry worked. You earned respect either with seniority or by doing something that helped everyone. In Taiwan, Li Zongxing was revered for improving backstage pay for music workers. Right now, only 2 trainees had benefited. But over time, that number could grow to 20, 30, or more. Chu Zhi's album would drop in a month or 2. Meanwhile, Zhou Yui's debut album The Night No One Cared About was scheduled for January 9th. She was unknown, so it would be a free digital album. The title track wasn't a hit, but one song, How I Wish to Hold You in an Ordinary Life, exploded. The chorus might have been cliché, but the lyrics resonated deeply. And with Zhou Yui's smoky voice, lyrics like musical note, no matter what, we went through storms together. Let's grow old quietly, peacefully. Musical note had real bite. It debuted at #1 on Douyin's trending music chart, a feat even major artists struggled to achieve. Viral hits were mysterious. Some old songs blew up again with no promotion. Taeyang Chuanha had launched many new artists. CEO Huang Bo favored Kong Long, but Zhou Yui's momentum seemed greater. With Chu Zhi's Midas touch, if he wrote songs for others, he'd dominate the industry, Huang Bo thought. But he also felt a pang of regret. He'd poured resources into Kong Long with no payoff. If only he had bought one of Chu Zhi's scrapped demos. He planned to have Kong Long's agent, Big Bull, reach out for a song. Big Bull was second only to Sister Nyo among their company's top agents, and had nearly become Chu Zhi's manager. Big Bull had tons of resources. The fact that Kong Long got assigned to her showed how much they'd invested. Huang Bo had no special relationship with Kong Long. It was more like a fan's obsession with an obscure idol. His voice just aligned with Huang Bo's tastes. Like shipping weird fictional couples, Zhang Fei and Voldemort, Voldemort and Lin Daiyu, Lin Daiyu and Lu Zhishan. Nonsense ships. But when your personal taste is strong, you push for your favorites, even if no one else gets it. He was the CEO of an entertainment company. As long as his biases didn't affect the business, he would keep giving Kong Long resources. Number 293. A song, a smash, a star. Between January 9th and 15th, as Zhou Yui's popularity skyrocketed, other tracks from his album were lifted into the spotlight by the hit song, I Wish to Embrace You in This Ordinary Life. Under the guidance of his manager, Zhang Gu, a fan club was swiftly established. Its name, Feathers. Unlike average managers, Zhang Gu didn't rush to cash in on Zhou Yui's rising fame by booking commercial performances. Don't underestimate the power of those gigs. Lu Deyu, for example, made over 100 million yuan from a single song, Guangdong Love Story. Instead, Zhang Gu traded fame for long-term resources. The first move? Getting Zhou Yui a guest spot on Music Hearth, a program hosted by Gu Duofu, one of the 3 major music critics online. Zhou Yui's interview with Gu Duofu went smoothly. The questions were pre-vetted, and any sensitive topics were removed ahead of time. I noticed that I Wish to Embrace You in This Ordinary Life is a song written by Brother Jiao. From what I've heard, he rarely writes for others. What made you special? Zhou Yui chuckled. Maybe because I play badminton well. Encouraged to elaborate, he continued. I'm Brother Jiao's regular badminton partner. He's great at the game. There was one match where I barely won, and I shamelessly begged him for one of his discarded drafts. Another discarded draft? Gu Duofu exclaimed. First, learn to meow, then loving you at 105 degrees Celsius, and now this? These so-called scraps keep becoming chart toppers. I'm curious, how does Brother Jiao decide what's a discarded draft? He says it's based on how much thought he puts into it. For this one, the composition and arrangement were fairly simple, Zhou Yui replied. I asked him if making it more complex would improve it. Gu Duofu was intrigued. Brother Jiao explained that this song needs to use a simple, even cliché melody to make the chorus really catchy, Zhou Yui continued. He said the familiar chord progressions trigger a sense of nostalgia, something embedded in our musical DNA. That's what makes it so infectious. I get it now, Gu Duofu nodded. I have a cousin who paints. Her doodles and serious works are worlds apart. So these discarded drafts are like Brother Jiao's musical doodles. He laughed, then added, if any other artist said that, I'd think, wow, look, pigs are flying. But when it's Brother Jiao, with his mastery of Japanese ballads, Russian lyrics, new Chinese style, rock, rap, pop, jazz, I believe it. Brother Jiao is eternal. Of the 3 main music critics, Zhang Mingyi the bootlicker, Gu Duofu the lone wolf, and Zhuiyang Fei the trolling dog, Gu Duofu was known for rarely giving praise. On his self-produced show, he was always objective. Within fan circles, if he praised your idol, he was a genius. If he criticized them, he was trash. That he openly praised a young artist like Chu Zhi on air spoke volumes. The show also detailed Zhou Yui's efforts to perfect the song, though, truthfully, isn't it expected for a singer to work hard? Lyrics by Chu Zhi. Composed by Chu Zhi. Arranged by Chu Zhi. Producer Huang Xiangji. Recorded at Taiyang Chuanhe Recording Studio. Copyright Chu Zhi. While the rest of the credits were standard, the name Chu Zhi, repeated multiple times, left even non-fans speechless. Naturally, fans were overjoyed, writing glowing essays in praise. Bystanders had their own takes. Wutongwei why? I'm done. Chu Zhi hasn't released a new album in a year, yet he's been writing for others, for movies, for variety shows. Some songs don't even get released. Not even a farm mule works this hard. Release a new album. I'm begging. Tianing Imramar. Can't stop laughing. After trash bin hits, now we have doodle masterpieces. That was the most expensive badminton game ever. It charged money. What if Chu Zhi is a hit song-making robot? And hit song has double meaning here. 96 CMFU. I think Chu Zhi has what it takes to be a king. 2 albums a year? Easy. Add 1 more, 3 albums. With his looks? Give me 5 albums a year. The participants in this online buzz were diverse, including old-school web fiction fans from CMFU, a precursor to Chidian. Thanks to Chu Zhi's brilliant management, Zhou Yui was getting solid exposure on smaller shows he normally wouldn't qualify for. Chu Zhi earned fame and royalties. It was a win-win. At first, only internet influencers wanted to dig through his trash bin. Now even third- and fourth-tier singers were scrambling for a discarded draft. Many mocked hit songs until they became famous through one. In a world where viral success is often left to fate, Chu Zhi had become the man who beat mysticism. So many requests, sighed Niu Jiangxue as she stretched. She'd rented a small apartment near the company for convenience. Chu Zhi is constantly busy. He doesn't have that many doodle songs, she grumbled. This is starting to get boring. Niu Jiangxue had her principles. She never bullied people with power. Some manager teams were worse than the artists they represented, acting arrogant just because their client was popular. Instead, she politely declined requests with lines like, maybe next time, or the artist's schedule is full. People in the industry understood these were soft rejections. If someone insisted, she would firmly shut them down. Her fallback line, our artist doesn't want to write songs. That way, all blame went to the star, and she stayed in the clear. Still, even soft rejections could rub people the wrong way. Asking for help and not receiving it is reasonable, but human emotions aren't always so rational. Despite being a young woman, Niu Jiangxue shouldered her responsibilities. A manager's job was to provide the best environment for their artist. After replying to all the messages, it was already 11:30 p.m. starving. She ordered takeout. 8 pounds of crayfish. Don't worry, 8 pounds sounds like a lot, but there's barely any meat. Peeling them, though, hurts like hell. She finally finished at 1:30 a.m. That was amazing, she said, then immediately frowned. Great, now I'm going to gain 10 pounds. Weighing herself, she was relieved. Only up 2 pounds. Not bad. Why do I gain weight in my elbows and cheeks, but lose it in my chest? She groaned, eating a cucumber to cleanse the oil. As she gained, someone else lost weight, Zhou Yui. The result of constant travel and little time to eat. When a popular star suddenly gains weight, it usually means they've stopped caring. If they're gaining for a role, that's already half a step toward becoming a serious actor. This gig pays $1 million. After fees, you'll get around 100,000. Any hard feelings? Zhang Gu asked out of nowhere. Zhou Yui flinched, then quickly replied, of course not. I'm grateful. You better be. That song by Chu Zhi? It's now worth $5 million. Originally, we offered him no cut at all. He's the one who changed it to a 70-30 split. So your share is his gift. Let me be blunt. Your voice is unique, but not irreplaceable. That song would have been a hit with someone else too. It's not that your singing made the song explode. It's that this song made you famous. Understand? Zhou Yui nodded earnestly. You know how many artists want to play badminton with Chu Zhi now? Some even signed up for classes. No way. Please don't let anyone else take my badminton spot, Zhou Yui pleaded. He gave me that song. I'm deeply thankful. Good, Zhang nodded. I've briefed Xiao Tong on your next schedule. I have another meeting to attend. Whether Zhou Yui was truly grateful or not, that lecture was necessary. Fame can go to one's head fast. Zhang Gu sighed. If only I'd become Chu Zhi's main agent back then. But fate is fate. With Spring Festival approaching, Zhang Gu had his hands full managing multiple artists. As year-end neared, those who hadn't made a name for themselves got increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, at the studio, Chu Zhi rubbed his temples. A year of high-intensity work was finally taking its toll, even on someone who had once played the Emperor Beast. But as long as his appetite remained strong, everything else was manageable. Should I call Ma Gu over for a massage? Asked his assistant Xiaozhu. Not yet. Let me review next year's itinerary first. And get me an iced coffee, please. Xiaozhu nodded and headed to the break room. Chu Zhi had 2 itineraries. One was a multi-page breakdown of confirmed 2021 events. March 14th, new album release. Coincides with lunar calendar's Dragon Raises Its Head Day. April 1st, premiere of After I Close My Eyes in Tokyo. May, trilateral performance in China, Japan, and Korea. This event could not be messed up. Late July to early August, Fuji Rock Festival. A prestigious spot given by veteran Chu Zhi. October, filming for Season 4 of Back to Simplicity. Although initially hesitant, the Mango channel offered an irresistible price, $13 million per episode, with a $2 million signing bonus. Though Chu Zhi wasn't yet the top of the entertainment industry, he easily out-earned most. Sui Wu and Zhou Guowu, second-tier stars, only commanded $5 to $6 million per episode. He only accepted 6 episodes, not due to budget, but due to scheduling conflicts. In November, he was invited as a guest speaker at the St. Petersburg International Culture Forum. Is this what it feels like to be the hottest star in the business? Chu Zhi muttered. It's not even Lunar New Year, and my entire 2021 is booked. And speaking of hot stars, he suddenly craved fried crispy chicken, a Cantonese specialty. He browsed reviews on Dianping and found a well-rated Cantonese restaurant. Tonight, he was treating. He also kept an internal itinerary for personal priorities, like the second fan festival and cheering fans on for the National College Entrance Exam. These didn't earn money, but were dear to his heart. This will be my final event of the year, Chu Zhi whispered. A perfect ending to 2020. The nanny van pulled into the parking garage. Xiao Zhu helped straighten his clothes before heading into the venue. Tonight's event? Montblanc's Lunar New Year celebration, China exclusive, where they released limited edition red watches and pens. The event featured ambassadors from across Asia representing jewelry, perfumes, clothing, and eyewear. In showbiz, unless it's an award ceremony, there's a saying, kings do not see kings. The Asian ambassador for Montblanc watches was Feng Mei. For their Greater China jewelry line, it was actress Zhou Xiangxi. Both were film stars of high stature. Chu Zhi's arrival made the atmosphere complicated. Number 294. New year, new frontlines. Chu Zhi was naturally sociable. Not quite to the level of K-pop idol like Yang Xinbo, whose networking was legendary, but he held his own. So when he saw Feng Mei and Zhou Xiangxi at the Montblanc event, he greeted them first. Zhou Xiangxi's mother was from Xinjiang, and her name had been chosen by her father, making her half a Xiang girl. She had the bright-eyed liveliness typical of women from the south, combined with the tall figure often seen in those from Shandong. Her personality was easygoing. Despite being in her 30s, there was no generational gap between her and Chu Zhi. They hit it off quickly. Feng Mei, on the other hand, seemed a bit arrogant. Even though Chu Zhi took the initiative to greet him, he barely responded. Did I offend him somehow? Chu Zhi was confused. He'd met plenty of people who were jealous or held stereotypes about idol singers with no talent, but this wasn't quite the same. Still, Chu Zhi knew better than to offer a warm face to a cold one. He focused instead on chatting with Zhou Xiangxi while taking in the surroundings. The venue's red-themed decor screamed Chinese New Year in the eyes of foreign luxury brands. To them, red alone symbolized China. Thankfully, there were no random red lanterns thrown in, or it would have been an aesthetic mess. Montblanc, originally a German brand and now under the Richemont Group, held decent clout in fashion. Editors-in-chief from magazines like Bazaar, GQ, and Figaro were all present. As Chu Zhi mingled, Feng Mei couldn't help but glance his way again, thinking, that kid's looks are only about as good as mine back in the day. Why does Tian like him? That's right. Feng Mei wasn't naturally unfriendly. His attitude stemmed from his wife, Tian, who had become completely obsessed with Chu Zhi lately. Back in his youth, Feng Mei had been one of the top 3 students in Beijing Film Academy's history in terms of visual scores. If Chu Zhi's looks were a 97, Feng's were at least a 90. His figure and camera presence were excellent too. He'd always been Tian's dream man, but now she called someone else her idol. Feng Mei had never felt his household status more threatened. Montblanc's Asia president, Adam Mist, soon arrived and gave the opening speech. Feng Mei is aging like fine wine. So handsome, said GQ's editor-in-chief Lin Jiamian. That kind of mature charm is something traffic stars just can't compete with. His words carried shade, clearly aimed at Chu Zhi. Come on, said Bazaar's editor-in-chief Huang Qiong. Chu Zhi's looks are top tier. His facial structure is basically the industry's gold standard. Not the same, Lin Jiamian replied. Being handsome includes temperament, physique, and features. Chu Zhi's features may be perfect, like a 3D model, but he lacks the aura. He's just a shell. Huang Qiong wasn't even a fan of Chu Zhi, not even a casual one. She just couldn't stand Lin Jiamian's tone. Who gets to define beauty anyway? Yes, she often defined it herself, but that was different. She was allowed to be hypocritical. If we're talking temperament, Chu Zhi's is versatile. Look at the peak like Smoke MV. He was fantastic, she replied coolly, still contradicting him. Temperament is subjective, Lin Jiamian countered. But physique is another story. I saw that MV too. It was all static shots. Movies are different. Feng Mei has a real presence on camera. They were talking about whether an actor had good camera presence. Some actors looked better in real life than on screen. Like Takashi Kaneshiro and Yang Yang, they looked worse on camera. As the editors debated, Montblanc's brand ambassadors, friends of the brand, and endorsers, around 17 stars, gathered. With no fan mobs present, Chu Zhi stood out effortlessly. Luxury brands made their money for a reason. If they could pay 17 celebrities, even if the brand friends weren't paid, you could bet they'd squeeze every cent back from consumers. Trust in capitalism's ability to extract value. The event ran for 2 hours. Chu Zhi had never seen one so chaotic. It was hard to believe this was organized by Montblanc. Not that luxury brands couldn't be messy, but they usually had experience with launches. This one, disorganized Q&A sessions, a scattered theme, it was a mess. Still, Chu Zhi maintained professional composure and stayed until the end, unlike Feng Mei, who bailed halfway. Afterward, Zhou Xiangxi invited him to dinner. He accepted, mostly because he was hungry. During the meal, Zhou Xiangxi mentioned, "I was in a drama called Drunken Heavens. The crew said they wanted to invite you to play the second male lead. I was excited, but then I heard it didn't work out because of scheduling." "I remember that script," said Chu Zhi. "They offered me the role of a guy whose dad's an alcoholic and mom abandoned him. So he turns moody and negative, but still has a glimmer of kindness. It was a complex role. If played poorly, it'd ruin the whole show. That's why I declined." Zhou Xiangxi laughed. She found him quite interesting. "You really are the definition of self-awareness." No, Chu Zhi shook his head. Self-awareness is knowing you're bad, then working hard until you're not. Not staying bad and calling it self-awareness. That's just giving up. Admitting you're bad doesn't stop others from saying it. I've been focused on music these past 2 years, so I haven't had time to improve my acting skills, he added. Once the meal ended, Zhou Xiangxi looked slightly sheepish as she got to the point. "My younger sister is a huge fan of yours. Could you add her contact info?" "No problem," Chu Zhi said. After the Montblanc event, it felt like New Year's Eve arrived in the blink of an eye. Most celebrity studios were working overtime or only taking off the holiday itself. Even on New Year's Eve, top-tier celebrities were in demand. For example, the developers of Honor of Kings wanted Chu Zhi to write a theme song for the hero Sun Shangxiang for 18 million yuan. Tencent had money. More accurately, Timmy Studios made serious money, but they wanted full copyright ownership of the song. On Earth, Lian had a song titled Sun Shangxiang that was pretty good. Chu Zhi still rejected the offer. No one gets to own his music. No one. He began his vacation on the 28th of the lunar calendar. A 5+2 day break. 5 days off, 2 days of half work from home. Effectively a week, which was short compared to government jobs, but downright generous for entertainment studios. As the spring festival wrapped up, work began anew. Some had no motivation. Others brimmed with ambition. Some longed for love, some always took the easy way out. Time marched forward all the same. "Morning, Brother Chu. Let's help Chu Zhi reach new heights this year. He works so hard already. Let's just make sure he doesn't overwork. Rest is important too. Happy New Year, boss. We smoked some cured pig trotters back home. Want one, Brother Chu?" Naturally, he accepted. Good relationships require reciprocation. Gifts. Always accept. Just be sure to give good ones in return. It had only been a week since New Year's, yet Chu Zhi thought Lao Qian looked rounder. "Come on, what's with those looks? I just slacked for a couple days." Lao Qian couldn't take the judgment. "Tisk, someone's six-pack is history," Wang Yuan said, amused. "I can get it back with a little effort," Lao Qian said firmly. He worked out twice a week to stay in shape. Those abs weren't fake. A guy needed assets to flirt properly. The new year brought a cheerful atmosphere. But then a voice cut through the laughter. "I've finished the promotional proposal. Our next big project is the album launch," said Fei Ji, passing out documents. "A surprise meeting on the first day back?" "Well, Chu Ci. Ode to the Orange was an important release, so a meeting it was. The first few points were standard promotional tactics. Tried and true. The fourth one, though, sparked interest. Joint challenge event. Upload cover videos of Nan Yin De Jing on Kuaishou, Douyin, Quanmin Keigo, and other apps. Interesting, said Niu Jiangxue, who'd witnessed how hard Chu Zhi worked in the studio. He'd spent all afternoon recording just one song. Nan Yin De Jing is hard to sing and hard to recite. I call myself a karaoke god, and even I can't manage it, said Lao Qian. It's like he didn't even give himself an easy time, Wang Yuan added. The Spanish version was easy. The TVB original? Brutal. Even the original singer, Emile Chow, rarely performed it live. It wasn't about vocal range. The lyrics were fast, filled with triplets, requiring insane breath control. The chorus involved complicated runs and had to deliver heroic emotion. Not the hardest song ever. That honor goes to things like A Lamb's Diary, Love Even in Death, or Light, but still a beast. My only concern is with point 6, said Chi Chiu. Promoting the new Chinese style is fine, but this particular campaign might not be cost-effective. Fei Ji valued cost efficiency more than anything. He was visibly annoyed. How's it not cost-effective? It's under $1,000,000 and will cement Chu Zhi's status as the father of new Chinese style. Chi Chiu shook his head. Let's suppose we don't do the campaign. Is Chu Zhi still the father of new Chinese style? Fei Ji was stunned. He wanted to argue, but couldn't. Chu Zhi had pioneered the style with Chrysanthemum Terrace, Drunken Imperial Concubine, and his upcoming album was all in that genre. Chi Chiu's point was clear. This campaign was like taking your pants off just to fart. Forget point 6. That plan was garbage, Fei Ji admitted, unashamed. To his credit, he was quick to admit mistakes. A title like Father of New Chinese Style was valuable. Chu Zhi wasn't exploiting it. He was living it. The best lies are half-truths. One item was flawed, but the other 7 proposals are solid. Let's proceed, Chu Zhi said. Cheers echoed in the studio. Everyone was on the same page, and everyone believed in the second album. On Dragon Raising Its Head Day, Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange would be released. Number 295. The new album drops. Sister. Aya, Brother Joe broke my heart. Zhou Qinian launched herself onto the sofa. The impact jolted Zhou Xiangxi, who had been half reclining there. She was used to her younger sister's dramatic flair. After all, with an 8-year age gap, she was practically half a mother to her. Calmly, she asked, "What happened?" I asked if Brother Gio could maybe sell me a ticket to the fan festival, and he said no. Zhou Qinian wore a mournful expression. Aya, I really want to go. Do you even know what it means to a Little Fruits fan? Refusing the Orange Festival is like dying of thirst in the desert and someone denying you an oasis. Or being in a bathroom without toilet paper. And worst of all, money can't even buy a spot. Thanks to her sister, she had barely managed to add her idol's contact. Afraid of disturbing him, she'd only dared to chat occasionally. To be honest, he was incredibly kind in private, but the FanFest ticket was still a hard no. Zhou Xiangxi blinked, surprised. In that case, it means Xiao Jiu is a really good idol. Huh. Zhou Qinian looked puzzled. It means he takes the fan festival seriously, as something truly shared with fans, Zhou Xiangxi explained. Think about it. If the ticket drawing were unfair, how many would actually go to real fans? Zhou Qinian wasn't dumb, just too emotionally invested. Hearing this, she realized that Chu Zhi must genuinely care about the Orange Festival to stick to principle. Of course, Brother Gio is amazing. No doubt about it. But for us little fruits, the Orange Festival is everything. A dream. A longing. Even when the forum people offer tens of thousands to buy a spot, it's non-transferable. She sniffled. I've got legendary bad luck. I'll never get drawn. Wait. The other girl said if your account's completed and your stars are all lit, the chance of winning increases. I have to try harder. Fired up, she dashed to the piano room to practice. Why is she like a husky? Zhou Xiangxi muttered helplessly. Still, she was the older sister, so she called out, Your idol's album drops at 2 p.m. Don't lose track of time. Got it, got it. I wouldn't forget even if I skipped lunch. From their names alone, you could tell their parents had a great relationship. Their mother was from Hunan, a classic Xiang girl, while their father hailed from Shandong. Hence, the names Zhou Qinian and Zhou Xiangxi. What does it mean to have the attention span of a goldfish? Zhou Qinian had burst into her room to practice piano, But after just 30 minutes, her mind drifted. She had more important things to do, waiting for Brother Gio's new album to go live. If only there was a physical edition, I'd buy 10 copies to collect. Free to stream too? Only our Brother Gio could pull that off. Her vigilance paid off. As the clock struck 2, the album dropped on all major platforms. NetEase Cloud, Tencent Music, Kugu, everywhere. Front page banners dominated the screens. Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange, is here for you. Chu Zhi's new release, the founding work of New China style. If you've seen this, tap in, and so on. Meanwhile, on Weibo, a trending topic called #SoundsTerrible usually exploded whenever a popular idol dropped a song, tearing apart whatever was released that week. This hashtag was the bane of every fandom. Laughing at other artists was fine, but once it hit your own bias, the tears came fast. Surprisingly, Chu Zhi's album release dodged that bullet. Only a handful of stray posts mentioned it. Almost impossible. After all, nothing is universally loved, except maybe money. Instead, 3 different hashtags climbed the hot list instantly. Hashtag What a Heavenly Album. Hashtag Best Drop of the Year. Hashtag New China Style Standard. Not just on Weibo. WeChat moments were flooded with praise. I already had high expectations for Brother Gio's album, but he still exceeded them. This man is scary talented. Rock, jazz, rap, pop, wuxia, Chinese traditional, theatrical, one album covered it all. I mean, who else can do this? Ode to the Orange. It feels like he wrote it for us little fruits. It's got that calm, rainy day vibe, like walking through alleys under dripping eaves. The sound echoes in your heart. 12 tracks, all top quality. Sure, I'd heard a few before, but there were so many surprises too. I could loop several songs endlessly. Although looping will still make you sick eventually. The internet erupted in glowing praise, a tide more overwhelming than Zhang Xinji's Sea of Love. The album launch wasn't just a party for fans, it was a holiday for music critics too. No debate. This was a major event. People might not like every new album, but Chu Zhi's? You had to listen. And he was absolutely worth the hype. It was like flags waving, gongs beating, fireworks popping. The only follow-up to last year's sensation had to be Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange. Gu Duo Fu, Zhuiyang Fei Xing, and Zhang Mingyi were never going to miss it. All 3 loved different styles. Zhang Mingyi took his time savoring the album. His favorite tracks were Dreaming of Swords and Blades and The Unspoken Sutra. He had already abandoned Wu-Tang and was now a die-hard Chu Zhi stan. Wu-Tang, so love does fade, huh? But honestly, praising Chu Zhi wasn't very satisfying. Everyone was doing it. Wu-Tang, at least, gave him material to debate. I'll show you all. No one praises Chu Zhi as professionally as I do. Zhang Mingyi declared. His fan column updated that same day with the title, The Underrated Lyric Master. Chu Zhi showed his mastery over traditional instruments in the 7th chapter of The Night and New Drunken Concubine. The clever use of halusi, guzheng, and piano proves he's a true arrangement genius. I used to think his strengths lay more in composing than lyric writing. Not that his lyrics were weak, just that his arrangements stood out more. Chrysanthemum Terrace, lyrics are unique, but the arrangements, chef's kiss. Then I heard The Unspoken Sutra and Dreaming of Swords and Blades. Both songs overflow with wuxia energy. Dreaming of Swords and Blades has a brisk rhythm. Lines like my sword, my blade, my drunkenness, my awakening. They read like scenes from a martial arts novel or movie. Vivid, immersive. The song captures an overwhelming, unstoppable spirit, a return to the martial world. On the other hand, The Unspoken Sutra is the lyrical peak of wuxia music. The lyrics feel like chanting a Buddhist scripture, dense yet melodic, creating a meditative, spiritual aura. Unlike the hot-blooded energy of Blades, this one dives into fate and karma. Jianghu means fighting, but also desire, chaos, and power. Musical note, entangled by greed, anger, joy, hatred. Blame ourselves for chasing fame and favor. Blame the beauty of the mortal world. Musical note. Musical note, reluctant to part with a dazzling world. Trapped in infatuation's comfort. Seeking beauty, but nothing compares. Musical note. These lyrics capture the randomness of fate and the essence of wuxia. I could never write this in 50 years. Genius is 2 more strokes than ordinary. And those 2 strokes? Most of us will never reach them. Also, I was shocked by how good Chu Zhi's Cantonese was. My wife's from Guangdong, and she confirmed, no flaws. Unlike Zhang Mingyi, Zhuiyang Fei Xing loved innovation. He was obsessed with the 7th chapter of the night, and also a fan of New Drunken Concubine and dreaming back to the Tang dynasty. But since those had already been dissected in his earlier music columns, for clicks, he turned to analyze Far Away and Chrysanthemum Terrace, 2 staples of the New China style. So his latest feature? The father of New China style, How to Compose in This Genre. Number 296. A booming hit, breaking records. Qianli Zhi Y, 1,000 Miles Away, is pure Chu Zhi style, rhymes that hit effortlessly, his signature AI endings. From Chrysanthemum Terrace, the pattern was already emerging. I've criticized many so-called Gu style works that lean on archaic words like Li Nian or Hong Chun just to seem lofty and end up clunky. Using terms like Lian Nian, Hong Chun, Sanxing San Shi doesn't make it truly Gu style. When I voiced this, some listeners sent me colorful comments. I've wanted to write about this, and with Qianli Zhi Y out today, here's proof. Lyrics don't need to force archaic phrases to feel elegant. Lines like, this future, as thin as cicada wing, cannot bear anyone's dissection, or where does the zither sound come from? Life and death remain unknown. You wait a lifetime, are poetic and graceful on their own. He even nails it like in Night's 7th chapter, singing in 2 tones, a hushed rap and a cool head voice mix. The rap becomes seamless in the song, not jarring. The composition sticks to his 3 old, 3 new formula. Qianli Zhi Y uses the traditional pentatonic scale in D mode, Qingyuegong. In simple terms, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Those with musical background will know what I mean. What surprised me most was the arrangement. He actually opens with bingeing, bronze bells. Bingeing date back to the Western Zhou, one of China's oldest instruments. Every time Chu Zhi blends traditional and modern sounds, it's a match made in heaven. In fact, on I'm the Creator, I was nervous. Chrysanthemum Terrace was the peak of new style Gu music. Now my heart has settled, it wasn't a one-off. Chu Zhi has delivered again with Qianli Zhi Y. He aced composition, lyric, and arrangement. The founding father of the new Gu style has handed in a perfect exam paper. Chu Zhi and I both hope for more great works like this. Why do some call Zhuiyang Fei Xing not worth a glance, while others praise Zhang Mingyi or Gu Duofu? The first 2 are understandable. One's a bootlicker, the other a lone wolf. But Fei Xing often ends his reviews with "You all have musical literacy," leaving critics hanging midpoint. He's also repeatedly started review storms on Gu songs, firing lines like 90% of Gu songs make no sense, or hand me a middle school Mandarin book and I'll teach you how to write. No surprise, in the latest reviews he's at it again. You trashed Zhuiyang Fei Xing's words. Seriously? Are Chu Zhi's lyrics easy to write? What about Night's 7th chapter or Nen Nian De Jing? Why compare those with ordinary Gu songs? Fei Xing is just being mean. Lu Nian? Hong Chun? Did you choose those words to pick a fight? He compared Brother Gio to internet Gu songs. How dare he? Many fans of Gu music were triggered, flocking to tear down Fei Xing. Sure, many Gu songs are indeed clumsy, but that's no reason to lambaste Chu Zhi in the same breath. In entertainment, many flood in to ride trends, but Chu Zhi is widely respected. He reads a lot, speaks Russian and Japanese. His image is deeply rooted as knowledgeable, not just a flash in the pan. So those attacked by Fei Xing just shrugged. Who is Chu Zhi? He studies daily for 3 to 4 hours, so what's the problem? The 3 big music critics, Zhuiyang Fei Xing, Zhang Mingyi, Gu Duofu, bring different styles. Yao Fei Xing and Mingyi are sharp targeted reviewers. Duofu is more well-rounded, given his program work. One column titled, "He dropped an album. The music scene went silent." Might sound hyperbolic, but not really. Chu Zhi is the earliest anthology of romantic poetry, the root of romantic literature. And Chu Zhi Ju song is the foundation of the modern Gu style. From New Drunken Concubine, the Unspoken Sutra, Old Immortal, Dreaming of swords and blades, she married. Drunken Red Cliff, Qingming Rain, Materia Medica, Chrysanthemum Terrace, 1,000 miles away. Crossing over, returning to Tang Dynasty, 12 tracks. Chu Zhi pushes the boundaries of the new Gu style. Spoken interlude in She Married. Beijing opera vibes in New Drunken Concubine. Chant-style rhythms in The Unspoken Sutra. Folk tune fusion in Old Immortal. He's encompassed every element that can dance with Gu style. He blends rock, metal, wuxia, jazz, pop, rap, and traditional, all in perfect symbiosis. Chu Zhi designed the framework of new Gu style. He shaped its boundaries. Thanks to Chu Zhi, this album stirred life into a stagnant music scene. Since Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange, no new Gu masterpiece could break free from its shadow. His album title and content are unified. The man named Chu Zhi wields the power of true musical dominion. Gu Duofu praised it highly. Professionals praise it. Source of the new Gu style. Chu Zhi didn't intend to pioneer anything. Yet, per Duofu, it makes perfect sense. A famous Gu style fan, Xingxing Bishui, commented, "I totally love the spoken part in She Married. Like Su Shi's Jing Chengzi. Last night in dreams I returned home. I'm obsessed." That fan once tipped 3 million renminbi during a live stream and skyrocketed in fame. Chu Zhi's fame outshines every big-budget drama and film. Even with promotion on TikTok and Weibo, the buzz of Little Fruits and casual listeners crowned Chu Zhi, Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange as the clear champion. What does true dominance sound like? 9 songs in the new song top 10, 7 in the hot song chart top 10. That is dominance. His triumph at home sparked interest abroad too. A Thai influencer wrote, "In Thai, Chu Zhi's new album songs are so good." And from other countries, his personal charisma drew attention. They found his Instagram and Twitter. Thai and Japanese trainees from FNC Entertainment became fans too. Despite no official foreign promotion, fans discovered him organically. A student in the forum signed up. "I want to be an idol. After seeing Brother Gio, I realized high school classes don't help. An idol needs singing, dancing, songwriting." Replies of caution flooded in. The usual finish school first advice. But not him. If there's survivor bias, then obviously someone makes it. Why not me? And I don't aim to equal Brother Gio's success. Half his success is enough. Their studio's app department flagged the thread. 2 staff, LV Ing and Lao Go, delivered reports urgently. This was A-level importance, just under the top S-level project, China-Japan-Korea Showcase. Chu Zhi personally called the student, Wang Bo, nominated, Aya, wanna be an idol. He spoke gently, reminded him of knowledge's power. Memorize 1 poem daily from age 10 to 18, 3,000 poems, to build substance. He encouraged Wang Bo to study through high school and university, writing songs later for him. Wang Bo promised, "I'll write the best Gu-style song for Brother Gio." For obsessive fans like Little Fruits, Idol's influence is massive. Disciple Crops are his constant support. Chu Zhi's first comeback album 25117 launched his fame. The second, Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange, rocketed him into superstardom. Let's put aside critic and fan praise. Half the tracks went viral. Every song is high quality. Lyric highlights from the album. All-round AI, so AI equals love and Qianli Zhi, so romantic. I used to think rap was aggression, drugs, money. Then Brother Gio proved it can be love, classical, dreams, beauty. If Chu Yuan and Li Bai did rock music, it'd be like this. And De Guang Sha Qian Wan Jian gave me goosebumps. Brother Gio is my lifelong safety net. 9 of his songs ranked in the top 10 new song chart, 7 in the hot song chart. That's total rule. Abroad, too, his charisma sparked international fan bases, even without official channels. FNC Entertainment trainees from Japan, Thailand, and Korea became fans via his social media. His studio is now setting up an Asian promotion network, which might surpass their parent company. Number 297. When lyrics test the voice. Brother Go caught that in time and saved our team from a big problem, Chu Zhi said. We're lucky there were no what-ifs. Boss, what you said is just right, Lao Go replied nervously. After exchanging pleasantries and leaving the office, Lao Go suddenly realized a major oversight. He hadn't passed on the boss's intent to the staff. The boss told him the home app issue was A-level importance. Lao Go assumed the atmosphere on Orange Home was so smooth nothing would go wrong, especially with him overseeing it. So he never informed the team. Luckily, Lu Ying spoke up first, or it would have blown up on social media. Especially after the boss's later thanks. We're lucky there were no what-ifs. Lao Go realized that was more than just words. From Lu Ying's report, the boss sensed something was amiss, but didn't call him out, just gave him a graceful out. With that, Lao Go rushed to gather the app maintenance team to explain the A-level importance of Orange Home. Hey, did Lu Ying go to Brother Joe's office just now to report? Xiao Cha, standing nearby, asked quietly. Lu Ying thought it was about gossip, but Xiao Cha whispered. She must have stood close to Brother Joe. Was he handsome? I heard Brother Joe has a nice scent. Is that true? Lu Ying realized her coworker was a fan. Didn't notice, but when I got close, his skin is incredible. I wonder what skincare he uses, Lu Ying replied. Xiao Cha nodded emphatically. She joined this studio 6 months ago, not to chase a star, but seeing how Chu Zhi looked after staff, she became a diehard. When he hosted a dinner for employees 2 months ago, he personally saw everyone to their cars, leaving the hotel last, around 10:30 p.m. Their table had broken around 9:30. Xiao Cha had come home, changed into running gear, but decided to stay. Ever since, she became a fan. Alcohol loosens tongues, but also reveals character. Even after drinking, Brother Joe stayed thoughtful. Anyone who's ever been drunk and still cared about others knows that speaks volumes, she said. The morning sunlight felt warm. Work upstairs was easier than downstairs. Lu Ying and Xiao Cha could slow down sometimes, while Wang Yuan, Lao Qian, and others were overloaded. Brother Joe's new album got both praise and sales, Lao Qian said. He should hit the small goals. What small goals? Chicho asked. To get recognition from the country's 4 major music awards, replied Lao Qian, naming them in order. The National Music Top Chart, Global Chinese Music Top, Chinese Songs Music Festival, and the Southern China-hosted Chinese Music Media Awards. All except the last have yet to be won. Chicho searched his phone. The first 3 are run by Xinhua, State, Eastern Media, Shanghai, and the Chinese TV Artists Association, semi-official. No wonder they're called the Big Four. Brother Xi is a bit behind in awards, Chicho commented. But this new album could sweep them. Given song quality and album theme, doubting they'd win would be unfair. Lao Qian agreed. Industry people may say awards aren't as prestigious as before, but they still matter. Like Kinjuri Award. It's nice, but insiders know policymakers aim for the main prize. Music awards are similar. Back to serious matters. Chicho handed over a document. The Armani men's skincare endorsement is up for renewal at the same price. What? Lao Qian cut in. Original price renewal? That's insane. Armani was Chu Zhi's first luxury endorsement, paying 23 million yuan. Now, with Korea-Japan markets and growing Thai-Russian following, Chu Zhi's current single-year rate nears 60 million. Renewing at the old rate? Ridiculous. Lao Qian asked. Any extra clauses? Chicho replied. They want him as global ambassador, for the first Chinese star to become a global Armani face. On external promotion, Orange Home's launch, buzz from fans and little fruits, hit hot search 2 days straight. 2 days later, they rolled out a hard-to-sing scripture cover contest, partnering with Chiekon, K-Singer, Bilibili, TikTok, Huya, and Kuaishou. Major hosts on those platforms are participating. I don't know why I'm not famous, don't you? Said Qi Jiaoxiong, a mid-tier celebrity with millions of fans. I just need a chance to prove I can sing as well as anyone. My nose is a bit flat, eyes small, not tall or pretty, but my voice is strong. Xiong made his name with covers, using voices from SpongeBob or other streamers, but could never replicate Chu Zhi's feeling. After dozens of tries, he decided Chu Zhi sings with emotion. I'm destined to win the cover contest, he declared. But many other hosts and streamers struggled with the unspoken sutra. It's got frequent key changes, dense lyrics, fast slow shifts, tough breath control. Even strong singers from Huya or Bilibili said. Even singing Chinese, it hurts. You need great breath control. Feels like Brother Joe is showing off. A major Kuaishou singer, formerly number 8 on Happy Boys, admitted the intense phrase changes and tongue twisters make it brutal for live singing. Although some say it's among China's toughest 10 songs to cover, due to treble groups, sustained high notes, tricky lyrics, it's subjective. It's hard even for top cover artists. Billy Celeb, Xiuanguer, and Runtu and Cha. They succeeded singing the Spanish version. But even then, they felt they barely scratched the right atmosphere. Over the next week, dozens tried covering it. Some could limply finish, but none captured the wuxia fade emotion. Some argued the album might be studio-tracked, not live-mature. But Qi Jiaoxiong still thinks that if you record line by line, he could nail it. Reality: Chu Zhi recorded the full song in one take after an afternoon's work, and he got it. When you can't argue with that, fact speaks. You laugh I wasted all my schemes / chasing the mirage, and its lovely disguise / too afraid luck may fade in an instant. Number 298. Talent, timing, and 2 victories. A 5-minute-long video. The song The Unspoken Sutra runs for 4 minutes and 48 seconds, including the intro. Right after the singer Chu Zhi's casual line, "Then let's begin, one more time." The video plays without a single cut. The entire recording is a one-take shot. Every singer has their own performance style. Fei Yuqing gazes up at the ceiling from a 45-degree angle. Jackie Chung curls his fingers like he's holding a flower and rises onto his toes. Chu Zhi style? More like a pillar of output. Whether it's belting high notes or conveying deep emotion, he does it all with a relaxed expression, standing still, as if casually doing vocal warm-ups. There are rare exceptions, of course. Why such a style? It goes back to when the performer beast had first crossed into this world. With no stage experience, he kept repeating to himself, "Don't panic. Be graceful." And eventually, he got used to it. To viewers of the video, streamers in the music scene, and professionals in the recording industry, it looked almost surreal. Why can Chu Zhi sing so effortlessly? Is this what they mean by a true powerhouse? Brother Gio is definitely a linguistic genius. He knows Japanese, Russian, and even sings in Cantonese. This vocal technique outclasses so many singers from Hong Kong. "Babe, you're so steady it's scary." Saw folks saying in the live chat that even the original artist couldn't perform this song live. Turns out this guy records in a single take. The gap between streamers and real singers is clear now. These were the kinds of comments flooding in. The term casual viewers here refers to people who don't actively follow the entertainment industry and just watch live streams or short clips in their free time. Their impression of Chu Zhi shifted from talented young man to a gifted singer with top-tier technique. Some of them argued that there's still a gap between streamers and professional singers, which was kind of unfair to others like Qi Jiaoxiong, Oki Bao Jiushui, Brother Sun and Runtu and Cha-Cha, Lights Yu Sui Exine, Diamond Athlete, and more. It's not that streamers can't sing, nor that singers are always good either. Sure, lesser-known singers would love to ride the viral wave. Just look at how many jumped to cover viral TikTok songs. So why didn't they join in this time? It wasn't that they didn't want to. It's that they couldn't. Either it was too hard, or it just didn't sound good. Even Zhou Yui, who had gone viral previously with another song, gave it a shot, then gave up immediately. "As long as I'm willing to give up, there's nothing I can't handle," Zhou Yui muttered to herself. Ever since her own song blew up, Zhou Yui had been trying to hop on every trend. Brother Gio is too insane. I finally get it. Some people have a door closed by God and the windows locked shut too. But for others, when the door shuts, the ceiling just gets ripped open. Ever since that discarded draft song made Chu Zhi famous, Zhou Yui had been chasing after him as a goal. She knew just how powerful he was. Unmatched in songwriting, lyrics, composition, a gorgeous vocal range, impeccable breath control, an emotional delivery that hits right in the heart. Zhou Yui felt that if she could master just one of those things, she'd dominate the industry. What's even crazier is how disciplined Brother Gio is. She even tried mimicking his daily habit of reading. At least she had a college degree, right? That gave her confidence. She managed 6 days before giving up. If it were fiction, that'd be fine. But classical literature, historical records, and pure literary works? She'd start dozing off, just flipping pages. 11:58, gotta check in. I haven't logged in today. She'd kept it up for 19 days. No way was she breaking that streak now. She opened Orange Home in a rush, muttering to herself, "Don't freeze, don't freeze. Macapaka, please don't freeze. Because more and more little fruits were active following the album release, the platform was lagging like crazy. Zhou Yui felt just like a web novel author frantically trying to post at the perfect time, heart racing and fingers dancing across the screen. Yes, her luck held up. Check-in complete. Her streak hit 20 days. Satisfaction filled her chest. Her alternate ID, September Leo, didn't log out immediately. She suddenly remembered Aya's post from a few days ago. She thought it would have been reposted by marketing accounts by now. But surprisingly, nothing happened. The post already had over 100,000 replies. She found the most recent update. Thank you all, little fruits, for your concern. After deep reflection, I'll work hard to get into Fudan University's Chinese department. After graduation, I'll chase my dreams. That's it. Zhou Yui felt a bit disappointed. She had been watching like it was a drama. If you're watching a drama, you want to see big drama. You want the actor to mess up. And Zhou Yui wasn't exactly known for empathy. Back in middle school, a friend's grandfather passed away, and her first reaction was, "Great, now you won't get nagged during New Year's." Borderline antisocial personality. Of course, family and social morals kept her in check. Outwardly, she was still a sunny girl, even an athlete, and Chu Zhi remained her inspiration. Most trending topics last 3 days at best. Major breaking news? Maybe a week. The entertainment industry follows this rule even more. Fan-generated hype is fleeting, but the staying power of a song? That depends on the quality of the work itself. Chu Zhi, Ode to Oranges had enough quality to stay hot for a full week. Even Guangming Daily, a top-level state media outlet, featured a headline article about it. Chu Zhi explores a new creative path in Chinese music, opening a fresh chapter for the 21st century. Rooted in tradition, yet not bound by it. Boldly innovative yet rich in Chinese charm. Exploring Chinese music amid the clash of Eastern and Western cultures. 1,000 miles away brings ancient tones into a modern era. The unspoken sutra is infused with Buddhist thought. Dreaming of swords and blades speaks to adult fantasies of the martial world. With Chrysanthemum Terrace, dreaming of the Tang dynasty, and the new drunken concubine, Chu Zhi brings the grandeur of the Tang dynasty to life through music. These tracks are steeped in Chinese style and spark curiosity about ancient aesthetics. Since Reform and Opening, many new generation composers have blended modern Western techniques with Chinese traditions to produce outstanding, new wave music. But Chu Zhi's path is unique. He believes that what is national is universal, and that Chinese music must have both timeliness and global appeal. Since the 20th century, we've emphasized connecting with the world. That's fine, but I believe connecting domestically is just as important, he said while explaining his album's vision. While many musicians master Western techniques, yet lack traditional Chinese foundation, Chu Zhi draws extensively from Peking opera, poetry, wuxia, Buddhism, and classical instruments, becoming a role model for young musicians. Getting any coverage in Guangming Daily, let alone a front-page headline, is no small feat. Unless there was clear top-down support for using Chu Zhi as a promotional model, this wouldn't happen. Nearly a third of verified government accounts on Weibo reposted the article. To be honest, Guangming Daily's praise was a bit fluffy. After all, artists like Su Yiwu and Wu Tang have also received praise from state media. Xin Yun, with all her built-in resources, gets praised constantly. Once upon a time, a line of praise from state media was a partial get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, overuse has diluted its impact. If you want that kind of bulletproof credibility, it has to come from outlets like News 30 Minutes. A singer getting a feature on News 30 Minutes? That would be unheard of. Back to the Guangming headline. The key takeaway: a role model for the new generation of musicians. What does that mean? It means even the authorities endorse Chu Zhi as the leader of the new wave. That's a powerful statement. State media may not always have great graphics, but their word choices are deliberate. Chu Zhi is now the rare combination of popularity, skill, reputation, and state recognition. That's leagues beyond self-hype. His management team quickly issued a statement, likely posted using Chu Zhi's account. We will continue drawing from classical culture to create more great music. No doubt that was the team, not him personally. Fan circles and casual viewers had no reaction, which, honestly, was the best reaction because it meant no one disagreed. Old Zheng has great judgment. Chu Zhi had subscriptions to Guangming, People's Daily, and Beijing Daily. Of course, he saw the headline. The Fuji Rock Festival spot should go to young people with real spirit. Chu Zhi said this with his raspy voice. He liked this young guy. The only complaint? Not enough rock songs. Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty came from a rock night. The new album only has Dreaming of Swords and Blades that barely counts as pop rock. He sighed. Getting old. Don't even know if I'll live to see it. Every month, the performer beast still called to check in on Chu Zhi's health. Last year, Chu Zhi asked if there was any chance for a rock album. Chu Zhi said he was preparing one. So Chu Zhi's been waiting ever since. Chu Zhi has a good relationship with several senior musicians, especially with Zheng Hua, who always supported him. When Zheng read the news online, he kept an eye out, ready to back Chu Zhi in case anyone tried to attack him. But everything was quiet. Even things the team didn't expect were happening, like added revenue from the album. The martial arts drama A Sword of Frost by Noon Sunshine wanted to use Blades and Dreams as its theme song. Negotiations were underway. Wanda's film Red Cliff was eyeing Drunken Red Cliff. No deal yet, but there was interest. 1,000 Miles Away and Rain on Qingming were both chosen by two different romance films still in early development. The scripts weren't even done, but they already secured funding. Singers depend on their work. Idle hype doesn't last. With a solid image and good songs, you can walk on both legs. Wait, actually, Brother Chu didn't even build an image. It's just pure charisma, said Niu Jiangxue, slightly regretful. Given the quality and popularity of the new album, if there had been a physical version, it could have sold over 1 million copies. Add in revenue from music platforms, licensing fees for theme songs, and so on, it totaled over 40 million yuan. Brother Chu, I left the document on your desk, Niu Jiangxue said. She had originally wanted to discuss the second audition for 11 Lang. Just then, Chu Zhi got a call. He glanced at her, signaling her to wait. She understood and left quietly, closing the door. Inside, Chu Zhi picked up. Has your cold improved, Koguchi-san? He asked. No issues at all now. Thank you for your concern. My vitality is strong. I expelled the cold quickly. Then, Koguchi Yoshihiro got to the point. Chu-san, your song Lemon won the Space Shower Music Award. If you can't come to Tokyo, I can accept it on your behalf. He added some context, in case Chu Zhi didn't know the award's weight. It was hosted by Japan's largest independent music label, focused on building copyright platforms for indie musicians. I've never received this award myself, Koguchi Yoshihiro admitted. Space Shower rarely gives this to mainstream artists. It proves your EP resonates beyond just the mainstream. It reached the indie scene too. A lot has piled up after the new year. The ceremony clashes with the Golden Bell Awards, Chu Zhi replied. Not an excuse. The schedule really did conflict. Of course, he let Koguchi accept the award. There's no need to thank me. Helping Chu-san is my greatest honor, Koguchi said with enthusiasm. As long as Chu Zhi kept his looks, the face-obsessed Koguchi would always be his most loyal friend. Since the EP dropped last November, Chu Zhi had racked up numerous awards. MTV Japan Video Awards, Billboard Japan, CD Store Awards, 7 or 8 in total, mostly accepted by Koguchi. The only regret? He still hadn't received the two most prestigious Japanese music awards, the Gold Disc Award and the Japan Record Award. One was run by the Recording Industry Association of Japan, the other by the Japanese Composers Association. Winning with just an EP was too ambitious. At minimum, he'd need a full album. Sony Japan's executive Amori Genjin even called to check on Chu Zhi's progress. Not surprising, A Slight Hope for the World had sold nearly 1 million copies. Even with Japan and Korea's strong physical music markets, that was a phenomenal number. They didn't chat long. After hanging up, Koguchi stared at his phone and muttered, ignoring the strength of Chu-san's EP for those top awards is just too much. More scandals will explode, guaranteed. He said more, because the Japan Record Award was already notorious for bribery scandals. Still, the award status remained intact due to its long history and strong connections. Half a month left, Koguchi calculated. The first screening of After I Close My Eyes was just around the corner. Number 299. Chu Zhi enters the global elite. Time gives everything the greatest meaning, aging. But aging often comes with loss. Lao Qian lost another girlfriend. Chen Shu lost his top 10 peak. Chi Qiu lost more hair. Chu Zhi lost some money. Of course, Chu Zhi's loss was small. He bought a villa, mainly to house the gifts and letters sent by Little Fruits, and ended up purchasing 2 more units. His album Chu Zhi, Ode to Oranges, was released on the Chinese lunar date Dragon Raises Its Head, which corresponded to March 14th in the Gregorian calendar. Over 2 weeks later, at the end of March, Forbes released its celebrity lists. Know 2 things about these lists. First, Forbes magazine in the United States is a bi-weekly business publication focusing on finance and investment, much like Fortune, and both are fond of ranking lists. Second, the Chinese edition, Forbes China, operates under a license. It effectively got on board before buying the ticket and runs independently, making it almost unrelated to the US version. Forbes China released its Chinese celebrity list. Chu Zhi, 612 million renminbi. Wang Jian, 240 million renminbi. Sui Wu, 210 million renminbi. Guan Xinghui, 190 million renminbi. Zhou Guowu, 160 million renminbi, and so on. Wang Jian and Guan Xinghui are sports stars, a gymnastics prodigy, and an athletics champion, hence their high earnings. Yet Chu Zhi's income tops them by nearly 3-fold, a true top-tier star. Sui Wu's team saw this and had nothing to say. On Earth, in the 1970s, actor Cheng Xiaoqiu once out-earned everyone, even earning more per show than Teresa Tung. His popularity in Taiwan made it possible. Meanwhile, another star, Leung Ka-fai, lost his film territory after being banned in Taiwan. Chu Zhi now holds influence across China, Japan, and Korea. Cross-border appeal unmatched. From an accuracy standpoint, the Chinese list likely inflates incomes because there's no formal auditing. Forbes China just compiles and publishes. This caused little stir domestically. What made waves was the U.S. Forbes Global Celebrity List. Akinda Bell, singer, U.S., $210 million, born 1980s. Denton Johnson, comedian, UK, $204 million, born 1970s. Chu Zhi, singer, China, $90.5 million, born 1990s. The Iceman Band, rock band, Ireland and US, $84.4 million, members born 80s to 90s. Compared to the Chinese list, this global list uses stricter accounting, e.g., splitting annual endorsement fees over multiple months. Yet both lists compile independently, without direct confirmation from the individuals. They say Chinese stars earn big money. Today proves it. Even without being Asia's top star, Chu Zhi shot to 7th place globally. That's unreal. He is the only Asian in the global top 10 and unequivocally the youngest. Everyone is talking, inside and outside the industry. Industry insiders admire his earning power. The stock of his agency, Happy Broadcast, has soared. No. 1. His major shareholder loves the boost, but also worries about the future. He signed Chu Zhi on a 2+2 deal. 2 years fixed, 2 years renegotiable. Soon it'll be time to start fresh, and the impact could be huge. Still, looking at Chu Zhi's meteoric rise, no wonder he commands the price. Do we offer shares? Happy Broadcast doesn't hesitate to consider equity, but how much? Too little is useless. Looking from outside at the global Forbes list, people see Chu Zhi raking in billions and wonder, is he paying taxes properly? Why not donate more? Fortunately, his team is prepared. Knowing Chu Zhi is a major taxpayer, they coordinated with the tax authority. The official account of Shanghai Tax Bureau and its short video channel soon posted. Tax revenue belongs to you and me. Join Chu Zhi at eatinginignorance_ to witness new tax-paying services in every Shanghai home, disclosing that his studio paid over 100 million renminbi in annual taxes. Compared with live stream anchors who pay billions, it isn't much, but his tax payment surpasses 99.9% of celebrities' incomes. The 9th place income on Forbes China doesn't even break 100 million renminbi. A strong taxpayer is a formidable image. The government also named Chu Zhi a proactive tax-paying image ambassador for Shanghai, another official role. Unknowingly, he's no ordinary celebrity anymore. His tax payments didn't generate controversy. Instead, they became a PR highlight. His charity donations also didn't set tongues wagging. A netizen named Lin Xia, with other anonymous accounts, commented simply, "Stupid idiots. Didn't you see that last year's celebrity donation list had Chu Zhi in the top 3? She hated the haters." Then Lin Xia said firmly to his manager Xian Guo, "I must correct a serious error in the media coverage." "What error?" Xian Guo asked. "They say Chu Zhi is the ceiling of Chinese entertainment," Lin Xia said. "This is wrong. The second, third, and fourth combined can't reach him. Chu Zhi is in the stratosphere while we're still trying to climb the 5th tier." Xian Guo didn't know what to say. Since Chu Zhi's success in Japan and Korea, many entertainment companies have tried to replicate his model. But they seem to have overlooked something. They don't share his superb looks, nor his great songs. How could they succeed? Including Lin Xia, those planning overseas expansion failed. March 31st was a busy day. By the end of it, Chu Zhi needed energy. "Spicy frog leg hotpot is so good," he thought as he finished his late-night meal. He received a notification. "Consumed 250 super carbs today. Earn 9 personality tokens. Balance rises to 17. He thought, "I can do 3 draws. Better save for a 10 draw." Chu Zhi calculated. A 10 draw guarantees at least 1 special prize. That night, Chu Zhi didn't work. It was an early night, because tomorrow's 6 a.m. flight to Tokyo awaited him. The premiere ceremony started at 9 a.m., and flights had to be at ungodly hours. He couldn't leave earlier from Shanghai, so he took the only available dawn flight. East passes to west with another day, and now it's April 1st, April Fool's Day by Western reckoning. In Japan, it's called All Fool's Day. At Toho Cinemas in Shinjuku, one of Tokyo's largest multiplex chains, tourists normally fill seats. But today it was cleared for the exclusive premiere of the film After I Close My Eyes. Hosted by Shochiku Film Studio and directed by noted Japanese filmmaker Uzu Itsushi, the guests were all big names in Japanese cinema. Number 300. Facial aesthetics on screen. The reception staff, all young women in dark gray uniforms from Shochiku Company, Limited, worked overnight to update every poster to feature After I Close My Eyes. 60% of the posters showed Chu Zhi as Teeny Aiki, riding a bicycle prankishly, standing outside a doorway, posing quietly, or chasing and playing. His striking looks drew frequent glances, especially from the sizable crowd of face fanatics. Among them was Koguchi Yoshihiro. "This Chinese artist's looks, his beauty is wasted on singing," said guest Jun Kimura. "I've never felt poster filters and text become burdens until now." The hostess responded, "Mr. Kimura, please follow us. The screening is in Hall 5. From Koguchi's vantage point among the beauty admirers, the tallest figure was actor Ryatsu Matsuzaka, standing 191 centimeters tall. A member of Japan's Ainu minority, he's had major roles in Japanese historical dramas and a successful Hollywood career. The media nicknamed him Tall Matsu. Director Tezuko said he'd like to work with me. "When could that happen?" asked Matsuzaka. "If Matsuzaka-san weren't booked, I would have written in a role," replied director Tezuko Itsushi. Matsuzaka quipped that he was busy from October to November last year. He then asked about tabloid rumors that Tezuko chose Chu Zhi first just by seeing him. "I said in Week Report, I created this role, and then God created Chu-san," clarified Tezuko. "It wasn't that I insisted. It's that Chu-san brings beauty to which no one else can compare." Koguchi Yoshihiro spotted another handsome actor, Hisahisa Miura. Long hair, model looks, hailed as a stunning boy, a once-in-a-millennium beauty. Miura, a friend of Koguchi's, confirmed their friendship. "Might seem vain, but does Koguchi-san have confidence in Chu-san?" Miura asked. "Chu-san takes everything so seriously," replied Koguchi. "He succeeds at whatever he does." They laughed and chatted while more guests filed in. Among the older male guests were executives and famous directors, like Naoshige Konai, friendly rivals with Tezuko Itsushi. He didn't like vase actors, but admitted Chu Zhi's presence elevated the project. "The film's budget is 800 million yen. It's a cliff edge," warned a financier. Konai said, "With Chu-san starring, the box office will be fine." All major Japanese film studios were represented: Toho, Toei, Kadokawa, Nikatsu, and Shochiku, the organizer here. Guests filled the 530-seat Hall 5 comfortably. As media mingled, the screening ran late. Finally, the lights dimmed and the film began. Chu Zhi, Yuriko Nakamura, and Maki Hashimoto sat in the second row. Front row VIPs included Shochiku board members, the deputy editor of Tokyo Morning News, and the Shinjuku ward mayor. "It's my first lead role on the big screen. I'm a bit nervous," muttered Chu Zhi. The actress beside him, Maki Hashimoto, was visibly fidgety. The opening shot revealed heroine Tomoko lying in snow, lonely, vast, white. The film starts at the 2-year memorial for Teenie Aiki, with family, a monk, and a former classmate, Tomoko, present. She rummaged through his old school yearbook, noted his address, and wrote a letter. "Teenie Aiki, I hope you're well. I am too. Tomono Tomoko." She didn't expect a reply. His parents said the address was now a highway, and she addressed the wrong person. But a letter arrived back, to a girl also named Teenie Aiki, living in Otaru, Hokkaido. Screenwriter Yori Konai furrowed his brow. It wasn't a mix-up by the postman. Neither had Tomoko miswritten, so it seemed a contrived coincidence. 2 classmates with the same name, one male, deceased, and one female, the letter's real recipient, rarely occurring but dramatically perfect. The female Teenie Aiki in Otaru, initially curious, eventually responded, "Dear Tomoko Tomono, I'm doing fine, though a bit sick lately." She laughed at the coincidence. Tomoko sent medicine. The film's 40-minute build-up ended as Tomoko and her boyfriend Akiba came to Otaru to untangle the mystery. They discover the school yearbook bore 2 identical names. Tomoko misread the girl's address. Worse, the girl resembled the lost fiancé, suggesting Tomoko might have been an unwitting romantic substitute. At this reveal, around 430 audience members, including 70 women, gasped at the emotional twist. "This is getting interesting," muttered Konai, acknowledging Dezuko's direction. Earlier flashbacks showed the male Teenie Aiki as class prankster, white shirt, black tie, barn-sweeping fringe, riding his bike among drifting sakura petals. Chu Zhi's handsome face seemed to blow into everyone's hearts. Even vase hater Konai admitted, "He looks like a vase, but a great one." Since Chu Zhi is the lead, director Dezuko at Sushi even tweaked the script. Teenie Aiki is now a Chinese international student, a detail delivered naturally, preserving Chu Zhi's spotlight. Number 301. But he's Chu Zhi. The whole class, aware that the boy and girl shared the exact same name, once voted for class committee anonymously by writing Teenie Aiki. The boys found it hilarious. For the girl, however, it was terribly embarrassing. She cried from the teasing. The boy, irritated and ashamed, grabbed the ringleader by the collar. Tension ran high. The reason was childish, but that was student life, filled with childish things. To the audience, it was clear the boy lashed out in defense of the girl. The voting results? Both Teenie Aikis were appointed as library managers. They'd now have to spend time together nearly every day. Library duties were simple: track checkouts and returns, shelve books properly. But most of the work was done by the girl. The boy slacked off. His laziness created a classic moment. In the wide, sunlit library, white curtains fluttered in the breeze like soft ocean waves. Chu Zhi, as the male Teenie Aiki, leaned lazily against the wall near the window, reading. Sunlight outlined his perfect features, the sculpted nose especially like a Greek statue, so breathtaking it looked divine. It wasn't a planned aesthetic shot. Director Uzu at Sushi had simply captured it in one go, thanks to the lighting and angle. But that accidental scene was like an aesthetic nuke. Even in post-production, Dezuko was stunned. A 2-second cut was extended to over 10 seconds, intercut with the girl sneaking glances at him. That quiet emotion, pure teenage affection. He may have used Tomoko as a substitute, which is awful, but he's so damn handsome. Uzu is amazing. This dreamy romantic atmosphere. Every girl dreams of a boy like him. Crisp white shirt, that clean vibe. I used to have a crush on a guy like that. Kinda sad. There was no Teenie Aiki in my youth. No boy that handsome. That shot was perfect. When he looked up at the camera, I felt my heart skip, just like when I confessed to my first love. People murmured softly. The movie continued, but the visuals had hit so hard that a ripple of whispered, awe spread across the theater. Looks aren't everything, muttered Naoshij Konai, a director seated nearby. It was too deliberate, like a music video. A good film needs acting, not just faces. Ryatsu Matsuzaka, viewing with a Hollywood lens, had another take. Not classic Hollywood looks, but that mysterious Eastern charm? It'll work. He was already thinking, what if I recommended Chu Zhi to? Even Hisahisa Miura, one of the most beautiful men in the audience, murmured, so Chu-san can be called a once-in-a-millennium beauty. Koguchi Yoshihiro heard that and smirked, barely holding back. If Miura is once in a millennium, then Chu-san must be once in 2 millennia. Director Dezuko, despite his rugged demeanor, captured youthful thoughts so well. Like the scene where male teeny Ike borrows obscure books no one ever checked out. Back when libraries used checkout cards, each person signed their name. So if a book was damaged, you knew who was responsible. Teeny Ike would bring up 7 or 8 cards that said Teeny Ike and hand them to the girl, calling it My Teeny Eye Storm. Twisted logic. He was using her name to sign the cards, sneakily expressing affection. She didn't get it. Thought it was another prank. Remembered him as annoying, smug. Once she got a 27 on an English test, felt devastated. Later she realized it was a mistake. She'd gotten his paper. Too shy to switch them back in public, she waited after school at the bike shed. He strolled over slowly. She told him the mix-up. He didn't believe her. It was too dark to compare. So she spun her bicycle pedal to power the light. He casually started comparing the papers, mumbling, "The past tense of break is broke." She snapped, "I'm not spinning the light for you to review grammar." It was obviously intentional. A kid who scored 27 in English wouldn't care about grammar. He just wanted to spend time alone with her. As the girl wrote to Tomoko, she recalled this scene. Dug out the old exam paper from a dusty attic box. On the back, it was all scribbled over with doodles. Tomoko listened to everything. The boy had bad grades and a worse attitude, but he was so handsome. No wonder he was popular. She remembered classmate Oisana trying to act as Cupid for Teeny Ike. He rejected her. Then, after school, in a fit of annoyance, he slipped a paper bag over the girl's head to show he was mad. How did he fall for the other Teeny Ike with barely any contact? Hisahisa Miura wondered. "Did you have a high school crush?" asked his manager Mickey. "I was busy filming. I barely did homework. But lots of girls liked me. If I had." "So you didn't," Mickey cut in. "Crushes happen easily when you're young. Shared names, shared tasks. That's all it takes sometimes." Miura stayed quiet, feeling Mickey was low-key judging his lack of teen romance. Shochiku Company's rep, a man in his 60s, wasn't into men. But even he could tell. Chu Zhi's looks might make the movie a hit. Nostalgia is a trap. It pulls you deeper, like someone offering snacks during a diet, promising just one bite. She remembered more. A month before Ataru's track meet, Teeny Ike got into an accident, fractured his left leg. He was the school's pick for the 100-meter sprint. He couldn't compete, but he showed up anyway. The camera showed him running on the grass beside the track. Rebellious, reckless, and a little dramatic. He tripped another runner, disrupting the race. Why did he do it? Female viewers thought he knew she'd be cheering and wanted to run for her. Male viewers thought he couldn't handle being benched. Others said it didn't matter. We all have high school regrets. She returned to campus, met her old teacher, and visited the library. Younger students had found something. Over 80 books with Teeny Ike signed on the cards. To them, it was a sweet love letter. Clearly the guy liked her. She tried to explain, "Same name, not me." But as always, she couldn't handle being the center of attention. Opened her mouth, closed it again. Didn't say anything. Just like in school. Why doesn't she realize? All those cards were for her. Love letters. Maki Hashimoto blurted. Realizing she was too loud, she apologized to Chu Zhi and Yuriko Nakamura. Chu-san's screen time is less than 30 minutes, but every scene is unforgettable, Maki whispered to Chu Zhi. Especially the fall scene. Chu Zhi had NG'd that scene 7 or 8 times. It was hard to look both pitiful and stubborn. Really, he murmured. His attention had been on Yuriko Nakamura playing both Tomoko and adult Teeny Ike. Incredibly strong, Maki insisted. Yuriko chimed in. Chu-san's role makes the film. Without him, it'd be good, but not dazzling. Chu Zhi wasn't sure if they were serious. Maki was young. Easy to be starstruck. But Yuriko? A veteran in the Japanese industry? He'll be like the evening clouds, said Hisaiza Miura, glowing red and filling the sky. If Chu Zhi was already trending, after this, he'll be the idol. Miura had benefited from his looks too. He knew exactly what that meant. Number 302. Thunderous applause. The plot moved forward at a steady pace. Uzu Etsuji's direction had a strong sense of rhythm. Though it might feel a bit jarring to see Hitchcock-style dolly zooms in a romance film, giving some scenes a horror-like atmosphere, most of the audience remained captivated by the story. The interplay between Hiroko and now Fuji's perspectives was particularly engaging. Just as one emotional beat settled, the film would throw in a new twist, as if the two were exchanging letters across time. Hiroko's cold hadn't gone away for over a week. Meanwhile, now Fuji had returned to work, but her symptoms were worsening, and the medicine wasn't helping anymore. That day, she returned to her alma mater. Perhaps the cold wind she faced on her bike ride back was to blame. By the time she got home that night, something fell off, and then everything went black. Why didn't she go to the hospital even when her condition worsened? The film had already explained. Her father had died after being sent to the hospital due to illness. This part of the story gave more detail. It started with a call to the hospital. Because of bad weather and traffic conditions, the ambulance would take at least an hour. Her grandfather and mother argued about what to do. Her mother wanted to follow the doctor's instructions, keep the child warm, and lower her fever while waiting for the ambulance. But the grandfather made a different choice. He decided to carry his granddaughter to the hospital himself. If they couldn't find a taxi along the way, he would just walk the whole distance with her on his back. Do you remember what happened back then? You didn't listen to the doctor either. You insisted on going out to hail a taxi. In the end, you didn't find one. You walked your son all the way to the hospital. Do you remember? Because of that delay, he couldn't be saved. That's how your son died. Tears in her eyes, the mother asked if he was really going to make the same mistake again. That night, when her father passed away, it had also been snowing heavily. He had died from complications from the flu. Deep inside, her mother still blamed the grandfather for losing the window to save him. The walk from our house to the hospital takes exactly 38 minutes, the grandfather calmly said. In fact, it had been faster than waiting for the ambulance. He hadn't been able to save his son back then. In the years since, he had walked the route from their house to the hospital countless times, memorizing every detail. His words convinced the mother. But the last time he had carried his own son like this was 10 years ago. Now he was much older, and this time, we're not walking, we're running. Twice he slipped into snowbanks, yet each time he got back up and kept moving forward with his granddaughter on his back. Even carrying a healthy adult in a snowstorm would be nearly impossible. But he did it. He got her to the hospital in 40 minutes. His body was at its limit, and he had to be put on oxygen when they arrived. There was no forced sentimentality in this scene, yet the image of the old man giving it his all struck a chord with many in the audience, especially those in their 50s and 60s. This wasn't just a romance. It was also a story about family. Akihase was another model boyfriend from Japan. Knowing that Hiroko still couldn't let go, he brought her to the mountain where now Fuji had died in a climbing accident 2 years ago. After all, how could you compete with someone who's already gone? Looking at the mountain in the distance, Hiroko, who had been writing letters to now Fuji, slowly changed. Her grief began to loosen. Are you doing well over there? I'm doing really well over here, she shouted toward the snowy peaks. Her voice carried pain and many tangled emotions. Director Ozono Etsuji immediately followed up with a daring cut. Hiroko's shout to her deceased fiancé, now Fuji, seemed to reach across space itself. Back in the hospital in Ataru, the fevered now Fuji murmured, "Dear Fuji Tenjiki-san, are you doing okay over there?" It was a magical moment. Kanai now fought the urge to applaud. This transition, Uzu outdid himself. He closed the distance between impossible realities. Hiroko and Tenjiki Fuji, their identities switched completely. Until now, Hiroko had been the one stuck in the past. From this point forward, the story would revolve around now Fuji. In a letter, now Fuji recalled an old memory. Back in her final year of high school, her father's funeral had happened on New Year's Day. The household was in chaos. Her mother was bedridden, and the new semester had already begun. For now Fuji, that new year had been awful. She had to care for the house and couldn't even go to school. Then one day, Fuji Tenjiki suddenly rang the doorbell. He had a scarf wrapped tightly around his neck and was bundled in a thick down jacket. He looked like an obedient little boy. Well, the clothes were so bulky they flattened out all his sharp edges, making him simply look sweet. The promo posters for Little Fruits are done. Among the audience was Chu Zhi's fan, a singer named Suzuki Kano, who performed the movie's theme song. She had been introduced by Koguchi Yoshihiro, a self-confessed face chaser. From the moment Chu Zhi appeared, Suzuki Kano's heart had been thumping wildly. She had always preferred older men, lacking fatherly warmth in her upbringing. But now, if it's a sweet, doting younger boyfriend like Fuji Tenjiki, I might actually be okay with that, she thought. Chu Zhi's Japanese fans called him the Ragdoll Cat. His fan club had been creating all kinds of promotional posters online to boost his popularity. These posters were called business posters. Suzuki Kano noticed that she wasn't alone. Many other viewers were smiling faintly at the same scene. She wasn't the type of fan who'd blindly worship an idol, so this confirmed her instinct. Chu Zhi's screen time may have been short, but he left a lasting impression. Back in the film, Fuji Tenjiki had brought in search of lost time with him, saying he'd borrowed it over the winter break but couldn't return it himself. He asked now Fuji to return it for him. It was a poor excuse. If he could come all the way to her house, he could have returned the book easily. Clearly, he was worried because she hadn't been to school. But of course, he couldn't say that aloud. This doorway scene marked Chu Zhi's final shoot as Fuji Tenjiki, and also his most challenging. It took 17 takes to get right. He had to portray all of Tenjiki's hesitation and internal conflict. He wanted to say something important before transferring schools. He finally gathered the courage, only to see a talisman pasted on the doorframe. All the words he had prepared suddenly turned to mist. Instead of saying goodbye, all he could manage was, "Who passed away?" "My father," now Fuji replied. Everything he wanted to say dissolved like sugar in water. Nothing remained. By the time now Fuji settled things at home and returned to school, a week had passed. She then learned from her classmates that Fuji Tenjiki had transferred. The audience could tell the two had mutual feelings. Otherwise, now Fuji wouldn't have reacted so strongly when classmates placed a vase with white chrysanthemums on Fuji Tenjiki's desk as a prank. She smashed it in anger. In Japan, white chrysanthemums are used for funerals. That kind of prank was cruel and ominous. When now Fuji returned in search of lost time to the library, the flashback ended. She returned to her normal routine, work and home. There was no more news of Fuji Tenjiki. The letters from Hiroko stopped too. Life seemed back on track. Until one day, a few junior classmates knocked on her door. They had found something exciting and handed her a book. It was In Search of Lost Time. Under their direction, she pulled out the library card tucked inside. Only the name, Fuji Tenjiki, was written on the front. Check the back. Look at the back. On the reverse side was a small drawing, now Fuji's face from her school days. In that instant, she understood everything. What was the Fuji whirlwind? Why had they returned the book to her? The movie ended there. When I Close My Eyes had been advertised as a sweet story about young love, but in truth, it was full of heartbreak. The script was ruthless. Shizuko from the Glass Workshop liked Akiha. Akiha liked Hiroko. Hiroko loved Fuji Tenjiki. And Fuji Tenjiki couldn't forget now Fuji. Now Fuji only found out, 10 years later. It was all regret. But sometimes, it's the tragedies that leave the deepest mark. When the credits rolled, the applause was thunderous. Suzuki Kano's voice sang over the cast and crew names, but even that couldn't drown out the sound of clapping. I loved it. When I Close My Eyes might be the best film I've ever seen about unspoken love. It's a romance film, yes. But more than that, it's about how love shapes people. Are you okay? I'm doing well. Just one sentence, yet it carried so much weight. 80% of the film takes place in the snow, but loving someone like that felt so warm. The praise from the audience kept pouring in. Media outlets scrambled for interviews, but Kinema Junpo and Eiga Gaijutsu scored the exclusives. Of course, no director would refuse those two. Congratulations, Director Ozono. We did it, Chu Zhi said. I didn't do this alone. It was our success, Ozono at Tsuji beamed. The whole creative team was elated. Kinema Junpo arranged to interview Uzu at Tsuji, while Eiga Gaijutsu scheduled time with Chu Zhi and Nakamura Yuriko. Number 303. beloved in Japan. Eiga Gaijutsu and Kinema Junpo were the most authoritative film publications in Japan. The latter, especially, held significant prestige. Every year, Kinema Junpo would announce its top 10 films of the year, an honor as coveted as any award. Many directors took great pride in having their work selected. Getting into Kinema Junpo's annual top 10 was no easy feat. The editorial board invited a vast number of film critics, including those with even slight name recognition online or offline. With such a wide pool of contributors and critics known for being especially discerning, the competition was fierce. Director Chu Zhi, despite nearly 20 years in the business, had only been selected once. So when Kinema Junpo arranged an exclusive interview with him, Chu and his creative team were more than willing to cooperate. Director Chu, how did you push past opposition and choose Chu Zhi, a Chinese celebrity, to play Fuji Tenjiki, a character many doubted he could portray? Editor-in-chief Sakaguchi asked. Push past opposition? That was an exaggeration. Although he had also sensed that Chu Zhi was the right fit for Fuji Tenjiki after watching the Hokkaido song performance, the proposal had come easily. Shochiku, the film's investor, agreed readily since Chu Zhi's popularity was soaring at the time. Originally intending to clarify this, Chu saw Sakaguchi's solemn expression and changed his approach. Actors are the skin of a film. That is why I insisted on inviting Chu Zhi again and again. I believe that appearance must be flawless. Did you consider the consequences of failure? Director Chu, as far as I know, Chu Zhi had never played a male lead before. If this flopped, you could have fallen into obscurity. Sakaguchi pressed. It wouldn't have been that bad. When I Close My Eyes had a modest budget, and a director like Chu wouldn't be ruined by a single misstep. But Chu had already figured out the interview's tone. He responded with a solemn face. If it makes the work better, I'm willing to bear the consequences. I would make the same choice again. Sakaguchi's eyes gleamed. This young man knew how to play along. He already had a headline in mind. Chu at Tsuji's gamble. A career spanning over 2 decades hinges on one decision. If the film succeeded, the story could become industry legend, a legend birthed by Kinema Junpo. Sakaguchi was very satisfied. The interview continued. This way, everyone. Each of you may receive a signed promotional photo. Media friends, please line up at Section A to schedule exclusive interviews. Thank you. Sorry, we are not selling merchandise at this time. The interviews were held in the southwest corner of the cinema lobby. The staff tried their best to maintain order, mainly because the media were everywhere. Chu Zhi and Nakamura Yuriko were giving their interview to Eiga Gaijutsu in the northwest corner. Though this magazine had been around for nearly 80 years, even older than the famed Kayaz du Cinema, its reputation wasn't as wide-reaching as Kinema Junpo's. The questions reflected that difference. The first scene in When I Close My Eyes shows a vast snowy landscape, with the heroine Hiroko dressed in stark black and white. It creates a soul-piercing contrast. Nakamura-san, how did you feel filming this scene? Chu-san, do you believe you were the best Fuji Tenjiki? Or let me put it differently. Every time you appear on screen, it's like a runway walk. Each shot leaves a deep impression. It's not a traditional performance. Was that your own choice? The questions were formal, direct. Time passed, and the cinema began to empty. But Koguchi Yoshihiro remained behind. With the film's major success, he wanted to treat Chu Zhi to dinner. Koguchi, I'm heading out. Let's meet up again sometime. Miura Yukihisa said. Sure, Koguchi Yoshihiro replied casually. If not for his flight to Hokkaido, Miura Yukihisa would have stayed for drinks. It had been a while since they last caught up. Japan's second most handsome cinema guest almost caused a scene before leaving. Miki-san, is something wrong? Miura Yukihisa noticed his manager had stopped at the door. This standee. Miki hesitated. He followed her gaze. It was the life-size standee of Chu Zhi as Fuji Tenjiki. What about it? He asked. The next second, Miki snatched it up with lightning speed. Before Miura Yukihisa could react, all that remained was a fallen green trash bin. Question mark. What was going on? Was this the same Miki who always taught him to be polite with fans? Stealing a promotional standee in broad daylight. How inappropriate. And how could someone run that fast in 5-centimeter heels without twisting an ankle? Noticing the security camera near the entrance, Miura Yukihisa decided to just pay for it at the front desk. After all that fuss, he ended up needing the restroom. On his way to the bathroom, he passed more when I closed my eyes posters. One depicted Fuji Tenjiki pranking now Fuji on his bike. Still looked like my old self back then. Miura Yukihisa mused, staring at the poster as if mourning his own faded youth. Then he saw a female staffer pull a small folding knife from her coat and cleanly cut down a poster. There were no cameras in the hallway. What girl wouldn't want a Fuji Tenjiki in her heart, he muttered. Mickey hadn't been exaggerating after all. Stealing celebrity posters was nothing new in Japan or any parallel world. For some reason, people even tried to take giant posters from subway stations. Completely impossible. On April 1st, the film opened across Asia. Japan's cinemas began screening it around 1 p.m., while in China it launched between 5 and 6 p.m. Other countries followed a similar schedule. For a flop, a few hours wouldn't matter. But when I closed my eyes hit like a tsunami across Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu. Japanese internet exploded first. It must be fate. Fuji Tenjiki meeting Fuji Tenjiki. I love school romances. If only Fuji Tenjiki-san had been smarter. If only Fuji Tenjiki-kun had shown his love better. Could everything have turned out differently? Every frame is poster-worthy, especially when Chu Zhi appears. Each one could be a photo book shot. Someone secretly loved you through their entire youth. Chu Zhi, our ragdoll, is trying so hard to prove he's human, not a spirit. I don't think I'll ever forget the boy named Fuji Tenjiki. As the saying goes, 1,000 readers create 1,000 Hamlets. Everyone had a different takeaway. Some thought it was average, others didn't get the message, some preferred the grandfather's storyline, some thought the male lead was a jerk. But without exception, everyone agreed. Chu Zhi was unbelievably good-looking. The number of ragdoll fans skyrocketed. Films were clearly better at converting fans than songs. In just one day, the Chu Zhi discussion group on Japan's Mixi social network grew from 130,000 to over 500,000 members. Hashtags trending. Hashtag what other movies has Chu Zhi been in? Hashtag how old is the actor playing Fuji Tenjiki? Hashtag how did Chu Zhi play a high schooler Sawel? Hashtag is Chu Zhi a singer or an actor? Japanese fans grew deeply curious about Chu Zhi, who played Fuji Tenjiki. Every detail sparked their interest. And what do fans love to do most? Promote their idol. Even celebrities are subject to this rule. After all, stars are people too, except when they're not. Some idols are just walking disasters. Suzuki Kano was a loyal ragdoll fan and often recommended Chu Zhi to her industry friends. Sometimes she succeeded in converting them, sometimes not. This time, Nagasawa Masami, a friend who never bought in, called her. She had refused even a gifted EP before. As Suzuki Kano picked up, planning to invite her to see When I Close My Eyes, Nagasawa's voice exploded like rapid gunfire. Fuji Tenjiki is the most beautiful boy on earth. My heart is buried with him in the snow. How can someone so gorgeous exist? He might not be human. I saw a Russian site where a psychic said the ragdoll is actually a vampire count hiding among humans. Obviously fake, but it proves one thing. Chu Zhi is as seductive as Dracula himself. Suzuki Kano finally got a word in. I told you. Chu Zhi is way better looking than any local idol. The pride in her voice was clear. I told you so. Kano, didn't you have a signed EP and collector card of Chu Zhi? We should. Sensing danger, Suzuki Kano cut her off. Wait, my manager is calling. Urgent. Talk later. She hung up instantly and patted her chest. Giving away an EP was fine, but a signed one? She only got it through a special event. No way she was giving that up. Romance films already had a solid market in Japan. Earth had Crying Out Love, in the center of the world, with over 8 billion yen in box office sales. In the parallel world, there was The Invisible Wedding, earning 7.3 billion yen, around 360 million renminbi. But Crying Out Love was based on a best-selling novel. The Invisible Wedding was based on a real-life love story that captivated Japan in the 1990s. In other words, those films had built-in audiences. When I Close My Eyes had neither. Yet, shockingly, it pulled in 1.4 billion yen, around 60 million renminbi, on opening day alone. It shook the nation. Since the 2000s, Japanese live-action films had struggled while anime films grew stronger. A live-action film breaking 1 billion yen on day one hadn't happened in years. I didn't expect to land a gold mine, Ozono at Chu Zhi said after seeing the box office numbers. Even he was surprised. Real, solid revenue. Once again, Japan's entertainment industry was left stunned. The next day, headlines lit up. Chu Zhi, the face that crushed male actors everywhere, shook in Bunsan. What made it a hit? Uzu at Tsuji and Chu Zhi, who created the myth. JUI Entertainment. Warning, beauty cultivated over 5,000 years ahead. Tokyo Entertainment News. Eiga Gaijutsu conducted a special survey. Most of the ticket sales came from women aged 15 to 35. In Japan, it was just one part of Asia. When I closed my eyes had begun sweeping the entire continent. Number 304. The Beautiful Boy of the New Century. April 1st, April Fool's Day, was not considered a prime film release date in China. With the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day windows just passed, there were barely any major new releases in theaters. Most cinemas were understaffed for off-season periods. Those who had worked in theaters, like at Wanda Cinemas, knew that during national holidays like Golden Week, they'd earn an extra 100 yuan for overtime. But the theaters did not expect the madness of Chu Zhi's fans. What should have been a slow season turned into chaos, with long lines forming just to buy popcorn. The theaters were swamped. It's Xiao Zhiu's first movie. No matter how good or bad it is, I'm supporting him. Brain off. Totally worth it. Brother Zhio deserves it. One vote from you, one vote from me, and Brother Zhio debuts tomorrow. Hey, stop copy-pasting the same comments. Use your brain. I'm planning to watch it with my boyfriend. Bingjia hadn't watched a romance film in years. Normally, she'd only catch a few New Year blockbusters or light popcorn flicks. She bought her ticket this time solely to support her idol. Her online name was Rock Sugar Snow Pear Biscuit. She used to be a hardcore fan of Li Xingwei, but after betraying the fandom over the Like Smoke music video, she had become one of the minor moderators for the Weibo super topic of Chu Zhi. Old fans had their own set of aesthetics. No matter how flawed a film was, as long as it had one redeeming feature, Bingjia could praise it to the skies. Did people really think she couldn't see the film's flaws? Of course she could. How else would she craft talking points for damage control? But after watching When I Close My Eyes, Bingjia hesitated. The movie was genuinely good. The subtle emotions of youthful crushes, the cinematography, everything combined made it one of the top 3 romance films she'd ever seen. She wondered, am I just too biased? Then she canceled her afternoon spa appointment and bought another ticket to watch it again. Her second viewing focused less on the main couple and more on the side characters. Akihase and the grandfather's subplot were surprisingly touching. Jiuzai actually made a beautiful romance film. Bingjia was awakened. She immediately bought several more tickets and invited her girlfriends to watch it. She wasn't the only one. Many little fruits were just as shocked. Everyone knew international co-productions usually flopped. But their idol, a brilliant singer, had unexpectedly done well as an actor too. The little fruits became recommendation machines. Mainland hotel front desk. But he just stayed silent. We stood there without saying a word. After 2 hours, I started to feel sorry for him. So I said, please marry me. And he replied with one word, okay. That scene broke my heart for Hiroko. I don't think Fuji Tenjiki ever truly loved her. She was just a stand-in for the other twin. Jingjin. How many surprises does Xiao Zhiu have left for us? A high school student role with zero sense of dissonance. Feels like he's my classmate. Moshi Banksia. Wang Wei, how are you? I'm doing well. Loudly crying face. This line made me cry in the cinema. Brother Zhou looked so young in the movie. So cute, sweet or cool. North of the Yangtze, Chu Zhi is the most beautiful. Beiji in a black coat. Shout out to Xiao Zhiu's management team. Great job choosing this film. Honestly, he should just focus on acting and singing. That face deserves the screen. Su Qingmei watched it with my cousin. He said, everything depends on how handsome the protagonist is. If you're handsome, people miss you when you're gone. If you're ugly, you're just a mailman delivering love letters that never get answered. Face with tears of joy, but I gotta admit, there's truth in that. Most audiences care about 4 things when choosing a film: production investment, star power, director reputation, and word of mouth. Of these, When I Close My Eyes had none. It wasn't Valentine's Day either. Shochiku's promotions were minimal. To the general public, the film had premiered quietly, which meant the opening day box office rested solely on the shoulders of the little fruits. Market analysts predicted a modest debut, no more than 40 million yuan. But there's a saying among fan circles: there are only two kinds of people, little fruits and those who haven't met Chu Zhi yet. That loyalty exploded into full power today, when I Close My Eyes pulled in 140 million yuan on its first day. Jaw-dropping. That's 140 million in RMB, not yen, not won. Given that a 2D ticket cost around 25 renminbi, that meant over 5 million fans had bought tickets. Even discounting overlapping purchases, tag-along boyfriends, and random viewers, that still meant at least 3 million real supporters. It defied logic. Even top idols with tens of millions of followers barely had active fan bases in the hundreds of thousands. This kind of turnout was unbelievable. The film industry instantly understood what top-tier top-stream really meant. Multiple studios began thinking about future collaborations. And with more opportunities came more responsibilities. Chu Zhi's main agent, Niu Jiangxue, was flooded with work. "Is there any merch for Brother Joe's movie?" Lao Qian asked. "Sister Niu is totally swamped right now." Birdface said fans are demanding merchandise, Lao Qian added. "Posters, keychains, phone cases. He suggests we take over the mainland merchandising rights." Birdfei was a new nickname for Fei Ji, after losing a bet where he had to say 3 times, "I'm a eunuch." Lao Qian dubbed him Birdfei on the spot. "Wait a second, Qianji. Let me ask." Chu Zhi called Matsutake Pictures rep, Hoshiro Akira. After more than 40 minutes of negotiation, Chu Zhi Studios secured the mainland rights for When I Close My Eyes merchandise. Why did Shochiku agree so easily? Because in Japan, they were one of the big 4 studios. But in China, they were nobodies. They couldn't even match Hollywood's revenue share in China, let alone make a profit selling merch. Giving Chu Zhi the license meant at least making something from it. With the rights secured, Chu Zhi nodded to Lao Qian. The official contract would be signed the next day in Tokyo. "We have a reliable factory partner. They can finalize designs and deliver finished goods in 3 days," Lao Qian said. "Should we open a new sales channel?" That's why star managers needed assistance and side jobs. It wasn't about bloated teams, just too much work. Merch was mainly handled by Wang Yuan, and giving fan mom types responsibility ensured good quality. A new channel? Chu Zhi motioned for him to elaborate. "We could add a store to the Orange Home app. It's easy technically, and the film's popularity would also boost app traffic," Lao Qian proposed. "It's a good idea," Chu Zhi said, "but it would change the app's essence. Orange Home is for fan interaction and dreams, not online shopping." He continued, "Niojia mentioned this before. If I launch a personal brand someday, I could sell through the app. But I rejected it. Movie merch should be sold where it belongs, Taobao, JD.com, or theater counters. Not an Orange Home. That would taint its meaning." Lao Qian didn't quite get it. Wouldn't faster merch access be a benefit? But he didn't argue further. After all, Orange Home had many middle and high schoolers. Adding a store could lead to trouble. An idol's reputation was hard-earned but easily lost. The movie merch trifecta, keychains, phone cases, posters, was quickly put into production. Wang Yuan and Lao Qian selected the design templates, sent them to the factory, and raced to meet the prime sales window. As for Chu Zhi's personal brand, it was already in planning. But with an active contract with Toyokawa, he wanted to wait until the deal ended. No drama, no mess. Why are there so many roadshows? Chu Zhi stared at the schedule director Ozono at Tsuji had sent. A roadshow meant visiting a city, appearing at a cinema, and hosting a short fan event to boost local ticket sales. 8 cities in 3 days: Yokohama, Osaka, Nagoya, Sapporo, Fukuoka, Kobe, Kawasaki, and Saitama. A quick math calculation revealed 3 cities per day. Thankfully, Japan's landmass was about the size of Yunnan province. If it were China, legs would break before they finished. "It's my first starring role. Of course, I hope it does well. But I don't have time for that many road shows," Chu Zhi called Ozono at Tsuji. Far away in Yokohama, Ozono answered without surprise. "No problem at all. Yuriko Nakamura and I can handle the road shows." He'd never really expected Chu Zhi to attend anyway. Sending the itinerary was more of a formality. Looking down at today's Eiga Daily, he read the headline, "The Beautiful Boy of the Early 21st Century." As the film caught fire in Japan, just how popular was Chu Zhi? Posters and standees kept getting stolen. Some theaters had to hire security just to guard them. It was absurd. If people were snatching cardboard cutouts, what would happen if the real person showed up? A stampede? Liza thought so. But then again, if a stampede happened during Chu Zhi's appearance, wouldn't that create even more hype? Wait, if Chu San's appearance causes a stampede, wouldn't that just drive up box office? He mused. A few minor injuries for tons of profit? Tempting. Maybe he should ask Chu Zhi to show up for the final roadshow. The next day, Japan's box office crossed 1 billion yen. Shochiku finally realized just how big this film had become and began pouring in resources. "We made the same mistake as Sony's Amori Genhito. We underestimated Chu Zhi," said Shochiku exec Hoshiro Akira. When the contract had been signed, Chu Zhi had negotiated a hefty box office cut. Now it looked like a brilliant move, but reflecting on it was useless. Chu Zhi's status was already secure. His next album under Sony Music wouldn't come cheap. And if there were another movie? Without generous terms, Japan's companies would fight to get him. In contrast to Japan's immediate explosion, China's audience had been drawn in by early buzz and strong word of mouth. On the second day, box office reached 87 million renminbi. On the third, it rebounded to 110 million renminbi, partly thanks to Saturday traffic. In just 3 days, When I Close My Eyes had earned over 300 million renminbi, an outstanding result for a romance film. Number 305. Rising fame across Asia. Film and television success ultimately hinges on quality, and one by one, viewers and influencers began posting their reviews of the movie. Time changes many things, but I've realized that secret crushes are somehow more beautiful than first loves. After watching When I Close My Eyes, I felt deeply moved. Maybe I saw my own youth in it, though sadly, my youth had no Fuji Tenjiki. Why are people saying they didn't understand the story? It's simple. Fuji Tenjiki secretly loved Fuji Tenjiki, and Fuji Tenjiki had no idea he was being loved by Fuji Tenjiki. Only after Toi Kamoka died did Fuji Tenjiki realize Fuji Tenjiki had always loved him. Makes sense now, right? Bro, stop with the nesting dolls. You're banned from nesting dolls. Even though Shochiku didn't have a promotional budget, and China Film Group brought the movie over without investing, Chu Zhi's personal popularity pushed the film onto trending lists on TikTok and Weibo. It earned hashtags like hashtag everyone has their own Tenjiki and hashtag I'm doing just fine over here. For Shochiku executives, Chu Zhi offered incredible value, but they felt like they'd been thoroughly swindled. As the film reached more people, comments became increasingly diverse. Some found it boring, some didn't enjoy it at all, but overall, the film's reputation remained strong. Renowned film critic Jiu Hong rated it 4 stars on Douban. Chu Zhi is a talented singer. That's the impression I had of him. So when I heard he was starring in a movie as a high schooler, 2 words popped into my head: cash grab. To be blunt, I thought he was just milking his fans. My sister dragged me to see it. To my surprise, it was actually an enjoyable experience. Whether or not his acting was good is beside the point. His appearance as Kamoku didn't break immersion. The film's overall quality and cinematography were also solid. Now I understand why the director insisted on casting him. Opening ratings. Douban, 8.3. Maoyan, 9.7. Tao Piapiao, 9.4. Time, 8.1. While Maoyan and Tao Piapiao scores are often inflated, Douban and Time hold more weight, and for now, the scores showed promise. Chu Zhi's debut film wasn't just successful in China and Japan, it began to make waves across all of Asia. Thailand. In its first 2 days, the film brought in 38 million baht, roughly 7 million renminbi. That might seem modest, but in Thailand's historical box office rankings, over 30 million renminbi is enough to crack the top 10. Tenjiki and Doya Bakuko's hairstyles becoming the trend among students. Bangkok Entertainment News. This was amusing, since Tenjiki's look was just a plain fringe haircut, which would appear silly without Chu Zhi's face. Doya Bakuko's short hair needed a good facial structure to pull off. India, the Eastern superpower, performed even better. 2-day box office, 607 million rupees, over 50 million renminbi. nearly 10 times Thailand's performance. When I Close My Eyes makes you want to become someone better. Entertainment and Faith Weekly. South Korea. Korea, with its strong romance movie market shaped by K-dramas, seemed like an ideal fit. But upon entry, the film was met with harsh reviews from critics. This is peak awkward Japanese storytelling. Why not just confess directly? From the perspective of student Fuji Tenjiki, the male lead was a failing student with reckless behavior. No girl would look twice at someone like that. Don't be fooled by this fairy tale fantasy. The only reason it works is Chu Zhi's visuals. I've never seen a more handsome high schooler. Critic Ha Jae-hyun. Doya Bakuko is a terrible girlfriend. She dates Akiba Mori, yet never stops thinking about her ex. When her letter to the afterlife gets a reply, she assumes it's from her dead lover and fights with her current boyfriend. This movie glorifies emotional cheating. Critic Kim Jong-ga. South Korea was caught in ongoing gender politics, and the film stirred two opposing sides. But while the critics argued, the general public made up their own minds. Opening day viewers, 1.67 million. In South Korea, ticket sales are calculated by head count, not revenue. With an average ticket price of about 45 renminbi, that equates to over 70 million renminbi on day one. Meanwhile, at JYP Entertainment, company president Park was reviewing paperwork when his assistant, a ponytailed young man, rushed back into the room. Park raised an eyebrow. He had just sent him off to compile fan vote forms for their website, and not even 3 minutes had passed. President Park, the company website just crashed, the assistant reported. Crashed? Park frowned. They had already prepared extra servers with their IT firm. Was someone siphoning funds? The assistant tried to explain, but Park cut him off. What does this have to do with our website? Because the film's explosion in popularity led to massive demand for Chu Zhi's Korean EP. His fan group, the Apostles, flooded the site requesting the EP release. Over 200,000 members left more than 300,000 comments, and it coincided with our ongoing fan voting campaign. Park waved his hand. He needed a moment to process this. Traditionally, Korean boy groups announce album drops via company websites. Girl groups rely more on digital singles, while boy groups lean on physical sales. Chu Zhi wasn't in a boy group, but since he collaborated with JYP, they announced his project the same way. You're telling me the Apostles crashed the site? Park asked, stunned. Yes, President Park. But Chu Zhi only has about 200,000 paying members on his fan cafe. Can that many people really flood the site? A year ago, Chu Zhi's fan cafe had over 400,000 paid members. He ranked first, but after months of inactivity, dropped to 7th. Since the movie's release 2 days ago, he's regained over 350,000 paid members, the assistant replied. Park was speechless. Contact DH Systems. We need the site fixed immediately, he ordered. Once alone, he logged onto the website, only to find waves of similar messages. When will the Demon King's album drop? Can't you give us a proper timeline? Apostle Hyunji. It's been 2 months. The album is still in production. Did JYP forget about the Demon King? Apostle Haijong. Is JYP sidelining the Demon King? Even Sony Music never ignored him. We demand an answer. Apostle Yuna. Christ gave cinema a Fuji Tenjiki and music a Chu Zhi. Please release the album. I want to collect every special card. Sion Jian. With over 300,000 messages, the Apostles had buried all regular posts. Park realized the gravity of the situation. These were all potential sales. He immediately called Chu Zhi's manager, Nyo Jiangxue. It was time. The album needed to drop. Number 306. Chu Zhi, the Asian sensation. Brother Chu, how about recording the Korean EP first? President Park of JYP Entertainment has called 7 or 8 times in the past 3 days, Nyo Jiangxue said helplessly. I'll check the schedule, Chu Zhi replied. The Korean EP had always been his decision, and Nyo Jiangxue had been helping delay things. Resolving it early would be one less thing to worry about. The upcoming month's schedule was packed, but most appointments could be rearranged. The only immovable item was the 25th Global Chinese Music Awards ceremony. See if you can free up 2 or 3 days, just enough for me to record a few Korean songs, Chu Zhi said. Got it. Nyo Jiangxue agreed to make the adjustments. The sun, growing drowsy from everyone's busyness, called it a day early, giving way to a rainy night. The soft patter of rain filled the air. Chu Zhi quietly noticed that Wang Yuan was a hidden literary girl type. During lunch, she deliberately went for a walk in the rain without an umbrella, returning to the office soaked, her hair and clothes dripping wet. The office had showers and a lounge. Wang Yuan kept a spare long dress there, so she immediately took a hot shower and washed her hair. She'd done this often and never caught a cold. She did it because she was genuinely happy. She had finalized the design templates for the When I Close My Eyes merchandise. Chu Zhi noticed, but didn't comment or show himself. Everyone had their quirks they didn't want others to know. His was acting. He had planned to be home by 9 p.m., but plans rarely kept up with change. Chu Zhi was in the middle of feasting. He liked to order food delivery and go all out. Tonight's battle featured a mega double beef god burger, 3 servings of New Orleans chicken wings, a 10-inch pizza, and a variety of snacks. Some might think the movie idol had no appetite today. Not true. A 10-inch pizza was enough for 2. Just as the feast reached its peak, the phone rang. The caller was Brother Zheng Hua, a rock legend. He answered on speakerphone. "Reading anything, little bro?" Zheng Hua's voice hinted he had something to say. Sensing that, Chu Zhi paused mid-bite, pulled out the half-eaten chicken wing from his mouth, removed his disposable gloves, and picked up the phone. "Just eating. What about you, Brother Zheng? Had supper yet?" "Haven't smelled supper in ages. Getting old, metabolism can't keep up. Eat too much, and it's high blood pressure, high cholesterol, high everything," Zheng Hua chuckled. "Ah, you've got to take care of your health," Chu Zhi responded, recalling details instantly. "You also need to watch your diet because of your diabetes." "You remembered that?" Zheng Hua was surprised. It had only come up once at a gathering. "How could I possibly forget something about you, Brother Zheng?" Chu Zhi replied sincerely. Moved by his concern, Zheng Hua didn't beat around the bush. "Hey, do you have any signed photos? Send me 2. "Huh?" Chu Zhi was momentarily confused. "My niece watched your new movie and became a huge fan. Said she'll ace all her subjects this semester if she gets your autograph. I couldn't take it anymore and had to call you. I know you're busy during the day, so I'm calling now. Brother Zheng, call me anytime you need something. When have you ever been too busy?" Chu Zhi laughed. "What's her name? Best to personalize the autograph." Zheng Hua told him the name. Chu Zhi agreed, and the call ended shortly after so he could finish eating. Right after hanging up, he wrote the autograph, sealed it in an envelope, and left it on the table for mailing the next day. He worried that if he waited until after eating, he'd forget. Better to do it first. The leftover chicken wing was a little cold by then, but not one to waste. He ate it anyway. He had many things to eat, just like there were many stars in the night sky. Chu Zhi's daily schedule was the same, always full, never light. Neo Jiangxue couldn't free up 2 or 3 whole days, so they spread the recording across 2 weeks. In between other tasks, Chu Zhi recorded 5 Korean songs. From the selected album Universe, there were 7 songs. He disliked one and skipped it, and one was a Chinese version. A 5-track mini-album was more than enough. Once the EP was recorded and sent to President Park of JYP, Neo Jiangxue was finally spared the bombardment of phone calls. While Chu Zhi squeezed in time to record the EP, the film's box office earnings kept climbing. When I Close My Eyes performed well across Asia, except in countries like Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Afghanistan. The final numbers. China, 730 million yen. Japan, 450 million yen. Asia-wide, 30 countries, 1.68 billion yen. The only limitation was Shochiku's distribution channels. For example, in Singapore, only one theater showed the film. If Toho had handled it, the box office could have gone up by another 200 million yen. Thanks to the generous profit-sharing terms, Chu Zhi earned a significant sum. Being a principled boss, he gave Lao Qian a sizable bonus. After all, it was his strong recommendation that made this happen. What Chu Zhi gained from Toy Komoku wasn't just money, but fame. A bombshell article from Asahi Shimbun read, in 2020, domestic box office revenue and moviegoer attendance in Japan are expected to exceed 280 billion yen and 20 million people, respectively. While many films earned over 10 billion yen, only one live-action film stood out, When I Close My Eyes. The real problem lies in a lack of creativity among filmmakers, said Shochiku President Kishimoto Seishi at a press conference on May 4, 2021. Innovation can come through storytelling or casting. Capturing that one moment of freshness can elevate a film. The spark between director Chu Zhi and Chu Zhi was such a moment. Films can create superstars. Chu Zhi has become the first Asian superstar of the 21st century. Public recognition followed. Number 1 in Korean online poll for most handsome male star, Chu Zhi. Number 1 ideal artist on Russia's THT television. Number 1 most handsome male star in Vietnam. Top 3 most mentioned stars on Thai and Indian internet platforms. Fastest rising star in the Philippines, Malaysia, and Myanmar via Lee magazine. Top new male star in Bhutan, Brunei, and Singapore. The Japanese live-action film industry had been weak for years. Previously, they relied on Hollywood for blockbusters and international film festivals for art. Now, both markets were failing. So when Asahi Shimbun finally saw a successful domestic film, they praised it with all they had. The rankings were legitimate, with links and sources to back them up. Chu Zhi's voice hadn't yet swept across Asia, but his face had already arrived. As a star, he was elated. As a singer hoping to produce meaningful music, he was even happier. It was perfect preparation for his future records. The cover of Entertainment Biweekly, one of the top entertainment magazines in China, boldly asked, "Is Chu Zhi already an Asian star?" In this age where few people still bought entertainment magazines, the question went viral. After all, gossip on Weibo was free. Yet the magazine sparked real debate. Entertainment Biweekly not only translated the Asahi Shimbun article, but also added research on Chu Zhi's international rankings and influence. In Thailand and Russia, Chu Zhi had already been popular even before the film's release. In Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, countries with large Chinese populations, Chu Zhi was already known. The movie only boosted his fame further. He might not be an Asian superstar yet, but he's absolutely an Asian-level celebrity. One movie feels a bit exaggerated. A single film can be a signature work. If he's got fans in so many countries, why not call him Asian-level? Now how did Brother Gio become this famous when we weren't looking? Chu Zhi is a singer, and in the end, it's still about the music. Public opinion was mixed, but the general consensus was clear. Domestic fans had always known Chu Zhi was famous. Now they finally had a sense of how far that fame had reached. Number 307. When fame tests your calm. In showbiz, fame and quality both matter, and should ideally go hand in hand. But investors only care about one thing: popularity. Armani wanted to sign Chu Zhi as global ambassador for their skincare line, offering a 23 million yen renewal. This proposal split the management team. While becoming the first Chinese global ambassador would boost his status, Neo Jiangxue firmly opposed it. Soon after, Armani returned with an offer for the ready-to-wear line. 58 million yen per year, plus a 5 million yen signing bonus. This can still be negotiated, Neo Jiangxue said after exiting the meeting. The two sides had begun talks, but hadn't reached a deal. It feels like Brother Gio's focus on acting is fast-tracking his fame, Lao Qian remarked. Then second-guessed himself. But When I Close My Eyes was a lightning-in-a-bottle movie. I doubt even the director expected an Asia-wide wave. We can't put all our hopes in festivals, Lao Qian continued. And Brother Gio is being called a music genius. Movies are just supplementary, Neo Jiangxue pointed out, noting the flood of script offers from big studios. Soon Armani will be begging Brother Gio to be their global face, Lao Qian said confidently. After all, he speaks multiple languages and can seal fan loyalty across markets. Currently, Armani's global ambassador for Pret-a-Porter is Hollywood star Augusta Pablo, an Oscar nominee and member of the $100 million Paycheck Club. Chu Zhi's fame wasn't yet on that level. Negotiations were taking place on the 56th floor of Wharf International Plaza in Hong Kong's Jie District, home to Armani's Greater China HQ. Meanwhile, Chiu and assistant Fei went to Adidas's China headquarters after a summer campaign ad was flagged for insulting Chinese culture. "Hello, Mr. Chiu," Director Wu greeted them. "As we discussed over the phone, what's your explanation for the May 6th ad?" Chiu asked directly after exchanging pleasantries. "It was a minor oversight by marketing. We've removed the ad," Wu said casually. "But it was deleted from your domestic site while still live overseas. Whether an oversight or deliberate, you must issue a public apology or it'll seriously damage our client's reputation. Chiu pressed. Wu frowned. Mr. Chu represents the trefoil line, not the summer sparkle shoes, so reputation won't be harmed. The fallout was contained, as if by money washing, preemptively managing public opinion before it hit Douyin or Weibo. Wu added, removing the domestic post shows sincerity. Adidas is a Fortune 500 company. We're about mutual success, not interference. It was arrogance thinly veiled as logic. Chiu's blood boiled. Stomping on China's flag design is no oversight. It demanded accountability. So that's your final stance, Director Wu? Chiu asked, tone stern. Shall we have lunch at a nearby steakhouse? Wu suggested. No thank you. Chiu replied evenly. I'll report your attitude accurately. Enjoy your journey. Wu replied nonchalantly as they left. Adidas had signed Chu Zhi to the trefoil ambassador deal in January. 55 million yen annual fee plus 5.8 million yen signing bonus. They had a contract to protect. Wu assumed Chu Zhi would never break the deal over a minor controversy. To Wu, idols are tools, and brushing off domestic fury was no big deal. Outside, the skies over Shenzhen were sunny, while Shanghai shifted from cloudy to heavy rain, driven by sudden downpours. Umbrellas struggled under the wind, just like public opinion struggling to breathe. Back at the meeting, Lao Qian and Niu Jiangxue handled business smoothly, but Chiu's trip ended badly. He refused to sugarcoat Wu's tone. Adidas is arrogant, Chu Zhi said quietly. The rest of the team stayed silent, waiting for his decision. Chiu expected Chu might call them out. Still, Niu Jiangxue and Lao Qian shook their heads, too risky to draw attention on social media. Just then Chu Zhi broke the silence. Is the Global Chinese Music Awards coming up soon? In 2 days, Lao Qian replied. How many nominations do we have? Lao Qian looked to Niu Jiangxue. 7 in total. Then we'll definitely win something, Chu Zhi said. I'll handle the rest. No grand speech calling out Adidas, just quiet confidence. Niu Jiangxue and Lao Qian gave each other a nod. Preparation resumed at full speed. Dozens of tasks, from interviews to photo shoots, kicked into high gear. By evening, the team was embroiled in another debate, endorsing Huawei or another domestic smartphone brand. No resolution was reached. Chu Zhi's day ended around 10:30 p.m. His driver, Chu Zhi, dropped him off shortly after 11. As Chu Zhi walked down a dimly lit path, an orange cat darted out and meowed. It rolled over, asking for food. I didn't bring any, Chu Zhi laughed. The cat sprinted away as quickly as it appeared. Back home, he showered and checked the Adidas site overseas. The controversial Summer Sparkle ad was still live in Japan and Korea. No accident, it was deliberate. Though he's an image-focused star, Chu Zhi knows respect for one's country is non-negotiable. Anger welled inside, but he kept his composure. He realized he wasn't even that hungry anymore. The overeating of carbs couldn't soothe the unease. This grievance was Adidas's fault. 2 days passed, and the entertainment world prepared for a key night. The awards ceremony would be held at Rongqing Overseas Chinese Town Grand Theater. Next door was a theme park. Normally busy, tonight it was overflowing with fans. It seems many award shows have moved to Rongqing lately, perhaps even more than Shanghai. The awards, hosted by Channel V, Asia's largest satellite music channel with coverage in the Middle East, Southeast, and South Asia, carried serious prestige. The venue was ready 2 days in advance. Banners, posters, and throngs of fans set up outside. Traffic on Xihua Avenue was at a standstill, especially around Chu Zhi's entrance. By 6 p.m. the fan bases, little fruits, had claimed their positions. Reporters from QQ Entertainment were stuck in traffic for over an hour. It's a sea of fans, said reporter Xiao Yang. It's not just us, the paper's team is also jammed. Only NetEase and Sina managed to get through, Xiao Zhou replied. Videos shot by fans showed walls of banners and thunderous chants. Brother Gio, you're the brightest star in the night sky. Love is admiration, nerves, shyness, certainty. It's you. No rising star compares to Brother Gio's features. Crazy for Gio, crashing against the wall for Gio. It's terrifying, Xiao Yang said. We can't even walk. There's still over an hour to go, Xiao Zhou sighed. With equipment in tow, they couldn't just bike in. That evening, more than 10,000 fans gathered nationwide for the live ceremony. each one chanting for Brother Gio. Number 308. Standing up to a giant. A 3-meter-long red carpet is the ultimate showcase of fame and prestige. On either side, cameras clicked non-stop, fans pressed behind black barricades. And in the middle, the celebrities strolled like planets around the sun. Reporters shouted questions. Mr. Li Guangpu, there are allegations that your new album cover was plagiarized. Any comment? Over here, please. Teacher Song Yuqian, care to respond to the recent rumors? Mr. Miaotan, please strike 2 poses for us. Thank you. The nominees at the Global Chinese Music Awards were all talented artists. Among the top 5 trending stars, only Li Fei was a peer in popularity. Li Fei had graduated from the vocal department of China's Central Conservatory of Music, earning the nickname Prince of Bel Canto. The judges admired him deeply. When Li Fei stepped onto the red carpet, the atmosphere exploded like water thrown onto hot oil. I love you, brother. Forever with Li. Li is the one. Sorry, Li. I loved you without permission. Even those on the signing wall during photo ops were taken aback. Miao Tan, also a Central Conservatory alumnus, laughed and said, Fei is my younger schoolmate. His songs are pretty good, he added. Song Yuqian, a Malaysian Chinese singer who rose to fame in Taiwan before returning to the mainland, was in her 30s and had many hit songs. In fantasy literature terms, she was a half-step diva. Let him come over for a photo later, Miao suggested. Miao Tan, runner-up in the 2007 Happy Boys, once had a large fan base. But after being shelved and then appearing on shows, he never reached the same popularity as the half-step diva. Some artists signed and entered, except Li Guangpu. He was tangled in plagiarism controversy and didn't want to answer questions. Minutes later, Li Fei scampered over with excitement, greeting, Miao Ji, this ceremony is huge this year. I'm kinda nervous. Last time I performed here, I snuck in through the back. Don't act so cool, Miao teased, then introduced him to Song Yuqian. Of course I know Li Fei. Your song Guidance of the Heart is a staple at my KTV, Song said. Li Fei replied, that song's high vocals require perfect control. You're the only one who can pull it off. Song, famous for her high notes, took the compliment at face value and returned it graciously. Li Fei's face stayed calm, but inwardly he sighed. These people weren't doing proper praise. If it were Brother Gio, Chu Zhi, he'd have added, hitting those high notes is really tough. He missed Chu Zhi. He knew Chu Zhi was nominated for more awards than him this year. They chatted a bit more, signed the wall, posed for a photo, and entered the Grand Theater together. The overseas Chinese town Grand Theater seats 1,600, but most seats were covered by curtains. There was no way every nominee could attend. Inside, dozens of artists had already taken their places, chatting in small groups. Most nominees were between 35 and 50 years old. Li Fei really was one of the younger ones. He wasn't bullish, just talkative with people he knew. After a while, a chant echoed from the audience. Fame reaches the skies, Brother Gio unparalleled. Miaoten froze. They could hear it inside, 30 to 40 meters away. Song Yuqian's wide eyes showed her surprise too. She thought Li Fei had a strong fan base. She hadn't expected this. Brother Gio's fans are numerous and united, Li Fei said. He wasn't jealous. After all, he and Chu Zhi were close. Some artists smirked, others looked envious or dismissive. But beneath it all was jealousy. Li Guangpu, the triangular-eyed singer, scoffed inwardly. Lots of fans, but no quality, undeserved fame. Being popular won't bring skills, he mumbled. A Beijing singer signed with Universal and once called himself the successor of male pop. He even performed at Hong Kong Coliseum. But after switching to Emperor Entertainment, his career tanked. Chu Zhi entered the venue, taking in his surroundings, when someone shouted, Brother Gio, finally meeting you after years of admiration. Inside the hall were many of his friends, Li Fei, Yang Xinbua, Gu Ying, Gu Peng, Yang Guyan. But the first to greet him was Li Guangpu. I'm Li Guangpu, he said. At 41, much older than Chu Zhi, it felt natural to call him Brother Gio. I sing your songs at KTV. They need technique and feeling. Chu Zhi answered warmly. Honestly, Chu Zhi hadn't heard the name before, but that didn't stop him from being polite. Kinda hard to sing the difficult sutra, Li Guangpu said. I tried once and gave up mid-song. Let's exchange WeChat. They immediately added each other. Clearly, Li Guangpu admired Chu Zhi, even if secretly bitter. At Chu Zhi's level, you may not like him, but you still befriend him. Next came other familiar faces. You heartless guy. You didn't call me. Joked Yang Xinbua, the social butterfly. Chu Zhi waved it off. Let's talk normally, Yang Ji. I knew you weren't into this stuff, Yang teased. When you come to Shanghai next, dinner's on me. Beef noodles, extra cilantro, and chili. Chu Zhi laughed. Sure, but double the meat. That's asking a lot, Yang joked back. Li Fei, Gu Ying, Gu Peng, Yang Guiyun. They all greeted each other. In just over a year, Chu Zhi had gained a wide circle. As guests settled, the hosts walked in. Host Pan Ying from Day Day Up welcomed the audience. Welcome to the 25th Global Chinese Music Awards. I'm your host, Pan Ying. It's my honor. Lights cooled as stage lighting took over, making every performer feel elevated. With 28 awards, they fell into 3 categories: the Global Chart Awards, the Asian Influence Awards, and Channel V Awards. The Global Chart Awards were top tier. First came the Channel V categories, and then the Asian Influence Awards. Chu Zhi won first. Channel V Song of the Year, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Best Asian Influence Male Singer. Best Asian Influence Album, Awaiting the World. He kept his acceptance speeches brief. These weren't the main events. The Asian Influence Awards measured Pan-Asian recognition. The chart awards were coming up. About 1 hour and fan chants later, they reached the main awards. Chu Zhi had 4 nominations. Song of the Year. Most Popular Male Singer. Best Male Singer. Best Album. The team expected him to win at least one of the male singer categories. Face tense, guests leaned forward. Li Fei tapped his foot like he was doing tap dance. One by one, the awards were announced. The winner of Chart Song of the Year is You Still Haven't Loved Me. Song Yuqian. Song Yuqian grabbed Song of the Year and Best Female Singer. She was the big winner. And the most popular male singer is Chu Zhi. Polite applause filled the hall. This is the 5th time I've come up tonight, Chu Zhi said, holding his trophy. I've already thanked fans, my grandpa, the agency, everyone who's supported me. But there's one more very important thing I must say. He turned to the organizers. May I show a video? They played a 20-second clip of the Adidas Summer Sparkle ad. Most guests were Chinese, and their expressions tightened as they watched a shoe tread over a flag pattern. Some looked puzzled. What's he doing at an awards show? Adidas is a Fortune 500 company. Has he lost his mind? This was an ad released overseas by Adidas. After netizens exposed it, they deleted it here, but it remains live abroad, Chu Zhi said. Because I'm a trefoil ambassador, I asked them to remove all versions and issue an apology. Is that too much to ask? Silence. Media were electrified. An awards ceremony just became big news. Host Pan Ying hesitated. Not too much. If you make money in our market, respect our culture. Don't insult our country overseas and refuse to apologize, Chu Zhi continued firmly. Therefore, he declared, I am terminating all cooperation with Adidas. I love my country. And because of Adidas's arrogant stance and disrespect, I will boycott all Adidas products effective immediately. It wasn't just quitting, it was a declaration of war. Cutting ties with a brand over a slight? This was unprecedented. Everyone was stunned. Number 309. One Man Against the Storm. First of all, I want to apologize for taking up everyone's time and using the stage of the chart of charts for a personal statement. Chu Zhi bowed slightly, then stepped down from the stage. The atmosphere turned awkward. Was this the right moment to clap? Many people felt the urge to, but this was an awards ceremony, after all. Li Fei didn't overthink it. As soon as Chu Zhi finished, he stood up and began clapping. Pa pa pa. His close friends Gu Peng, Yang Guiyun, and a few others joined in, and soon the entire venue was filled with applause. East winds blow, war drums thunder. Who's afraid of whom in this world? Li Guangpu muttered. He thought Chu Zhi was stubborn to the core, but couldn't help feeling admiration. He had never seen a celebrity dare to openly challenge a brand like this. Bold and unyielding, young and fearless. Song Yuqian decided she would look more into this rising star who'd taken the industry by storm. Did his agency really approve this? Miao Tan was genuinely curious. His own agency would never have allowed it. But inwardly, he gave Chu Zhi a mental thumbs up. That kid's got guts. Host Pan Ying quickly stepped in, professionally taking control of the stage. I believe Mr. Chu Zhi's words were well said. A public figure must stand firmly with their country. Just like our chart of charts always aims to uphold social harmony, he added, then shifted smoothly. Now, moving on to the next award, Best Male Singer. The ceremony continued, though after Chu Zhi's bold speech, the rest of the night felt like an afterthought. The Best Male Singer award, nicknamed Little Song King, went to Gu Peng. His recent folk album Lugo Bridge, released on Christmas, was heavily criticized by mainstream listeners. Some even joked it should be renamed Bridge of Regret. But critics and award panels nationwide had showered it with praise. I actually wrote out my speech this time, Gu Peng said as he pulled out a folded paper. Laughter rippled through the audience. His tone was so serious that many thought he was just doing a bit. But those who knew him understood that his social anxiety made it impossible to speak off the cuff. What I wrote in Lugo Bridge isn't the kind of campus folk music people expect. It's a reflection of my thoughts about the Chinese people and our heritage. Folk music should express national character. Unique melodies embody that character. Irish folk always has a harp, Italian folk has its accordion. But I believe Chinese folk music should carry our identity. French folk is whimsical and humorous. Swedish folk is passionate and stirring. Norwegian folk evokes lakes, mountains, and rivers. Gu Peng glanced up from his paper and closed. Thank you to the judging panel for recognizing that vision. Applause followed. He had ascended the stage slowly, but stepped down with surprising speed. 3 awards remained: Best Album of the Year, Transgenerational Icon of Mandapop, and Most Influential Digital Music Company in China. With Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange hailed as the source of the new Chinese-style pop wave, Chu Zhi secured the Best Album award as expected. The Transgenerational Icon award went to Yang Xinhua. It was more of a consolation prize, acknowledging his long career as an idol despite never quite becoming a true king of pop. The final award, Most Influential Digital Music Company, went to Tencent Music Entertainment Group. A representative from Penguin Music accepted it, officially marking the end of the awards ceremony. Ready? Xiao Yang from Penguin Entertainment gave a glance to his colleague. Zhou, another journalist, nodded. Always. As soon as the host finished his closing words, Zhou dashed forward, eyes locked on the front row where Chu Zhi sat. Media outlets swarmed the space like sharks drawn to blood. If popularity had a scent, it must have been thick in the air around Chu Zhi. Only about 20% of reporters failed to reach him, simply blocked out by the rush. Brother Gio, no matter what happens, the Musicians Association will stand by you. Guing called out before slipping away through the crowd. I'll be in touch later tonight if you're free. Leaving now, but if you need someone to speak up, just say the word. Familiar faces like Yang Xinhua and Li Fei left one by one, knowing the press would soon make Chu Zhi the sole focus. It was a good thing Chu Zhi hadn't moved. If he had headed toward the exit, there would have been a complete traffic jam. Penguin Entertainment, Mango News, Tushio, Douyin News, NetEase Entertainment. Everyone wanted a quote. Xiao Yang and Zhou from NetEase were among the first to reach him. The questions came fast and furious, too many for one person to answer at once. Please move to the media room for a short press conference, said Niu Jiangxue, taking control of the situation. Our artist can't possibly respond to all your questions here. She had entered earlier from the side door. Managers of nominated artists were allowed in, though not via the red carpet. The so-called small media room still held over 100 seats, quite spacious compared to the massive theater hall. Xiao Yang and Zhou were reluctant. They'd fought hard to get to the front. Being told to move was like waiting in line for hours only to be cut by someone new. Still, if they didn't follow, they'd lose out on the exclusive. By the way, there were a lot of little fruits here tonight, Chu Zhi murmured to Niu Jiangxue as they walked. I suspect it was an organized effort. Can you check on that? He wasn't speaking out of impulse. He had already calculated the fallout. Even now, as he faced the crowd, he remained calm, still thinking of his little fruits. I'll look into it, Niu Jiangxue nodded. Also, please make a post on the Orange Home Forum. Tell fans not to throw away their Adidas products. They paid money for them. Very thoughtful of you, she said, impressed. By then, they had reached the media room. Press conference begins. Mr. Chu Zhi, earlier you said you would personally boycott Adidas. If the company apologizes, will you accept it? asked Xiao Yang from NetEase. There are two kinds of apologies, Chu Zhi replied. One is sincere, where someone recognizes their mistake and wants to make it right. The other is forced by pressure. Judging from Adidas's initial response, even if they apologize, I don't believe it would be sincere. Adults must take responsibility for their actions, especially a Fortune 500 company. If we forgive disrespectful behavior too easily, we'll only be seen as weak and easily manipulated. I don't speak for others, but I will personally uphold my boycott of Adidas permanently. His words silenced the room. Everyone caught the underlying message. This wasn't about momentary anger. This was long-term. A line had been drawn. Another reporter from Penguin asked, "So, is not disrespecting China your standard when choosing endorsement brands?" Not disrespecting China? Chu Zhi raised an eyebrow. That's not a standard. It's the bare minimum. The prerequisite. The industry insiders knew. Most luxury brands had a history of disrespecting China, if not outright racism. Chu Zhi couldn't take on every brand in the world. His goal was simple, to raise the stakes. If companies like Dior, Montblanc, or Armani insulted China again, they'd know that with him. It wouldn't just mean canceling a contract. It meant war. Because to luxury brands, dropped endorsements were nothing. There were always other stars lined up to take the deal once the outrage passed. Journalists thought he was being too idealistic, but Chu Zhi knew exactly what he was doing. Only Baidu News asked a question unrelated to Adidas. Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange won Best Album. You're also the youngest artist to ever win that award. Will you continue creating music in the new Chinese style? It was a normal question, but in the current climate, it felt oddly out of place. The press conference continued for half an hour and wrapped up around 8:40 p.m. Chu Zhi later met up with Yang Xinbua and others for dinner. During the meal, Niu Jiangxue called to confirm that the support effort had indeed been organized. Only then did he truly relax and enjoy his food. But while Chu Zhi was calm, the Chinese internet exploded like a powder keg. Boom, boom, boom. Bigger than any bomb. The little fruits weren't just loyal. They were fierce. Their idol had made a statement, and they unleashed a storm. Screw Adidas. I'm such an idiot for buying those sneakers last week. I'm applying for a refund right now. Brother Gio is so right. I didn't even know about that ad before, but I'm never buying from Adidas again. Brother Gio is so A. His values are amazing. I was going to buy Adidas for 6.18, but forget it. This is how it should be. You want to take our money and insult our country? Get lost. I threw away my Adidas shoes. The fan groups and forum posts are telling us to stay calm, but seeing Brother Gio that angry, I just can't. Hashtag Chu Zhi boycotts Adidas forever. Hashtag respect our country if you do business here. Hashtag multiple official accounts show support. Hashtag Adidas website crash. Hot searches flooded Douyin, Weibo, even Zhihu. How should we view Chu Zhi's clash with Adidas? Why did Chu Zhi take such a stand? What started with fans quickly spread. High visibility drew in the clueless. The situation snowballed into something massive. Number 310. A strike against giants. Penguin News. What will happen to Adidas if they refuse to apologize? Today's headlines. Gu Peng, Li Fei, Yang Xinbua, Zhang Ning, and other celebrities speak out in support. Sina News. Chu Zhi refuses any form of apology. The headlines were everywhere. Viewers drawn in by the news were united in sentiment. No trolls dared to speak up in opposition this time. Chu Zhi isn't like any other celebrity. So direct. I used to be a loyal Adidas customer, but if you insult my country, sorry, I won't accept it. I saw that ad. Brain dead. Support Chu Zhi, full boycott. Holy crap, are there still celebrities this courageous in today's entertainment industry? Adidas hasn't even taken down that international ad. Enough talk. No apology accepted. I usually hate it when someone claims to speak for me, but this time, Chu Zhi absolutely represents my stance. +1. He represents me too. +2. Comments like, he represents me, piled up, thousands of replies deep. The scandal had grown so big it rocked the upper management at Adidas China, even reaching the headquarters in Germany. This was where Chu Zhi's influence diverged from the average A-lister. His personal reach wasn't limited to China. His followers on platforms like Instagram and Twitter made him an international name. Adidas, permanently boycotted by Chu Zhi, became a trending topic in South Korea, Japan, Thailand, Russia, and Vietnam. Headquarters had no choice but to respond. Adidas Greater China CEO, He Gang, had been relaxing on a yacht when the call from Germany came in. The conversation lasted 10 minutes. Plenty of scolding, even if it stopped short of a full-blown tirade. We expect this news to die down by tomorrow morning. Click. The mood shattered. He Gang scrambled to open his phone. No search needed. The front page of Baidu blared. Adidas owes us an apology. After scrolling for a few minutes and realizing the full scope of the damage, He Gang began contacting senior management. An emergency video conference was scheduled. Director Wu from the product department had been goofing off who knows where, and only learned about the issue after the meeting began. When he read Chu Zhi's till death statement, his pupils shrank. It hit him like a cement truck to the soul. How dare Chu Zhi? Wu sputtered. That was the question haunting every Adidas executive at the table. We need a plan now, He Gang said, trying to shift blame. Director Wu, didn't you say you had already finalized negotiations with Chu Zhi's team? Mr. Max, from HQ, wants to know how we got here. There must have been a communication error. A misunderstanding won't solve anything, He Gang snapped. Just finish what you should have handled from the start. Convinced Chu Zhi's side to backtrack. Backtrack? That was impossible. Chu Zhi had made his stance crystal clear, live in front of reporters. Wu opened his mouth to protest, but the moment had passed. This was your job to handle, He Gang said coldly. You were the one who ordered this in the first place. Wu clenched his fists but said nothing aloud. Within half an hour, a damage control plan was drafted. Not a single exec, from Germany or China, believed the ad itself was the problem. The problem was that it had gotten out of hand. The brand's classic whitewashing playbook: control comments, issue an apology, donate money. First, Adidas posted a public apology on their official site. Due to a communication issue with the director, we regret the misunderstanding caused by our recent ad. The Summer Radiance campaign has been removed. Coincidentally, that same director was soon exposed as a known racist, with other dirt surfacing fast. This move shifted blame onto the director. Then came the waves of controlled comments to rehab the brand's image. Hiring that director was just bad luck. Mistakes happen. The real fault lies with production oversight. Some trolls also chimed in. Chu Zhi wasn't even an Adidas ambassador. Is he trying to build a patriotic persona for clout? The next day, Adidas donated 5 million yuan to the Red Cross to help underprivileged children in remote areas. Normally, this formula worked like a charm. But not this time. They'd underestimated Chu Zhi and the ferocity of his fanbase, the Little Fruits. You can pay trolls, but how do you fight the unbreakable will of Weibo fangirls? No matter how many comments they tried to control, the trolls got demolished. The Little Fruits didn't back down. This wasn't a debate, it was a rout. Even attempts to erase the trending topics failed. The Little Fruits were relentless. Then came the real blow, a wave of mass returns at Adidas online stores on JD and Tmall. Customers even flooded into physical locations asking for refunds. It was direct, undeniable financial loss. Meanwhile, Little Fruits dug up years of product complaints. Just in China alone, the backlash was overwhelming. Add in overseas damage, and it became a total nightmare. In most countries, news like this wouldn't affect casual consumers. But K-pop and J-pop fans, they're extremely loyal to idols. In South Korea, fans of Apostle even held a No Adidas campaign. Their message: no Adidas items in our homes. Japan acted even faster. The next day, Adidas was voted the most disliked brand on GUNet, a consumer watchdog site for Amazon shoppers. GUNet's ratings are notoriously hard to manipulate, unlike Amazon's easy-to-bribe review system. Yet somehow, a flood of Japanese doll collectors read Chu Zhi fans managed to push Adidas straight to the top. Adidas is a global Fortune 500 company with over 20 billion euros in annual sales last year. But Greater China had been its key growth engine for 27 straight quarters of double-digit increases. Its three key regions were Greater China, EMEA, and North America. If China collapsed, they were in serious trouble. If yesterday had been a corporate slap, today was a fatal punch. Adidas CEO Max flew straight from Munich to Shanghai to oversee the cleanup personally. Chu Zhi's agency was swamped. Chi Chiu had fielded dozens of calls. Mr. Chi, We're prepared to show sincerity. Please, let's resolve this. That was He Gang, pleading on the line. Meanwhile, Director Wu from Product was fired the same day Max arrived in China. Mr. He, I don't think there's anything to discuss anymore. Chi Chiu replied bluntly. Tried to act high and mighty? Try staying that way now. When begging didn't work, He Gang changed his tune. He threatened to sue Chu Zhi and demand compensation. Chi Chiu just laughed and hung up. What a clown, he muttered. He even shared it as a joke in the agency group chat. Scared? Not in the slightest. Everyone knew the official stance. They were ready, even for a lawsuit. A week passed. Adidas had no countermeasures. In China, their online sales dropped by 48% in 7 days. Physical stores fared slightly better, only a 20% drop, but still a cliff. Internationally, estimates showed a combined 11.7% loss across Japan and Korea. Their quarterly report was ruined. CEO Max never expected one Chinese celebrity to create such a massive issue under his leadership. There was only one move left: sacrifice the pawns to save the king. The parent company issued an official statement. Due to severe mismanagement in the Greater China Division, we are terminating CEO He Gang and 2 other executives. The Greater China region's head was quietly replaced as well. The public explanation? Routine appointment changes. 10 days after the awards night, Adidas hired a new regional CEO who gave a speech. We will honor Chinese culture and create culturally tailored sportswear. Our next sneaker line will be the Red Kunlun series. It was a desperate attempt to win back the Chinese market. But the sting of humiliation doesn't fade that easily. And the little fruits didn't care about Red Kunlun. They cared about what their idol thought. Miao Tan, watching it all unfold, was stunned. Can a single celebrity really have this kind of power? Take down a Fortune 500 brand. I heard not just He Gang, but the entire Greater China leadership got replaced. Miao Tan was a loyal Zhihu user. He quickly logged in to see what the experts were saying. One of the top-liked replies, from user Little Flame. First, I have deep respect for Mr. Chu Zhi. But let me be clear, it wasn't Chu Zhi alone who brought down Adidas. It was the collective action of millions of netizens. Faced with that tidal wave, Adidas never stood a chance. Chu Zhi was the whistleblower. He was the first to charge. Behind him stood the little fruits. How powerful were they? In just 2 days, they gathered over 4,000 complaints about Adidas products. Without Chu Zhi putting his future on the line, Adidas would have only swapped He Gang, not the entire leadership of Greater China. Chu Zhi's influence across Asia forced them to act. And when I say he risked his future, I'm not exaggerating. What foreign luxury brand would dare hire him now? They all have skeletons. I doubt Armani, Montblanc, or Dior will renew his contracts. That's why I call him Mr. Chu Zhi. He's no longer just a celebrity. He turned himself into a blade, the sharpest sword for our nation's dignity. This sword, foreign brands. Have you seen it clearly yet? Number 311. A star's sword shakes the luxury world. Piaoling. Your post got my blood boiling. But why will it be hard for Brother Gio to land luxury endorsements in the future? Isn't his current influence exactly what brands crave? Yamaxiang, Sunset Glow. It's not like only Chu Zhi can be a brand ambassador. Sure, his popularity is sky high, but brands can always hire more celebrities. I'm not even a fan of anyone, but Chu Zhi? I truly admire him. Whether it was risking his life to save people during the earthquake or stepping up now, he's always been the one to lead. Xian Zhongjuan. Now that you say it, I'm starting to worry. Brother Gio swung his sword with all his might. But what if later on some leech sneaks in to scoop up the endorsement deals instead? Then we'll all go back to shopping like nothing happened. Fengsha Howl. The internet may forget, but I won't. Any celebrity who takes Adidas endorsements after this, I'll blacklist for life. And I'm never shopping Adidas again. Sacred Stone. Those who carry firewood for the people should not be left to freeze in the snow. Any brand that signs Chu Zhi now, they'll have my full support. KFS. I used to just think Chu Zhi was bold. Now I see that speaking out like he did came at a huge cost. I still don't understand why these brands love playing dirty little games. Commenter, Xiao Yin of the Ruo family, had a point. The tug-of-war over pricing with Chu Zhi's team for the Asia brand ambassador role with a major fashion house? Put on hold. In fact, Dior, which had been preparing a new contract proposal, abruptly shifted strategies in the past couple of days. Only Mont Blanc, who had signed Chu Zhi not long ago, remained quiet. But Dior and Armani's reaction revealed two things. To put it bluntly, while Dior and Armani may carry the lofty titles of the 6 blue-blooded and 8 red-blooded fashion houses, they don't come close to Adidas in scale or global market share. If even Adidas could be struck down in Asia, what chance did they have? Luxury brands have a habit. They hire many celebrity ambassadors, but never really treat them as important. In fact, inside their companies, brand-specific models usually hold more status. But Chu Zhi, that name is now etched into every luxury brand's global memory. This brought both setbacks and blessings. Chu Zhi gained overwhelming public goodwill and, more importantly, official recognition. In the eyes of the authorities, Chu Zhi had always been one of our own. He was a public security image ambassador, a fire safety ambassador, a model taxpayer for Shanghai's tax bureau, and the son of 2 national martyrs. This recognition soon became public. His management received a notice yesterday. Chu Zhi's song Chrysanthemum Terrace had been nominated for next year's 5-1 Project Award by the Ministry of Public Security's Propaganda Department. Anyone who knows the entertainment world knows what that means. Hosted by the Central Propaganda Department, the award honors the best cultural works, books, films, TV, etc. from the past year. Just getting nominated is almost impossible for an average person, let alone winning. Meanwhile, the Literary Federation headquarters was also preparing to award Chu Zhi. After all, cultural expression must align with ideological direction. The challenge was choosing the right award. Director Jiang of the Federation was thinking hard. There were many awards they could give Chu Zhi, but the very abundance made the decision harder. His secretary, Xiao Shi, knocked on the door. Director Jiang, teachers Yuan and Wang are waiting in the conference room. They'd like to discuss something. Yuan He and Wang Dong? Director Jiang was puzzled. With all the association's projects, how did these two have the time to come calling? The upcoming Sino-Japanese-Korean cultural performance was under Director Jiang's supervision, and China's representatives were Chu Zhi, Qi Dake, Gu Peng, Wang Dong, and Yuan He. So if the two were here, Jiang had to make time. I'll go take a look, he said. He also told Xiao Shi to ask the editor-in-chief of People's Music magazine whether the next issue's theme had been decided. If not, they'd do a new Chinese-style special. Magazines like Music Composition, Songs, Lyrics Digest, People's Music, World Cinema, Film Art, and Global Screen all belong to the Federation. When Director Jiang entered the meeting room, Yuan He and Wang Dong stood at once. Teachers Yuan and Wang, what did you want to discuss? Jiang was busy, so he cut straight to the point. We think the team leader for the cultural exchange should be reconsidered, Yuan He said. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Yuan He the one who had recommended himself for that role? Both he and Wang Dong were from the theater world and had strong vocal skills, which is why they were approved in the first place. This performance is of great significance. After discussing it with Teacher Wang, we feel we might not be up to the task, said Yuan He. We thought perhaps Teacher Gu would be a better fit. Gu Peng, that introverted man who gets stage fright? You'd be lucky if he could lead a toilet line, let alone a team. Jiang stared at them, suspicious of what game they were playing. Gu Peng's recent album, Lugo Bridge, was very well received, Yuan He added. I agree, Wang Dong chimed in. With less than a month left before the show, switching leaders was absurd. Director Jiang didn't have time for this. Teacher Yuan, you were appointed by both the team and us. We all trust you. Let's not waste time on this issue, he said, then stood up. I have other matters to attend to. Yuan He was left speechless. Truthfully, this visit had one purpose, to curry favor with Chu Zhi through Gu Peng. Back when Chu Zhi was a newcomer with no major works, they had said some rather nasty things. But in just 1 year, the tides had turned. One hit after another, a revolution in new Chinese-style music, insane vocal technique, and even that haunting performance of Opera 2 at the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum. And what truly stunned them was the rumor. High-ranking officials had praised Chu Zhi by name. This is the kind of young star China needs. That's how we succeed at cultural export. They had to fix things. As theater professionals, they depended on state support. What do we do now? Wang Dong asked. Yuan He threw up his hands. Don't ask me. Who do I ask? The center of all this attention, Chu Zhi, had taken the day off. Not because he wasn't busy, but because his acting beast was sick. He had achieved the hangover achievement last night and passed out with the air conditioner on, forgetting to cover up. Now, he had a sore throat from inflamed tonsils. After a trip to the hospital and under heavy pressure from his team, he was ordered to rest. Even swallowing hurt, a major issue for a singer with a packed schedule. Still, Chu Zhi rarely got downtime. Might as well call it a vacation. Activate sick leave person, simulate flu, make it a severe flu, he instructed mentally. A few seconds later, he felt lightheaded, his throat sore, and his body weak. Remove flu symptoms, he commanded. Cough, cough. His throat still felt raw. He took another sip of honey green tea and muttered, "Damn. I thought I could overwrite my tonsillitis with a simulation and cancel it out. Guess not." The system said, clearly annoyed. Why was this guy always trying to exploit bugs? Whatever. My song credit vouchers are low. Chu Zhi's thoughts shifted. He'd spent his last one to unlock the most beautiful sun, leaving him with just one voucher. He had two pressing goals during the upcoming Chinese, Japanese, Korean cultural performance period. First, it was mid-May, almost June. High school and middle school entrance exams were coming, and he wanted to write a song to encourage little fruits who were taking them. He glanced at his playlist. Nothing suitable for that yet. Second, with the 100th anniversary of the Communist Party approaching, the Ministry of Culture was launching a tribute event. Chu Zhi wanted to contribute a piece. "I'll need 50 personality coins to do a 10 pull. Gonna cost me again," he sighed, throat itching as he sipped more tea. He currently had 25 coins. A recent public appearance without makeup earned him 8 coins, and he had planned to save up for 6 more months. Let's roll the gacha, Chu Zhi thought. Last time, he drew blind. This time, he looked at the prize pool. Bat back. Voice of Enchantment. Big Fish Gift Pack. My Motherland and I Gift Pack. Album, Flight Cycle of a Flying Machine. Album, Love is So Amazing. My Motherland and I, this song fits me perfectly. Chu Zhi felt like the system bro really had his back. What was Bat Back? He checked the description. It was inspired by martial arts superstar Bruce Lee. His latissimus dorsi muscles spread like wings from his armpits down to his waist. It wasn't just for show. If it wasn't just cosmetic, it could really improve his physique. I kinda want this one, Chu Zhi muttered. The whole prize pool was stacked. Then there was Voice of Enchantment. It added charm to the user's voice, making listeners irresistibly drawn in. System bro, what are you planning? First Angel's Gospel, now this? You're making it so I can only be active during the day, otherwise something's gonna happen. He joked, but the acting beast inside him clearly wanted it too. Flight Cycle was Guiding's album. It had hits like Mercury Records, which was hauntingly beautiful and had some popularity. Love is So Amazing. Never heard of it. Wait, Andy Lau's album. Chu Zhi didn't expect that. He hadn't followed stars much in his past life, but he had always liked Andy Lau. Still, My Motherland and I felt more urgent right now. He made a wish and opened his gacha box. Album, Love is So Amazing. Chu Zhi facepalmed. Andy Lau was great, but this wasn't the time. Just as he was about to complain, the memory fusion kicked in. As the song list downloaded into his mind, he stopped mid-sentence. Sorry, bro. I was a little loud. This album is amazing. 14 tracks, including With All My Heart, You Make Me Drunk, Goodbye Kiss, Love Like Tides, Flower Heart, Wanderer's Love Song, and even Chinese People. Perfect for the tribute event. What kind of god-tier compilation is this? Zhang Yu, Wang Jie, Jackie Chung, Jeff Chong, Emil Chow, Wu Bai. How did so many Legends classics end up here? He examined further. It was a 1997 cover collection by Andy Lau, with 14 songs, 10 of which were iconic covers. System, from this day forward, you are my half-brother. Chu Zhi grinned. With this, he could release the most invincible love ballad album in existence. Number 312. A Song for the Future. No one can take away the dreams in my heart. The path I walk is lit by my own light. Even if I stumble, even if I'm scarred, I'll stand tall, proud of who I am. At present, Chu Zhi's unreleased song library contained well over 30 to 40 tracks, even without counting his miscellaneous covers and side projects. More and more people are asking for songs, he muttered to himself. His plan was to stockpile a few dozen more before considering licensing any out. Writing hit songs for others and becoming a hitmaker was a tempting path, but the emperor beast inside him preferred to arm himself to the teeth. As for a motivational track for the upcoming college entrance exams, Chu Zhi spent his last remaining song voucher to exchange for Proud Young Man, which cost him 8 style coins, leaving only 17. His throat still hurt, definitely not a good time to record. Instead, he sat down to write the sheet music. After taking his medicine, Chu Zhi surprisingly didn't feel drowsy at all. In fact, he was wide awake and had already finished his daily study assignments early. With a gulp, he downed half a cup of warm honey green tea. Still full of energy, he decided to find something else to do. It had been a while since he uploaded a video. On a whim, he grabbed a taiko drum and a shamisen and posted a new performance to his personal Bilibili account. I'm not that useless cat. By now, Chu Zhi had uploaded over 40 different traditional, Japanese, and Western instrument performances. He was basically a terrifying musical polymath. No miracles here. Still under 1,000 followers, he muttered, glancing at the account stats. Without any real promotion, going viral online was pure luck. He figured he just didn't have the kind of fate that brought Bilibili fame. If this account ever blows up, I'll do Yushu's iconic sassy strut on stage during my concert, Chu Zhi mumbled, just entertaining himself. Thanks to diligent rest and proper medicine, he was already feeling better the next day. His throat wasn't quite as sore anymore. Back to work. Though he was still avoiding strenuous recording sessions, he began easing into lighter schedules. Cough, cough. He opened the window of the nanny van for some fresh air. A warm breeze swept in and triggered another coughing fit. Brother Gio, your health comes first. Even if the schedule's packed, we'll push it back if we need to, said Wang Yuan. I know. I just can't sit still, Chu Zhi replied. The emperor beast really couldn't stay idle. The world was still so big, and he hadn't even scratched the surface. Every cell in his body buzzed with urgency. Asia alone had so much left to conquer. Chu Zhi, drink more water, Xiaozhu said as she handed him a cup of honey yuzu tea. Let me see the latest list of offers, Chu Zhi said, accepting the tea and taking a few sips to soothe his throat. The stack of proposals had already been pre-filtered twice. Most were variety shows, a few were movie scripts, and one even came from South Korea. One Korean script caught Chu Zhi's eye, not for its quality, but because of its audacity. A 3 million yuan acting fee, plus 50% of the profits from Chinese distribution? That's basically daylight robbery, Chu Zhi commented, glancing briefly at the script titled You Came from the Stars. It was about an alien who crash-landed on Earth and fell in love with a K-pop star. K-dramas really can turn anything into a romance. He tossed the script aside. There was also a collaboration offer from Netflix. It was simple. If Chu Zhi agreed, they would tailor an S+ grade drama just for him. Now this was what it meant to be a hot commodity. No matter what luxury brands thought, Capital was always eager to get in on a good deal. Adidas sent over a new offer, 150 million yuan for a 2-year global endorsement, said Lao Qian. It's obvious they still have their eyes on the Chinese market. A couple weeks have passed. The uproars died down a bit, and thanks to discounts and sales, their numbers are rebounding. But it's still nowhere near what it was, Wang Yuan added. If this continues, other athletic brands will eat into their Asian market share. That's why they're throwing big money now. And big money it was, 75 million a year. Even for someone at Chu Zhi's level, that was an overbid. Still, no matter how much Adidas was willing to pay, Chu Zhi didn't even glance at the offer. Some things just couldn't be bought. There weren't any major shifts in the domestic entertainment scene, but overseas, Chu Zhi's influence had begun to stir things up. After submitting his Korean-language EP, President Park at JYP finally selected a release date. JYP official announcement. Performer of Tengjingmu, Chu Zhi. Korean EP, After the Clouds Clear, scheduled for release on May 29th. The announcement had the apostles celebrating wildly. Even the general public was intrigued. I didn't know Chu Zhi could sing. Looking forward to it. I like a lot of singers, but not many actors. He should do more dramas. An original Korean EP? The Dark Lord really favors our country. Playing Tengjingmu had its downside. Well, not really. Most actors would kill to be typecast if it meant that kind of popularity. In the eyes of many Asian fans, Chu Zhi was still Tengjingmo. But that could be fixed. Just release more great music. When his Japanese language album had dropped, the apostles had gone crazy. No one knew what kind of impact the Korean album might have yet, but as of now, the top-selling Korean act was the GZ boy group, while the top in digital streams was Seven Colored Deer. The Korean music scene had its quirks. Boy bands were seen as riding the backs of female fans, with poor music quality. They sold physical albums well, but flopped on streaming. Girl groups were the opposite. Fewer female fans, so less album sales, but better digital numbers. No group had managed to dominate both. But the performance beast? He might just be built different. A few days later, Chu Zhi learned the hard way that tonsillitis was a stubborn little demon. He thought he'd be fine after one night, but it took 3 full days before he recovered enough to record again. That afternoon, he marched straight into the studio. Musical note 5,000 years of wind and rain, how many dreams have they hidden? Musical note. This time, Chu Zhi didn't invite producer Li Minglong. He handled production himself. Unless it was a complex track like the Unspoken Sutra, he usually needed only 2 to 3 hours to finish a song. That afternoon, he completed both Proud Young Man and Chinese People. He transferred the tracks to his phone and uploaded Chinese People to the Ministry of Culture's official website. For the little fruits in Beijing, here's a helpful tip. Go to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism's site, then click Public Services, Performance, and Lecture Info Platform Lectures to find tons of free lectures. There are 5 selected tribute songs. Chinese People should make the cut, Chu Zhi thought to himself. It had at least made it into the official 100 Patriotic Songs anthology back on Earth. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and Lao Qian had found a nearby cafe during the recording session and were sipping tea while taking care of various tasks. When things weren't too hectic, Wang Yuan liked to do some patrolling on platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and Weibo, checking for any anti-Chu Zhi posts. Honestly, she thought anyone slandering Chu Zhi had no heart. As his right-hand manager, she knew better than anyone that what you saw was what you got with him. Inside and out, all good. No one else would go this far. Writing a song just for fans taking entrance exams. Wang Yuan was moved, even though she wasn't taking any exams herself. Other celebrities treat their fans like cash crops, but Brother Joe treats his like family. She hoped some of the little fruits would earn their stars this summer and get into their dream schools. After all, if being a fan could make you a better person, that wasn't just rare in China, but across the entire world. Number 313. Chu Involution King Zhi. Seoul, Yangshan District, Mokdong, inside SBS Corporation. SBS is one of Korea's top 3 TV broadcasters and the only private nationwide station. Sounds impressive, but like its Japanese counterparts, it can be stingy. Chu Zhi's side hasn't replied, said Director Zhao in the secretary office. Drama producer-manager Chow wasn't too concerned. They'd already made a lowball offer expecting nothing. They were prepared for rejection. Send another invitation to Chu Zhi's team, manager Chow decided. Back in his inbox, Director Zhao saw the second offer. 2 billion Korean won's Korean won, 10 million renminbi. In pay, plus 15% revenue share. Korean top-tier stars can earn 300 million Korean wons per episode, 2 million renminbi. So for a 20-episode drama, that's 40 million renminbi. What made this offer big was the unheard-of 15% share. No one in Korea had ever gotten that, not even those famed for Horsemen of Cheonggyeuro. The project was You Came From the Stars, a collaboration between SBS and Netflix. Oh, so Netflix is fronting the money, Zhao realized. He chuckled. Capitalists could be foolish, assuming the Asian film success all hinged on a Chinese star. You Came From the Stars will struggle to turn a profit, he personally thought. Still, his job was to deliver, so he forwarded it to Chu Zhi's management. Chu Zhi's team received the offer and, out of respect for his time, collected manager Qian and Wang Yuan to discuss it before bothering Chu Zhi. Last time, it was manager Qian who supported taking When You Close Your Eyes, and it turned out right. The script is just average romance, manager Qian noted. The only twist, the male lead is an alien. His personality's cold and mostly emotionless. Little acting required. Wang Yuan, after rereading, disagreed completely. The male lead, Professor Bai, is a dream for many women. If Chu Zhi plays him, women will adore him. Really? Manager Qian was skeptical. You still don't understand women, Wang Yuan replied. I don't. Manager Qian was shocked. That's just level 3. Women fantasize on level 5, Wang Yuan explained. This character hits those fantasies. So you recommend we accept? Manager Qian pressed. We could, or not, said Wang Yuan. Chu Zhi doesn't need this. The project needs him. The price is a bargain. Filming is about 50 days. That's manageable. Moderator Niu Jiangxue agreed. Time is money, especially for someone like Chu Zhi. Niu Jiangxue gathered both views and asked Chu Zhi for his input. Meanwhile, in Orange Home app and forums, Little Fruits posted study blessings and exam luck. Brother Gio, please guide me through every question. Good luck for Agate University. My prayers go out to Brother Gio. For Leaf Clover, user Xiaoming softly whispered, I hope I can do well too. Her friend Kiki ran over after school, wildly babbling. I want to give everything up for one tree. Kiki meant she tries every fandom. But you're a loyal fan, Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Then Kiki showed her a video. Chu Zhi, direct address to fans. Hello, Little Fruits. Be sure to bring your IDs and admission tickets. And don't forget stationery. I wrote a song just for exam vibes. Proud young man, aka go for it, Little Fruits. I used to be a naive, tearful child. 10 years later, I know if I give my all, I can't fail. Run, proud young souls. Let your youth blaze with determination. Even with scars, no regrets. When no one cheers, you still hope. After the rain, rainbows shine magnificent. Tears welled in Xiaoming's eyes. Kiki announced, I'm officially a Little Fruit now. Name changed to Brother Gio's non-fan GFKK. Xiaoming frowned at how shameless she was, but proud for her friend too. Within hours, hashtag Go For It Little Fruits and hashtag Proud Young Men trended across platforms. Oh wow, I wish I had done exam papers after listening. Students posted heartfelt thanks, hundreds of thousands of messages overnight. Social commentary. This sparked major reflection. Scholar Xiao Yu compared fandoms and praised Chu Zhi's positive energy, planning research on the meaning of idol influence. Unlike typical involution, competition for clout, Chu Zhi turned it into inspirational creation, writing a lead single, level song just to encourage fans taking exams. Number 314. For the people, from the heart. Musical note, proud youth, fearless heart. Through trials we rise, through winds we start. With fire in our eyes and stars overhead, this is our vow, the path we tread. Musical note. Chu Zhi's performance of Proud Youth stirred up a notable response, and another song of his, Chinese People, sparked even more attention. As part of a nationwide cultural celebration led by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and the Central Propaganda Department, songs, films, dramas, novels, and operas were selected as tributes for the party's 100th anniversary. The review panel for the song category consisted of senior officials from the Ministry's Arts Bureau, artists from the Central Opera House, and renowned singers from the PLA's Song and Dance Ensemble. I personally hope to see younger voices in this tribute, said Tuan Zhang, the head of the PLA's Song and Dance Ensemble. A celebrated composer, he also served as honorary president of the Musicians Association, known for his prolific contributions to symphonies, ballets, and operas. Chinese People shouldn't just make the shortlist. My recommendation is to honor it with the Excellence Prize, he said. Only 5 works were to be selected. Among them, only one could win the Excellence Prize. In the second round of judging, Chinese People had been repeatedly criticized by some members for being too light in tone, but Tuan Zhang made his support clear. Debate within the judging panel became heated. It wasn't surprising. Scandals involving some young idol singers had led older artists to cast a skeptical eye over the entire new generation. Eventually, Division Chief Shua had to step in to put a stop to the argument. This tribute is for all Chinese people, regardless of region or age. In fact, we especially hope more youth will take part, said Shua. As for Chu Zhi, I'm aware of his character and vocal talent. He is an outstanding singer. Chinese People can be shortlisted. As for the Excellence Prize, we'll continue discussing. Shua's impression of Chu Zhi came from 2 past events, the Hokkaido Song Festival and the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum. That's why he was confident in calling him an outstanding singer. At that very moment, the singer in question was en route to the Ministry of Public Security, traveling directly from the capital airport to Dongqing District on East Chang'an Avenue. Today, Chu Zhi was scheduled to film a new public awareness video for the police. Normally, ambassador roles for fire safety and police image were rotated annually, but due to Chu Zhi's consistently positive public image and high popularity, he was invited back again this year. The officer greeting him this time wasn't last year's familiar face, Officer Koizumi, but a young man of no more than 25. After a brief introduction, Chu Zhi learned his name, Taiki Rai. Just to clarify, the officer said with a slightly sheepish smile, Rai doesn't mean rascal, it means fortunately. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll remember, Chu Zhi replied warmly. Then your name, Taiki Rai, carries a wonderful meaning. A child born into the Taiki family by fortune. There's a lot of love and care behind that. I think it's beautiful. Taiki Rai blinked, taken aback. He'd grown up being teased over his name, nicknamed Taiki the Rascal, and had developed the habit of explaining its meaning whenever he introduced himself. But this was the first time someone actually praised the name for its depth. I really do like it, Chu Zhi added. My grandfather gave it to me. I like it too. Taiki Rai finally understood why his cousin always said Chu Zhi was unlike any other celebrity. That gentle warmth came through in even the smallest conversations. That's the power of the acting beast. When someone goes out of their way to explain something, it usually means they deeply care about being understood, recognizing that as part of the performance. Over time, Chu Zhi had earned quite a few male fans as well. Evidence. Several young officers lined up to get his autograph. Well, it was possible a few of them were collecting for their girlfriends. I'm a fan. You're seriously handsome. No, you're the real lookers. The truly handsome ones serve the country, soldiers, police officers. I'm just a little handsome. You guys are the real deal. His words came with such easy charm that everyone smiled. The officers found themselves enjoying the conversation. Still, business had to come first. The filming location was out back on the training field. Crack down on telecom fraud, protect public assets. Nationwide anti-scam campaign. Don't believe, don't listen, don't transfer funds. Always on guard, ever prepared, just to ensure your safety. Surf the web legally and responsibly. Let's build a healthy online space together. The Ministry of Public Security had its own publicity department, and the resulting shots were clean, professional, and sharp. Filming took a little over an hour. At noon, Chu Zhi stayed for a meal in the cafeteria. Just as he was preparing to leave, Director Du Xiang from the news department approached him. Would you consider writing a theme song for us? Du Xiang asked. Your song, Lone Brave, has basically become the anthem of fire brigades across the country. She explained they weren't asking for a formal anthem, but something more like an inspirational ballad, a hymn of courage. Chu Zhi agreed to try, although he hadn't yet thought of the right tune. Speaking of fire brigades, he was scheduled to film a fire safety PSA with the fire department the next day. These were all unpaid charity projects, but Chu Zhi was committed. The more people understood fire safety, the safer firefighters would be. In the ideal world, both police and firefighters would be idle. There were still plenty of things waiting for him in the capital. Promotional posters for the China-Japan-Korea joint performance needed shooting. He'd be staying 2 or 3 more days, accompanied by only Xiao Zhuzi and Lao Qian. Wang Yuan had gone to Pingqing to handle an issue with the merchandise for When I Close My Eyes. A call came in. It was Zhang Ning. You came to the capital without telling your big sister? Where are you staying? Get over here to my place. Your brother-in-law's an amazing cook. We'll make you a feast. Zhang Ning must have heard through the grapevine that Chu Zhi was in town. Chu Zhi didn't try to offer excuses about not wanting to intrude. He simply explained, I've got too many appointments while I'm here, so I picked a hotel nearby. But if I were just visiting for fun, of course I'd come see you. Busy, huh? Zhang Ning, a star herself, understood perfectly. When a celebrity's schedule was packed, even meals became a luxury. When you have some free time, let me know. I'll make something special for you, she said. Your brother-in-law really wants to thank you in person. She was referring to the time Chu Zhi saved lives during the Otaru earthquake. Come on, sis, don't make it sound so formal. Chu Zhi replied with a grin. I'll definitely drop by. Just don't blame me if I eat too much. After a few more words, they hung up. Zhang Ning had always looked out for the younger man she'd come to see as a brother. When Chu Zhi stood up to Adidas, She was one of the first celebrities to publicly support him. Even after the call, Zhang Ning frowned with worry. Her husband, Hong Hu, asked, still thinking about Xiao Chu? Of course I am. Adidas is the top sportswear company in Germany, backed by an enormous capital chain. After what happened in Asia because of Geo, they're bound to want revenge. Not just took a loss, Hong Hu chuckled. They were gutted. Asia's top 3 consumer markets, China, Japan, Korea, aren't buying. Their Q2 earnings report for 2021 is going to be ugly. Even if they want revenge, they won't act now. Their hands are full just trying to recover the Asian market. To capitalists, revenge comes second to profit. Don't worry. As long as Xiao Chu doesn't mess up himself, he's perfectly safe in Asia with his current influence, Hong Hu said. That helped Zhang Ning feel a little more at ease. By the time Chu Zhi wrapped up his business in the capital, the month was nearly over. On the morning of May 29th, South Korea was cloaked in smog. The sky over Seoul was barely lit, the sun struggling to pierce the haze. What's going on? Why are all these people crowded in front of the store? Jang Haesong, an employee at a record shop in Itaewon, munched on a sandwich as he walked to work around 7:30 a.m. He was scheduled for the morning shift today, but found over 30 people loitering at the storefront. His heart sank. Though Yongsan district in Seoul was a wealthy area, theft still happened. He assumed there had been a robbery and rushed forward. But the crowd blocked his way. Quit pushing. There's a line here. Even if you're a fellow apostle, queue up like everyone else. No cutting. You want something? Go to the back. They'd surrounded the entrance in a U-shape, but were claiming he was the one cutting. And what did they mean by apostle? I work here, Jang Haesong said. Could everyone please make way? The moment he spoke, the crowd surged forward. You work here? Is the shop about to open? I want 10 copies of After the Clouds Clear. Q. I was here first, store manager Appa. Sell me 5 copies first. In the chaotic flurry, he finally understood. These people were fans. They were here to buy albums. We don't open until noon, he shouted hoarsely. Please come back later. Most record stores in Korea open at noon, some at 11. Jang had never imagined anyone would queue up this early, let alone for a release like this. Even top boy groups didn't draw crowds this big. Can't you open a little earlier? Someone asked. I'll report it to the owner, but the schedule isn't up to me, Jang replied. As he unlocked the door, he could feel the heat of their eager eyes behind him. He was genuinely worried they might rush in. He rolled up the steel shutter and began unlocking the glass door. The moment it cracked open, he slipped inside and quickly locked it again from the inside. Peering out through the glass, he was met by a sea of bright green eyes. Apostles, all of them. He suddenly recalled a line from the Chosen Daily. Chu Zhi's fans are immature to the extreme, a blight on the Korean entertainment industry. Whether or not that was true, one thing was clear, they were dedicated. Showing up 5 hours early? That was devotion. After the clouds clear, he muttered, remembering the 3 boxes of newly arrived albums from last night. The cover read, Original Korean EP by Chu Zhi. Using his film Look From When I Close My Eyes. A line of small print read, specially recommended by President Park of JYP. He still had work to do, setting up the display, swapping out the wall posters. Only he had arrived early. The other staff wouldn't clock in until 11:30. Number 315. Apostles Unleashed. After the clouds clear, the sun still shines. In the dark, I wait, but I'm not alone this time. Every drop of rain, a memory I hold. Every sunrise, a story retold. 3 full boxes of the EP After the Clouds Clear, a total of 540 copies. Not a small amount by any measure. But by 12 p.m., when Jang Haesong opened the Itaewon record store in Yongsan District, Seoul, the shelves were empty by 1:30. Completely sold out. He was stunned. What do you mean there's none left? I queued for hours. Isn't this the biggest record shop in Yongsan? Hurry up and restock. Aish, why are you just standing there? Want me to teach you how to do your job? Call and order more now. Unacceptable. The complaints hit like a downpour the moment Jang announced the albums were sold out. It was overwhelming. Actually, you can pre-order on the JYP website. He didn't even get to finish. His voice was drowned by shouts. You think I don't know that? Pre-orders open at 2 p.m. I wanted to get the album early, 2 or 3 hours ahead. Great suggestion. But do you know it takes 2 or 3 days for pre-orders to arrive? Don't tell me you only prepared this many copies. Never argue with fans. Especially not fans who failed to buy the album. Jang Haesung was at a loss. A few copies? These fans bought 10 to 20 copies each. They were their own worst enemy. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. All he could do was let his co-worker calm the crowd while he called the store manager. Huh? Wasn't there a poster here? He remembered putting it up in the hallway that morning. Now the blue-painted wall was bare. He walked forward, more posters missing. Posters getting stolen wasn't rare. Male idol groups often had theirs stolen, despite strict rules. But today, every single one was gone. Even the promo posters taped to the glass doors had been peeled clean. What could he do? Chu Zhi's popularity in South Korea was largely thanks to his visuals. Itaewon's record store wasn't the only one. Stores all over Seoul were wiped clean. South Korea had officially gone into a buying frenzy. JYP's President Park had learned from Sony Music Japan's past experience. For this release, they printed 200,000 copies, 4 times more than the 50,000 initial batch Sony did. Smart move. But even Park had miscalculated one thing. Back then, When I Close My Eyes, which swept across Asia, hadn't even premiered. 200,000 copies gone in a single afternoon. Not enough. Not even close. Countless fans, apostles, rushed to the official site to pre-order. Why can't I get the version 2 card? Aish, they must have underprinted them, muttered Kim Jae-hee after tearing through 30 albums, still missing one card. Kim Jae-hee, a name most would forget. A year ago, he was the MBC staff sent to receive Chu Zhi during his surprise Seoul visit. He'd gotten in trouble for that visit, scolded by his director. But as Chu Zhi's fame grew, so did Jae-hee's devotion. Chu Zhi's success proved that outdated power plays were nonsense. You could break the rules and still rise. Another 10 albums. Last 10. He checked his wallet, just enough cash. Earning around 18,000 renminbi a month, Jae-hee wasn't well off by South Korean standards. Spending over 4,000 renminbi on 40 albums? Undeniably extravagant. South Korean albums cost a bit more than Japanese ones, thanks to higher quality photo cards and posters. Chu Zhi's EP came with 7 collectible cards: casual suit, sportswear, knitwear, long robe, formal wear, flight attendant outfit, and trench coat. Unlike group idols, each with a single member card, solo singers rarely had multiple styles. Chu Zhi's versatility was rare. The long robe and formal wear versions were the rarest, 1 in 10 and 1 in 5 odds, respectively. Jae-hee lacked the long robe version. As a loyal apostle, he wanted to post his full set on the fan cafe. He was ready to head out when 2 news alerts popped up on his phone. Chu Zhi's Korean EP After the Clouds clears sparks of frenzy. 2 injured in a stampede at a Guro district record shop. Seoul Express. After the Clouds clear poised to break records. Critic Aizawa says, buying an album purely for looks isn't healthy. Jazz Report. 2 injured. A stampede. Maybe it wasn't worth going out after all. Usually, we're all brothers and sisters in the cafe, but when it comes to albums, no mercy. Shameless, he muttered. How had he managed to get 30 copies? Because his ex-girlfriend's younger sister worked at a shop and held them for him. Shameless? Maybe. But effective. He placed a 10-copy order on the JYP website instead. As for Aizawa's critique, Jae-hee just chuckled. Buying for looks? Wasn't that true of every boy group? Who wasn't drawn in by visuals first? They're just jealous because Mr. Chu's looks outshine every active male celeb, he said with a smug smile. Physical sales were off the charts, but South Korea's entertainment industry had 2 more metrics: music shows and digital streams. Music shows required live appearances and voting. Digital streams meant listeners had to pay to listen or download. Chu Zhi had no time for music shows, but JYP scheduled the digital release for 5 p.m. Good digital results could lead to what fans called a perfect all-kill, PK for short. To get one, a song had to hit number 1 on all major South Korean platforms. Most platforms updated hourly, so PK totals were tracked by the hour. The hit girl group 9 Color Deer once held the record with 171 packs. Their song topped every chart for over a week. That's 168 hours, by the way. Anyone who's studied for exams should recognize the number. Chu Zhi's 3 tracks, Universe, Go With The Flow, and Lights Out, took the top 3 spots on Melon. His title track, Universe, debuted at #1 across all major platforms. At 5 p.m., the release went live. By 6 p.m., it had already secured its first pack. The apostles went all in. Buying physical albums, streaming nonstop, they were relentless. Different countries, different tastes. On Earth, Go With The Flow had gone viral on TikTok, while Universe hadn't stood out. In South Korea, the opposite. The next day, it was time to announce first-day sales. South Korea's physical album game? Wild. The current record for first-day sales belonged to Chu Zhi boy group, over 1.6 million copies. Slightly below Earth 17, whose first-day sales exceeded 1.7 million, with 3 million in the first week. But that was for full albums. For EPs, the record was held by the now disbanded Goodbye at the End group, 370,000. Chu Zhi boy group had only narrowly surpassed them, and their fan bases still clashed regularly. Chu Zhi's combined physical and digital first-day sales? 480,000. No joke, South Korean fans had terrifying purchasing power. An EP going for 20,000 won, about 100 plus RMB, racked up nearly 50 million renminbi in one day. Faster than robbing a bank. Chu Zhi's simultaneous dominance in physical and digital stunned the entire South Korean music industry. Number 316. Chu Zhi vs. The System. SBS headquarters, Seoul. Minister Cho held the latest report in hand, his eyes gleaming. South Korea's three absurd social phenomena. Chu Zhi's influence is no joke. The numbers were shocking. EP sales and streaming statistics for Chu Zhi's latest Korean-language release, After the Clouds Clear, had just arrived. Casting Chu Zhi in You Came From the Stars was absolutely the right call, said Minister Cho with satisfaction. The more popular our lead, the hotter the series will be. Director Zhao nodded along, though inwardly unconvinced. Chu Zhi doesn't even have many works released in our country, but his popularity is bafflingly high. According to the Dong-A Ilbo, South Korea's three most absurd modern phenomena were dangerously high levels of Viagra detected in the Han River, an extremely low desire for marriage among the youth, and, somehow, Chu Zhi's inexplicable popularity. What was intended as a criticism had the opposite effect. Fans took it as proof of Chu Zhi's dominance. If he could be mentioned in the same breath as deeply rooted societal problems, wasn't that a mark of power? Netflix has full confidence in Chu Zhi too, Minister Cho added. They're offering 6 billion won per episode, plus 15% in royalties. That amounted to roughly 30 million yuan. When discussing schedules with his team, make it clear we'll accommodate his timing fully. The script only required about 2.5 months to film, and with tightly arranged scenes, shooting could be wrapped in 40 to 50 days. Right away, Director Zhao said, preparing to leave. Take these reports with you as well. Show them to the conservative faction. He was referring to SBS's internal opposition, those who firmly objected to casting a Chinese actor in a Korean lead role, and were even more opposed to partnering with Netflix. That conservative camp was also a major rival of the current deputy president. In Korea's corporate structure, a president typically referred to the CEO, while chairman was the board chair. Newspaper headlines. The fact, 37 packs, over 450,000 copies sold on day one, breaking all EP sales records. Chu Zhi is now the most influential foreign star of this era, reportedly dating a Korean girlfriend for years. Dispatch. How did Chu Zhi surpass popular group Inline Goodbye? We surveyed 100 listeners. Turns out, it's the looks. One fan even claimed a one-night stand. Zhao skimmed the gossip rags as he walked down the hallway. Dispatch, D agency, specialized in celebrity romances, while T-Fact, T-Press, was infamous for paparazzi-style exposés. Both were notorious, and both were now running full-page features on Chu Zhi. What's so special about a Chinese celebrity? At this rate, they'll start claiming he's actually Korean, Zhao scoffed. He returned to the secretary office and tossed the newspapers on the table. Just then, news arrived. Negotiations for the female lead had been finalized. Now, the leads and secondary cast for You Came From the Stars were all locked in. The female lead, Song Myung-hee, was a graduate of Dongguk University's theater and film department. She debuted as a solo singer, but earned more fame for her seductive waistline than for her songs. After transitioning to acting, she climbed the ranks, from Best New Actress at the Baeksang Arts Awards to Best Actress at the Grand Bell Awards. At 30, she held considerable standing in South Korea's entertainment scene. And yet, her per-episode fee was just 200 million won. 20 episodes added up to barely over 20 million yuan, without any bonus cuts. Compared to Chu Zhi, the difference in status was stark. Chu Zhi's Day 1 sales had hit 480,000. Day 2 climbed to 440,000. Day 3 held steady above 400,000. He didn't just break EP sales records, he broke them over and over. It was an eerily perfect sales curve. The secret? Japanese ragdoll fans and Chinese little fruits were quietly buying in bulk. Even though major fan accounts pushed the slogan, Chu Zhi is free to listen, many still chose to collect physical copies in secret. Even a small fraction of buyers, when scaled against such a massive fan base, made a dent. His streaming stats were no joke either. He held a perfect all-kill, PK, for 96 hours straight. On day 4, rival group M7, challengers to the Princess Group, released their own single. M7's popularity ensured strong competition. Though they often lost out, their fanbase was still powerful. But Chu Zhi's apostles weren't to be underestimated. They went all in defending the charts. Eventually, on Melon's chart, M7 edged ahead, pushing the battle into a deadlock. Neither side could retake the perfect all-kill. Chu Zhi had turned the Korean music scene upside down. On Korean social media, half the trending topics revolved around his epic sales or his war against the 9-member M7 boy group. Meanwhile, back home, China's trending searches were dominated by one thing: the national college entrance exams. No contest. Under the scorching midday sun, Chu Zhi was still on the move, working through a packed schedule with his management team. He might not claim to love his job, but he firmly believed in earning his pay. Today's shoot? An outdoor ad for Anta, the Chinese sportswear giant. Anta had offered the highest bid in recent contract talks. The deal was sealed quickly. At lunch, they found a shady spot to eat boxed meals. Chu Zhi, I found something super delicious. You've got to try it, said Xiao Zhuzi, the team's life assistant. She skipped over, hiding something behind her back. Is it durian? Chu Zhi sniffed. I can smell it. Wow, your nose is sharp. She pulled out a sealed pack of durian pulp in one hand. Regular durian is great, but what if you pair it with this? In the other hand, she revealed a jar of fermented tofu. Question mark. Chu Zhi's Emperor Beast acting system activated. The signature question mark hovering over his head meant something was deeply wrong. Durian with fermented tofu. This was culinary horror. Xiao Zhuzi scooped a bite of durian, slathered it in tofu, and held it up expectantly. Try it, it's really good. He hesitantly took a bite. Not as vile as he expected, but definitely not good. Edible? Barely. Delicious? No. So, she asked eagerly. Very imaginative combo. But I don't really like durian, so you go ahead and enjoy it. She nodded cheerfully. Next time I find something tasty, I'll share it again. Chu Zhi sighed inwardly. He had completely failed to realize she was a certified dark cuisine master. At the same time, Professor Xiao Yu's sociological research on idol influence had officially begun. As a respected professor at BFSU, specializing in sociology and Japanese cultural studies, he was determined to prove the positive societal impact of Chu Zhi's stardom. Number 317. The stage is set. This is infuriating. The dirty foreigners. Xiao Qing fumed at her phone screen. What happened? Professor Xiao grabbed his jasmine tea, unbothered as he prepared his draft. We used our Xingyun and Tingmen accounts, she began, then paused, adding an explanation since her father wasn't usually into fan circles. Think of Xingyun accounts like Chu Zhi's karaoke room, 20 million, strong ID pool. Professor Xiao finished calmly. Xiaoqing stared. What was her quiet dad doing monitoring fan IDs? She pressed on. Domestically, these accounts go 4 yen 6, 000, 7, 000 each. Not expensive, he noted. Concert front row tickets in the 80s and 90s were around that price. But lately, Seoul and Tokyo-based accounts are bidding too, she muttered. No chance at 6,000 yen. Brother Joe's fame in Japan and Korea is real, she continued. But fans who don't even read Chinese. This is absurd. Her father raised an eyebrow. Does Weibo have an international version? He asked, halting her. Caught speechless, She simply watched. Currently, the prices for those fan IDs were skyrocketing. They need to find another way. Let's eat first, he said after a thoughtful pause. Question mark, she stared. He never made plans like this. Crab royals on me, he announced. Grinning, she dashed to change into fresh clothes and makeup in just 20 minutes. Never underestimate a food lover. While eating, Professor Xiao revealed his motive. He wanted Xiaoqing's help gathering data. Only diehard fans like her could get close to the real numbers. Deep down, he worried about teen little fruits feeling undue stress. Chu Zhi's song, Proud Youth, inspired many, but what if some heard encouragement in his lyrics? Even Brother Gio believed in me, and overpressed themselves with college entrance exams. With results due in mid-June, around June 24th, time was short. Beyond fan circles, impermanence loomed, just as the weather shifted from sunny to light drizzle above Rongqing. The Trinational Pop Showcase, Rongqing, Jinyo District. Chu Zhi and company arrived at the outdoor music park, built like an open eye with a translucent canopy. It was the region's premier festival venue. This two-day China, Japan, Korea showcase had been relocated from Shanghai due to an incident in mid-May. A towering welcome board read, China, Japan, Korea, Tri-National Music Festival. A major pop music event, co-hosted by CCTV, KBS, and NHK, rotating every 4 years, aimed at fostering friendship and cultural exchange through music. Chinese delegation, Chu Zhi, Gu Peng, Yuan He, Wang Dong, Qi Daqiao. Pop, rock, folk, dance, balanced lineup, led by Yuan He. Japanese delegation, Izawa Iro, Kubo Tadoran, Toyohara Shin, Toriyama Jeru, Fujiwara Keiki. No handsome idol like Koguchi Yoshihiro this time. Team led by Inca Prince Toriyama Jiru. Toyohara Shin was known as Koguchi Yoshihiro's rival, after a car accident injured his face and shifted public attention overnight. Korean delegation, John Ah-jong, Lee Youngjun, Kim Ryu-hak, Byun Jae-young, Nam Junmo. Lee Youngjun and Kim Ryu-hak had previously participated in the Hokkaido Encouragement Song Festival, where they bribed their way to victory, ensuring their senior Sung-yoon performed before Chu Zhi only to be eclipsed by him. The team captain, Byun Jae-young, was a 63-year-old vocal monster dubbed the Throat Beast by the media. Korean conservatives still favored older performers, choosing experience over youth, showing no sign of progress despite promises of giving younger artists more chances. Yesterday, June 11th, marked the first day of the showcase, with visitors and artists from Japan and Korea flooding into Rongqing. Guest ratio 4 to 4 to 2. Is that fair for tourism? Asked coordinator Dayu. Why not? Tickets are 2,000 renminbi each, out of 20,000 seats. Even Koreans and Japanese attending boost the economy, countered stage director Jing Yong. Tourists add spending power, but the audience vote determines most popular award. With only 4,000 locals versus 16,000 foreign fans, we're at a disadvantage, fretted Dayu. Cultural confidence isn't built in a day. It relies on national strength, not one event's outcome, Jing Yong explained. Like hoping for a World Cup semifinal, inspiring just to host. Dayu remained unconvinced. Past festivals, 2013 Seoul, 2017 Kyoto, saw hosts dominate voting. Why flip the pattern now? While organizers managed logistics, deeper issues emerged. Favoritism, regional biases, hidden agendas. That evening, the Chinese singers, Yuan He, Gu Peng, Wang Dong, Chu Zhi, Qi Daqiao, gathered for a dinner in Tongzilan's Hope Road. Captain Yuan He was supposed to treat, but Shy Gu Peng covered the tab. He picked pricey hotpots to avoid mistakes. Fresh abalone, fish soup broth, locals expected spicy. 2 types of abalone, Dalian and New Zealand blue. Chu Zhi didn't care, just expected abalone, not quality critiques. Gu Peng mused, what am I singing tomorrow? I wanted to perform Lugo Bridge, but it got rejected, he grumbled. The song's lyrics referenced the July 7th incident. Unlikely to be approved for the festival. I wrote a folk rock track called No Cringe Folk, he announced. That's what I'll sing. Chu Zhi, thanks to his music studies, recognized folk rock fusion, reminiscent of Dylan's style. The term acid folk, folk with electric and psychedelic elements, fit perfectly. Gu Peng's message? Live with clarity, no spiritual fog. What about you, Chi? Chu Zhi asked. That's under wraps. Would ruin the surprise. Chi replied with a grin. Wang Dong and Yuan he traded no words, quietly finishing their meals. Tomorrow, June 11th, the Tri-Nation concert officially begins. Number 318. Spotlights and Shadows. An audience of 20,000, already surpassing most music festivals. Even the renowned MIDI festival barely drew a few thousand. The Rongqing Outdoor Music Park was vast, which meant plenty of staff was needed to maintain order. Fortunately, they had a secret weapon, top-tier volunteers. Thanks to Chu Zhi's participation, many little fruits had signed up to help. Volunteering meant free entry and the chance to catch a glimpse of Brother Gio. A little sweat was nothing. Outside the park, however, volunteers couldn't help much. Traffic coordination required actual police officers. The show officially began at 2 p.m., but by 10 a.m., the gates were already surrounded by eager fans. Huaxiao folks were nothing if not clever. Food carts lined the sidewalks, selling spiced potatoes, sizzling tofu, grilled gluten skewers, and rose jelly. Especially the sizzling tofu, often advertised as Korean style. But tourists from Seoul expressed genuine confusion. They'd never seen it before. Even with language barriers, Arabic numerals were universal. Vendors marked their prices with thick marker pens in giant font. It worked just fine. Did you get in touch? Asked Huang Shi, a mother fan and the organizer for Little Fruits who had bought tickets. It was a tradition unique to Little Fruits. Every major event had a designated leader. This came from, Brother Gio wants every fan to be safe. It sounded like a lot, and it was. Leaders didn't get paid, usually spent energy and their own money, but people like Huang Shi loved it. It was a way to show that the Orange Orchard fandom was different from all the rest. We've pulled over 700 Little Fruits into a group chat already, said Chi. The issue is that the lineup for the Tri-Nation Festival came out late. By the time we knew Brother Gio was attending, most tickets were gone. There are lots of Ragdoll fans from Japan and Apostles from South Korea, but they're scattered. No way to find a coordinator to communicate with, Chi added. Forget the foreign fans. Just make sure our Little Fruits are safe, Huang Shi said firmly. Brother Gio doesn't appear often, Chi sighed. I really want to go to the Orange Festival on July 9th. Huang Shi stayed silent. She'd tried using connections and money to secure a ticket, but word came from inside. It was impossible, not even with bribes. Just thinking about it left her frustrated. On one hand, it was great that special tickets couldn't be bought through shady means. On the other, she couldn't get in herself. As the blazing sun rose, more fans sought shade. The crowd thickened, and nearby parking lots filled to the brim. Around 1:20 p.m., the singers began arriving. Japanese and Korean performers entered through the south and west gates. Chinese artists came through the east, closer to the main stage. Screams erupted from the audience. Ragdoll! Ragdoll! The Demon King is here. Brother Gio, I love you. Out of 20,000 attendees, nearly 70% were hardcore idol fans. Most called out for Chu Zhi, with smaller pockets cheering for Izawa Iro and Nam Junmo. Inoue, Deputy Minister of Culture, hopes we achieve a great result, said Toriyama Jeru, addressing the 4 other Japanese singers in the car. First place would be ideal. But this is China's home turf. Izawa Iro hesitated. Touted as Japan's next hope in the music world, she was a rare solo debut success in recent years. Her sweet voice had graced many romance and slice-of-life anime openings. China isn't like Korea, Toriyama Jeru said confidently. With their rich cultural legacy, they emphasize fairness above all else. That's why Inoue pushed for a strong lineup. Kubo Todoran-san, Fujiwara Keiki-san, Toyohara Shin-san, and you. Praise from a veteran like Toriyama prompted the others to feign modesty. Given how China handles competition, I'd bet the audience is split evenly among the 3 countries, Jiro continued. Our ranking will depend entirely on skill. That thought made Izawa Iro nervous. She planned to sing her breakout hit in China, Sweet Sweet Loop. It had done well online. Still, Chu Zhi was on the list. Iro wasn't a diehard fan, but even she had bought his EP. His vocals and emotional delivery were on another level. Fujiwara Keiki checked his email. Each singer had received schedules and performance rosters. His 30-year-old face looked like it had weathered 50 years. Our biggest threats, he said, are Bayan Jaeyoung and Chu Zhi. That set Toyohara Shin off. Chu Zhi? He's just a marketing product. We'll crush him easily. Faked a heroic image after the earthquake, dropped an album, then used bel canto in Russia as another stunt. He's a one-trick pony. Toyohara Shin came from an old noble lineage. Toyohara was a rare, ancient surname. But that didn't mean much today. None of Japan's top 4 conglomerates had a single surname origin. Our true rival is Bayan Jaeyoung, the throat monster, Toyohara concluded. Ever since Koguchi Yoshihiro had helped promote Chu Zhi, Toyohara had disliked him. He never actually watched Chu Zhi's performances or listened to his songs. He only heard rumors. Bayan can still hit triple high notes. His vocal cords are like he's in his 30s, Toriyama Jiru said. And he's performing June Blizzard, his signature song. Izawa Iroh had tried covering that one. Nearly ruined her throat. If Bayan could deliver even 80% of his original performance, he had a good shot at winning. Throat resonance, a bel canto technique in Italian opera, was similar to Chinese's traditional open throat training. It wasn't just for high notes, but also powerful low tones. Honestly, Chu Zhi was strong too. Iroh admitted it silently. But she didn't dare contradict Toyohara Shin. Kubo Tadoran sat in the back of the van, shades on, black jacket, and spiked boots. The silent rocker. Maybe his singing wasn't flawless, but his stage presence was unmatched. No other genre can match heavy metal in power, Kubo thought to himself. He didn't care what the others said. He had faith in his music. Beating Chu Zhi might be tough, but not impossible. Meanwhile, South Korea's team had arrived backstage. The semi-open venue meant few resting rooms, so they were divided by nationality. The Korean room was modest. TV on the wall, blue chairs, a black love seat, dark wallpaper. "Please, Mr. Bayan, take the couch," said John Ah-jong respectfully. He sat, followed in order by John Ah-jong, Lee Young-jun, Kim Rye-hak, and finally Nam Junmo. Seated by seniority, no one dared overstep. To win the audience vote, who are our biggest threats in China and Japan? Bayan Jaeyoung asked. Know your enemy, and you can make a plan. Despite all the talk of cultural friendship, this festival was a fierce competition. Each country's captain picked the lineup. The post-show vote mattered more than anyone admitted. Lee Young-jun and Kim Rye-hak knew it was their time to speak. Chu Zhi from China and Kubo Tadoran from Japan, said Kim Rye-hak. Kubo has raw stage power, but I think Chu Zhi's popularity makes him more dangerous, added Lee Young-jun. He's not a perfect singer, but his fan base is overwhelming. If possible, I'd like to go head-to-head with Chu Zhi, Nam Junmo said. Why? Because his group's record was recently broken by Chu Zhi's single, After the Clouds Clear. Bayan Jaeyoung didn't reply. His vocal power might have stayed frozen in time, but his face had aged, liver spots, deep forehead creases. So Chu Zhi and Kubo are the ones to watch. I'll make arrangements, Bayan finally said. No specifics. On stage, technicians checked lighting and sound. Fans filtered into the venue, buzzing with anticipation. Even the clouds seemed to part, letting sunshine blaze down like nature itself wanted a front-row seat. In the Chinese waiting room, things felt fractured. Wang Dong and Yuan He stayed in the corners, trying to stay invisible. What song did you choose, Teacher Yuan? Wang Dong asked. Something I'm comfortable with. Hoping for a good result. Yuan He tried to sound confident. I'm doing when I, Wang Dong replied. Yuan He raised an eyebrow. That song had been the theme of a massively popular early 2000s drama known across all 3 countries. Clever move. Chu Zhi, Gu Peng, and Chi Dake sat near the center, casually chatting to ease their nerves. As Chi Dake put it, no matter how many times you sing, the moment you face the crowd, you get nervous. Gu Peng was even worse. He got anxious just talking in public. Chu Zhi? It depended. If he'd had a drink or two, the drunken immortal within him emerged, turning anxiety into excitement. But sober? Yeah, he was a little tense too. Teachers Chu, Gu, Chi. When would you like to go on stage? Asked Yuan He, stepping forward. Number 319. Voices that Shake Asia. A single question left Chi Dake and Gu Peng speechless. The former hadn't even thought about when to go on stage, while the latter wanted to be last, but choked before the words left his mouth. An awkward silence filled the resting room, the air growing heavier by the second. Chu Zhi broke the tension with a calm smile. Third brother wants to go last. As for me and brother Chi, you're the team captain, teacher Yuan. Just arrange it as you see fit. We have no objections. Truthfully, Chu Zhi's respectful attitude caught Yuan He off guard. In his eyes, Chu Zhi was still a second-generation rich kid. I'll arrange things based on how it goes, Yuan He replied. On the display screen, the live feed cut to the main host from CCTV, who began speaking. Today is June 11th, 2021. The Tri-Nation Friendship Music Festival, titled Charming Asia, has officially begun. Yuan He got up and stepped out into the corridor to await his cue. After a long opening speech, the host continued, "Let us welcome the three team leaders from China, South Korea, and Japan, Yuan He, Bin Jae-young, and Toriyama Jiru." The three stepped onto the stage. Yuan He was the youngest, followed by Toriyama Jiru. Bin Jae-young's age made the generational gap obvious. Let's hear from the team leaders. Who's going up first? The host asked. Yuan He sent up Wang Dong, aiming to start strong. The song choice was solid, and Wang Dong himself was talented. Japan sent up Kubo Tadoran. South Korea's first performer was Nam Junmo. Despite Nam Junmo's earlier request to face off with Chu Zhi, Bin Jae-young instead pitted him against the lesser threat, Kubo Tadoran. Clearly, Bin Jae-young considered Kubo less of a challenge than Chu Zhi. He planned to handle Chu Zhi personally. When I say I love you, why should it be torment? When you turn your back and walk away. Musical note. Wang Dong's vocals were excellent, steadily building emotion through each verse. By the time he reached the chorus, the crowd joined in, creating a moment of soft harmony. TV drama theme songs really do bury themselves deep in a listener's DNA. Perfect opener. Wang Dong did great, Yuan He said calmly, though his clenched fist betrayed his excitement. Then came Kubo Tadoran. With his signature sunglasses, he slammed out chords on his guitar, igniting the crowd with his heavy metal set. At least half the audience, 10,000 strong, raised their arms and moved with the beat. Heavy metal has a way of setting outdoor events ablaze. Nam Junmo's K-pop dance track had flair, but following Kubo made it feel like a faint echo. Sorry, Senior Bin. Nam Junmo bowed his head upon returning to the resting room. Scores hadn't been announced, but the audience's energy said it all. Wang Dong's "When I" had struck deeper than Nam Junmo's performance. Who's confident they can bring glory to the Republic of Korea in the next round? Bin Jae-young's voice remained mild, but he completely ignored Nam Junmo's apology. In fact, no one in the room said a word. Nam Junmo sat awkwardly in the silence. Meanwhile, the Japanese resting room erupted in applause as Kubo Tadoran returned. A true rock genius. Kubo-san's music can shake the soles off your shoes. Haha. Teacher Toriyama's strategy was brilliant. Kubo responded with modesty, though inwardly he was basking in his own brilliance. These tofu-soft opponents were a waste of his talents. It was like decorating a shrine with MT Fuji, a gross misuse. He had wanted to face Chu Zhi. To defeat the most popular competitor was to prove true worth. Unfortunately, the matchup never happened. Chu Zhi, luck's on your side today, he muttered. In the Chinese resting room, Chu Zhi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He had to admit, for large outdoor festivals, rock or soaring vocals worked best to hype up the crowd. There's a reason music festivals invite rock bands. His chosen song wasn't the most elegant in lyrics, but it let him unleash vocal acrobatics. And to top it off, he decided to bring out the secret weapon he'd never used before. The first set of performances brought us excitement from all three nations. Music knows no borders, and neither does art, the host said. Who was your favorite? Don't forget, the Asia token you received at the gate is crucial. After the concert, cast your vote for your favorite act. The top 3 performances will be announced at the end. The CCTV host delivery was polished, managing both pace and tone expertly. The Asia token, in short, was a specially made ticket handed out during entry, used for post-performance voting. 4 years ago, it was the Kyoto Pass. 8 years ago, the Victory Emblem. Regardless of name, it served the same purpose. Round 2 featured Chi Dake, Lee Youngjun, and Izawa Kuromo. Chi Dake chose a personal favorite. It's not too late, but personal taste didn't always align with the crowd. Lee Youngjun underperformed, possibly holding back his true strength. The biggest response came from Izawa Iroh. Her sugary vocals and catchy chorus, "Meow Meow Love," sent the crowd into a frenzy. Meow Meow. Meow Meow. Who says only guys like cute girls? Everyone loves a sweetheart with a voice like candy. The entire venue echoed the song. Why hasn't Brother Joe come on yet? Huangshi muttered. She was here for one person. The rest were just background. Definitely saving him for last, Chi-Chi replied. Round 3 brought out Yuan He, Kim Ryu-hak, and Fujiwara Keikiai. With Japan having taken the previous 2 rounds in terms of audience reaction, Yuan He couldn't sit still. He stepped up himself. China's team finally sends their captain. Looks like they're getting serious, Toriyama Jaira chuckled. Bai and Jae-young didn't react, but the overconfidence cost them. In round 3, Yuan He crushed the others. He performed a rearranged version of the Japanese song Quiet. 7 or 8,000 people sang along. His flawless falsetto transitions left no doubt. Fujiwara and Kim Ryu-hak didn't stand a chance. Returning to the green room, Yuan He wasn't smiling. His expression was grim. I thought Bayan and Toriyama would come out this round. But they really held back, he muttered. He had a point, but he hadn't anticipated the host asking for the Chinese captain's pick first. The others could counterpick. Bayan, the throat monster, saving himself for last. Yuan He didn't dare claim victory, but at least he could put up a fight. And for round 4, who will the captain send? The host asked. Captain Yuan. Chu Zhi. Captain Bayan? I'll be going myself. And Captain Toriyama? I'll be stepping onto the stage as well. Next up, Chu Zhi, Bayan Jae-young, and Toriyama Jairu, an all-out clash. Number 320. The mic exploded. I believe in Senior Bayan. He'll definitely overpower Chu Zhi. Lee Young-jun stared at the television with absolute conviction. Kim Ryu-hak, however, felt a gnawing unease. The throat monster was undeniably powerful, but Chu Zhi was no slouch either. That man was a bel canto monster. When 2 monsters clashed, someone was bound to get hurt. Hopefully, it wouldn't be their side. Even Nam Junmo, who had been sidelined by the rest of the team, kept his eyes fixed on the screen. He hadn't gone up against Kubo Tadoran, but he was sure Chu Zhi wouldn't last a round against Senior Bayan Jae-young. And now, please welcome singer Chu Zhi from China, performing the song Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. The host's voice echoed as the stage lights shifted. That's right. Chu Zhi had chosen to perform Left Hand Pointing to the Moon by Sa Ding Ding. If vocal belting and rock were crowd favorites, he'd counter with a pop song notorious for its unrelenting high notes. There was an infamous question on the internet. What makes Left Hand Pointing to the Moon so hard to sing? The most common answer? You just can't hit the notes. The song stretches from E3 to B5. It might not span 3 octaves like some clickbait titles suggest, but it truly spans over 2 octaves and 7 semitones, a rarity even among professional singers. It's exactly because of this difficulty that so many vocalists had tried and failed to cover it. I've waited forever for Brother Gio. My flowers have withered waiting. Ragdoll is the most beautiful man on earth. The Demon King descends. Mortals, make way. Japanese, Korean, and Chinese fans shouted over each other in a chaotic, multilingual fan chorus. Chu Zhi had already changed into his performance outfit, a long Cyanjiju robe and a wig to match. With his serene expression and timeless poise, he looked like a wandering, immortal poet from ancient times. Notably, the robe's trim was white. In Hanfu tradition, white edge stitching symbolizes mourning, especially when one's parents or grandparents have passed away. It carried weight and meaning. As he stepped from the corridor onto the stage, the audience erupted. Compared to the earlier performers, his entrance was met with thunderous cheers. The popularity of this so-called performance beast was on full display. Japanese and Korean singers immediately felt the pressure. They didn't yet realize just how serious this was going to get. Chu Zhi adjusted the mic stand and nodded to the sound crew. The prelude began, orchestral and cinematic, strings, piano, and drums layered into a grand, majestic backdrop. Then, dressed in ethereal cyan, Chu Zhi stood motionless and began. Musical note, with my left hand, I grasped the earth, with my right, I touched the sky. My palms crack with lightning from 10 directions. Time rushes by and turns into years, 3,000 lifetimes, still unseen. Left hand pinches a flower, right hand wields a sword. A 10,000-year snow falls between my brows. Musical note. If he was going for shock value, he was seeing it through. What's a few high notes? Chu Zhi unleashed the full potential of his Farinelli-class vocal range. Normal male falsettos resemble soprano tones, clear, delicate, weightless. But Chu Zhi's went beyond that. His voice was higher than coloratura sopranos, and somehow more refined and airy. In Sichuan dialect, one might call it overwhelmingly powerful. Musical note, one tier. Ah, ah, ah. Musical note, that is me. Ah, ah, ah. Musical note. Starting from a deep, grounded chest voice, he effortlessly transitioned through 4 octaves of head voice. Like a master reversing a car into a tight space, he did it with ease. But to the audience, those soaring ah notes felt like being strapped to a freefall ride, surging up with such velocity they forgot how to breathe. Only after the A section passed and the melody softened could people begin to recover their breath. In the Huaxiao resting room, was that coloratura technique? Chi Dake asked hesitantly. Coloratura ornamentation, Wang Dong confirmed instantly. The legato was stunning. I thought Tiaker Chu was still combining bel canto with pop, still lingering in the opera 2 phase. Didn't expect this. He paused. Honestly, that A section was jaw-dropping. Gu Peng wanted to add something, but all his admiration distilled into a simple, I think so too. But if you thought 4 octaves was the peak, you clearly didn't understand left hand pointing to the moon, or what Chu Zhi was truly capable of when tapping into his full Farinelli potential. Taking the mic off its stand, he stepped forward, closer to the audience. The song surged into its chorus. Musical note, left hand snaps, right hand plucks the strings. A boat ferries us across the river of forgetfulness. If troubles bloom into a red lotus, do not stop. Give me your stray thoughts. Musical note. Say what you will about the lyrics or the arrangement, but this song hit like thunder. Chu Zhi stood calmly, yet unleashed a vocal range that stretched across 20 tones. The audience sat only 2 or 3 meters from the stage, which stood half a meter high. But when the high notes soared, the psychological distance was like standing at the foot of Everest while the singer stood at its peak. Musical note, left hand points at the moon, right hand draws the red string. Grant you and I the destined bond we long for. In moonlight, ah. You and I, musical note. His voice echoed like the endless snowfields of the Himalayas. Cold, icy, lofty. The shock wave was like an avalanche crashing down. Goosebumps. Goosebumps everywhere. This song was so thrilling. From the end of the A section, it never once came down. When Chu Zhi first walked out, 60% of the 20,000-strong crowd were focused on his looks. Now, every single one of them was locked in by the performance. Did he just articulate 5 consecutive F5s? What is this guy doing? In the Japanese resting room, no one spoke. Finally, Kubo Tadoran broke the silence. Singing 5 sustained notes wasn't impossible, but articulating each one clearly from the word wish onward, maintaining steady breath, full emotion, and still climbing at the end, that was just unthinkable. Kubo Tadoran had originally thought Chu Zhi got lucky by avoiding a direct face-off. But now, maybe he was the lucky one. In perfect condition, maybe he could manage 5 phrases at F5. But that would come with a strained face and clenched jaw. Chu Zhi, on the other hand, stood there as if his throat came installed with some alien-grade vocal tech. Musical note, left hand turns to wings, right to scales. One life in the clouds, another in the woods. Let me follow you, like a speck of dust appearing in every corner of the mortal world. Musical note. The true horror of this song was that it kept rising. The A section went from E3 to the 4th octave. The chorus took it from the 4th to the 5th. But it wasn't done. The B section began. Chu Zhi descended like a divine lion roaring from the clouds. A deity of war come to earth. Musical note. With my left hand I raise you. Right hand I release you. When our palms meet, I hold all of you in my heart. A single incense stick, You are me, inseparable. Musical note. Microphone ZZ. Static exploded from the sound system. The audience hadn't caught on, but the singers from China, Japan, and Korea immediately knew what happened. In the Korean resting room, all 5 idols stared wide-eyed. Ashiba, did the mic just explode? John Yejong's jaw could have fit a cucumber. What pitch did he just hit? Lee Young-jun cried out. Kim Ryo-hak swallowed hard. His throat felt scratchy, like it was rebelling against him. After some hesitation, he replied, from G5 at the start of the B section, I think he pushed it all the way to E6 at C6 range. I'm not entirely sure. It sounded like C6 with clear articulation, but I might be wrong. Why the double uncertainty? Because he was right. But to admit that someone could articulate lyrics that high with clarity and roundness, it was terrifying. His brain didn't want to believe it. Nam Junmo suddenly felt enormous respect for senior Byun Jaechung's decision. If Chu Zhi could break a professional mic system, what kind of demon was he? Sa Dingbing's original was already intense. But with Chu Zhi's Farinelli-level talent on full display, he even raised the key, just casually, and shattered the sound system. The host rushed back on stage. Ahem, just now we had a slight technical issue. That static at the end of the song was a mic blowout, he explained. It's a term we use in the industry. It means the sound pressure exceeded the microphone's or amplifier's dynamic range, resulting in clipped and distorted signal output. The moment he said it, the entire stadium exploded with astonishment. Number 321. When Titans clash. The audience had been riding that spiritual high until the static cut in, dragging them all back to earth with a jolt. Many began grumbling, but once the host's technical explanation aired, confusion turned to awe. Holy crap, they realized. He blew the mic. Are you kidding? Brother Gio just wrecked that mic. Sound level exceeded dynamic range. Basically, he hit notes so high, the gear couldn't handle it. Actually, it wasn't just one note. It was sustained high notes that blew the speakers. That mic took a beating. This isn't left hand pointing to the moon. It's more like one hand reaching heaven, one hand crushing earth. I am supreme. My brain is fried. Chinese fans kept it humble, but bursting with pride. Mama Fan Huang, she nearly lost her voice. Korean spectators stared in astonishment, frozen mid-cheer by what they'd just witnessed. Their expressions said it all. Epic. I've never seen such a performance. Calling Chu Zhi the Demon King is deserved. Japanese praise was even more hyperbolic. To make Takamagara tremble. At his age, Chu Zhi has vocals he shouldn't even possess. Kubo and Fujiwara aren't weak, but the gap? It's like preschool versus high school. Even quips in Japanese food pun dialect circulated. Maybe Chu Zhi's a Leo. Only Leos can hit those notes. Why only Leos? Because Lion High, get it? Meanwhile, backstage coordinator Du from Korea, impressed by his countrymen's showing, turned to stage director Jing Yong for context. Hey, how many singers can perform left hand pointing to the moon? He asked. Jing Yong, recovering from the shock himself, clarified. He spanned from E3 to E6. That's 3 full octaves in one song. Do you understand that magnitude? Du shook his head blankly. Jing Yong continued. High notes from C5 to B5 are considered elite territory globally. But Chu Zhi delivered 5-tone phrases and pushed into the 6s, still holding all the consonants clear. Vocally, he hit the physical upper limits of the human body. Wait, no one else can even attempt that. Du asked. Even a lowered key version is near impossible for 99% of singers worldwide. But he did it live, full key. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe a human could sing it. Du grinned. Perfect. Now we've truly beaten those Korean and Japanese acts. Chu Zhi, the night's hero, was interviewed live after his performance. Host. Teacher Chu, your vocals left us breathless. What inspired this piece? Chu Zhi answered calmly. I was inspired by a passage in the Luzu Lantinjing, where Hui Nung teaches. Truth is the moon. Words are just the finger pointing at it. You don't need the finger, just look at the moon. Using that Buddhist allegory, I wrote, left hand pointing to the moon. His humility impressed the host. You're truly well-read, delving into history and sutras. Chu Zhi smiled. The more books I read, the more I realize how little I understand. Reading helps heal my spirit too. He answered a couple more questions, then exited the stage and headed back to the waiting room. In the Chinese green room, the 4 musicians exchanged wide-eyed looks. I can't even sing a lowered-key version of that, Wang Dong admitted. Yuan He revealed a rare grin, trying not to look too excited. It's the highest-voiced pop song I've ever heard. If someone covers it in a lower key, that's still a challenge. I want to try myself. Me too, Gupeng said. Next on stage was Japan's captain, Toriyama Jiro, performing the classic Enka tune Hokkaido no Haru. He expected a sing-along, but the response was lukewarm. He regretted not offering Kubo Tadorn the spotlight's heat, or setting them up against Chu Zhi. With a talent like that in front of him, future festivals might always favor China. Izawa Iro quickly offered praise. Toriyama-senpai, your performance was steady and graceful. Your experience shines. Fujiwara Keikiai added, this generation of China has world-class talent, and Chu Zhi is their prodigy. In other words, losing to this era's genius is nothing to be ashamed of. Kubo sat silently, unable to talk back in his sunglasses. He dared not utter a word after left hand pointing to the moon. If Koguchi Yoshihiro is Chu Zhi's friend, that's terrifying. Feng Yuanxin pointed out, Chu Zhi even matches Fujiwara's high standards. Those were bottle girl tier connections before, but this is next-level skill. Toriyama shrugged, smiling wryly. If gods exist, they're clearly favoring China now. Then came Throat Monster, Bian Jaichung, performing his signature June Blizzard. He gave it 90% of his peak power, but after Chu Zhi, his performance only generated polite applause. He entered wearing a face like a drained washcloth. Lee Youngjun, Kim Ryuhak, Nam Junmo all avoided his gaze. Korean and Japanese green rooms were stark contrasts. Korea's was tense, Japan's infused with gentle humor. Bian seemed lit distant, Toriyama more playful. The final round featured Gupeng, Feng Yuanxin, and Zhang Yezhong. Gupeng's folk rock, Don't Sour the Folk, clearly outshined the other two. His stage anxiety melted away when he started singing. And yes, he is shy, but when he sings, he owns it. The festival featured 15 singers and spanned 2 hours. Afterwards, the audience cast their Asia tokens. Half a stadium of people was tricky to manage, but organizers sorted them out through the north, south, and east exits. Voting bins, labeled with portraits and tri-language artist names, lined the paths. Please place your Asia token in the bin of the act you liked best. Failure to vote counts as abdication. 3 bilingual staff read from bullhorns in rotation. Mama Fan Huang, she whispered, we must vote for Agio. No bias. He delivered the best performance today. Chi-Chi nodded. Even Prince Wang would be a fan of left hand pointing to the moon. The crowd swarmed toward Chu Zhi's bin in far bigger numbers than expected, beyond just apostles, puppets, or little fruits. His stage presence left a gap others couldn't cross. Number 322. Conviction beyond question. About half an hour after the show, the audience streamed out of the park. Performers lingered only to remove makeup and change into street clothes before departing. I've never seen that performance before. Yuan, he paused, searching for praise. If not for Chu Zhi, the throat monster would have overshadowed everyone. But familiarity kept him cautious. Besides, old rivalries still simmered. He couldn't bring himself to say the words. Captain Yuan arranged everything perfectly. Chu Zhi broke in. It was a flawless end. He's treating us to celebratory dinner tonight. A celebration? Of course. Yuan, he said quickly. I know Rongqing well. Leave the bookings to me. Chi-Ji, third brother, are you guys coming? Chu Zhi asked. Absolutely. Even before results drop, that performance makes little Gio deserve first place. Chi Dake said bluntly. Gupeng agreed. He didn't enjoy gatherings, but he cared deeply for his friends, and this dinner felt important. Well, Captain Yuan will be treating tonight, Chu Zhi said with a grin. It's the least I can do. Yuan, he replied. Please, Chu Zhi gave him an easy out. He thought, if someone doubted me after that stage, I want to show them who's boss. But Chu Zhi seemed unfazed, just as he had brushed off the earlier cold shoulder from Wang Dong. He's calm because he doesn't care about weak critics, Yuan, he realized. And on stage, his talent changed his name to Teacher Chu overnight. Their mood lightened the team's atmosphere as they headed to the P2 parking area. Xiuji had the car idling with AC on, per Chu Zhi's instructions. He even checked twice to ensure they could adjust climate as needed. Attention to detail, Chu Zhi mused. A few meters away, the car door opened. Inside were assistants Xiao Zhuzi, Lao Qian, Ma Weihao, and the driver Qiuji. Chu Zhi, you were amazing tonight. Xiao Zhuzi offered a water bottle. Lao Qian added, 1 geo equals 5 regular drivers. Everyone else carries 2. He carries 5. Chu Zhi chuckled at that analogy. Maybe Lao Qian had been telling a story behind his back. Couldn't hear a thing from inside? He asked curiously. Nothing. Soundproof car. Xiao Zhuzi confirmed. Performance was great, but it'll really shine when CCTV airs it in a week, Chu Zhi teased. Dinner tonight won't include me, driver Chu Zhi, or Xiao Zhuzi. He continued, explaining why he didn't invite his staff. Still, he liked making them feel valued. After a short rest and a relaxing massage from Ma Weihao, Chu Zhi left by 5 p.m. to meet Yuan He at a private restaurant. Inside the car, conversation turned serious again. You're not meant to be a yes man. Be a king of resolve. Lao Qian chided Ma Weihao. Ma Weihao's face fell. I'm not a simp. I just want her to be happy. I set you up with so many matches, but you kept chasing that sea witch, Lao Qian continued. Love's not love if you let her be happy with someone else. I love her. I want her happiness, even if that's not with me, Ma Weihao insisted. That's not love. Lao Qian barked. Love means mutual happiness when you're together. Get that? Ma Weihao replied softly. Love is fulfillment. Her joy is mine too. Lao Qian shook his head. Whatever mistakes you make, just do better next time. Then he gave up, waving off futility. Chu Zhi arrived at a small, upscale private restaurant, what locals call home-cooked fine dining. He chose Brother Tu's private kitchen in Rongqing, with a single-person set priced at 2,988 yuan. Budget-conscious but thoughtful, just like the rest of his evening. 2 days later, parties turned to numbers. Designer Jing Yong asked stage director Yu politely. The vote count, no discrepancies? Results showed. Chu Zhi, 13,253 votes. Kubo Tadoran, 1,547 votes. Bian Jaeyong, 1,256 votes. Chu Zhi's tally alone was 9 times higher than the runner-up. Jing Yong shook his head in amazement. 2 10,000-seat shows, dozens of tickets held as souvenirs, roughly 6,000 votes left for others. Even split, each singer wouldn't reach 500. Yet Chu Zhi blew them all away. Yu explained thoroughly. Multiple counts and independent teams confirmed the total. They reviewed cameras during voting bin transport. No tampering found. They called 300 random ticket buyers. Over 70% confirmed they voted for Chu Zhi, citing either fandom, song power, or sheer stage presence. The day before broadcasting, results were emailed to the Korean Cultural Foundation and Japan's Ministry of Culture. Reactions came fast. Korea's board labeled it disgraceful cheating. How could one singer outweigh 14 others? Japan's culture minister Inoue said diplomatically, such cross-cultural friendship events deserve transparency. We request full disclosure. Low TV ratings in past festivals, barely 0.8%. But this year, with Chu Zhi's participation and voting controversy, it spiked attention in all 3 countries. Internet discourse split into 2 camps. Fans proclaimed, is this surprising? Little Gio delivered opera too. Of course he won big. Cynics countered, 72% voting for one guy? Doesn't that skew fairness? Korea's top throat monster lost by tenfold. Amidst the uproar, CCTV and the tourism ministry sites finally posted full vote data along with nationality breakdown, silencing critics and proving Chu Zhi's victory was genuine. Number 323. The song that broke the narrative. The numbers were published in full, including a key detail. Only 4,000 Chinese attendees had purchased tickets. Meanwhile, South Korea and Japan each accounted for 8,000 ticket holders. The truth hit like a thunderclap. The event, hosted in China, was actually unfair, but not to the international guests. It was unfair to the Chinese performers. Leaders at the South Korean Cultural Foundation and Deputy Minister Inoue from Japan's Ministry of Culture stared in stunned silence. This completely contradicted what they had assumed. China had the smallest voter base? Then how did Chu Zhi still win by such a landslide? Since the official tourism site was willing to post nationality data, the numbers were likely real, something that could easily be verified. Faking it would be pointless and risky. That kind of denial simply wasn't China's diplomatic style. Deputy Minister Inoue, who had privately called singer Toriyama Jiru and asked him to aim for a top score, felt a deep well of frustration bubble up. His anger didn't ease with reflection. Instead, it intensified. He didn't send a secretary. He picked up the phone himself. The call connected, and after a brief self-introduction, Inoue got to the point. "Captain Toriyama, are you satisfied with your performance in China?" he asked sharply. "Would you say the outcome was acceptable? If singer Chu Zhi hadn't been part of the competition, our chances of taking first would have been very high," Toriyama replied. "But with him present, second place was the best we could do. Personally, I believe it was a passing grade." Toriyama knew the truth. Kubo Tadoran only barely beat Bayan Jaeyong. The deciding factor was how Chu Zhi's performance of left-hand points to the moon completely drowned out Bayan Jaeyong's high notes, like eating an A5 Wagyu steak followed by an M4, flavorless by comparison. Chu Zhi is a singer shaped by the rise of China's national fortunes, Toriyama explained. His vocals were so powerful, the live mics overloaded. His artistic and vocal talents are overwhelming, unmatched for the next 10 or 20 years. Deputy Minister Inoue was speechless. A singer forged by national luck? That was the highest possible praise. But what did it even mean to sing so powerfully it caused mic distortion? Inoue didn't fully grasp the concept. After a pause, he asked, "How does this compare to Kuninaga Issei's feat of shattering a sake glass with his high note?" Kuninaga Issei was Japan's most legendary 20th-century male singer, the first recipient of the People's Honor Award, a man who shaped the nation's music and once beat top Western vocalists on the American stage. He was known for his piercing high notes and dubbed the one-blade Kuninaga. Even so, Toriyama treaded carefully. Master Kuninaga laid the foundation for Yamato pop. Shattering a sake glass rates a difficulty of 5. Most singers couldn't do it. But distorting professional microphones, I'd rate that as a 7. Especially given the Chinese stage setup isn't low-grade. With familiar context, even Inoue could grasp the scale. If mic overload was 2 full notches harder, how terrifying was Chu Zhi? "You'll see it on NHK soon, sir," Toriyama added. "Everything I said is real." Inoue had planned to scold Toriyama for failure, but now, he couldn't. He could even request NHK to send over Chu Zhi's footage in advance. "This year's result wasn't a disgrace," he murmured, then hung up. He immediately asked his secretary to compile a full report on Chu Zhi. A singer shaped by national fortune, he needed to know more. The event's organizers in Rongqing had been meticulous. The entire voting process was recorded by cameras, with over 4 hours of video from the 3 ballot locations uploaded to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism's website. The South Korean Cultural Foundation scoured the footage for tampering, but found nothing. Back home, expectations had been high. Now, disappointed fans in South Korea vented their rage on Instagram and Twitter. And just like that, public sentiment flipped. "Absolutely wrecked, LOL. Where are all the haters now? Why is Chu Zhi's stage presence so overwhelming? I thought it was rigged, but turns out the guy just activated God mode. Checked past voting records. Nope, nothing even close. Brother Gio is unstoppable. Are you seriously unaware of how Chu Zhi took over the show in Russia? I'm guilty too. Thought our crowd dominated the audience. Turns out Brother Gio is just that good. Does his family even know?" Even skeptics were silenced. Everything checked out: audience nationality, vote counts, transparency. But the results still felt superhuman. Everyone wanted to know, just what did Chu Zhi sing? CCTV announced the air date, June 16th. Just 3 days away. Excitement reached fever pitch. But not all voices joined the celebration. One reasonable user, Fire from the Sea, raised a fair point. Why weren't audience ratios evenly distributed? With a 2:4:4 split between China, South Korea, and Japan, how could a Chinese singer possibly win? Unless someone like Chu Zhi had overwhelming popularity. "We're not asking for favoritism," the post continued. "Just fairness. Don't give us this music has no borders spiel. I won't vote for another country's singer unless their music moves me. Musicians have nationalities. Organizers should answer this." The thread gained traction. The reality? Without Chu Zhi, even top-tier Chinese singers like Gu Peng, Yuan He, and Chi Date couldn't place top 3. It felt like sabotage. Soon, angry netizens stormed the organizing committee's socials, especially the Literary Federation. The Federation quickly posted a PR response. We invited top vocalists like at Chu Zhi _official, at Chi_not Siegfried, at Yuan_singer, at Wangdong_singer, and at Gupeng_birdwings to represent our country. However, ticket sales were handled by Rongqing authorities. We'll be following up on this matter. A neat sidestep. Took the credit, dodged the blame. Netizens found a new target. Are the ticket managers insane? Yuan he exploded. Trying to make us lose? If it weren't for Chu Zhi, how would we have even competed? His friend, Tutu blinked. Wait, our Chu Zhi? Weren't you the one who disliked him most? What are you talking about? Who in their right mind would dislike teacher Chu Zhi? That's ridiculous. Tutu muttered, concerned. I'm calling my uncle. Rongqing botched this. Yuan he growled, storming off. Tutu sighed, watching him go. So much for resisting the rumors. There was an old saying in the industry. If you know Chu Zhi long enough, you'll end up being his friend. Is he really that charismatic? Tutu wondered aloud. The buzz landed the event on trending searches. It only lasted a few hours before the heat was dialed down, but state media had already taken notice. Rongqing officials scrambled to release a statement promising an investigation, quelling the online uproar. And in this whirlwind of chaos, the long-awaited show finally aired on CCTV in China, KBS in South Korea, and NHK in Japan. Number 324. YouTube meltdown. There's a small tip that foreign students in Japan know well. If you live alone and someone knocks at your door, don't open it carelessly. Why? Because it might be someone from NHK demanding payment. Even if you never watch TV, as long as you own one, you still have to pay the fee. According to Japanese law, refusing to pay is a legal violation. And don't assume you're safe just because you don't have a TV. A smartphone is enough for them to say you have access. Once you open that door, you can no longer prove you haven't watched NHK. KBS is South Korea's oldest broadcasting station. Whether in our world or in a parallel universe, it has produced some of Asia's most popular dramas. It's a public TV network, just like NHK. So, between NHK, KBS, and CCTV, aka Central Mama, who holds the most power? In terms of resources and viewer base, there's no competition. CCTV reigns supreme. All three networks aired the trilateral performance event, though each had its own style and runtime. KBS edited the event down to 150 minutes. As expected, the Koreans added lots of dramatic adjectives. Their title, The Great Stage of Korea, China, and Japan. NHK, with its love of nicknames, cut it to 100 minutes. However, they added 130 minutes of follow-up interviews with their national artists. Their version was titled The Grand Broadcast of the Japan-China-Korea Music Festival. CCTV kept it straightforward, a 2-hour, clean-cut program with subtitle overlays, rough translations of foreign lyrics, and short intros for each performer. Feng Yuanxin, former lead vocalist of the legendary band Hero. After the group disbanded, he composed several iconic J-drama opening themes. Interestingly, Feng Yuanxin bore some resemblance to Chi Dake. Both rose to fame through TV drama songs. CCTV's presentation style leaned conservative, safe over splashy. But what really sparked attention were the labels other countries gave the Chinese performers. South Korea, carrying the strength of 1.4 billion people. A new form of folk ballad. A singer with undeniable skill. A mountain-like presence. Vocal cords as powerful as an athlete. These labels referred to Chu Zhi, Gu Peng, Yuan He, Wang Dong, and Chi Dake respectively. KBS editors definitely cared about appearances. Wang Dong was described as too burly, and Chi Dake as having a rough and tough voice, hence the athlete comparison. Japan, the circuit breaker preventing human despair, a ragdoll among mortals, the crown prince of Chinese folk ballads, the twin stars of China's Song and Dance Institute, master of drama theme songs. The Japanese love their metaphors. The performance aired almost simultaneously on all three stations. Both insiders and the public were eager. Even Koguchi Yoshihiro squeezed in time to watch on his phone. Meanwhile, trainees Li Cixi and Guan He, both of whom had once been mentored by Chu Zhi, also made time despite their packed training schedules. Even Deputy Director Inoue tuned in. No early access perks. Without subtitles, he couldn't understand Chinese anyway. A high note stronger than Kazuyoshi Kananaga's sword? I have to hear it for myself, he muttered, skeptical. It was like hearing someone say the singer you've admired for 30 years has been outclassed by some foreign kid. NHK went all out with flashy visuals. Their opening sequence even featured animated silhouettes battling with sound waves, shattering cliffs with their voices. The narration raved. Songs as spears, the stage a battlefield. NHK cut the host's intro and interviews, replacing them with program narration. I think I've heard when you before. I don't like this Chinese singer's version, though. South Korean music all sounds the same. Not good. Kubo Tadoran has real rock talent. The raw opinions were refreshingly blunt. Kubo got some praise, though his cocky sunglasses-wearing persona rubbed in no way the wrong way. Narration: Kubo Tadoran received the loudest applause of the night. His dark metal stage presence conquered the audience. Let's cheer for him. Then came the second Chinese group. Even Deputy Director Inoue tuned in. No early access perks. Without subtitles, he couldn't understand Chinese anyway. A high note stronger than Kazuyoshi Kananaga's sword? I have to hear it for myself, he muttered, skeptical. It was like hearing someone say the singer you've admired for 30 years has been outclassed by some foreign kid. NHK went all out with flashy visuals. Their opening sequence even featured animated silhouettes battling with sound waves, shattering cliffs with their voices. The narration raved. Songs as spears, the stage a battlefield. NHK cut the host's intro and interviews, replacing them with program narration. I think I've heard when you before. I don't like this Chinese singer's version, though. South Korean music all sounds the same. Not good. Kubo Tadoran has real rock talent. The raw opinions were refreshingly blunt. Kubo got some praise, though his cocky sunglasses-wearing persona rubbed in no way the wrong way. Narration: Kubo Tadoran received the loudest applause of the night. His dark metal stage presence conquered the audience. Let's cheer for him. Then came the second Chinese group. Powerful vocals, Inoue muttered. But as expected, true cultural revival doesn't come from women. Clearly, Inoue was a chauvinist. Although audience feedback favored Izawa Iroh's sweetness, he dismissed it as weak vocals. Narration: Izawa Iroh has a huge online presence in China. Her rendition of Sweet Repetition has over 50 million views. NHK commentary mostly praised their own performers. Even when Chinese or Korean acts did well, they got only a brief mention. When the third group hit the stage, Inoue was unimpressed, especially by Fujiwara Keikiai. He underperformed, and Inoue thought if the team captain was this mediocre, what could the others offer? Narration: Fujiwara Keikiai, Yuan He, and Kim Ryuhak shared a dynamic stage. While Yuan He received more cheers, Fujiwara's vocals were not to be overlooked. Inoue frowned. He found the commentary annoying, especially when it contradicted his opinions. Then came the second-to-last group. Chu Zhi walked on stage in traditional white, straight hem robes. White hemline, Inoue noted. As someone who both revered and envied Chinese culture, he recognized the symbolism. White robes were often worn for mourning a lost parent. Still, he didn't think much of it. Probably just costume nonsense, he thought. He'd seen enough Chinese historical dramas with inaccurate sets and props to assume the same here. The music began. The song, Left Hand Points to the Moon. The prelude was majestic. The vocals spanned 3 full octaves. Even a layman could tell how absurdly high those notes were. Especially, musical note a single tear, that is me, In the moonlight, you and me, An incense stick, you are me and no one else. Musical note. By the 4th, 5th, and 6th ascensions, the notes climbed effortlessly. Inoue's squinty eyes widened in disbelief. The high notes kept rising, as if peeling the top of your skull open. Then came the zzz of mic overload. Sound burst. Only when hearing and seeing it himself did Inoue realize what Kageyama had meant when he claimed Chu Zhi's high notes outshone even Kazuyoshi Kananaga. It was like the sonic equivalent of being hit by tidal waves while surfing in Okinawa, except this time, it battered the soul. Narration: did he just hit C6? That's the cry of a demon from the abyss. Even the mic couldn't handle it. Narration: South Koreans call Chu Zhi the Demon King. His vocals are the wail of a monarch. It wasn't just Inoue. Lee Cixi and Guan He were equally stunned. They'd gotten off early from their tight schedules just to watch. Brother Joe's vocals. Li Cixi was speechless. He turned to Guan He. Didn't you say your short-term goal was to reach half of Chu Zhi's skill? Today I realize how hard that goal really is. He'd heard Chu Zhi sing opera 2 before. But after this, his voice wasn't human. We can't run from difficulty, Guan He declared. So I'll adjust my goal. Not half. A third. I want people to call me Brother San one day. If Chu Zhi is 9, then a third is 3. They chose to watch the KBS version just to see what kind of praise Chu Zhi would get in Korean. Left hand points to the moon, exploded across Asia. Boom. Fire. Shock. Like deep-fried lobster. Like flaming stir-fry. Like explosive clams. Hungry yet? Words couldn't capture the magnitude. This wasn't just a trending clip on Chinese platforms like Weibo or Douyin. Someone clipped the performance and uploaded it to YouTube. It blew up. The song's called Left Hand Points to the Moon. But after that high note, I think he grabbed the moon. Some sing for money. Some sing for life. Where's my scalp? Can anyone tell me if that high note was even humanly possible? The mic literally died. Biggest mistake of the year, watching with headphones. The video hit 5 million views in a day. Maybe not viral by Western standards, but a blazing wildfire across Asia. Chu Zhi proved a truth every singer should remember. If your song is strong enough, even a dull official show can explode. From Russia to Thailand, Japan to South Korea, Vietnam to the Philippines, audiences joined the conversation. Selected comments. Seoul. This high-note demon king came from Seoul. Our pride. Russia. We know this singer. Isn't that Captain Xi? Our witches say he might be a vampire. That voice isn't human. Thailand. I love this song. Not just the high notes. Musical note you are me, and no one else musical note. It feels like Buddhist reincarnation. A perfect fusion of emotion and skill. Japan. This ragdoll's voice is as good as his face. Unreal. Even print media joined the frenzy. The trilateral concert had officially gone global. Number 325. The world can't keep up with Chu Zhi. Little fruits were busier than ever, especially the ones studying abroad. News kept rolling in from all over. One fan, known by the complicated username FishPrisonRain, excitedly shared, "It's here." The Morning Post featured Brother Gio. Thailand's Morning Post is their second largest paper, just after the Thai Daily. I grabbed a copy. Here, let me share. FishPrisonRain, or just Fish for convenience, was studying at Chulalongkorn University. Within minutes, she posted a photo and helpfully translated the Thai article. Asian superstar Chu Zhi stunned audiences across multiple nations with his performance of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. The song soared to Thailand's Twitter trending list overnight with the tag, "A Voice from Reincarnation." According to GDH 559, Thailand's top film production company, executives expressed, "If we were to shoot a historical or Buddhist-themed film, we would definitely consider using this track as the theme song." GDH 559 has made most of the Thai films released in China, Fish added. Another fan, initial_, chimed in, "My uncle does business in India, so I had my cousin grab a couple papers." As expected, plenty of outlets featured Brother Gio. The biggest one was The Frontline, an English-language paper. Let me post the clip. Since After I Close My Eyes took Asia by storm, Chu Zhi does it again with Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. Music critic J. Dean wrote, "Chu Zhi is a rare artist who listens deeply to a country's soul. His EPs released in Japan and South Korea prove this." Left Hand Pointing to the Moon clearly channels Buddhist influence, suggesting a strong familiarity with Indian culture. Why would Asian newspapers outside the 3 participating countries, China, Japan, South Korea, cover this event? Because the public was hungry for it, and news is driven by demand. Jadine used to be a singer, now a behind-the-scenes composer for classic Bollywood films. According to my cousin, he's got serious status in India. Initial_, added. If Chu Zhi's management team cared about milestones, then his fans cared about the entire journey. Just like with his previous movie, Little Fruits made it their mission to collect every major foreign article about Chu Zhi. He truly was the dream idol of career-driven fans. Not an exaggeration, but perhaps even an understatement. 2 albums, 2 foreign-language EPs, and 1 movie that shook the entire continent. Stardom had come so fast it was dizzying. Of course, Top-tier publications like Korea's Donghae Ilbo and Japan's Yomiuri Shimbun were immediately tracked down, thanks to little fruits studying abroad. Vocal virtuoso Chu Zhi, 23, delivered a legendary live performance at the Japan-China-Korea music broadcast. His sustained C6 high notes broke mic limits. Attempts to replicate it by singer Mayoko Kyoku and composer Takumi Kato failed multiple times. Takumi Kato remarked, "Chu Zhi's C6 diction defies anatomy. No human should be able to replicate that." Yomiuri Shimbun. According to Taiyang Chuana Entertainment, Chu Zhi's management agency, the performance of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon on June 11th was an original composition by Chu Zhi himself. It quickly became a trending tag on Dom. Achieving this on Dom, South Korea's biggest portal, is nearly impossible without both a strong fandom and broad public appeal. The song surpassed stiff competition from top idol groups to top the tag charts. Its impact proves that Chu Zhi is now a full-blown celebrity in Korea. Donghae Ilbo. Dom is South Korea's largest portal, home to paid fan clubs and an internal tagging system. Unlike Wikipedia, where anyone can edit, Dom's hot word tags are added by staff. They usually only apply to politicians and bankers, rarely to artists unless they're veteran actors. Currently, only Joe Kwon, the lead singer of the mega-popular GZ boy group, had such a tag. But now, Chu Zhi not only had one, so did his song. Dom couldn't ignore a first-place finish. They even wanted to prioritize a Korean song, but their own performers didn't deliver. Meanwhile, sales of After the Clouds Clear had plateaued at a few hundred a day. Thanks to the broadcast, they soared again, surpassing 100,000 in a flash. JYP's President Park nearly popped his eyes out. Unlike other label heads, Park was a former singer. He still had artistic pride. After much thought, he concluded, strength. People idolize strength. Chu Zhi embodies every fan's dream. Talent in composing, performing, and visuals. Too strong. Could we split that into 3 people? Park wanted to create a boy band with separate members for looks, vocals, and songwriting. Looks can be fixed with surgery. We can get someone to a 6 out of 10. Vocals? Train a strong lunge trainee. Not expecting C6 diction, but C5 should be doable. But songwriting? That one's hard to fake. His vision? A deconstructed Chu Zhi boy group. Not the usual all-rounders, but specialists. Totally doable. In a sea of look-alike boy bands, we need a niche. Park's giddy, monkey-like grin said it all. Sales of both After the Clouds Clear and the older EP, A Slight Expectation for the World, surged. Japanese EPs that had languished with just a few thousand copies in stock, gone in hours. Fans rushed to Sony Music's site. Total sales crossed 100,000. Chu Zhi's wealth soared again. His family, already well off, was now too rich. Vietnam's Saigon Liberation Daily, Singapore's Liana Xiaobao, and Malaysia's The Star all featured reports on him. His influence stretched across Asia, backed by real popularity. His fan bases? Unmatched. The official Chu Zhi fan club, microblog bar, Japanese fan site, and Orange Orchard No. 79 all had platforms with millions of followers. Dozens of fan accounts on Weibo and TikTok were dedicated to him, most with hundreds of thousands of followers, many over 1 million. Other celebrities wept. He wasn't just a benchmark, he was a tidal wave. Take Joey Yu, for instance. His agent brother Jean forced him to start learning French. CEO Huang of Taiyang Chuanha once said, "Learn a foreign language." Look at your senior Chu Zhi. I'm not saying be him, but every artist at Taiyang Chuanha should speak at least one. Thus, foreign language proficiency became mandatory for trainees. The irony? Many of them became singers to avoid school. Now they were learning even harder. Please, stop showing off. Joey Yu cried. You're not inspiring us. Brother, you're burying us. He was referring to how Chu Zhi could drop Buddhist scripture into everyday conversation. He feared CEO Huang might suddenly demand that next. Location, Beijing. Time, afternoon. Characters, 2 senior officials. A golden-scaled fish is never meant for shallow ponds. When the winds rise, it becomes a dragon, said director Jiang from the Federation of Literary and Art Circles. Don't exaggerate, replied director Dong from the Literary Review Center. Since the 21st century, we haven't had a single true national-level superstar. And now suddenly we have an Asian icon? Come on. But since Chu Zhi was one of their official picks for the performance, Jiang had to defend the outcome. It's not exaggeration. He just needs one more blockbuster film or hit song. With his current popularity, age and years of experience no longer matter. Did you know, Jiang added, Chu Zhi's combined follower count on Instagram, Twitter, and Weibo is over 100 million? Even allowing for overlap, he's got serious cultural influence. Dong conceded, fair. I saw in a report that his Hanfu outfit during the performance got a lot of attention from foreign YouTube users. A golden-scaled fish indeed, Jiang repeated, beaming from the recent praise their selection received. But while they basked in glory, the organizers in Rongqing were in hot water. Nicknamed the 8 Pigs, the ones responsible for earlier shady behavior finally faced disciplinary action. Rongqing issued a public statement and confirmed internal penalties for 2 individuals involved. But public attention had mostly moved on, so the issue didn't make much noise. Number 326. Voices across borders. These joint performances between 3 nations really require caution. The audience ratio is way too easy to backfire. Wang Yuan glanced at the press release from Rongqing and sighed. Good thing the outcome was a success. Otherwise, he didn't finish the sentence, muttering to himself instead. Whatever he was thinking, it didn't sound pleasant. You finally wrap things up, boss? Old Qian asked. Haven't seen you around in ages. We kinda missed you. Coming from you. That sounds especially weird, Wang Yuan frowned. We've just about finished up on the merch front. Limited release of 10,000 sets. 10,000. Old Qian clicked his tongue. For Brother Joe's fanbase, that's a drop in the ocean. It's a small batch, sure, but it's meant to be a collector's item anyway, Wang Yuan replied. Among those at the studio, if you were ranking by meticulousness, first would be Yin Dixie, and second, Old Qian. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was known for being a bit careless. Old Qian was the first to notice that Niu Jiangxue was feeling down. What's wrong, Sister Niu? He asked. Is there a problem with Brother Joe's schedule? I heard the college entrance exam this year was brutal, Niu Jiangxue sighed. My niece cried herself to sleep last night. The scores come out on the 24th. It's the 18th today. Less than a week to go, and she's terrified. The conversation caught Wang Yuan's attention. That's odd. Usually after exams, kids feel like they've shed a huge burden. Maybe the pressure from the adults was too much. I don't think so. My sister's family has a pretty positive atmosphere, Niu Jiangxue said with a frown. My teacher once told me that the reason dumb birds have to fly early is because, no matter how hard they try, they'll never outfly the smart ones. So the only way to keep up is to fly sooner. Expecting them to surpass the smart ones? That's practically murder, Wang Yuan said bluntly. Murder's a bit much, Old Qian laughed. All parents want their kids to succeed. It comes from love. One simple line, I'm doing this for your own good, has caused so many childhood scars. Wang Yuan's tone sharpened. Old Qian and Niu Jiangxue glanced at each other. They could tell this topic hit a nerve, and neither of them pressed further. When does You from the Stars start filming? Old Qian switched the subject. In 2 weeks, Niu Jiangxue answered. Main shooting will be in Incheon and Seoul. It'll take 45 days. Let's hope this one's a hit, right, boss? Old Qian said. The main reasons they took this project were the generous offers from Netflix and SBS, and also Wang Yuan's strong recommendation. It'll be a hit for sure, Wang Yuan said confidently. Guys, look at this. Chi Chiu came running over, holding up her phone for everyone to see a new post from the official Renren Daily account. The headline dropped just 10 minutes ago. Clearly someone at the state media was having fun. Shocking. A certain singer with the surname Chu did this to stop others from covering his songs. Ha 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 wow. State media's learning clickbait titles now, Old Qian chuckled. Chu Zhi really is loved by the officials. Feels like every time something happens, state media is right there reporting on it, Niu Jiangxue said. In her heart, she was thinking, for the upcoming anniversary celebration of the founding of the party, Chu Zhi's song was almost guaranteed to be selected. Some things couldn't be said out loud, but Niu Jiangxue understood. For events like this, personal politics mattered more than the song itself. Wang Yuan pulled out her phone to search the Renren Daily site herself. If it was praise for Chu Zhi, she always made time to read it. In an interview with Guangming Daily, Chu Zhi said, folk art and traditional music are precious soil. Whoever lays a solid foundation can build majestic towers in the future. As a vocalist, Chu Zhi continues to focus on folk art. During the three-nation performance between China, Japan, and Korea, he brought us the remarkable fusion piece, Left Hand Points to the Moon, a blend of world music, traditional opera, and pop vocals. To properly understand, the more deeply rooted in our culture something is, the more universal its resonance becomes. Modern musicians must create works that are both artistic and accessible, with strong melodies and harmonies that speak to the people. That said, Teacher Chu, could you maybe tone down the difficulty level next time? The title might have been playful, but the body of the article was nothing but respectful. Except maybe that last line. The state's affection for Chu Zhi was obvious, and Rinrin Daily's bold style had gotten them trending. Hashtag Rinrin Daily says left hand too hard hashtag. God, this is hilarious. A notification popped up and I froze. Thought I accidentally followed UC News. Turns out it was Rinrin Daily. Has anyone actually managed to cover Left Hand Points to the Moon? Even the down-pitched version. The 7th chapter of the night, Opera 2, The Unspoken Sutra, and now Left Hand Points to the Moon. Brother Joe keeps releasing songs that are basically uncoverable. By the way, did you notice? Rinrin Daily called him a vocalist. The trending topic sparked a new wave of cover attempts. Unlike the Unspoken Sutra challenge last time, this one was purely voluntary. Just goes to show how much influence state media can have. Take singer Byun Ho, for instance. His surname, Byun, is unusual, but not unheard of. There's even a famous poet on Earth named Byun Jilin, who wrote, "You stand on the bridge watching the scenery. The people watching you are in the building. The bright moon adorns your window, while you adorn someone else's dream." Byun Ho was a niche singer in his 30s. Strong vocals, but low visibility. He survived by accepting small gigs and promoting himself on platforms like TikTok just to fund his next album. He often picked interesting fan DMs and turned them into content. Today, every message said something like, Byun, try singing Left Hand Points to the Moon. Can we hear your version of it? Even a down-pitched version would be fine. My fans, my lovely fans. First it was the Unspoken Sutra, now this, Byun Ho groaned. He watched a clip on TikTok and was instantly intimidated. The vocals were insane. But maybe, if I drop it a key, I might just manage. I nailed the Unspoken Sutra, didn't I? He felt confident. After all, during the last challenge, he was one of the few who managed a halfway decent version, even if it lacked the chivalrous flair of the original. One key down, and I'll crush it, Byun Ho declared. Half an hour later. Sorry, I was speaking a little too boldly earlier. Damn it. His voice cracked every single time he hit the final note. Even after lowering the key by 5 steps, he couldn't pronounce the final E5 clearly. These evil fans just want to see me fail, he muttered, pretending not to see their messages. Byun Ho's struggle mirrored many others. Sparked by Rinrin Daily's coverage, countless singers tried to jump on the trend. But even the simplified versions were near impossible to sing cleanly. Despite all this attention at home, Western brands weren't reaching out. The Adidas incident had cooled off, but the hit to sales remained. Chu Zhi had expected that. He didn't care. No need to grovel to foreign companies for money. Not that there weren't offers. Russia's Sportmaster made one, but since he already had a contract with Anta, he turned it down. Don't underestimate the Russians. They knew business. With the song trending on YouTube, their label, Melodia, sent an offer for a record deal. They saw past the hype. Chu Zhi's resurgence was surface level. What truly mattered was how much money Sony Music and JYP had made off of him. Opera, Opera 2, Lullaby, we'll market those as the lead singles. We can help collect other songs too, so the singer doesn't waste time. The rep was honest about wanting to cash in on the buzz. Melodia had been around since the Soviet days, once hailed as the world's greatest music company. Ironically, their greatness was also their downfall. They could never turn a profit. Nowadays, they survive by selling off their massive back catalog. If it's Melodia, I get it, Old Chien said. They're desperate. But Brother Joe's albums, every single one of them, even the foreign language EPs, are top tier. No need to dive into that mess. Neo Jiangxue agreed. She checked the time and turned to Xiao Zhu. It's about time. Go wake up Chu Zhi. And get old Ma too. It was time to head to the airport. The Chinese Golden Bell Awards ceremony was being held in Beijing. Chu Zhi had just won the Newcomer Award for pop music, which would normally be a big headline. But online discourse was still fixated on the left-hand points to the moon challenge, eating up the spotlight. It's fine. The Golden Bell Awards are more respected by the academic crowd anyway. Winning it is enough, Chu Zhi said. The next week was a blur for him. He had to finish all his domestic work before flying to Seoul to join the drama shoot. While Chu Zhi filmed in Seoul, Xiaoyu was already laying the groundwork for her next project. The first interview was with Chi-Chi, screen name, in the name of Chi Cup. A year ago, she promised the little fruits in the Orange Orchard group that she'd study hard. She did not disappoint, scoring an incredible 697 points. Without hesitation, she applied to her dream school, Fudan University, and had just received her acceptance letter in mid-July. The interview was conducted over the phone. Professor Xiaoyu had designed two short but impactful questions. The first, congratulations on getting into your dream school. Who gave you the most motivation during your studies? Brother Gio and Vivi. Chi-Chi answered without missing a beat. Vivi is a close friend I met in the Orange Grove group. She supervised me throughout my entire senior year. Every time I wanted to slack off, play games, read for fun, she pulled me back. I did argue with her a few times, but looking back now, she was right. And Brother Gio? Well, he's our spiritual pillar, Chi-Chi added. Can you explain what you mean by spiritual pillar? Xiaoyu asked. It's hard. Studying is exhausting. Everyone knows we're supposed to try hard and get into a good school. But knowing and doing are worlds apart. To bridge that gap, you need courage. Brother Gio's encouragement, the little stars in the community, and the shared dream of working hard together, that gave me courage. A lot of it. Second question. If Chu Zhi didn't exist, do you think you would have made it into your dream school? Number 327. The idol effect. The second question made Chi-Chi think for quite a while before she answered. I think I probably could have still made it. I'm quite confident in myself, and I believe I would have kept going. But, and this is an important but, without Brother Gio, I would have had a much harder time pushing through. Brother Gio really boosted my motivation to study. Honestly, Brother Gio and Vivi gave me the biggest drive. Chi-Chi's answer brimmed with self-assurance. But not all the little fruits interviewed felt the same. For many, their spiritual pillars played a far greater role. Yi_Izui, definitely. Without Yi, I never would have deleted the game and gone all in like that. Nightcat_09. Yi set such a strong example for us. He worked so hard, and the discussion board on the app is constantly buzzing. People are always talking about how many practice tests they've finished. Seeing others work that hard creates a kind of pressure. 40 frogs. If there were no Xiao Jio, we'd all be lazing around, honestly. At first, the whole at-a-star goal and stuff like getting into Tsinghua University was just a joke. It felt out of reach. But once we wrote it down, we started wanting to make it real. Everyone interviewed used online nicknames. There were both male and female fans, though more women than men, and each person proudly shared a photo of their university admission letter beforehand. Professor Xiaoyu interviewed 200 high school students preparing for the college entrance exam. When asked who gave them the most motivation, almost all of them mentioned Chu Zhi. Reasons included, but weren't limited to, her songwriting, the goal-setting features on her app, her active effort to study alongside fans, the productive environment of the Orange Grove, and the hyper-energetic users in the app's comment section. By hyper-energetic, they meant users who acted like they were on a constant adrenaline high. Push, push, push. The weather's great today. Why not do 2 more worksheets to celebrate? Bad weather? It's raining? That's perfect. Stay inside and knock out 2 worksheets. What? You finished your worksheets for today? Do 2 more. The results were staggering. Over 40% of the interviewees got into their dream schools. Another 20% didn't make it to their top choice, but still got into a good second-choice university. None of the top 5 celebrities in the industry, people like Zhou Guowu or Lin Xia, even come close to this level of influence. Professor Xiaoyu's preliminary research was thorough. He even went undercover into fan groups to observe their atmosphere firsthand, and it was unlike anything he had seen. In recent years, college entrance exam quotas had been increasing, but the acceptance rates varied wildly from region to region. Some areas boasted rates as high as 80%, while others were as low as 20-something%. Last year, Only 41.37% of applicants were accepted into undergraduate programs, meaning more than half didn't make the cut. And yet among the little fruits Xiao Yu surveyed, more than 60% got in. While part of that could be attributed to continued expansion in admissions, the influence of Chu Zhi was undeniably significant. Of course, this wasn't a one-man research project. Xiao Yu had 2 teaching assistants helping him compile the data, which was finalized and sent to him 2 days later. If I hadn't personally followed this investigation from the beginning, I'd never have believed it. Xiao Yu pushed up his glasses and pored over the numbers again and again. When he got to the final section of the spreadsheet, his jaw dropped. The idol effect had boosted admission success by more than 10%. That might not sound like much, but only on paper. In 2020, over 10 million students took the Gaokao. A 10% increase meant that Little Fruits had outperformed over 1 million other students. No cram school, no nonstop late-night studying, no one-on-one tutoring with a provincial valedictorian could achieve that kind of result. Idol isn't a label for Chu Zhi, Xiao Yu muttered, stunned. Chu Zhi defines what an idol is. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still shaken. He paced his study restlessly. 200 people isn't enough to make a conclusive case. He knew full well that the academic world was fiercely competitive. To publish this research, he needed a larger, more comprehensive sample. Since he had already started the interviews, why not go further? He would survey several hundred more students in phases and determined the full scope of Chu Zhi's impact. If the results weren't so terrifying, I wouldn't need several times the sample size just to justify the conclusion, he said, stretching with a wince. His lower back ached from being cooped up in the study all day. He was exhausted, yes. But Xiao Yu believed that once his findings were published, the entire country would gain a new perspective on the idol industry. Other celebrities might say, my fans supported me by spending tons of money. But in Chu Zhi's case, my fans got into college for me. Now that was prestige. Xiao Yu understood that clearly. This man had been dismantling the domestic entertainment industry from a higher dimension, and each time, he did it more ruthlessly than before. If things kept going this way, he might even be written into the annals of entertainment history. The thought made Xiao Yu chuckle to himself. Something amusing crossed your mind, Dad? His daughter, Xiaoqing, asked. You should go out for a walk. You've been holed up in here for 4 or 5 days. You're going moldy. Did you hit that little goal you set for yourself in the orange grove? Xiao Yu countered, raising an eyebrow. I seem to remember someone claiming she was going to work hard alongside her idol. Or was that all just talk? Oof, that one hit home. Xiaoqing instantly went quiet and turned to retreat into her room. The door slammed shut behind her in protest. Back in Incheon, the subject of Xiao Yu's research, Chu Zhi, was in the middle of filming. But the first 2 days of the shoot were plagued by unexpected chaos. Too many fans had shown up, overwhelming the set and making it impossible to start filming. Chu Zhi's road manager, Lao Qian, did everything he could to control the situation, but the frenzied apostles were unmanageable. So the crew posted an announcement on the Drama Cafe's official account. Actor Chu Zhi is currently filming My Love from the Stars. Thank you to all the fans who visited the set, but large groups of people are affecting the filming schedule. We kindly ask for your understanding. The post was ordered by scriptwriter Ryu Tae-suk. In South Korea, scriptwriters held some of the highest status in the industry. Even lead directors could be replaced, but never the writer. Ryu Tae-suk was famously known as the Man of 10,000 Tears, a nickname that implied his scripts were incredibly moving. Regardless of his talents, his way of handling this situation left Chu Zhi speechless. Was he serious? Didn't he understand that an announcement like this would only make things worse? He wasn't wrong to sense trouble. Apostles who hadn't known Chu Zhi was filming in Korea now had confirmation. Even though the location wasn't stated explicitly, the fact that people had visited the set made it easy to find with a quick search online. And so, by the 3rd day, the Incheon Metropolitan Museum, their filming location, was surrounded on all sides. It looked like a zombie siege. The rented perimeter was basically meaningless now. The museum's security guards were visibly hesitant. The director kept ordering them to maintain order, but what good would that do against a tidal wave? The apostles raised their signs high. Love Chu, the great demon king, is unmatched. Only Chu Zhi in my heart. Chu Zhi could feel it clearly. This was even more overwhelming than when he had been mobbed in Ataru. "Ah, Appa, I love you. I came all the way from Jeonju to see you. I really, really like you." Korean fans usually weren't this wild. They weren't sasaengs and didn't typically disrupt their idol's schedule. But Chu Zhi had made so few appearances in Korea. Not just meet and greets or fan events. Even his trips here could be counted on one hand. And now, at the peak of his popularity in South Korea, the great demon king had finally returned. The apostles, unable to contain their devotion for so long, had finally found an outlet. What else could you expect them to do? Number 328. The Star Who Stopped Time. After 5 full days of adjustments, filming finally resumed. How does someone become as popular as Chu Zhi? His fans visiting the set brought the entire production to a halt for 5 days. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. The speaker was Cho Mina, the actress playing the second female lead. A mid-tier figure in the Korean entertainment industry, she rarely landed leading roles, but she was a frequent choice for scheming supporting characters. Off-screen, though, she was quite active and maintained a good relationship with Song Ming-hee, the main actress. 5 days of shutdown. That's practically a legend in the entertainment world, Song Ming-hee nodded. At first, the crew had complaints about Chu Zhi. Whether it was intentional or not, the delay was ultimately pinned on him. But during that downtime, Chu Zhi took the initiative to smooth things over. He didn't act arrogant or entitled despite his immense popularity. In fact, he even prepared jars of kimchi for everyone on set. It was hard to stay mad when your mouth was full. "Many of my friends in the industry are fans of Chu Zhi," said Song Ming-hee. "They kept asking me to get his autograph for them, again and again." Cho Mina opened her mouth to ask about Chu Zhi's appearance fee. Someone with his level of fame had to be charging a fortune. But she quickly swallowed the question. Discussing pay on set was a big taboo. "Manager Joe seems to have something against Chu Zhi, doesn't he?" Cho Mina said. "Not sure." Song Ming-hee's expression darkened slightly at the mention of the name. "Has Secretary Joe asked you to go out for drinks after filming ends each day?" Manager Joe referred to the head of the secretary office at SBS, one of the network's main investors. "No, of course not." The words flew out of Cho Mina's mouth, though in truth, he had. She just didn't want Song Ming-hee to know. "If it were Chu Zhi asking me out for drinks, I'd be on the floor after one glass," she added with a laugh to deflect suspicion. "I heard something 2 nights ago," said Song Ming-hee. "Apparently one of the actresses bribed a crew member to sneak into Chu Zhi's room. A brave warrior," Cho Mina quipped. "And he politely showed her the door," Song Ming-hee said. "Chu Zhi is different from our local male stars. He's incredibly disciplined. Men are like cats," Cho Mina countered. "They all like to sneak around." I think the problem was that the actress just wasn't pretty enough. The implication behind her words was clear. If the woman had her looks, she wouldn't have failed. But Song Ming-hee remained skeptical. She had a kissing scene with Chu Zhi and they had gone back and forth on how to handle it, whether it should be real or staged. Nothing had been decided. It would be Chu Zhi's first on-screen kiss. Filming in South Korea moved faster than in Japan, possibly because TV series didn't require the same meticulous detail as films. The male lead, Professor Beck, hardly needed acting skills. According to the script, he had lived for 4 centuries and was already beyond emotion. There was no need to bring in someone like Liao Dachong for coaching. Even the actor playing the Emperor Beast could have done it. Chu Zhi has improved so much since shooting the movie. "No wonder people call him the Dark Lord," one of the crew remarked. No need for a retake on that scene. It was perfect. The way he turned his head, there was no trace of acting. Like a tree growing in the wild. "Completely natural," said writer Ryu Taisik and director Gong Ji after another scene. It felt a bit like they were trying to coax a child with praise. If Chu Zhi hadn't known his own limits, if he wasn't grounded by his experience as the Emperor Beast, it would have been easy to get swept away by constant flattery. The wallpaper on Chu Zhi's phone read, "You still have a lot to learn," a message he had designed himself. Like Lu Sun's famous carved mourning plaque, it was there to keep him grounded. The scenes shot in Incheon were all grouped together. In less than 10 days, they'd wrapped up filming in the city. The crew now needed to move to a different location. Most of My Love from the Stars was shot in Seoul. For instance, the next scene was being filmed at a boutique in Nonhyundong. The boutique owner had provided the space for free in exchange for a photo with Song Ming-hee. In this scene, Professor Beck took the female lead shopping. There they ran into the second lead, played by Cho Mina. Tensions came to a head, and their friendship shattered. As they walked out, a helmeted figure in black threw a glass fishbowl from the rooftop, trying to kill the female lead. Professor Beck teleported to save her, and the second lead caught a glimpse of it, recognizing him from a Christmas night years ago. Action! Director Gong Ji shouted. Chu Zhi gently helped Song Minghee to her feet. In the story, Professor Beck saved the female lead by knocking her out of harm's way. They only needed to shoot the action of him lunging and then a separate shot of them on the ground. Cut. Mina, when you recognize Professor Beck as the man from Christmas night, you need to look more shocked, Gong Ji instructed, giving her a few minutes to adjust before restarting. According to the script, Chu Zhi was to lift the female lead in a bridal carry and take her to the hospital. Luckily, he had enough strength. If not, it would have been awkward for both of them. Stop, 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 Gong Ji called again. If I didn't know this was for TV, I'd think I was watching a stage play, he said, clearly irritated. He didn't even call her by name, just her full name. One more time. Think it through properly, Gong Ji said. Song Minghee and Chu Zhi took a short break. After a moment of hesitation, Song Minghee asked, Chu Zhi, I'm not too heavy, am I? If you were any lighter, I'd think I was holding a cloud, Chu Zhi replied. For actresses, weight was a sensitive topic. His response was perfect. On the third take, Cho Mina still didn't meet the director's expectations. Gong Ji started getting visibly agitated, his words becoming sharper. Cho Mina felt the pressure, and the more she felt it, the worse she did. She missed her cues again and again, 7 or 8 takes in a row. Even Chu Zhi was getting tired of carrying her. Gong Ji looked ready to hit someone. Director Gong, let's pick this up again tomorrow, Chu Zhi suggested. Maybe the mood just isn't right today. In the crew's hierarchy, the top 3 were the production rep, Chu Zhi, and writer Ryu Taisik. With Chu Zhi speaking up, Gong Ji had no choice but to rein in his frustration. Manager Joe, the production representative, remained silent. Even though he had once shared drinks and a one-night stand with Cho Mina, that didn't mean he would stick his neck out for her. In his opinion, Chu Zhi's acting wasn't even as good as Cho Mina's. But Gong Ji was all politeness, and Ryu Taisik was even willing to rewrite the script to make difficult scenes easier. They were all just a bunch of bootlickers. Foreign-loving cowards. Chu Zhi makes a mistake, and no one says a word. All the frustration just gets dumped on locals. It was pathetic. Of course, Manager Joe wouldn't actually criticize Chu Zhi. Why would he pick a fight with a rising star sweeping across Asia? Seniority and status were everything in Korean entertainment. But Chu Zhi didn't seem to notice. Things were going surprisingly smoothly for him on set. While filming My Love from the Stars, on July 26th, Xiaoyu published a lengthy research paper titled An Analysis of Idol Worship Among Teenagers and Positive Guidance Case Studies. The subtitle read, Chu Zhi and Little Fruits. The paper was released in a major journal focused on cultural studies. The phenomenon of idol worship reflects Generation Z's complex psychological needs and their longing for an ideal life. In today's modern context, idol worship has already become. The opening was simple, nothing flashy. Number 329, Guiding Light of the Little Fruits. After reviewing the second half of Xiaoyu's paper, it became clear just how detailed his research was on Chu Zhi's positive influence over the Little Fruits. He had dug deep, unearthing even stories of fans who once considered dropping out of school to chase stardom, only to be persuaded otherwise. Due to gaps in policy, lagging regulations, and a chaotic environment shaped by capital-driven traffic metrics, our youth culture has been negatively affected. Positive examples of idols. Keywords: Chu Zhi, Little Fruits, college entrance exams. Summary: the impact on Gen Z youth is analyzed through 3 lenses: psychological mechanisms, communication channels, and mass media. Using 5 sample groups totaling 1,000 fans, Xiaoyu's findings were backed with hard data. He reached 2 major conclusions. First, idols were fully capable of positively guiding their fans. And second, under Chu Zhi's influence, the rate of university admissions among his fans had increased by 14.2%. The paper was dense, over 50,000 words covering countless facets. At first glance, many academic professors balked at the statistics. 14.2%? That kind of leap hadn't been seen since enrollment expansions. Throughout history, There had never been a method that could raise university acceptance rates this significantly. And now a mere celebrity? Some so-called experts lashed out at Xiaoyu without even reading to the end, accusing his of taking money to hype up an idol. Others, more rational and data-driven, preferred to criticize with logic. But once those experts read the full report, all they had left was awe. The data was solid. With permission from the interviewees, Xiaoyu even uploaded voice recordings from Little Fruits to his official blog. Idols had always had influence, but never before had fan following led directly to better academic outcomes. It defied logic. It went against scientific conventions. And yet, more and more professors and scholars joined the growing research community studying Chu Zhi and his fan phenomenon. In the future, when Little Fruits bragged about their idol, it wouldn't be about how many music awards he had won. It would be, how many academic journals have published studies on our idol? Fansite admins immediately picked up the news and spread congratulations. The Little Fruits were thrilled. Why didn't they include the high school entrance exams? It was Brother Joe's encouragement that got me through mine. Chu Zhi is the best idol in the world. I'm lucky to be his fan. I earned 5 stars on Orang Home. Feeling proud, hands on hips. My next goal? A scholarship. I showed this article to my mom, and she said it's fake. Crying face. Naturally, social media platforms and major news portals weren't going to repost the entire 50,000-word document. A large portion of Xiaoyu's paper focused on her analysis of the current state of China's entertainment industry. In the age of fast media, only the juiciest parts make the cut. The story that caught traction was, Chu Zhi helps his fans get into college. Sensationalized versions were everywhere. It didn't trend on platforms like Weibo or Douyin at first, mostly because a major scandal had just hit another celebrity. People are hardwired to enjoy gossip. But on blog platforms, the spread was explosive. Forward this to your idol-chasing kids. If they must chase stars, make it him. Read this before it gets deleted. You chase idols? Read this. What does college have to do with celebrities? The truth might shock you. You're not truly Chinese if you don't forward this. See what experts say about idol worship. Parents loved forwarding these links in their family chat groups titled things like One Big Happy Family or Peaceful and Harmonious Clan. One of those parents was Chi-Chi's mother. At the time, Chi-Chi was traveling after getting accepted into her dream university. So many messages poured in that her phone was almost vibrating off the table. She didn't mute the family group because she wanted to snatch red packets. But when she opened it, the first thing she saw was a message from her mom. Queen Mother, aren't you into idols? Is this your guy? Forwarded article. Forward this to your idol-chasing kids. If they must chase stars, make it him. Read this before it gets deleted. You chase idols? Read this. What does college have to do with celebrities? The truth might shock you. You're not truly Chinese if you don't forward this. See what experts say about idol worship. Parents loved forwarding these links in their family chat groups titled things like One Big Happy Family or Peaceful and Harmonious Clan. One of those parents was Chi-Chi's mother. At the time, Chi-Chi was traveling after getting accepted into her dream university. So many messages poured in that her phone was almost vibrating off the table. She didn't mute the family group because she wanted to snatch red packets. But when she opened it, the first thing she saw was a message from her mom. Queen Mother, aren't you into idols? Is this your guy? Forwarded article. Forward this to your idol-chasing kids. If they must chase stars, make it him. Queen Mother, at Morningstar Ritual, come take a look. Naturally, Queen Mother was the nickname Chi-Chi had saved for her mom. It used to be Royal Mom. Chi-Chi's blog handle was Morningstar Ritual. If her mom had read the full paper or listened to the recordings Xiaoyu uploaded, she would have easily recognized her own daughter as the first interviewee. But reposted versions of the article had stripped all context. Even the name of Professor Xiaoyu from Beijing Foreign Studies University had been changed. According to the clickbait blog article, the study was conducted by Professor Thomas Engel of Harvard Sociology, and it concluded that Chu Zhi is the only celebrity in the world with a truly positive influence on his fans. The article wrapped up with the tired, old ending. Chu Zhi's talent and character are worth learning from. Do you know any other idols who guide fans like this? Let's talk in the comments. Chi-Chi was speechless. First they claimed he was the only one, and then asked if there were others. Marketing fluff always contradicted itself. While Chi-Chi was still reading, The family group chat was already lit with discussion. This Chu Zhi kid seems great. I heard him sing Drunken Imperial Concubine and thought he was a girl. According to the repost, he encourages kids to study. Is it true? It must be. Even foreign experts say so. Plus, there's data. Lots of fans got into their dream colleges because of him. At Morningstar Ritual, come look. This is the kind of idol worth following. Her mom summoned her again. Chi-Chi felt both proud and helpless. Proud, because her idol was finally getting recognized by a wider audience. Helpless, because she had been a little fruit for years already. And her mom was just one of many. Xiaoyu's research paper shook not just academics, but also middle-aged aunties and uncles in their 50s and 60s. Before anyone realized it, Chu Zhi had gained a whole new wave of middle-aged fans. His reputation among the general public kept soaring, and he was now standing on such a moral high ground that nothing could touch him. His management team closely monitored the online narrative. With positive feedback growing, their top priority was to maintain that image, ensuring nothing backfired. Daily active users on the Orang Home app surged. A new study room feature let little fruits supervise each other while reviewing or reading. Orange Orang Home app had already won Best Rated App of the Year on Wandugia the previous year. And no matter how many features they rolled out, one principle remained unchanged: no in-app purchases. Wow, my mom actually told me to learn from others and chase idols with a purpose. Haha, my dad asked if Ji had any famous works. I instantly sent him the latest EP. Mom, I'm not chasing stars, I'm here to study. For real. So many of us earn little stars. Aiming for agricultural university next year, let's go. Even grad school fans are grinding hard. Ji has already gone beyond China to the rest of Asia, and we're still dragging our feet here. Come on, people. With such a successful feedback loop, the atmosphere in the discussion section grew more positive. The little fruits who were preparing for next year's college entrance exams were brimming with motivation. The seedling plan was bearing fruit. Xiaoyu had worried unnecessarily. So far, there hadn't been any reports of fans spiraling after failing exams. If anything, some chose to retake the year and try again. At this point, calling Chu Zhi popular was no longer accurate. He had reached a new level, national recognition. Thanks to Xiaoyu's unintended assist, his public appeal skyrocketed. Even celebrities from older generations didn't have his level of widespread support anymore. Number 330. The Lion Among the Stars. Anyone familiar with Chu Zhi's schedule would know that much of what he was doing this year had already been arranged last year. For instance, the tail end of July, Leo season, and the opening act of August. Also, a crossover event. The Fuji Rock Festival, the largest outdoor rock event in all of Asia, was scheduled for late July through early August. Over 80% of attendees were seasoned rock veterans. If you were even remotely well-known in Asia and could carry a tune, you were there. Big brother Chu Zhi gave up his own performance slot to let Chu Zhi take the stage. Chu Zhi flew in from Seoul to Niigata Airport, the birthplace of the famed kashihikari rice once sold at astronomical prices in China. The My Love from the Stars production team granted Chu Zhi a 3-day leave, which perfectly matched the festival's 3-day run. Ajio actually doesn't like competitive performances, right? Wang Yuan suddenly said. Chu Zhi waited for her to finish. Wang Yuan continued. I just get the feeling that your personality doesn't lean toward flashy showdowns. You probably had a lot on your shoulders when you sang Left Hand Pointing to the Sky, didn't you? Did the performer, Emperor Beast, enjoy competition? Of course. Standing center stage while all eyes were on him? That rush was addictive. But since Wang Yuan had phrased it that way, Chu Zhi gave a different kind of answer. Once you become a celebrity, you have a responsibility to set an example. It's not about what you like or don't like. Ajio, you're way too responsible. People like that end up exhausted, said Wang Yuan. She really lived up to her role as a devoted mom fan, always worrying about his health. The Fuji Rock Festival should be fine. There's no voting or direct competition, she added. You can just enjoy the music. Wait, that caught Chu Zhi off guard. From what he knew, the Fuji Rock Festival did involve competition. Wang Yuan had attended a few times, so she knew the deal. The Fuji Rock Festival had 9 stages. Anyone brave enough could step up and act as the reigning champion on a stage. Challengers would take turns performing. The audience would then cheer for their favorite. This was rock. No votes, no panels, just raw energy and crowd response. If you had the skill, you could hold the stage indefinitely. Interesting. A challenge format, Chu Zhi mused. This was way more exciting than performing and just waiting for a score. No wonder Chu Zhi and Zheng Hua told him to prepare extra songs. Luckily, just the other day, he'd drawn a winning album in a giveaway, faith floating in the air. He had more than enough songs ready, and there was always the popular pop rock of Mayday to fall back on. After landing, he wandered into a bookstore in the airport. In the poetry section, he found I Am a Rebellious Child, his own translated collection of Gu Cheng's poetry, now published in Japan. Speaking of which, there was something else. I Am a Rebellious Child had won the Yomiuri Literary Award. Though not as prestigious as the Naoki or Akutagawa prizes, it was still a respected Tier 2 literary award in Japan. Chu Zhi had asked the publishing house to accept the award on his behalf. He wanted to win quietly and then stun everyone later. The festival venue was located at Niba Ski Resort. Chu Zhi's first task was to meet up with fellow participants from Huaxia. Zheng Hua, Chennai Gui, Wu Shi, Liaoyi Wu, the band Pain Flower, and the band Facing Sky were all people he'd met during last year's Rock Night. Back then, even Lin Xia had attended Rock Night. Now, Lin Xia had become a rising star. Still, he hadn't made the cut for the Fuji Rock lineup. There's a saying, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. But when everyone saw Chu Zhi again, after just 1 year, it felt like a full decade had passed. To Wu Shi and Liaoyi Wu, he had once been just a talented idol singer. Now, he was the performer of Opera 2, Left Hand Pointing to the Sky, and Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange Tree, a foundational piece for new Chinese-style music. Put bluntly, whether it was popularity, vocal technique, or creative talent, they now had to look up to Chu Zhi. They didn't even know how to start a conversation with him. Brother Wu, long time no see. Chu Zhi took the initiative, breaking the ice. Isn't your birthday coming up in a few days? Time to treat us, right? After last year's Rock Night and group dinner, Chu Zhi had memorized everyone's name and birthday. Wu Shi wasn't even sure how Chu Zhi had gotten his WeChat, but somehow they'd added each other. To be honest, Wu Shi had always had a one-sided grudge against Chu Zhi. Ever since he was eliminated on I Really Am a Singer, he'd been itching for a rematch. First, he tried to compete through album releases, then again at Rock Night. Both attempts ended with embarrassing flops that felt more like staged accidents than actual battles. Yeah, 5 days to go, Wu Shi replied. He hadn't expected Chu Zhi to greet him first, let alone remember his birthday. I remembered it was August 4th. Guess I got it right, said Chu Zhi. By reaching out, Chu Zhi quickly warmed up to the Chinese rock musicians. The members of Pain Flower and the others soon realized he wasn't arrogant at all. The festival would begin tomorrow. Tonight, they were supposed to rest, so drinks were kept to a minimum. They met up at Yumen, a local chain restaurant in Niigata. Anyone who had eaten there knew the food was mediocre. Especially for Ruo, the drummer of Facing Sky, who didn't eat raw food. That severely limited his options. Back on I Really Am a Singer, if Brother Wu hadn't given me a chance, I wouldn't have been able to perform a second song. Let me toast you, Chu Zhi said, raising his glass. Wu Shi stood up immediately after downing it. His face was flushed, though it wasn't clear whether from alcohol or emotion. He knew perfectly well that he had never actually bested Chu Zhi on that stage. Still, that toast felt incredibly good. Everyone here played rock music. They all understood. No, Xiaozhi is also really talented, said Wu Shi. In this industry, once someone like him enters, no one can stop the momentum. I know your skill, Brother Wu. No need to say it. Let's just drink, Chu Zhi replied. The Kirin beer wasn't particularly tasty, so no one drank too much. But Wu Shi, drunk on the good vibes, staggered back to the hotel, hugging the wall for support. Like muscle memory, Wu Shi dialed his wife as soon as he got back. No matter how late it was his habit to call her every night. Hey Wen, guess who I ran into today? Were his first words. On the other end, his wife Wen replied, You're drunk again, aren't you? Drink some hot water. Or at least bottled water if there's no kettle. Was it beer or liquor? Remember to leave a bottle by the bed. You'll wake up thirsty. I know. Just guess who I saw. Wu Shi repeated. I have no clue. Who? Wen asked. It was our little brother, Chu Zhi. I ran into little brother Chu Zhi. Wenwen was puzzled. Little brother? I thought you hated Chu Zhi. You said his songs weren't even real rock, just trash. Who? Who said that? Nonsense, Wu Shi slurred. Little brother Chu Zhi's talent is undeniable. Don't you know that? Wenwen was silent for a long moment, then asked seriously, Wu Shi, be honest with me. Did you just drink tonight? Or did you do something else too? Of course, Chu Zhi didn't know about this husband and wife exchange. But that toast earlier? That had been deliberate. In the entertainment world, it was easy to shut someone down with pure accomplishment, especially at his current level. But what was the point? Wasn't it far more satisfying to turn someone who used to hate you into a devoted friend? After all, it had just been a few kind words. No cost to him. Yet now, Wu Shi was ready to pour his heart out. Sure enough, nothing bonds men like shared drinks and a little humble swagger. Number 331. Stage Without Mercy. Visual Kei is born from glam rock and alternative rock, with a theatrical twist shaped by local culture in Japan. It's all about the styling. If the artist isn't attractive, the result can resemble a chaotic cosplay convention or even veer into something like Shamate. But if the artist is stunning, like Hyde, Atsushi Sakurai, or Yashiki Hayashi, they can take your breath away. Veteran manager Lao Qian and the stylist handed Chu Zhi an outrageously dramatic stage outfit. We can't afford to lose in style, Lao Qian said seriously. When the day of the Fuji Rock Festival finally arrived, the snowy slopes of the Niba ski resort transformed into a battleground. Chu Zhi scanned the crowd. Most attendees looked like low-budget punk rejects. Truly good-looking visual Kei artists were rare. No wonder Koguchi Yoshihiro didn't pay this event much attention. In the top 10 Asian rock bands, at least 8 are Japanese, explained Jinghua, a seasoned musician, mostly for Chu Zhi's benefit. It was his first time at the festival. See over there? That's Higuchi Hanato, Asia's #1 guitarist. He's one of only 2 Asian guitarists in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. His sword-strike picking style has been mimicked by many Western artists. Japan is famous for visual Kei, but their heavy metal and death rock scenes are solid too. Higuchi Hanato stood nearby, sharp and energetic despite being well into his 60s. He wouldn't perform, but he remained an iconic figure. Zheng He gazed at the elder guitarist, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. His own name held weight in Chinese rock, but his greatest regret was that Chinese rock had never broken through internationally. The 2 Asian bands permanently enshrined in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, both Japanese. Chinese rock's future depends on you all, Zheng He said, turning his gaze back to the group. His words came out of nowhere. The others, Liao Yiwu and the rest, didn't quite catch his meaning. Someone responded politely, "We've got a long way to go before we can match your stage presence, Zheng Ji." Chu Zhi understood. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame may be an American institution. Its selection doesn't define a band's strength, but being honored in the birthplace of rock. That meant something. Brother Gio, did you prepare a new set list? Wu Shi asked casually, using the affectionate nickname. Yeah, I've got a few new songs. Chu Zhi turned the conversation. What's our longest win streak on this stage format? 5 rounds. Zheng Ji holds that record from 5 years ago. I managed 4, Wu Shi said, a little proud. But the all-time record at this festival is 8 rounds, he added, his tone dimming. There are too many strong bands here. No one has ever won 9. According to the rules, if a band wins 9 consecutive rounds, their name is permanently engraved on the arena. In over 20 years, no one had done it. 9 rounds, huh? Chu Zhi ran a mental calculation. That was a tough mountain to climb. As more rock musicians from across the world arrived, the venue's energy surged like a microwave timer ticking upward. The heat built slowly, but steadily. Fans and performers alike began to stir, each contributing to the growing anticipation. The sex gun is here. Pattern 14 is God tier. God himself said today belongs to 14. Look, a real Prince's Ride. Is Grandad Zheng performing today? The show hadn't even started, yet the fans' multilingual shouting filled the air like thunder. The energy was electric, deafening. Musicians eyed one another across the venue. When their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly. Sometimes they didn't need words. Just a glance was enough to declare rivalry. Are you taking the main stage today? Asked the captain of Painflower, his large eyes fixed on the Japanese band Pattern 14. Pattern 14 was a visual and art rock band known for performing in full medieval noble attire. Last year, Pain Flower had been crushed by them. Refusing to back down, the captain approached them again. "Of course," replied Pattern 14's leader and vocalist, Heptagon. "Ready to break your stones again. No threats, just confidence." The Pain Flower captain turned and walked away without a word, determined to let his music speak for him. Even after he left, Heptagon kept staring. "What are you looking at, Captain?" asked Triangle, the band's guitarist. All of Pattern 14 used geometric stage names: heptagon, triangle, square, pentagram, trapezoid. "That pretty boy. Chu Zhi looks like he was born for visual K," Heptagon replied, squinting toward their target like a shady spy. Triangle, so named for his sharp canine tooth, followed his gaze and spotted Chu Zhi, already something of a legend in international music circles. "I like his albums too," Triangle admitted. The entire band turned to stare at Chu Zhi. From Pain Flower's vantage point, it looked like the gaze was aimed at them. Naturally, Big Eyes, their captain, thought he was the one being challenged. Feeling the heat, he grinned. Good. Let them feel the pressure. They'd been preparing for this for over a year. And Chu Zhi? He didn't even notice. He was used to being watched. Instead, he was deep in discussion with Wu Shi, gathering more intel. The venue layout featured 9 ring-shaped zones, arranged in a 3x3 grid. The central stage was surrounded by 8 others. Each stage had signs in both Japanese and English. Pop, art. Visual K, glam. Metal, emo hardcore. Celtic, mountain. Punk, blues. Brit rock, post-garage. Indie, acid. Neo-punk, death. Alt, trash. Rock hadn't existed for a full century, yet it had already split into countless subgenres. These signs only showed part of the picture. There were still many missing. No stage was labeled progressive rock. For instance, that genre didn't have enough prominent Asian bands to justify a dedicated space. And of course, bands didn't stick to just one style. Take Queen, for example. Their music spanned art rock, glam, psychedelic, theatrical, you name it. Here, artists could choose whatever stage they felt matched their vibe. Even if you played pop and snuck into a metal arena, as long as you could handle the jeers, no one would stop you. The Fuji Rock Festival organizers were fearless, leaning hard into a theme of chaos and freedom. Based on previous years, Stage 3, Pop, Art, Stage 7, Visual K, Glam, and Stage 8, Metal, Emo Hardcore, usually draw the biggest crowds, said Lao Qian. Why didn't Boss announce his participation beforehand? Asked Old Go, the makeup artist. Even if you don't count the Chinese fans, just the Japanese fans alone would give him a massive showing. I think Zhu Yi didn't want his fan base to skew the atmosphere, Lao Qian guessed. This might be Asia's biggest outdoor music fest, but it caps at 40,000 attendees. If Little Fruits bought tickets, they could probably take up 30,000 spots. What's the point of competing then? Ah, I see. Old Go nodded. Still, won't he be at a disadvantage with no fan support, especially in this challenge format? Disadvantage. Lao Qian scoffed. He was as confident in Chu Zhi's stage skills as he was in his own prowess in bed. Zhu Yi never loses when he holds a mic. The world belongs to him once he steps on stage. They waited in a rented van outside. There were no resting rooms at this festival. That was the only real downside. It meant wardrobe changes had to be handled carefully and discreetly. Number 332. Battle of the Bands. The loudspeakers blared across the venue. All 9 stages are now set up. Guests, please choose your preferred stage. The announcement cycled through Japanese, English, and Chinese 3 times over. Why was Chinese included? It wasn't because Chinese rock had massive global clout. It was simply because Chinese consumers were financially reliable. There were 24 countries represented and over 300 guests arriving. It might sound like a lot, but with each band averaging 4 to 5 members, the crowd thinned quickly as they dispersed to their chosen stages. The Thai band was a notable outlier, having a rare 7-member lineup. Their name was written in Thai because its translated meaning was less than flattering, plowing fields on someone else's back. In Northern Thai slang, it referred to exploitation. Their debut song openly criticized the Red Bull Air scandal, bravely calling out capitalist corruption. The name stuck. Among fans, they were simply known as the Farming Band. Each stage was spaced far enough apart to prevent one performance from bleeding into another. Musicians moved toward their arenas, and fans gathered in anticipation, forming neat lines as they waited. Stage 3, labeled Pop Art, was packed. It was the one Chu Zhi had chosen. The Emperor Beast had originally wanted to scope out every stage, but reality hit hard. He didn't have enough material stockpiled for that. Following Chu Zhi to stage 3 were several other acts. Liao Yiwu and the Painflower Band, Pattern 14, the Farming Band, and also Zhenghua. Zhenghua had no real intention of performing. He was preparing to become a stage master instead, and at most, had defended the stage 3 or 4 times in past rounds. His stamina just couldn't keep up anymore. Live rock performances were exhausting. He came mainly to watch the so-called Hope of Chinese rock in action. Last year, Brother Zheng was watching us. Now that Brother Jiu is here, he switched sides. Guess the wheel of history keeps turning, talent after talent. Well, you can't deny Chu Zhi's talent. Forget about that Back to the Tang Dynasty dream show, just take his vocals. Didn't you see the Tri-Nation Showdown? That voice could scream your soul right out of your body. Is that what we're calling it now? Soul summoning rock. Ha ha. If stage 3 weren't so damn competitive, I'd head there too. That was the inner chatter of the Upward Band. They were stationed at stage 8, labeled Metal, Hardcore Emotions. 2 South Korean bands were queued up there as well. South Korea had poured resources into idol groups. Boy bands and girl groups dominated the scene. Rock had no real market, to the point it was even less viable than in Cambodia. Cambodia, of all places. Half an hour passed. Special coverage by Asahi TV. The first edition of the music festival took place near Mount Fuji back in 1997. Drones hovered overhead, capturing aerial shots of the crowd, more than 40,000 strong. The sweeping footage wasn't for sound, just spectacle. For live audio, each stage had a dedicated film crew stationed exactly 7 meters away. Whoever stepped on stage first would automatically become the initial stage master. The Emperor Beast was a proactive type. He had just lifted his foot when someone beat him to it. Liao Yiwu darted forward like an arrow. Fast. Better reflexes than me. Clearly someone who works out. Chu Zhi muttered under his breath. The Emperor Beast noticed something else. The captain of Painflower Band, Big Eyes, let out a visible sigh. He had wanted to be the first too. Liao Yiwu grabbed the mic. Just like that, he became the stage 3 master. He handed his backing track to the audio crew and began. I'm Liao Yiwu, a singer from China. Today I bring you a rock version of Ode to Joy. The crowd gave polite applause, clap, 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 as the prelude began. Piano keys mingled with Liao Yiwu's bass guitar. Performing rock without a full band? Definitely a disadvantage. Ode to Joy was originally a Beethoven symphony. Liao Yiwu had inserted a fierce bass solo, creating tension and contrast with the classic melody of the Ninth Symphony's 4th movement. It gave the lyrics a fractured, dramatic feeling. The arrangement had ambition, but as Chu Zhi listened, his eyes wandered, his ears alert. He overheard Zheng Hua muttering softly beside him. He's going for art rock, fusing classical motifs. Then he should have picked a grander piece. This is an outdoor stage. If you're not loud, if the rhythm doesn't punch, it's basically a slow death. Yiwu is on the wrong track. At a wide-open venue like a ski resort, the subtle brilliance of Liao Yiwu's composition was lost. To put it bluntly, there was no heavy beat, no pulsing rhythm. Nothing that made you want to nod your head or stomp your feet. Even the chorus lacked that infectious hook that latches onto memory instantly. He's the one. Good choice. Pattern 14 is too strong. I hope the opener wins. Buddha Hand also needs something short. He's short. Chu Zhi's vocal skills are formidable. Even if it's not pure rock, we probably can't win anyway. The Farming Band was speaking in Thai among themselves. Thanks to the tens of millions of views on Left Hand Pointing to the Sky on YouTube, Chu Zhi's reputation preceded him. He was someone to avoid if possible. This song was written last year. Thank you, everyone, Liao Yiwu said, wrapping up his performance. He gave a brief background on its origins. There was no host at any stage. Every guest had to manage things on their own. Luckily, Liao Yiwu wasn't someone like Gu Peng who suffered from social anxiety. He handled it smoothly. Applause followed. Then, layered within the claps, came the loud bzzz alarm tone. No surprise, someone was challenging the stage. Each guest had a leaf-shaped token. Pressing the raised mark on its surface signaled a challenge. The farming band immediately stepped up. Their captain raised his token, now blinking red, and the other 6 members followed him onto the stage. Needle against needle, exactly the kind of showdown the audience loved. The cheering and clapping that erupted surpassed even what Liao Yiwu received. Missed by seconds. Polygon tried to press his token too, but it didn't flash red. He was too slow. What kind of music do Thai rock bands play? Polygon was curious. He had no memory of this group. The farming band had chosen stage 3 because they, too, played art rock. Their music incorporated traditional Thai instruments. Why 7 members? Besides the lead singer, drummer, 2 guitarists, and bassist, they also had a crocodile zither player and a circular bamboo flute player. If you've heard the crocodile zither before, you'd know it sounds like a guzheng played inside a clay jar, both resonant and muffled. It's commonly used for funerals and religious ceremonies. Liao Yiwu fused rock with symphonic elements. The farming band fused rock with Buddhist chants. It was bizarrely hypnotic. This style is so eerie. Is this what you'd call Buddhist rock? Chu Zhi could only picture a bald, bruised Buddha performing a rock solo in his mind. When both bands finished, the crowd's response was clearly in favor of the farming band. As rock veteran Zheng Hua had whispered, competitions are competitions, and outdoor venues are outdoor venues. Put on headphones at home, and Liao Yiwu's track might win. But right here, right now, it was a crushing defeat. Anyone else want to challenge us? The farming band's captain asked, standing proudly on stage. Liao Yiwu stepped off, head lowered. Frustrated, but not broken. If he wanted, he could still switch stages and try again. I'll challenge. I'll challenge. Polygon frantically pressed his token. Bzzz, the alarm went off again. But his token still didn't light up. Someone else had beaten him to it. Number 333. The Button Mashers. Who hit it first? Painflower Band. Their members were doing everything. Tiptoeing, craning their necks, plucking at guitars. Dagon, their big-eyed leader, sensed it was a now or never moment. He didn't hesitate. Is my token busted? Or is there some system lag? Said Chu Zhi. He was certain he'd pressed the button a good 7 or 8 seconds before the screeching alert went off. Members of Pattern 14 had similar suspicions. The man nicknamed Heptagon, usually with sleepy eyes, now had his eyes wide open, making his already narrow gaze appear even smaller. Did I just fumble that? Heptagon silently wondered. Triangle and Pentagram both turned to look at their band leader, saying nothing, just watching him quietly. You two sure talk a lot, Heptagon snapped, clearly irritated. Pentagram. Triangle. Rock musicians all had distinctive styles, and the members of Pattern 14 were no different. Pentagram stroked his bald head, where a 5-pointed star was tattooed directly onto his scalp. Triangle had a fierce look about him and wore a small pyramid-shaped tongue piercing. He didn't look like someone you'd want to mess with. Painflower is a live performance band, said Zheng Hua. Their stage presence hits harder than their studio recordings. A lot of their fans actually want them to release live albums instead of regular ones. Zheng Hua knew all the up-and-comers in the domestic rock scene. When Chu Zhi heard that, he recalled Painflower's performance from the Rock Night a year ago. It had indeed left a strong impression. Some people are just made for competition. Without pressure, they can't bring out their best. Chu Zhi didn't envy that kind of talent. He preferred victories he could count on, ones he could secure without even going all out, ideally with some of his strength still hidden. The audience gave a polite round of applause to welcome the new challenger band onto the stage. The loudest clapper was a man with a lumpy forehead, Liao Yiwu, who'd taken a bump right at the start. Go, go, go. Show them what you've got, Painflower. Bring back the same energy you had at the Wheatfield Music Festival when you turned it into your personal concert. Take down this so-called Thai band. Liao Yiwu silently cheered them on. We are Painflower, and the song we'll be performing is called Poor Man's Gold Rush, announced Dagon. The matchup felt appropriate. Chu Zhi didn't understand Thai, but the song the Thai band had played earlier, some fusion of Buddhist chanting and rock, had English subtitles on screen. The message was still clear, a condemnation of exploitative capitalism. The lyrics were repetitive and fiery, the arrangement intense, complete with a crowd-pleasing guitar solo. Lines like, "The poor man's sin is poverty. Get rich, kill sin. Wealth builds a better home for all, danced on the edge between satire and extremism. 5 minutes passed, and the crowd at stage 3 started chanting. At first, the calls were scattered, but soon they formed two clear waves, Chinese band and Thai band. For most of the audience, calling out the name of a foreign band was a hassle, so they stuck to these simple nicknames. The back-and-forth shouting turned into a single chant, encore. In this Battle of the Bands format, encore didn't mean Painflower should play another song. It meant there was no clear winner. The Thai band had to perform again. But didn't more people just cheer for the Chinese band? Painflower's 5 members all thought the same. No, the Thai band clearly had louder cheers. If we'd held on a bit longer, we would have won. The 7 members of the Thai band were visibly frustrated. The motto of the Fuji Rock Festival was "Win over the audience." Even though they weren't happy, the Thai band had no choice but to perform another song. Their second piece was also Buddhist rock fusion, this time mixed with Thai folk music. It had novelty the first time, but the charm wore off quickly. In terms of musicality, it fell flat. This one's not as strong as the last, Chu Zhi concluded. The Buddhist elements were a great flourish in the first performance, but this time they felt like the main act, and that didn't work as well. Sure enough, once the Thai band finished, the chanting surged again. This time, Chinese band clearly overpowered Thai band. The Thai side's voices faded until only one name remained echoing around the stage. Painflower won the round. Musical note: grass grows green by the river. Hey, hey, I ain't talking a bath. Musical note. Yes, we did it. Dagon was thrilled inside, but kept a calm expression. He exchanged glances with his 4 bandmates. Their eyes locked, no words needed. They were ready to go all out. Now that they'd become the stage champions, the real challenge had just begun. Thanks. So, any bands want to challenge us next? Dagon called out confidently. There were 2 ways to clear the stage: win 9 matches in a row, or finish your set with no one daring to challenge you. In over 20 years, no band had ever done it. Of course there were challengers. The music started up again. This time, it was a rock band from Vietnam. Chu Zhi finally confirmed it wasn't that his token was broken, just delayed. The Vietnamese band had been pressing theirs long before the signal went off. My hand speed shouldn't be losing to anyone, he thought. This body's been single for over 20 years. Losing in speed? That makes no sense. As he was thinking, the Vietnamese band's intro echoed across the stage. Maybe they were big in Vietnam. Why else would they be invited? But the country's economic and musical limitations were very real. Painflower easily defended their position. 2 wins in a row. The next challenger was Pattern 14. Dagon spotted Heptagon's red flashing token in the crowd. His fighting spirit flared up. "We've been waiting for you," he said, eyes blazing. Tonight was the night for revenge. Chu Zhi didn't get in again. "Don't stress too much about that little token," said Zhenghua, noticing Chu Zhi's disappointed expression. "That thing's junk. It's been like this for years. Whether you get picked isn't about speed. It's just dumb luck and signal timing." Zhenghua continued, "It's not your hand speed. You're just having bad luck. Not about skill but luck." That annoyed Chu Zhi even more. What a joke. He'd won 2 top-tier mystery box prizes. Wasn't he a certified lucky guy? Well, whatever. I'll just enjoy watching the guests perform. Chu Zhi quickly shook it off. Zhenghua ran down the current threats on Stage 3, Japan's Winter Snowburst and AFZ, along with the challenger Pattern 14. These 3 were heavy hitters in both popularity and talent. It was clear from the way Zhenghua spoke. He had absolute faith in Chu Zhi. He didn't even bother naming any non-Japanese bands. As Pattern 14's 5 members passed by on their way to the stage, they greeted Chu Zhi. "Mr. Ragdoll, hope we get a chance to jam someday. Really looking forward to hearing your rock, Mr. Chu. Can't wait to see your visual rock, Mr. Chu." Clearly, the reputation Chu Zhi had built in Japan had carried over. Even though the members of Pattern 14 had only heard one song from his EP, Mark of Loyalty, they treated him with respect. You don't start fights with people who smile at you, and Chu Zhi, who genuinely liked making friends, responded warmly. But something during those greetings caught his attention. "Doesn't that tongue-piercing hurt?" Chu Zhi asked, looking at Triangle, who'd just spoken and revealed the metal stud on his tongue. It looked painful just to see it. Tongue piercings weren't worn on the tip. They went through the middle of the tongue. Number 334. Springtime Showdown. The song performed by Pattern 14 was none other than their band's signature track, Rainbow. It even sparked a small chorus from the audience. Clever. Challenging with a popular old song gave them a natural advantage over newer tracks. Tensions between the Japan band and the Chinese band flared once more, eventually blending into a collective chant. Encore. Painflower was going to be called back for another song. The support just now. Pattern 14's side was actually louder, Chu Zhi thought to himself. As long as the cheering wasn't completely one-sided, the audience usually leaned toward an encore. After all, who wouldn't want to hear one more song? That was the nature of this rule-less challenge stage. With no mandatory voting system, the space for maneuvering was huge. Of course, the chaos had its perks too. Painflower came back out to sing another of their classics, Fairy Tale of Pain. They clearly gave it their all, burning with the fire of revenge. When the performance ended, the crowd was asked to vote once again. The cheers for both the Japan band and the Chinese band lasted for a few seconds. Chu Zhi thought another encore was coming, but then the Chinese band's volume began to fade. A few seconds later, as the faces of Painflower's 5 members slowly stiffened under the spotlight, only the island nation's voices remained. It was over. The winning streak stopped there. No 3-win sweep. Chu Zhi's own unlucky streak continued. He sat through 4 more rounds without getting picked. All the bands that went up were cannon fodder. Then, beep beep beep. The 5th round. Chu Zhi heard a sharp beeping sound. He checked his token, but no red light. It's tough. Took me 2 tries to get selected. It was Zheng Huo beside him who spoke. The sound had come from his token. But didn't Brother Zheng say he wasn't planning to perform? Why was he going up? And what did he mean by 2 tries? Chu Zhi had been waiting for nearly 10 rounds and hadn't been called even once. The festival invited us old-timers to cut the streaks, Zheng Huo explained as he stood. Our job is to end those win chains. I'll go up first. So that was the reason. No wonder no one had ever cleared a 9-win streak here. Once a younger band hit 4 or 5 wins, veteran rockers from other countries, mostly from the island nation, would be brought in to stop the momentum. The Fuji Rock Festival's rules were hellish, and Chu Zhi loved it. He had always wanted to go head-to-head with Asia's top rockers. He hadn't expected to get the chance, but now, opportunity was everywhere. Zheng Huo, a pioneer of Chinese rock, took down Pattern 14 with 2 songs. Chu Zhi hadn't challenged him because he didn't want to fight a fellow countryman. Zheng Huo held a 2-win streak. His third challenger was another Chinese band, Victory Report. Whether he held back or was simply exhausted after 4 songs, Zheng Huo's streak came to an end. You're like an old war horse, still sharp as ever, Chu Zhi applauded. My strength's fading, Zheng Huo said, wiping the sweat from his brow. In 2 more years, I probably shouldn't come back. But fading strength or not, Zheng Huo had still been a massive roadblock for Pattern 14. Chinese's rock scene is full of restrictions and red tape. So why is this generation still so strong? Polygon let out a long sigh. It's always like this, Square said with rising excitement. Same thing in sprinting. Chinese's track and field history is short, yet they produced the Asian record holder in the 100 meters. This country's strength doesn't always make sense. Let's go. No point wallowing in defeat. Let's check out Stage 7, Triangle urged. Anyone who lost could still go back on stage since there were no rules against it. But most chose to save face and move to another stage instead. Take Liaoyi Wu, for example. Once Painflower had avenged him, he dipped. Chu San still hasn't performed, Polygon pointed out. Triangle nodded. Watching Ragdoll's show before going up wasn't a bad idea. But one thing still puzzled him. Why hasn't Ragdollson taken the stage yet? He's steady. Polygon replied without hesitation. Chu San is more steady than the average person. Everyone nodded in agreement. The explanation made perfect sense. After 3 more rounds, the reigning team was replaced by Winter Snow Burst, a band known for their mix of pop rock and raw emotional energy. They had racked up 15 #1 singles on the Oricon charts. Winter Snow Burst has amazing stage presence, that soaring vocal range, and the lead singer is a technical beast, Polygon commented, glancing around. They'll probably take 5 or 6 wins. Even Zheng Huo had come to watch them. There were no other veteran rockers on Stage 3. Just as Polygon finished speaking, Chu Zhi raised his hand. His token had finally lit up red. He had waited so long. dreamed of this moment so many times. Today it was real. With a joyful heart, Chu Zhi stepped onto the stage. The crowd erupted the moment they saw who was coming. Is that Chu Zhi? Chu Zhi's actually performing at Fuji Rock. I love Brother Gio. Seeing both of them here is insane. Best ticket ever. Wait, Ragdoll's a rock singer too. I didn't even know Chu Zhi did rock, but no matter how the song turns out, I'll support him. Voices rose in a dozen different languages. Without question, Chu Zhi had the most recognition in the entire venue. Over 60% of the audience knew who he was. The real show begins now. Chu San versus Winter Snow Burst. Jigsaw's eyes gleamed. You're a fan of Chu Zhi, aren't you? Square asked. So what do you think? Who wins, Chu San or Winter Snow Burst? I haven't listened to much of Ragdoll's music, Triangle admitted. But I'd say it's a 50-50 match. Winter Snow Burst's emotional intensity can shred throats, but Ragdoll's technique is second to none. Sure, rock needs more than just technique. I get that. But someone like Ragdoll, he can make up for a lot with sheer skill, Triangle said with firm logic. Pentagon rubbed his bald head and said nothing. His analysis was so convincing, Pentagon nearly believed it. But in his heart, he still thought Winter Snow Burst would win. After all, they were the biggest rivals his own band had in terms of sales. Performers waiting to go up and those who had wandered in from other stages all turned their eyes to the scene. Even if most foreign bands hadn't heard much of Chu Zhi's rock work, none dared underestimate him. His vocal strength was undeniable. Even the 4 members of Winter Snow Burst stepped aside, giving him the spotlight. They spoke in hushed tones like a unit under siege. If he mixes opera with rock and goes full-on art rock, we're in trouble. His vocals in opera too. I dream about having that tone. We're screwed. I don't get it. Chu Zhi isn't even a rock singer. Why invite him here? Does he even understand what rock is? Art rock is still rock. Stage 3 is pop art. Winter Snow Burst huddled together, tense and wary. I'm Chu Zhi. I'll be performing in springtime, he said as he adjusted the guitar hanging at his side. Why did he choose in springtime? There were 2 reasons. First, he drew this song from the album Faith Sways in the Wind, which he had the right to perform. Second, Winter Snow Burst's win had come from The Man in Winter, a gut-wrenching, hardcore emotional piece. Chu Zhi wanted to see the 99% voice of despair could land. Number 335. 99% despair, 100% truth. Musical note: do you still remember the spring years ago, when I had yet to cut my long hair? Musical note: there was no musical intro. Chu Zhi lowered his voice and sang, not bothering to force a raspy tone. The 99% voice of despair woven into the song was already enough. Why not a full 100%? According to the system, hitting 100% would be like an indistinguishable mental attack, blurring reality. There were still many local listeners in the crowd, not just foreigners. There was no need to go that far. Musical note: no credit card, no girl by my side, no warm home with 24-hour hot water. Musical note: despair laced with Chu Zhi's masterful technique conjured up the image of a down-and-out singer. The kind of man who had been broken by life, but kept singing anyway. Musical note: but back then, I was so happy, even though I only had a broken wooden guitar. On the streets, under the bridge, across the fields, I sang those songs no one cared to hear. If one day I grow old and have no one to rely on, please leave me behind, back in that time. And if one day I quietly disappear, please bury me here, in this springtime. Musical note: strumming his guitar, Chu Zhi's voice was soft. But even so, the loneliness was impossible to miss. If one day, did that not mean he already felt alone now? Zheng He was stunned. He had expected a dazzling, rock opera-style performance, something grand and dramatic like a return to the Tang dynasty. He never imagined Chu Zhi would sing with raw emotion instead. One classic song after another had burst out of him in the past, showcasing technical brilliance. Many professionals and fans had forgotten that Chu Zhi had made his comeback through emotional singing. Winter Snow Burst's 4 members looked shaken. This was far from the art rock they had been expecting, far from the fusion with bel canto. This was something else entirely. Musical note: do you remember those lonely springs, when I had yet to grow a beard? No Valentine's Day, no gifts, no lovely little princess of mine. But I didn't think it was so bad, even if love only existed in my fantasies. Musical note: there was no screaming. no fake rasp. And yet the loneliness and helplessness sank into every listener's heart. Even the international audience, who weren't glued to the live translation screen and couldn't understand the lyrics, could still feel it. The emotion carried through. They saw a man in his 30s or 40s, achieving nothing, worn down, broke, ashamed, broke, alone, broke. It's not that bad. It was terrible. He had nothing. The audience felt it deep in their bones. They had come to hear rock music. So why did it feel like they were being crushed instead? In complete contrast to Winter Snow Burst's earlier high-octane emotional rock, Chu Zhi's performance was like a bucket of ice water poured over the entire crowd. And the worst part hadn't even come yet. Chu Zhi kept strumming his guitar. Musical note: in the morning, at night, in the wind, I sang those songs no one cared to hear. Maybe one day, when I grow old and have no one to rely on, please leave me behind, back in that time. And if one day I quietly disappear, please bury me in this springtime. In springtime. Musical note. His voice rose at last, not through falsetto or vocal tricks, but with raw, unfiltered power. It was like punching a concrete wall barehanded. No gloves, no protection. The sound hit, and the bones showed through the skin. No one cared. In springtime. Those two phrases stabbed through the heart like a pair of ice picks. Wherever the listener had a scar, that's where it hurt. The lyrics of In Springtime, paired with 99% voice of despair, hurt too much to bear. Is this what ordinary people do when they can't accept reality? Pretend that dying unclaimed in the wilderness is being buried in spring? Big Eyes whispered to himself. How can he write something like this? Writing it is one thing. But why does he sing it so vividly? Someone else muttered. I remember when Chu Zhi debuted. He was already at the peak. The members of Painflower had all come from hard times. Before they became famous, the 5 of them had shared a basement, surviving on 300 yuan a month. Good singers know how to build emotion, layer by layer. They coax the audience in with sweetness, then strike. It's like writing a tragedy disguised as fluff. First, you feed the readers candy. Then, out of nowhere, you stab them through the chest. Slice. The emotional climb of In Springtime went from broke, to sorrow, to loneliness, to despair. By the time the final verse approached, even Chu Zhi's own expression had gone blank. A 90% voice of despair effect influenced the performer, too. At 99%, even Chu Zhi couldn't help but think about Earth. His mother had developed depression after his father cheated. Chu Zhi, still a child then, had never dared complain to her. Later, when he moved to the magic capital for work, no matter how hard or exhausting it became, he had no one to lean on. Sometimes, when his mother spiraled into suicidal thoughts, he'd have to rush home and find a way to comfort her, convince her to see a doctor. Musical notes staring into this radiant spring, still as warm as I remember. I cut my long hair and grew a beard. The pain of the past has faded with the wind, but I feel only sorrow. Time has left me more confused than ever. In this sun-drenched springtime, my tears won't stop falling. Musical note. The sunlight was warm. So why did he feel so cold? The despair in Chu Zhi's voice had become something tangible, hovering over the stage like a storm cloud. Time doesn't heal people. It only teaches them to live with pain. In the end, we all carry our suffering. The despair spread like a plague, radiating outward from Chu Zhi at the center. Many in the audience started crying without realizing it. Tear tracks ran down their faces like crosswalk lines. Even if they'd never grown long hair, even if they never had a beard, the imagery made it easy to relate. I just came here to hear some rock music. Was this really necessary? Polygon dabbed at his eyes, trying to be discreet. As the team leader, he couldn't let the others see him break down. But if he had just turned around, he would have seen triangle, square, and the others wiping their own tears too. Some wept because the song reminded them of their own past. Some wept for Chu Zhi because the despair in his music was so real. Musical note: maybe one day, when I grow old and have no one to rely on, please leave me behind, back in that time. And if one day I quietly disappear, please bury me in this springtime. In springtime. Musical note. Chu Zhi ended the song with no soaring high note. No dramatic cry like in the original version. He brought it down, close to the whisper of someone on the verge of death. When the song finished, the audience felt like their souls had been gouged out. They were still alive, yes, But something was missing. No applause. No cheers. Thousands of listeners sat in stunned silence. You could hear people quietly sobbing. Compared to the noise of the other stages, Stage 3 had become an anomaly. In fact, in all the years of the music festival, no one had ever sung rock and left the crowd in this kind of state. Was it strange? Not really. Even Chu Zhi hadn't fully recovered. He had to take several deep breaths before pulling himself back to normal. The four members of Winter Snow Burst exchanged glances. Wide eyes met wide eyes, and in each other's gaze, they saw the shimmer of tears. Are we going to get eliminated? If the audience can snap out of this emotion quickly, maybe we still have a chance. I remember when we first formed our student band. Even then I couldn't break free from songs like this. Forget the audience. The band members muttered to each other in low voices. Number 336. A formidable foe. To avoid breaking the audience's immersion in grief, Chu Zhi waited a full minute before speaking. He said, "Everyone, please make your choice. Who do you support?" With their emotions gathered, the audience began to vote with their voices. The support for Chu Zhi roared through the air, overwhelming any opposition. He had won. Chu Zhi was now the number 3 stage champion. The members of Winter Snow Explosion didn't exactly concede willingly. Still, they accepted the result. Their eyes had already grown misty mid-performance. Their hearts had prepared for this outcome long before the vote. Listeners from China, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Thailand, and beyond, once they regained their composure, erupted into discussions about the song that had just been performed. I let my guard down. I didn't dodge, and Brother Gio hit me when I was wide open. A Chinese viewer. First time crying to rock music. Chu is the man who stole my first. A Thai viewer. The only thing more painful than this song was my circumcision surgery. The doc almost took the whole thing. A Malaysian viewer. Chu Zhi is a singer who can do anything. He has no limits. A South Korean viewer. And the comments went on. Painflower Band silently left the number 3 stage. They felt Chu Zhi was destined to dominate it. So sticking around seemed pointless. I'll have to ask him later, thought Zhenghua. Not to ask how Chu Zhi had written such a song. A story or even a film could inspire a song like that. What Zhenghua wanted to know was how to sing like that. How to deliver such raw emotional impact. Zhenghua was no newcomer. He'd been praised on many shows for the stories in his voice. But Chu Zhi? Chu Zhi didn't just tell a story. He lived one the moment he opened his mouth. Still, new challengers came forward. First was a Malaysian rock band. Chu Zhi defeated them decisively. The second was a solo rock singer from South Korea. Like Chu Zhi and Wu Shi, he came alone. The third challenger was a Singaporean rock band that had found popularity in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and had a modest following in China as well. The fourth was AFZ, a Japanese band and a group Zhenghua had flagged as a serious threat. Yet none of them could unseat Chu Zhi. With 4 wins in a row, he was on a roll. AFZ was a strong act, certainly stronger than the 3 who came before. Their keyboardist and bassist dazzled the audience with back-and-forth solos that brought the crowd to a frenzy. It took some effort, but Chu Zhi closed out that battle with an encore performance of Faith Soars in the Sky. Because of his powerful rendition of In Springtime, more and more people were gravitating towards Stage 3. Just like the performers, festival-goers at Fuji Rock could wander freely between stages, though singers and audiences used different passageways. Wu Shi, having failed to defend his spot in 2 rounds on Stage 8, made his way over, not to challenge, but to see how his best brother, Chu Zhi, was doing. What's he doing here? Wu Shi spotted someone familiar in the crowd. Not just familiar to him, familiar to everyone. Higuchi Hanato, Asia's #1 guitarist. At some point, Higuchi Hanato had slipped into the crowd around Stage 3. His eyes were locked onto the stage. When Zhenghua noticed him, his face darkened. He knew exactly what this old fox intended. A 5th consecutive win? Letting a Chinese artist do that? Impossible, thought Higuchi Hanato. Zhenghua's record had been an accident, a moment of momentum that nearly slipped through their fingers. A decade ago, Higuchi Hanato had witnessed 2 rock legends come together just to shut down his 6th win. Don't be surprised at how easily someone can activate a challenge badge. The act of halting a winning streak carries symbolic weight. Talents like Zhenghua don't come around every generation. Higuchi Hanato murmured as he watched Chu Zhi. He was completely confident he could end the winning streak of the man on stage. Any more challengers? Chu Zhi asked from the stage. Just a few seconds passed before a shrill, familiar sound cut through the air, the beep of a challenge badge activating, its red light blinking. Higuchi Hanato raised his hand and stepped onto the platform. When the audience saw who it was, murmurs broke out like a wave. Higuchi Hanato. It's him. We actually get to see him perform. This is everything I ever wanted. It was his performance that made me fall in love with rock. This is going to be a showdown for the ages. No better place than stage 3. Asia's top guitarist. I wonder if we'll get a solo today. His name carried such weight in the rock world that even people at neighboring stages, performers and fans alike, were drawn to the scene. As one of only 2 artists inducted into the Rock Hall of Fame, Higuchi Hanato was a god in the eyes of many musicians. And when a god steps onto the stage, the rest of the island's performers will come to witness it. Stage 3 grew crowded. He couldn't wait any longer, Zheng Hua thought, tension creeping into his chest. Even Zheng Hua, who loathed being anyone's mouthpiece, would still name Higuchi Hanato if asked who best represented Asian rock. Figures they'd send Higuchi. Can't take the heat, huh? Muttered Big Eyes from Painflower Band. The band that had quietly withdrawn now returned, loudly protesting on the surface, but secretly eager for the show. Even Liao Yiwu, the very first stage champion who had left long ago, made his way back. Brother Zheng. Liao Yiwu respectfully greeted his senior. How did it go? Zheng Hua was visibly worried, but he still showed concern for the younger generation. I held the #1 stage for 2 rounds, Liao Yiwu replied. Why is Chu Zhi facing off with Higuchi Hanato? He asked. 4 straight wins, said Zheng Hua, short and firm. On stage, Higuchi Hanato took the mic and announced, the song I'll be performing is Sherry. I know you'll love it. One of his signature hits, it topped the Oricon charts and was also used as the theme song for a wildly popular drama. This was a veteran's move, fast, sharp, and ruthless. Sherry was a lyrical rock song, but its arrangement packed a strong rhythmic punch. By the chorus, the crowd was singing along in waves. Not everyone knew the lyrics, but the atmosphere was electric. Even those unfamiliar with the song found themselves humming along. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it still uses its full strength. Higuchi Hanato didn't consider Chu Zhi to be as dangerous as Zheng Hua had been, but he didn't hold back. His song choice was meticulous, and his high-energy sword strike guitar solo drove the crowd into a frenzy. That sword strike technique is lethal, thought the onlookers. Chu Zhi was no slouch on guitar, but duplicating Higuchi Hanato's stagecraft was nearly impossible. The performance wrapped in just over 4 minutes. Then came the voice vote. The names Chu Zhi and Higuchi Hanato echoed through the crowd, the latter slightly louder, but not overwhelmingly. The chanting went on for 10 seconds, maybe more, before a new wave swept in. Encore. The cries grew louder and louder until they drowned out everything else. Chu Zhi hadn't lost. Even when faced with a living legend, someone regarded as the ceiling of Asian rock, he had held his ground. That showed the power of voices of despair, especially now that the audience had had 4 rounds to adjust emotionally. Good thing I prepared for this, Chu Zhi muttered as he returned to the stage. This time, he took a moment to change into the outfit Lao Qian and the team had prepared. After handing the backing track to the sound booth, Chu Zhi took the mic again and addressed the crowd. I want to ask you all for a favor. There's a bit of crowd interaction in this next song. I'll need your claps and stomps. Number 337. We will rock you. All right, everyone, follow my lead. Chu Zhi demonstrated, stomping twice and clapping once. The thousands of spectators around him enthusiastically mimicked his actions. The several thousand audience members around him quickly followed suit, echoing his movements with enthusiasm. To achieve perfect unison, a little rehearsal was necessary. But truthfully, most of the audience's eyes were locked onto Chu Zhi's outfit. Just look at what old Qian had prepared for him to wear: a military-style jacket, beige combat boots, and camo pants. Chu Zhi had the kind of face and figure that could make anything look good, and standing at the center of the stage in that ensemble, there was only one way to describe him: uniform temptation. Interacting with the audience to boost popularity? Higuchi Hanato nodded inwardly. Smart move. But even the smartest tactic meant nothing when faced with absolute strength. At the Fuji Rock Festival, no foreign artist had ever secured 5 straight victories. Higuchi Hanato's expression was resolute. He would uphold the founding principle of this rock festival, to make Japanese rock even greater. Ragdoll-san is up against Senior Higuchi. Who should I support? This is tearing me apart, said Triangle. Pattern 14 had also left stage 3 earlier, but rushed back to watch the showdown between Higuchi Hanato and Chu Zhi. No matter who you support, it won't change the outcome. Higuchi Hanato is unmatched, said Square. Pentagon nodded in agreement. Higuchi Hanato was a god in pop rock. Honestly, just earlier with Sherry, he already had the upper hand. The only reason Chu Zhi seemed to compete was probably because of his over-the-top popularity in Asia, which swayed the crowd a bit. I can't believe he drew out Senior Higuchi. The title of first-generation pretty boy of the 21st century really wasn't exaggerated. It's not just the looks. Chu Zhi's got both the face and the voice. My little sister's a huge fan of Chu Zhi. Good thing she didn't come. If she saw her idol crushed, she'd be devastated. She'd be upset if her idol lost, but not if her big brother lost. Heron's place in his sister's heart must be rock bottom. That last exchange was among the AFC band members. No matter their thoughts, they were here for the show and loving every second of it. What no one knew was, Chu Zhi was about to drop a nuke on the stage. Half a year ago, he had drawn Queen's legendary anthem We Will Rock You. He'd been waiting for the right moment to unleash it. Facing off against Asia's top guitarist today, couldn't ask for a better opportunity. My next song is We Will Rock You. We will shake this stage. Chu Zhi didn't imitate Uncle Freddie's signature look, just a white pair of shorts and a red scarf. Nor did he copy anyone else's stage persona. That would just be a poor imitation. Instead, he carried a style closer to a German heavy metal band. Cold, intense, and sharp. He didn't just stand still like a statue, but even when he moved, he felt like an emperor beast. That chilling stage presence, set against rock's fiery energy, created a jarring contrast. He put down his guitar, leaving many rock singers in the audience stunned. No live guitar, no bass riff. Stomp, stomp, clap. Chu Zhi raised his right hand high, guiding the audience like a conductor. Thousands stomped and clapped in perfect sync. It was the song's intro. This kind of crowd engagement was routine at his concerts. Nothing out of the ordinary. Higuchi Hanato didn't think much of it at first, but then the sound of thousands of stomps and claps hit like a sonic boom, as if the entire ground was going to shatter. The momentum was staggering. Higuchi Hanato's face grew solemn. Other musicians nearby shifted uncomfortably. Musical note. Buddy, you're a boy. Make a big noise. Playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place. Musical note. Once the audience settled into the rhythm, Chu Zhi lowered his raised hand and gripped the microphone stand with both hands. His fervent gaze locked onto the crowd. The overwhelming noise, stomp, stomp, clap, became his weapon. The provocative lyrics electrified the audience's nerves. Musical note. Singing, we will rock you. We will rock you. Musical note. As one music critic on Earth once said, this song had no climax because it was pure fire from start to finish. More and more spectators joined in the stomping and clapping, drawing bewildered looks from other stages. What the hell was happening over there? Usually, the loudest noise came from the metal rock stage, but right now, Stage 3 was stealing the spotlight from all 8 other stages. You can do rock like this? Even Polygon felt the adrenaline rush. Though he didn't clap, his feet were stomping along. The members of Pattern 14 were all clapping and stomping. Triangle stared at the man on stage with admiration. His idol truly lived up to his reputation. Musical note. Buddy, you're a young man, hard man. Shouting in the street, gonna take on the world someday. You got blood on your face, you big disgrace. Waving your banner all over the place. Musical note. By the second verse, even those who had never heard the song before, if they knew English, were singing along. Musical note. We will rock you. Singing, we will rock you. Musical note. The Fuji Rock Festival had been going on for nearly 2 hours. Many in the audience were starting to feel tired, but Chu Zhi's voice injected them with fresh energy. It was like eating 10 pounds of wolfberries with oysters or chugging half a pound of coffee after 2 sleepless nights. Pure exhilaration, pure mental high. With no outlet for their excitement, the audience stomped and clapped even harder. Chu Zhi dragged the mic stand to the front of the stage, closer to the crowd. The screams and cheers grew louder. Famous rock stars could command a crowd, but Chu Zhi's every move was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Standing there in his military-style outfit, Chu Zhi looked like the god of rock warfare. Musical note. Buddy, you're an old man. Poor man. Pleading with your eyes. Gonna make you some peace someday. You got mud on your face. Big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. Musical note. Stage 3 had now become the most densely packed area of the festival, with 40,000 attendees, making it Asia's largest outdoor rock festival. Nearly 8,000 had gathered here. Considering the flow of the crowd, each stage had ample space, but this was the first time it had become this packed. Rock. Guitar or no guitar, bass or no bass. This was rock, and it was fucking electrifying. The drummer of AFZ band, who had recently injured his leg in a bar fight, was still stomping along. Oh. The AFC drummer let out a gorilla-like roar. Musical note. We will rock you. Singing, we will rock you. Musical note. At the climax, Chu Zhi suddenly paused and shouted, Everybody, we will rock you. We will rock you. The crowd around stage 3 erupted into a massive chorus. Not just the audience, but even the musicians, including the challenger, Higuchi Hanato. Damn it, this song's stage presence is too strong. I might lose. Higuchi thought grimly. As the song ended, two things followed. Deafening applause and roaring cheers. This is the first time I've heard a rock song with such audience participation. Chu Zhi's live performance is even more infectious than his EP, King of Live Shows. Before hearing this, I was firmly supporting Higuchi-san. Now I'm not so sure. The stomping song. At Fuji Rock, I met an incredible rock singer, Chu Zhi. How can someone with such a cold expression sing a song so full of fire? The shock wasn't limited to the audience. The rock musicians were equally stunned. Is this the rock prodigy I've been watching? Zheng Hua murmured. He felt like the man on stage had turned into the sun itself. Stage presence was crucial in rock. Even a technically simple song could set a crowd ablaze if performed by a veteran. Big Eyes, the lead singer of Tongue Flower Band, saw that veteran-level magnetism in Chu Zhi. Standing still, coldly watching the crowd go wild because of his song. I want that rockstar aura. Big Eyes had his own style as a frontman, but today's performance had captivated him. His feet were still tingling. And he wasn't the only one. Many had stomped and clapped so hard their feet and hands were sore. Now, audience, let me hear your cheers for the song you prefer. Chu Zhi called for the vote. Nearly 8,000 voices merged into one. The result was overwhelmingly one-sided. Chu Zhi's name drowned out everything else. We Will Rock You was simply unbeatable. On Earth, many might not know Queen, but nearly everyone had heard this song. In fact, it was one of the two most played songs at international sporting events, the other being We Are the Champions, also by Queen. Chu Zhi won. Holy shit, holy shit. Wu Shi wanted to say something cultured, but could only blurt out the most visceral reaction. 5 straight wins. Senior Higuchi Hanato actually lost. Polygon was stunned, and even more stunned that he didn't question the outcome. Members of AFZ, Winter Snow Blast, 4000, and other top Japanese bands had just witnessed a young singer slay a god. Total victory, and with overwhelming dominance. Pentagram, the guitarist of Pattern 14, had idolized Higuchi Hanato. He had never dreamed of surpassing him, only chasing him. Today, he saw his idol defeated. The man himself, Higuchi Hanato, was still processing the loss. He had wanted to break the foreign singer's streak, but ended up losing and boosting Chu Zhi's legend. He had even pulled out his sword strike strumming technique. Did I lose? Is he a greater rock talent than Zheng Hua? 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but decades of performing had taught him how to lose gracefully. Would you like to talk after the festival? Higuchi asked before leaving the stage. Of course. Your sword strike strumming was truly impressive, Chu Zhi agreed. But internally, the Emperor Beast wondered, what did Asia's top guitarist want to discuss? A rematch after losing on stage? Putting aside the details, Chu Zhi still had one last thing to do. So, who's the next challenger? He asked. The musicians below could press their challenge tokens. But after 30 seconds, Chu Zhi still didn't hear the familiar, ear-piercing beep. Huh, did the machine break? The audience blinked, waiting. Chu Zhi's first song had moved them to tears. His third had pumped them full of adrenaline. They wanted more. Chu Zhi asked again, louder, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge me?" The musicians' area was dead silent. No one dared to step forward. Number 338. The one who cleared it all. Challenging the stage was meant to seize the spotlight, not become a laughingstock. Chu Zhi's for consecutive wins already carried significant weight. Both Pattern 14 and AFZ Band were top-tier names in Asia. Then came the fifth win, defeating Higuchi Hanato in a head-to-head battle. What could possibly beat that? Charging in with your head on the line. Besides, the mind-blowing performance of We Will Rock You was still fresh in everyone's memory. No one dared to lift a finger, not even the lead singer of Moontrace. He silently handed his token to a teammate, worried that his own hand might act out on impulse. 1 minute passed, then 2. The crowd began to realize no singer dared to go up. Not even a 9-win streak, just 5 in a row, and no one could stand against it. In the festival's 20-year history, this was the first time such a thing had occurred. The moment quickly reached the ears of the event organizers. One of the committee heads, Hojo Koshi, rushed over at a brisk jog. Hojo Koshi borrowed 2 tokens and pressed them. Red lights flashed as expected, nothing wrong with the equipment. A Chinese singer had cleared the stage? What was going on? Even if this felt more unbelievable than catching his wife cheating, Hojo Koshi could only stick to protocol. He leaned in close and offered a quiet congratulations. Chu-san, please remain calm. Then he spoke into his walkie-talkie. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Fireworks exploded in the sky. Atop the 3-meter steel rig in the center of the stage, where the lights were mounted, the fireworks rig had been activated. Bursts of color lit the air. The crowd snapped out of their daze. They screamed from the depths of their throats. Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi cleared the stage. 5-win sweep. Just a few seconds later, the noise converged into a unified chant. Chu Zhi. The name of the Emperor Beast echoed through the skies above the Niba ski resort, shaking the clouds. Even at stage 7, the farthest from stage 3, everyone now knew. Chu Zhi had become the first performer in the history of the Fuji Rock Festival to clear a stage. Old Su's gonna be impossible to deal with now, thought Zhenghua. Su Ji had given up his own slot to let this happen. And not even he, let alone Chu Zhi's biggest supporter Zhenghua, had expected this. Nobody thought a newcomer to Fuji would break through on their first try. At the very least, you'd expect someone to get used to the place first, right? Brother Zheng, what happens next after someone clears a stage? Wuxi asked curiously. Members of Pain Flower, Face Up, and others all looked at the veteran with eager eyes, assuming of course that he would know. They were all asking him, but who could he ask? This had never happened in the festival's history. Where was he supposed to get the answer? Zhenghua was speechless. Then, he suddenly remembered a young guy named Lin. The way that kid spoke actually worked here. If I'm not mistaken, Zhenghua said, something extraordinary is about to happen. The crowd stared blankly. Hearing him speak is like hearing him speak. Not helpful at all. But they didn't stay speechless for long. The reason would soon become clear. Cheers and fireworks continued for a full 30 seconds, giving the first stage clearer all the fanfare he deserved. Then, snap, snap, snap. 3 crisp clicks. The stage lights went dark, and the spotlight that had been so hard-won was suddenly extinguished. The stage has been cleared. That means stage 3 will no longer be in use, announced Hojo Koshi, pointing at the arena. You heard that correctly. Rock singer Chu Zhi has shut it down. All guests and performers, please move to another stage. Before he'd even finished speaking, another wave of cheers broke out. The crowd was thrilled to have witnessed a historic moment. The only ones not smiling were the Thai performers. In their minds, Thai rock was second only to Japan's. How could Chinese get ahead? Surrounded by the excited crowd, Chu Zhi stepped down from the stage. A few hours still remained before the day officially ended. Brother Gio, should we check out stage 8? Wuxi asked. Sure. Let's go together, said Chu Zhi. The audience and performers scattered toward the remaining lit stages. The battles continued with the same fiery intensity. Stage 8 was all about metal and hardcore. The decibel level topped 150. Anyone who stayed too long got a buzzing in their ears, their brains fried by relentless distortion. Metal rock had countless subgenres: black metal, death metal, thrash metal, heavy metal, and more. Some of the darker variants were rare in China. Japan's band Tyrant was a prime example of black metal, a genre dubbed the most extreme music of the 20th century. Its features? Anti-religious themes, grim drumlines, and especially those blood-curdling, high-pitched black vocals that sounded like a demon wailing. Freaky stuff. The music playing on stage was practically horror movie material, and the four band members dressed like literal ghouls. Chu Zhi half-worried someone with heart issues might just pass out. "I can't get into this," Chu Zhi admitted inwardly. But he knew very well that just because he couldn't appreciate it didn't mean it was bad. When the lead singer of Tyrant let out a roar like a devil, the crowd below roared with him. That proved how beloved this kind of music was. Chu Zhi had always respected people's reasonable preferences. Some singers performed rock. Others played rock. "Brother Gio, why not take the stage again? If you clear 2 stages, that'd be unprecedented," Wu Shi said. Before Chu Zhi could answer, Zheng He stepped in. "A tree that stands above the forest gets felled first," he said. He already made history. If he keeps pushing, the organizers might not hold up. No need to stir the pot. "I was just joking," said Wu Shi. Anyway, 4 wins is already a fantastic result. Wu Shi had faced another veteran from Japan. Not quite on Higuchi Hanato's level, but still a legend in his own right. It's like playing a game. If an old-timer comes to challenge you, you're allowed to lose. Wu Shi lost gracefully and handed over the stage. Chu Zhi agreed with Brother Zheng. There were too many talented performers at the festival. There was no need to hog the spotlight. Now let's switch perspectives. Because of Chu Zhi's breakthrough, the Niba Ski Resort's tourist center had been temporarily converted into a command and monitoring hub. Hojo Koshi returned and reported the status of the singer stages. The committee now had to decide, should they allow a Japanese band to clear a stage next? They couldn't let a Chinese singer hog all the attention. The festival was about musical exchange. There were no medals or trophies, but who didn't want to be the one who cleared a stage? Allowing a Japanese performer to clear one was easy enough. Just notify the biggest bands, and quietly make sure the Chinese, Thai, and South Korean veterans couldn't light up their tokens for a while. The downside? It would devalue what it meant to clear a stage. After heated discussion, the committee's elders unanimously chose money over national pride. Take Hojo Koshi, for example. On paper, he was the president of Shimizu Culture Corporation. But 80% of Shimizu's income came from organizing the Fuji Rock Festival, not just the tickets for 160,000 attendees. With a crowd that size staying for 3 to 4 days, the economic impact was enormous. And Niba wasn't cheap. People needed food and places to stay. How could Hojo Koshi let the festival's golden brand value go down? "We can't just maintain the brand," he said. "We need to amplify it. Make stage clear a household term." Chu Zhi is an Asian superstar. His vocal strength is acknowledged even in the entertainment world. We're going to promote his live album and push for TV coverage. The festival wasn't broadcast on TV. It was too long, over 16 hours a day for 4 days across 9 stages. So media teams on-site would upload content directly to the web. Afterward, the live recordings would be sold on Fuji's official site. Artists got a 70% cut. Hojo Koshi felt proud of his quick thinking. He even looked it up. "We will rock." You had never been performed before. This was going to be a smash hit. So many little fruits would buy the audio. He couldn't wait. At 6 p.m., the day's events wrapped up. The audience left in orderly groups, chatting about the day's highlights. Today was incredible. The Prince of Song's band's visual rock was dazzling. That "We Will Rock You" song was the biggest surprise for me. "Oh, you like Chu Zhi too?" "I absolutely adore him. This was my first time seeing him." "Does he have other rock songs?" With Chu Zhi around, international conversation felt easy. Of course, many fans were silent. Not because they didn't enjoy the show, but because their voices were gone from screaming so much. Their first victory deserved celebration. Zheng He offered to treat everyone to dinner. But Chu Zhi already had an appointment with Higuchi Hanato and had to leave. Their meeting place was a fancy dining spot, not expensive in price or ingredients. Chu Zhi could easily afford it by now, but it had a seductive flair. The seatbacks were literally the thighs of young women. Not a horror story. These girls, dressed in traditional kimonos, knelt with their legs in a perfect and shape. Higuchi Hanato leaned against them casually, occasionally stroking their skin. People familiar with Japanese culture knew well. They commercialized women to the extreme. Every part had a price. Chu-san, no need to be shy, Higuchi Hanato said with a smile. I'm not, Chu Zhi replied. I just find it uncomfortable. My back's not great. Higuchi Hanato frowned. Friends needed to be like-minded, or at least similarly corrupt. Chu Zhi's response felt like a personal insult. If Chu Zhi had been a Japanese singer, Higuchi Hanato would have blown up already. In their world, if you didn't play dirty, you were in the wrong. You're so young, and already have back problems? Higuchi Hanato chose to give him one more chance. Tonight, I'll arrange a fantastic massage therapist for you. Then, he changed the subject. The Wacken Open Air Festival in Germany. I'm one of the board members. I have a recommendation slot. Fuji Rock was the biggest festival in Asia. Wacken, WOA, was the biggest in the world. No contest. There was even a saying in the rock world. If you haven't been invited to WOA, you're not a real rock star. Only a few Asian singers ever got in. Most were Japanese. But Higuchi Hanato really was on the board. That title of Asia's #1 guitarist wasn't just for show. Any requests for your massage therapist? He asked. Big chest, pale legs. Of course, Chu Zhi knew what this meant. Higuchi Hanato was offering a ticket to WOA if he agreed to play the same dirty games. And in Higuchi Hanato's mind, there was no reason for Chu Zhi to refuse. No rock singer in the world could say no to Wacken. Number 339. I refuse. Chu Zhi smiled and said, the food today was pretty good. The grilled sori was delicious. Even though the restaurant is known for its broth hotpot, everyone has their own preferences. That broth hotpot, called chozu, was a specialty of Niigata Prefecture, essentially a fish-based hotpot. Huh. Higuchi Hanato didn't quite get why Chu Zhi had suddenly changed the subject. Then it hit him. I don't enjoy massages, Chu Zhi said lightly. So I'll have to decline your generous offer, Mr. Higuchi. There's a saying, the 4 strongest bonds in life, sharing a foxhole, sharing a classroom, splitting stolen goods, and visiting brothels together. But no matter what the old adages said, if joining a certain circle or getting a certain opportunity meant sleeping around, Chu Zhi wasn't interested. In worst-case scenario, he had his system bros helping him out. Why should he swallow his pride for this? Mr. Chu, do you even understand what you're doing? Higuchi Hanato asked, his voice sharp. You're about to pass up the best opportunity of your life. Are you rejecting my friendship? Ever since Higuchi Hanato was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and became a national icon in Japan, no one in the entertainment industry had dared reject him. He'd gotten so used to people kissing up that he practically forgot what rejection felt like. To me, your friendship holds little value, Chu Zhi replied flatly. Honestly, I'd take another serving of that grilled sori over it. Those words hit like a slap, and Higuchi Hanato's fury flared. Well then, thank you for the meal, Chu Zhi said as he stood. I'll be going. Was that a threat? Chu Zhi might act easygoing, but if anyone tried to intimidate him, he wouldn't play along. Ignoring the burning rage in Higuchi Hanato's eyes, he turned and left the private room. A Chinese singer without my backing? Let's see how you expect to get into WOA. Higuchi Hanato ground his teeth as he glared at Chu Zhi's retreating figure. He did truly admire Chu Zhi's talent. After all, when it came to head-to-head competition on stage, mutual admiration could lead to friendship. But in this industry, no one trusted anyone unless they held some dirt on each other. Higuchi Hanato hadn't expected Chu Zhi to be so ungrateful. Sure, he had earned Western recognition for his skills, but part of that was due to his Western-style rock flair. And as he adopted their musical style, he also picked up their hedonistic habits, openly admitting to having 3 lovers. In his mind, no celebrity was ever squeaky clean. Chu Zhi, by rejecting him, had basically slapped him in the face. While Chu Zhi and Higuchi Hanato had their falling out, gossip back in China's entertainment industry was also going strong. The latest buzz came from a newly launched idol survival show. The trainees were given a training curriculum: singing and dancing, teamwork, and mastering a foreign language. The first 2 were standard, but the third, language proficiency, was a direct result of the Emperor Beast wave. The influence had trickled into variety shows. Producers figured that speaking a foreign language was one of Chu Zhi's standout charms and encouraged trainees to work hard at it. Most of the trainees picked English. A few trying to show off chose French. But the scandal came from one trainee who had crafted a genius scholar persona. That trainee claimed to be fluent in English, French, and Russian. Turns out, he was faking it, memorizing lines before the camera, but in truth, not fluent in any of them. Lying like a rookie. Fluent in 3 languages? Please. What? You think your brother Gio, the language prodigy? Unbelievable. I thought he'd at least know some English. Didn't expect him to be such a flop. When it comes to this smart idol image, I only believe in Brother Gio. By the way, how many languages does Brother Gio speak? Japanese, Korean, Russian, and English, right? 4 isn't enough for you? And he's fluent in Japanese and Russian too. Let this be a lesson to idols out there. You can't just fake a genius persona. Think about how hard Chu Zhi works every day. In the online discussion forums, Chu Zhi's name kept popping up. His image as a language prodigy had deeply taken root in the public's mind. Variety shows were key to building public persona. Just like how Emperor Beast was preceded by Journey of the Stars and followed by Back to the Hearth. Even in Niigata, Chu Zhi had a van waiting for him. Driver Lao Qiu and assistant Xiao Zhu were both there. Lao Qiu had even gone as far as getting a Japanese driver's license. He was seriously committed. Power and money corrupt the soul, Chu Zhi murmured, eyes closed as he leaned back in the van. Luckily, I'm different. I'm aiming to be a global idol. A tiny temptation like that won't sway me. Not long after, they arrived back at the hotel. Zheng Hua, Liao Yiwu, and the others were also staying in the same hotel, mostly for convenience. But at that moment, they were still out eating. Chu Zhi freshened up. He was going to do some reading and then head to bed. But his stomach had other ideas, growling in protest. If I fall asleep, I won't feel hungry. Fine. You win. He changed clothes and slipped out of the hotel. It was a quiet night in Niigata. Wearing a mask, Chu Zhi headed to a 24-hour convenience store and bought 2 cups of instant noodles. The grilled sori had been tasty, but it hadn't filled him up. The hotel didn't serve food at night either. If he were in Tokyo or Osaka, at least he could have found dumplings or grilled chicken skewers. Modern instant noodles were a Japanese invention. Chu Zhi picked 2 flavors, but even they didn't compare to the simple braised beef noodle cup back home. Still, it filled his stomach enough to sleep through the night. The next day brought white clouds and warm sunshine. At the Niba Ski Resort, the Fuji Rock Festival continued. The most talked about location was the Pitch Black Stage 3. Each ticket was valid for 1 day only, so those attending today had no idea what had gone down yesterday. Footage from the event wouldn't be uploaded until the festival ended. Curious attendees walked over to the unlit stage. Was the equipment broken? A sign posted at the entrance read, "Stage performer, Chu Zhi." On August 1st, he achieved a stage shutdown, honored here. Achievement details, successfully challenged with the song in Springtime, seizing the reigning title from Pattern 14. Chu Zhi, that stunning Chinese star who looks prettier than me? He achieved a historic milestone? Damn, I should have picked yesterday's ticket. I missed an incredible performance. 5 consecutive wins, and he even beat Higuchi Hanado. The mystery only deepened curiosity. Fans flooded the official website with comments, begging for the video and audio to be released as soon as possible. Chu Zhi didn't stay for the full festival. After 2 days, he left early to return home for scheduled appearances. His goals for this trip had been met. He said his goodbyes to Zheng Hua and the others and boarded his flight home. Up next was his appearance on Back to the Hearth. As per his usual routine before filming, the Emperor Beast started preparing by researching the permanent cast. Understanding them in advance made it easier to connect and form real friendships. The show had 2 core cast members, Kuan Yun and Lan Wui. Kuan Yun and Pan Ying from the Daily Team were the 2 pillars of Mango TV. Kuan Yun was 45 years old, with more than 2 decades of hosting under his belt. His style was classic control and flow. As long as he was present, nothing would go off track. The other was Lan Wui. Just the name alone screamed artsy, intellectual. He was 49, a graduate of Central Academy of Drama with a degree in theater and film acting. In his junior year, his striking looks got him cast by a top director. Lan Wui had exceptional skill in theater. He was the youngest winner of the Golden Lion Award for drama, and also a recipient of the Plum Blossom Award. Within the acting world, he was a true veteran. But among the general public, he had been relatively unknown, until Back to the Hearth brought him back into the spotlight. Good thing I started prepping 2 days early, Chu Zhi muttered, making time in his busy schedule to read through several of Lan Wui's plays and Kuan Yun's autobiography. Number 340. Humans are truly terrifying. Thank you, director. I'll return to the crew by mid-August, Chu Zhi said before hanging up. He had originally taken a 3-day leave from the My Love from the Stars production to attend the Fuji Rock Festival, but plans rarely keep up with change. As an apology for the disruption, Chu Zhi agreed to the producer's request to sing the series' theme song, My Destiny. His EP After the Clouds Clear had broken records in South Korea, selling over 2 million copies. Choosing him to sing the theme song was far more reliable than hiring any other artist. Every producer in South Korea knew that for the past year or two, Chu Zhi hadn't sung any song composed by someone else. It was also through his manager, Neo Jiangxue, that Chu Zhi learned why filming for Back to the Countryside had been suddenly pushed up. Apparently, Mango TV received word that the Broadcasting Bureau would issue new variety show production regulations in October, which triggered the sudden changes. The entertainment industry is prone to sudden shifts. Beyond government policy, there's always the risk of a guest getting canceled, a sponsor collapsing, or a host making headlines for the wrong reasons. In short, showbiz is a minefield. Even the well-planned Second Orange Festival faced unexpected changes. Despite effective domestic control, social media sites like Renren and official media outlets issued suggestions to minimize large-scale gatherings in July. These were only suggestions, not mandates, so most celebrities ignored them. Concerts and events continued as usual. But Chu Zhi always took such recommendations seriously. So the Orange Festival was rescheduled from July 9th to September 7th. Both dates held special meanings related to 9 and 7, which had been discussed before. What was interesting, though, was that even though the government's suggestions weren't mandatory, very few celebrities followed them, until they found out Chu Zhi had rescheduled his fan event. Then, one by one, they all followed suit. His influence as the emperor beast of the industry was undeniable. Everyone had been burned too many times. At the slightest gust of wind, they all braced for a storm. Brother Gio, do you have any plans for your new album? Neo Jiangxue asked. New album? Chu Zhi was confused. Didn't he just release Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange Tree? Then he thought more carefully. It was already August. This time last year, he had already started prepping the new album. There's just been too much going on, Neo Jiangxue said. The filming for Back to the Countryside and My Love from the Stars, maybe we should cut down on commercial events for a while. Sure. That'll give me more time to plan and develop the new album, Chu Zhi nodded. Neo Jiangxue had already made plans to cancel 7 or 8 upcoming gigs. Honestly, if filming hadn't been bumped up, they wouldn't be this overwhelmed now. It was late. Neo Jiangxue was tired and yawned. Yawns are contagious, like the flu. Wang Yuan, too, couldn't stop yawning. You two go home first. It's already 11. I'll finish recording this segment, and then head back, Chu Zhi said. All right then. You rest early too when you're done. Take care, Agio. They didn't protest. Both had an early morning ahead. They asked Old Chio to drive them home. Old Chio knew the route well by now, having chauffeured most of the team. No directions needed. Wang Yuan lived in Huazhou Junting on Yinzhu Road, and Neo Jiangxue had a single apartment of her own. Inside the car, Neo Jiangxue nearly fell asleep if she wasn't checking tomorrow's flight info on her phone. Chu Zhi sleeps the latest and wakes up the earliest. I wonder if his body can really handle it, she sighed. Sometimes he even reads late into the night. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. His schedule was definitely unhealthy. What they didn't know, however, was that sometimes was actually every day. Chu Zhi read daily. Without fail. I just hope Back to the Countryside being a slow variety show will give him a chance to rest, Wang Yuan said. Neo Jiangxue wasn't so optimistic. Slow variety shows may seem chill, but there's still work. By the time Neo Jiangxue and Wang Yuan were dropped off at their places, Chu Zhi had just finished recording a short promo video. It was for the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Awards. Even though none of his films were nominated, the committee had still invited him to be a promotional ambassador. That's the power of popularity. Chu Zhi got home around 12:30 a.m. After washing up and changing into pajamas, he began his nightly homework session. The thought of opening a book again filled his already exhausted mind and body with resistance. History books were dull and tiring. Even literature wasn't all that entertaining. Chu Zhi couldn't help but wonder why. Even after becoming this successful, he still couldn't just enjoy life. He had earned the right to rest on his laurels, hadn't he? In moments of fatigue, he often wanted to slack off, to give up. The Emperor Beast was just like anyone else in that regard. The difference? He was very good at convincing. No, manipulating himself. I've kept this up for a year. Wouldn't it be a shame to stop now? Just hang in there one more day? Chu Zhi thought. With that, the resistance lessened. You said that yesterday too. The system popped up. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. They're not the same. Chu Zhi replied matter-of-factly. He thought to himself, besides, as a professional idol, I can always pass my suffering on to others. That idea sparked something. Chu Zhi began planning the 3 tasks he wanted to complete while filming back to the countryside. 1. Promote the benefits of reading to encourage more fans to pick up books. If only one person suffers, that's pain. But if thousands suffer together, then it's just an experience. 2. Raise awareness about depression, perhaps through the sick leave persona. 3. Decide how to disclose the truth about his parents' identities. Not long ago, the editor-in-chief of Southern Weekly had called him. Many media outlets were digging into the background of Chu Zhi's parents. Why? Simple. He was famous enough, and curiosity about him was strong enough to fuel the hunt. Chu Zhi figured the only reason no journalist had broken the story yet was because the government had placed some protection on the information. But no wall is completely sealed. Rather than letting someone else expose him, Chu Zhi thought he might as well do it himself. I'll have to think more on the 3rd one, he said to himself. Let's go. Just one more night of study. I'll read a bit more today. The system fell silent. It had witnessed just how terrifying humans could be. So ruthless, they even lied to themselves. Last night, Chu Zhi had finished reading a work by Lan Wui. Tonight, he turned to Distant Intimacy, an autobiography by Kuan Yun. Kuan Yun had written the book at 40, reflecting on his career from graduation through his years working at Mango TV. When Chu Zhi went to buy it, he noticed most major bookstores didn't carry it. Sales must have been poor. It was a short memoir, 180,000 characters, and Chu Zhi read it in about 2.5 hours. His main takeaway? Kuan Yun had a clear people-pleaser personality and was overly concerned with how others saw him. He's used to taking care of people. Kind of like Min Zhongbei. Min Ji always tries to make people laugh, Chu Zhi murmured. Min Zhongbei was a friend Chu Zhi knew well. And with people like that, the Emperor Beast had plenty of experience. He sorted his notes and practiced his lines. He didn't need to memorize everything, but he had to be able to recall the key points smoothly. That shouldn't be too hard, right? He went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at 7 a.m. If it weren't for miracle meds, he'd probably be scrolling Weibo from an ICU bed. The sky hadn't opened its eyes yet. Clouds hung low and heavy. The morning was a blur of activity. By 2 p.m., Chu Zhi and his team boarded a flight to Kunming. Back to the Countryside 4 was set in Zishuangbana. Its full title was Back to the Countryside, Colors of the Cloud. Aside from the new filming location, the biggest change was the new major sponsor. Seasons 1 and 2 of the show had been wildly popular. But by season 3, it was losing steam. Sponsors pulled back. Now, the show was getting a second wind. For one simple reason. Chu Zhi had joined the cast. To reinforce its feel-good image, the show team added a new theme, showcasing and supporting rural life. For regular guests arrived first to get familiar with the setting. The Mushroom House was a classic Dai-style bamboo home. The rooftops were cone-shaped, supposedly modeled after Zhuge Liang's hat. Zhuge Liang was revered in this part of Yunnan. When Christian missionaries tried to spread the gospel here during the Reform era, they struggled, until they adapted, telling locals, Jesus is Zhuge Liang's younger brother. Zhuge Liang's retired in heaven, and Jesus is now in charge. Conversion rates went up. The goats, peacocks, dogs, and other animals from earlier seasons were all relocated to the new set. The dogs, especially, were having the time of their lives indoors. Since it was a slow variety show, there wasn't much of a fixed schedule. Watching the guests settle in was part of the charm. In other words, The moment the 4 regular guests appeared, filming had officially begun. "This place is gorgeous," said Lan Wui as he cut pineapples. "The environment is amazing," Kuan Yun added while pouring milk into popsicle molds and giving a plug for the sponsor, Chunching Organic Milk. "Teacher Lan, could you dice a little bit of pineapple for me?" Kuan Yun asked. "I want to make a tray of pineapple popsicles." "Of course," Lan Wui replied. He was the mushroom house's designated chef. Whenever guests ordered food, it was up to him. Judging by his slightly chubby face and belly, he was clearly a little too good at his job. "Come here, little sister," Kuan Yun called over Tan Lu, handing her the leftover milk from the popsicle batch. Aside from the show's 2 core veterans, there were also 2 younger regulars, Zhou Dakong and Tan Lu. Zhou Dakong was born in '95 and graduated from Central Academy of Drama. He had acted in several dramas over the past 4 or 5 years, but didn't gain much traction. That changed with a hit historical fantasy drama, where he played the landlord's simple-minded son and shot to fame. Fans joked, "Please stop casting Dakong as a fool. He's way too convincing." Tan Lu was born in the 2000s, a young singer-songwriter just 18 this year. Her fans affectionately called her Little Sister Tan. Her music focused on healing themes. "Dakong, help me bring those homie melons over." "I'll make a fruit platter," Lan Wui said as he finished up. The landlord's simple son worked with explosive energy. Though a little dim, he got things done. He brought over 3 large melons. Ding ding ding, the phone rang inside the house. "Haven't heard that sound in ages," Lan Wui laughed. Kuan Yun, Little Sister Tan, and Zhou Dakong rushed from the kitchen. It was obvious. Another guest was about to arrive, calling ahead to order their first meal. Number 341. A mysterious voice and a familiar star. Kuan Yun naturally put the call on speaker, which made recording easier too. "Hello, this is Mushroom House. Who are you looking for?" Kuan Yun answered. "Mushroom House. Yep, that's the one. I'm the mushroom superhero, so of course I'm here to eat at Mushroom House." The voice on the other end buzzed with a low pitch, clearly altered on purpose. Kuan Yun exchanged a glance with Zhou Dakong, who looked like he had a theory brewing. The ever-eager Dakong quickly asked, "Hey, are you the guy whose film dropped over the Labor Day holiday and made over $1 billion at the box office?" "My total box office has crossed $1 billion, but it wasn't a Labor Day release," the voice replied. Huh, that didn't match who Dakong had in mind. Refusing to give up, he pressed on. "Are you an alum from the SEEDS program?" "I've never attended an art university," came the answer. Then the caller shifted gears. "Can we move on to the next step?" Baffled by the line of questioning, Kuan Yun decided to play along. "All right then, mushroom superhero, what would you like to eat?" "Pineapple purple sticky rice, lemongrass grilled fish, pork steamed in banana leaves, 5-spice grilled die carp. Oh, and I really want to try the hand grab rice. I'll be counting on Chef Lan." The guest rattled off the names without hesitation. Wow, 5 dishes in one go. This guest wasn't shy at all. "How many people are with you, mushroom superhero?" Kuan Yun asked. "Just the 2 of us, but superheroes burn a lot of energy. We eat big. Thanks in advance." The call ended shortly after that brief exchange. "What do you think, Dakong? Who do you feel it is?" Kuan Yun asked. "I think it's Professor Chu Zhi," Zhou Dakong guessed. "No way. That's not Chu Jin's voice." Kuan Yun shook his head. Chu Zhi had been on Happy Camp 4 or 5 times. Kuan Yun was very familiar with his tone. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Tan Lu had a guess of her own. The voice reminded her of her idol using a forced deep tone, but since she wasn't sure, she held back, lips parting only to close again. The 3 of them returned to the kitchen and relayed the phone call to Lan Wui, who had just finished plating a fruit dish. If he never went to an art school, that means he's not formally trained, Lan Wui noted. Having been a drama teacher at the Central Academy of Drama, he was quite familiar with industry backgrounds. He mulled it over. There aren't many films that hit over $1 billion in box office. Not formally trained, and a sense of humor, calling himself mushroom superhero. Could it be Wang Ruwu? Not Professor Wang, Kuan Yun said, shaking his head again. The guest was disguising his voice, but you could still tell he's under 30. Xiaomei, you seem like you have an idea? Zhou Dakong wasn't as dumb as he looked. He'd noticed Tan Lu's hesitation and decided to ask. No, nothing really. Tan Lu quickly shook her head. The 4 residents of Mushroom House kept trying to puzzle it out. Unfortunately, Zhou Dakong had steered them in the wrong direction from the beginning, assuming the mystery guest was an actor. With that misdirection, they never had a chance. Meanwhile, the first episode's guests, Chu Zhi and Chen Mei, were arriving at the village in a bouncing tuk-tuk. Chen Mei, born in the early 1970s, was a national first-class actress. After graduating from Beijing Film Academy, she was assigned to the National Arts Theater. While her achievements in film weren't quite as high as Zhang Ning's, she had still won Best Actress at the Cairo Film Festival. Domestically, she'd swept awards like the Huabiao, Huading, Fake Yin, and Golden Rooster. Xiao Jiu, you sing so well. Teach me sometime, said Chen Mei with a smile. Every time I go to KTV, I can't even get my hands on a mic. Sister Mei, your voice is great. If you hadn't gone into acting, I think you'd have made a fantastic singer, Chu Zhi replied seriously. I mean it. That scream just now proved you've got a strong and bright vocal range. Really? I always thought I was just a mic hog. Chen Mei laughed, genuinely pleased. She was blunt by nature, not fond of empty compliments. But praise backed by something concrete, that she could accept. The scenery in this small village in Zishuangbana was breathtaking. The riverside houses all had zhuge-liang hats for roofs, and all the people walking by were locals. There weren't any tourists in sight. Chen Mei looked toward the orchards stretching across the far bank and muttered, hard work really puts the focus on hard. Farming's no joke. Her mood shifted as quickly as it had risen. Just a moment ago she'd been talking excitedly about music with Chu Zhi, but now, upon seeing the fruit fields, she fell silent. Chu Zhi had already read up on how Mushroom House had guests work during their stay. Determined to set an example, he planned to fully embrace the labor and had quite a few creative ideas lined up for it. The tuk-tuk pulled up to the main road outside Mushroom House. From there, it was a short walk down a smaller path to the entrance. Thanks, uncle, Chu Zhi said as he paid the driver. While Chen Mei had brought 2 rolling suitcases, Chu Zhi traveled light, with just a backpack containing 2 books and a change of clothes. Summer clothes didn't take up much space. Sister Mei, let me help you with those, Chu Zhi offered, reaching for one of the suitcases. As they passed through the flower fields, the Mushroom House crew heard the puttering engine of the 3-wheeler. They leaned against the doorway to look, and Lan Wui was the first to spot Chen Mei. The two had known each other for years. But before he could greet her, a loud scream pierced the air. Brother Jiu. It's Brother Jiu. The one shouting was none other than Zhou Dakong, who bolted over to greet them. Brother Jiu, you're my idol, Zhou Dakong beamed. To be accurate, Zhou Dakong wasn't a real Little Fruits fan. The true Little Fruits fan was the thunderstruck Tan Lu. It was really Ju Yi. Tan Lu's eyes went wide with shock. As a singer-songwriter herself, how could she not admire Chu Zhi? But her shy personality held her back. She didn't move, only stealing glances in his direction. Zhou Dakong's reaction, on the other hand, was pure and unfiltered. For him, Chu Zhi was an Asian superstar, especially after he'd stood alone against Adidas. That had earned Zhou's deep respect. Could I get your autograph? Was the second thing he said. Of course, Chu Zhi nodded with a smile. It wasn't until Kuan Yun nudged her that Tan Lu mustered up the courage to quietly step behind Zhou Dakong and softly greet. Hello, Teacher Chu. Hello, Teacher Chun. You couldn't blame Tan Lu. She was naturally introverted. Seeing her idol in person, her reaction was perfectly normal. Zhou and Tan were polar opposites. The cheerful Zhou took the suitcase straight from Chu Zhi's hand. Brother Jiu, let me carry that for you. Then, realizing the other guest might need help too, he added, Teacher Chen, I'll take yours too. It was Xiao Jiu helping me. Both of those are mine. Chen Mei laughed. I may have overpacked a bit. No problem, no problem. I'm strong. Leave them all to me, Zhou Dakong said eagerly. They followed the little path up to the house. The pets, excited by the new arrivals, leapt and wagged their tails. Zhou Dakong carried the suitcases into the house, first while everyone else exchanged greetings. Teacher Lan, Teacher Kuan, Chu Zhi greeted politely. In earlier seasons, there had been some ruckus online about how Lan Wui often didn't recognize rising stars. Fans found it unbelievable. How can you not know our idol when you're in the entertainment industry too? But that logic didn't hold up. At Lan Wui's age, the only way for someone to make an impression was through a truly solid body of work. Chu Chi, Ode to the Orange Trees, is an amazing album. One of the most refreshing things I've heard in recent years, Lan Wui said immediately, recalling his signature work. Ode to the Orange Tree is brilliant. I've got at least 5 of its tracks on repeat in my playlist, Kuan Yun added. That call earlier, Mushroom Superhero. That was you, wasn't it? Your film When I Close My Eyes passed 1.5 billion at the box office, if I remember right. Kuan Yun's warmth made it feel like they'd known each other for years, even though they'd just met. Number 342. The Emperor Beast Gets to Work. Lan Wui was giving his old friend Chun Mei a tour of the Mushroom House, showing her the group photos from the past 3 seasons. He also pointed out the various gifts sent by previous guests, everything from badminton rackets gifted by visiting athletes to oversized, questionably cute plush toys. Having previewed several episodes of Lan Wui had thoughtfully prepared gifts for all 4 newcomers, but the timing wasn't right to bring them out yet. Zhou Dakong and Tan Lu, who weren't technically fans but acted like they were, hovered around Chu Zhi. Zhou Dakong insisted on striking up awkward small talk. If Chu Zhi hadn't been naturally adept at social interaction, the conversation would have fallen apart quickly. Teacher Chun has a slower temperament, but little Jiu, he's hard to read, Zhou Dakong remarked. Kuan Yun was the busiest of the bunch, keeping an eye on both Chu Zhi and Chen Mei. One had seniority, and the other had popularity, both needing careful attention. Kuan Yun was also aware that Chu Zhi struggled with severe depression. Just as Zhou Dakong finished fumbling through an awkward topic, he quickly jumped to another. My little sister really likes you. Her phone wallpaper is Brother Jiu. Tan Lu's cheeks immediately flushed crimson. Her little secret had been exposed, and she stammered, flustered. The music you write is really independent, she said. It has its own voice and style. My music teacher even uses your work as examples in class. Your music is independent too, Chu Zhi replied. Sticking to your own creative path is very cool. Tan Lu had meant independent, as in super amazing, but language quirks happen. Everyone has their own habits. She knew her idol hadn't quite caught what she meant, but being complimented still made her light up inside. If there's ever a chance, we should collaborate, Chu Zhi added. In his previous 2 albums, there had been songs originally written as male-female duets, which he later revised into solos. At that, Tan Lu's eyes lit up. Even if Chu Zhi was just being polite, it was enough to make her happy for a long time. After finishing the indoor introductions, Chef Lan led everyone to the terrace and gave an overview of the Mushroom House surroundings. To the south, the fields grew vegetables like eggplants and cucumbers. To the north, there were fruits, honey melons, pineapples, and more. The land was fertile and self-sustaining. The guests had now finished getting acquainted with the 4 regulars, and it was time to assign tasks. Chef Lan began preparing the 5 dishes Chu Zhi had requested, with Kuan Yun assisting. Traditionally, guests were assigned the heavy labor. But since Chen Mei was an old friend and Chu Zhi was overwhelmingly popular, no one wanted to push too hard. Lulu, you and Dakong go plant the watermelon seedlings. As for Teacher Chu and Teacher Chun, Lan Wui was about to say they were older when it suddenly hit him that Chu Zhi might actually be younger than the big lug. He changed his wording. Teacher Chun is older, and Teacher Chu isn't in the best health. Let the younger folks handle more of the work. My health is all right, Chu Zhi said proactively. I'll go with Dakong and Xiao Mei. Then you too. Help out Brother Jiu as much as you can, Kuan Yun added. The 3 of them grabbed the seedling planter and headed for the watermelon field. Naturally, a cameraman followed. No way the production team would waste a second of footage after paying a premium for Chu Zhi. Zhou Dakong took the lead while Tan Lu, unable to stop sneaking glances at her idol, nearly tripped on the way. Watch your step, Xiao Mei, Zhou Dakong warned. Walk in the middle. I'll bring up the rear and keep an eye out, Chu Zhi said. After about 15 minutes, the 3 of them reached the field. In my experience on the show, we're going to have to plant the whole thing, said Zhou Dakong. Last time I did this, it took me 3 days on my own. It'll go faster with the 3 of us, Chu Zhi replied. Plus, we've got the seedling machine. He started working immediately. No stalling, no fuss. Seeing her idol get to work, Tan Lu jumped in. Zhou Dakong, who had done this many times, moved more efficiently than either of them. Zhou Dakong had become a 3-season regular thanks to his dependable, hard-working nature. He handled most of the grunt work, and viewers saw him as down-to-earth and reliable. Ku and Yun had clearly told them to help out Brother Jiao, which pretty much meant Zhou Dakong should carry the bulk of the load. And Zhou Dakong thought the same thing anyway. Chu Zhi had slender arms and legs, not the kind of build for field labor. After half an hour, Zhou Dakong straightened his back and noticed Xiao Mei had rested several times already, but Brother Jiao was still working without pause. "Want to take a break and drink some water, Brother Jiao?" Zhou Dakong asked. "I'm fine. I'll keep going," Chu Zhi said. He moved like clockwork, feeding seedlings into the machine, bending, planting, repeating, with mechanical precision. The planter was a giant syringe-like device. Seedling goes in the tube, tip into the soil, and one press plants it. Easier than using a trowel, but the constant bending was still exhausting. Cameraman Lao Zhan watched with growing disbelief. From 1:30 to past 5 in the afternoon, Chu Zhi worked almost non-stop. Zhou Dakong rested 4 times, Tan Lu 8. Chu Zhi, only once. A labor robot. Lao Zhan muttered to himself. Plenty of famous guests had come to the mushroom house over 3 seasons, but he'd never seen anything like this. Another 30 minutes passed. "If you two are tired, take a break," Chu Zhi said. "I'll finish this row." Zhou Dakong's back was aching, and Tan Lu had blisters on her palms. They wanted to tough it out, but they couldn't. So they sat and watched as Chu Zhi finished one row and started another. "Brother Jiao is unbelievable," Zhou Dakong muttered, wondering if Chu Zhi secretly worked on farms in his spare time. Tan Lu wanted to offer him water, but her feet stayed rooted in hesitation. For someone like Chu Zhi, who lacked physical training, the afternoon's workload should have been overwhelming. The Emperor Beast was using the excuse of illness to dull the ache in his back. His hair was drenched in sweat, and his lips were turning slightly blue. He was exhausted. So why did he keep going? To win hearts, of course. But this wasn't even his final move. While the show had no strict script, being a slow-living variety show, it still had structure. For instance, when Chu Zhi first arrived and ordered dishes, he specifically chose specialties from the Yunnan province to help promote the region. 2 more hours passed. "Camera crew, could you switch on a light? I want to finish these last 2 rows, Chu Zhi requested. Cameraman Lao Zhan suddenly remembered a legend whispered among industry insiders. Never become Chu Zhi's dedicated cameraman. You'll question your entire existence. "Hey man, you don't have to push this far. It's already dark. Why don't we head back?" Zhou Dakong quickly said. Tan Lu nodded in agreement. "It's all right, just 2 more rows," Chu Zhi said. Zhou Dakong tried to help, but his back refused. His first attempt to stand failed. Tan Lu didn't even try. Under the harsh light of the camera gear, Chu Zhi finished planting the last 2 rows. By then, Ku and Yun had come looking for them. It was way past dinner time. On the way back to the mushroom house, Zhou Dakong felt his legs shaking. He hadn't felt this sore since last season, when he had to plan a whole field solo. Back at the house, the meal was ready. Pineapple sticky rice, hand-grabbed rice, steamed pork head wrapped in leaves, lemongrass grilled fish, and 5-spice roasted Dai-style carp. When the others heard that the trio had finished planting the entire watermelon field, both Lan Wui and Ku and Yun were stunned. They knew exactly how much work that involved. "You didn't have to finish it today," Ku and Yun said, concerned. "We could have done more tomorrow or the next day." "Look at them," Lan Wui said, nodding at the way Tan Lu and Zhou Dakong's hands trembled as they held chopsticks. "Brother Jiao did most of the work," Zhou Dakong immediately explained. "Xiao Mei and I both took several breaks." Tan Lu added, "Brother Jiao planted half the field by himself." Coming from Zhou Dakong, maybe it was exaggerated. But Tan Lu? She wasn't one to lie. Both Lan Wui and Ku and Yun were shocked. None of them had expected Chu Zhi to be the main workhorse. "Here, have some cheek meat from the fish," said Ku and Yun, placing a tender bite on a Chu Zhi's plate. "It's the best part. You need to replenish your strength. We're supposed to be living the life we long for, not work until you drop," Lan Wui joked. "Agio, we can take our time with the farming. I've watched the show before," Chu Zhi said with a faint smile. "It's always Xiao Mei and Dakong doing the hard labor. Especially Dakong. He looks exhausted. So today, I tried to do a bit more to ease their burden." Number 343. A field planted, a heart won. Because Chu Zhi wanted Zhou Dakong and Tan Lu to take it easy, he worked like a one-man farming machine and finished the entire melon field in one afternoon. Tan Lu and Zhou Dakong were deeply moved. True feelings are hard to read, but judging by Chu Zhi's effort, how could his motive be anything but genuine? Brother Gio, that was too much, Kuan Yun said. Xiaomei got 2 blisters on her hands. Sudden farm work always raises blisters on people who are not used to it. Kuan Yun hoped Chu Zhi would display his own battle scars, a perfectly reasonable way to earn a little sympathy. But Chu Zhi did not bother. To him, these small injuries were not worth showing off. He only wanted to win everyone's goodwill first. After all, he would be a resident guest for 6 episodes, and good relations made everything easier. It is nothing worth talking about, Chu Zhi said. Let us change the subject. Sister May, is your new film about to premiere? Kuan Yun was surprised, but quickly followed his lead. I think it is called Awakening Fantasy, right? Yes, Awakening Fantasy, Chen Mei said, seizing the chance to plug it. Our new movie comes out during National Day. Lan Wui nodded. You star opposite Min Zhongbei, correct? They chatted about the film's selling points. Chen Mei brought awards and acting chops, while Min Zhongbei guaranteed a friendly image and strong box office pull. One reason Back to the Countryside had slid in ratings was that guests kept turning the show into a promo platform. The chatter could be fun, but too many plugs ruined the flow, and even clever editing could not fix that. Kuan Yun watched Chu Zhi polish off 2 bowls of hand grab rice and 1 bowl of pineapple sticky rice. You must have burned through a lot of energy. I always eat this much, Chu Zhi replied. I do not believe it, Zhou Dakong said. Brother Gio, you are so slim. Last season I ate only a little extra, and everyone said I was getting fat. He sighed. Easy to gain weight was an unforgiving trait. Probably body type, Chu Zhi said. I just do not put on weight. Envy, Chen Mei groaned. I want that kind of body type too. Dinner, filled with casual talk, lasted a full hour and a half. When it ended, the 6 returned to their rooms, and Chen Mei volunteered to wash all the dishes. Free time remained, and Kuan Yun, the man responsible for pacing the show, had 2 classic options: cue Chen Mei and Lan Wui to tell old filming stories, or ask Chu Zhi to sing a song. After all, Star Journey had ridden Chu Zhi's music to huge view counts. Instead, Zhou Dakong accidentally steered the evening. He and Tan Lu began a childish bottle spinning game. Whoever the bottle pointed at was labeled the pig. Chu Zhi joined in, then Lan Wui, Kuan Yun, and Chen Mei followed. The punishment shifted to answering a truth question. The living room floor was carpeted, so the 6 of them sat in a circle. Xiaomei, you spin first, Kuan Yun suggested. Tan Lu spun the bottle. It stopped in front of Chen Mei. Tan Lu hesitated, then asked something friendly. Teacher Chen, who has influenced your career the most? Chen Mei thought aloud. That would be my junior high homeroom teacher, Li Shasha. My grades were bad back then. I loved to fool around. Do not be fooled by my current bookworm image. In junior high, just hearing the word study gave me a headache. During a school showcase, my classmates and I performed a skit that won 3rd prize. Teacher Li told me I had real acting talent. So that was when you decided to become an actress? Kuan Yin prompted. I used to dream of being an architect, Chen Mei said. Without Teacher Li, I would never have thought of acting. Lan Wui summed it up. One sentence from a teacher can change a student's life. Dreams grow on self-confidence, and self-confidence often comes from others' words. We should all watch what we say. Lan Wui then shared a story of losing a film audition because he lacked confidence. Next spin, Chen Mei flicked the bottle. It stopped nearer Kuan Yun than Chu Zhi. Chen Mei asked bluntly, Teacher Kuan, why are you still single at your age? Kuan Yun explained his view of love. He would give up everything for the one woman who truly drew him. It was not that he refused relationships. He simply had not met such a person yet. 3rd round, the bottle chose Zhou Dakong. Kuan Yun gently asked about recent rumors of him dating. Zhou Dakong declared he had no girlfriend. If he did, he would announce it publicly. My turn, Zhou Dakong said, eyes gleaming. I want to ask Teacher Lan a question. Fate had other ideas. The bottle pointed straight at Chu Zhi. Since Chu Zhi had cared for him all afternoon, and since little fruits could be fierce, Zhou Dakong chose a harmless copy of Tan Lu's earlier question. Brother Gio, is there someone especially important to you? Someone who changed your life? Yes, Chu Zhi answered. My grandfather. When I decided to quit school and chase my dream of becoming a singer, he scolded me hard, though he knew nothing about music. But in the end, he still gave me travel money and living expenses. That changed my life. Zhou Dakong nodded at the simple but heartfelt reply and asked nothing more. The game continued. Fifth and sixth turns landed on Tan Lu and, once again, Chun Mei. In more than an hour, the bottle never did point at Lan Wui. At last, everyone returned to their rooms. Chu Zhi shared with Zhou Dakong. Camera stayed on. Elsewhere, Tan Lu could not sleep. She felt guilty. If she had worked more, her idol might not have pushed himself so hard. She paced the courtyard, too shy to knock on Chu Zhi's door. Kuan Yin noticed and walked over to chat. Few could out-talk Kuan Yin. Within moments he had her opening up. I have heard many stories about Brother Jiu, Kuan Yin said gently. My friends talk most about the Ishikari rescue, how he risked aftershocks to save others. Brother Jiu always thinks of people first. Helping with the field today is exactly his nature. Kuan Yin patted Tan Lu's shoulder. You are a Little Fruits fan. Think carefully. What truly helps Brother Jiu will make him happiest. Tan Lu, a level 7 member of Orange Home, thought about it. Yes, her idol always put others before himself, even while fighting depression. Get some sleep, Kuan Yin said. Tomorrow, wake up early and help Chef Lan in the kitchen. Number 344. Sick leave persona. Tan Lu shared a room with the new guest. Chef Lan and Kuan Yin shared another, leaving the last room to the big goofball Zhou Dakong and Chu Zhi. The mushroom house actually had 3 more guest bedrooms, more than enough to house additional guests. But for the sake of show content, having them share rooms made for better TV. Brother Jiu, what book are you reading? Zhou Dakong asked curiously. Dongguan Hanji, Chu Zhi replied. This edition is collated and proofread by Professor Wu Shuping. What kind of book is that? Zhou Dakong tried to search his memory. He had never heard the title. He peered at the book and saw pages full of classical Chinese. Emperor Shaoan, given name Hu, was the second son of King Shao of Qinghe. As a child, he was intelligent, perceptive, kind, and generous. He was tolerant, loving, and enjoyed acts of charity. It's part of the 24 histories, alongside Shiji and Han Shu. You must have heard of those, right? Chu Zhi said. Even if Zhou Dakong had never actually read them, any Chinese university student had at least heard of the 24 histories. Dongguan Hanji used to be listed with Shiji and Han Shu as the 3 histories, though it later faded from attention after Ho Han Shu came out. Chu Zhi continued. I've read all the 24 histories, so now I'm reading other historical texts. Buke, Tongjian Jishir Benmo, and Dongguan Hanji are all quite good. Zhou Dakong didn't understand much, but figured any book ranked alongside Shiji had to be impressive. Watching his roommate read so seriously, Zhou Dakong suddenly felt out of place. Desperate to keep the conversation going, he asked, Brother Jiu, you really like reading history books, huh? Don't you think people who understand their own country's history are cool? Chu Zhi replied. Learning from history gives us perspective. I think that kind of person is really awesome. Cool. Zhou Dakong had a head full of question marks. If someone else had said that, it would have gone in one ear and out the other. But it was Chu Zhi, universally recognized as extremely handsome. Hearing him say that made Zhou Dakong feel like picking up a history book himself. No wonder Brother Jiu could write songs like Chrysanthemum Terrace, 1,000 Miles Away, and the Unspoken Sutra. Zhou Dakong seemed suddenly possessed, or perhaps fired up with adrenaline. He sprang up from the bed. Standing on the mattress, one finger pointed toward the ceiling, he declared, Starting today, I'll read history every day. If I give up, may lightning strike me 5 times. Whoa, 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 no need to go that far. Chu Zhi quickly cut him off. Since they shared a room, lightning strikes were a threat to innocent bystanders. The blameless Chu Zhi had to intervene. Ow, my back. Zhou Dakong groaned, lying back down. He asked, Brother Jiu, you worked harder than me today. Isn't your back hurting? Nope, Chu Zhi answered honestly. He had activated his sick leave persona filter. All right then, I won't interrupt your reading. Zhou Dakong turned over and started mumbling softly to the camera so as not to disturb his roommate. No way his back doesn't hurt. Back in Season 2, even Brother Yunfeng was exhausted after an afternoon harvesting corn. Brother Jiu must just not want others to worry. Zhou Dakong muttered toward the camera. The Yunfeng he referred to was Shi Yunfeng, a new generation action actor. Even a week's worth of footage could be cut down to 120 minutes, or 150 for the extended version. When guests were alone, they rarely got much screen time. Despite his goofy appearance, Zhou Dakong was clever. His strategy was to frequently comment on other guests. Those bits almost always made the final edit. Chu Zhi didn't need to change his routine for the show. Studying 3 to 4 hours a day was already above average. Meanwhile, in the room shared by Kuan Yun and Lan Wui, a quiet off-camera conversation was underway. Longtime viewers of Back to the Countryside would know that these two rarely appeared on the resting in room footage. That's because they were also producers of the show and often needed to discuss things privately. The network assigned us a special task, said Kuan Yun. What kind of special task? Lan Wui replied with visible irritation. He was emotionally attached to the show and didn't want anything interfering with its ratings. Centennial anniversary of the party, Kuan Yun said. Oh, that's fine then. Lan Wui responded immediately. What's the plan? Invite veteran guests. Many old veterans weren't well known to the public, but held high party status. For instance, Lan Wui's father-in-law had joined the Capital Peiping student anti-Japanese drama troupe in Jinling and led the 3rd anti-Japanese performance team, acting in many resistance plays. No need to invite anyone new. The network and central propaganda think we already have the perfect guest, said Kuan Yun. Who? Lan Wui asked in confusion. Chu Zhi is the orphan of 2 martyrs, said Kuan Yun. Seeing the disbelief on Lan Wui's face, he added, I only learned this today. His father was a firefighter and his mother a police officer. Both died in the line of duty. He was raised by his grandfather from a young age. A double martyr family. Lan Wui's expression darkened. And yet he was pushed to the brink of suicide? Is the entertainment industry loyal to the party or to capital? Please calm down, said Kuan Yun. I was just as shocked. On top of that, I found out that his grandfather passed away 2 years ago, during the time he was being falsely accused. Lan Wui clenched his brow. Nearing 50, with a college-age child, he viewed Chu Zhi as a polite, likable junior. Learning about his past erased the happiness he'd felt all day. That's why the authorities want this episode to make it clear. Chu Zhi is someone the state officially honors. He's not someone just anyone can bully, said Kuan Yun. His song The Chinese People was selected for the Centennial Tribute and even received an Excellence Award. So we're supposed to reveal his background on the show? Lan Wui cut straight to the point. By naming him as a double martyr's descendant, the government gives its backing. Any capital forces that try to mess with him. Kuan Yun began. Stop. Let me guess. Next you'll say, it's for his own good, right? Lan Wui interrupted. If there's nothing online about it, that means he doesn't want people to know. We have no right to expose someone's privacy under the guise of doing it for their benefit. I agree with you, said Kuan Yun. But if we do reveal it, it would offer enormous protection, especially after his patriotic remarks and calling out Adidas directly. Exposing his background would at least make those people behave. I'll think about it, Lan Wui replied. The price of Fate's so-called gifts had already been marked. The original version of Chu Zhi had paid in full. The moonlight was sparse, and the stars faint. At midnight, Zhou Dakong yawned. I'm out. Gotta sleep. Good night. I'll sleep after finishing this page, Chu Zhi replied. Don't stay up too late, Ji, Zhou Dakong said. Chu Zhi had been reading all night. Zhou Dakong found that incredibly boring. He'd go crazy if it were him. Luckily, Zhou Dakong could fall asleep in 3 minutes flat. High-quality sleeper. At 2 a.m., Zhou Dakong was deep asleep. Outside, the camellias stayed awake. Chu Zhi finished his studies for the day, translated Phoenix Tree Rain into Japanese and Russian, and resisted the urge to chat with night shift cameraman Dejun, since yearning didn't allow guests to interact with crew. But Dejun made a mental note to report it to the producers in the morning. System, I have a question, Chu Zhi said mentally while putting away his book. Go ahead, host. If I activate my sick leave persona to simulate major depressive disorder, will I have constant nightmares? Or will my dreamy chocolate suppress them? This body had textbook depression, complete with physical symptoms, especially sleep disorders. If not for the dreamy chocolate, nightmares would be constant. I mean, if I simulate major depressive disorder, will nightmares override the dreamy chocolate? The system seemed to consider this rare question for a few seconds. Host may manually adjust weight values. Beautifully done. That's why you're the best, my system bro. You never let me down. Chu Zhi praised lavishly. After all, kind words were free. Activate sick leave persona to simulate severe depressive sleep disorder, nightmare type. Set weight higher than dreamy chocolate and dead pig pills, Chu Zhi commanded internally. Sleep disorders come in different forms: trouble falling asleep, light sleep, or recurring nightmares. Chu Zhi didn't even need to exaggerate. Just faithfully displaying this body's original state was enough. Things look grim, but the fact that I'm still alive thanks to fan support. Even I feel a little moved, mused the Emperor Beast. The Chinese-speaking internet, especially the Little Fruits fandom, was deeply concerned about Chu Zhi's depression. This yearly pain drop was part of fan culture. Only once a year, just as promised. Tonight was the drop. After washing up and lying down, Chu Zhi quickly drifted into sleep, though dreamland was far too kind a term. It was more like hell. It was a lucid dream. Chu Zhi was aware he was dreaming, but felt his body sealed inside a glass coffin, like a plastic mannequin. He couldn't move. Worse, he couldn't speak. Not even to argue or curse back. All he could do was listen to countless voices say, "Why is he here again? So annoying. He doesn't deserve to be a celebrity. I feel sick just seeing his face. He's probably got a one-page family register. His parents must regret not smashing him against the wall." Chu Zhi tried to focus on their faces, but in the dream, no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he couldn't see them clearly. They stood in the sunlight, on the moral high ground. Malicious gossip was like poison. Even the rational Emperor Beast could barely endure the abuse in this lucid dream. His only escape was to wake up. Chu Zhi focused all his will on waking. Eventually, the dream shifted. The glass coffin was placed on a rooftop and thrown off. Crash. The moment it hit the ground, he woke up, escaped from hell. Gasp, gasp. Chu Zhi panted like someone who'd nearly drowned. No wonder some depressed patients would rather die than fall asleep. Nightmares truly felt like a trip through hell. This was worse than any dream I've had before. So, was it because my mental state improved when I crossed over, which lessened the nightmare intensity? Chu Zhi asked. Yes. He'd had nightmares right after transmigrating, even without any magic items, but those were nothing compared to this. His heart pounded painfully. Chu Zhi had always thought he was an emotionless Emperor Beast. Turns out, even his heart could ache. The noise he made didn't wake Zhou Dakong, who slept like a rock. Cameraman Dejun had already left the room after Chu Zhi fell asleep, but the camera continued recording in night mode. Chu Zhi, dazed, checked his phone. It was 3:30 a.m., barely an hour of sleep. He got up to drink some water and calmed down. "Host, would you like to deactivate sick leave persona?" The system prompted gently. "Not yet," Chu Zhi replied internally. Tonight wasn't peaceful in China, nor abroad, especially in Japan. As the saying goes, a triple star beside the moon is an omen. Chu Zhi continued filming back to the countryside for as usual, while over in Niigata Prefecture, the Fuji Rock Festival at Niba Ski Resort had just ended after 4.5 days of performances. Videos were uploaded to Yahoo and YouTube. The official Fuji site had all the audio files, more than 100 live tracks across 8 stages in just a few days. The festival's value lay in this sheer volume. Even people unfamiliar with rock would tune in. Audiences came from South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, and more. First in Music Fest history, Chu Zhi, 5-stage sweep. If tonight has a name, it's Chu Zhi. Fuji Rock welcomes music genius Chu Zhi. Ooh la la boom. Sound dramatic? That was just standard Japanese marketing. These lines were plastered across the official homepage. It confused many new viewers. Most didn't even know what sweep meant. No worries, the site had an explainer. Organizer Hojo Koshi's strategy was clear. If your opponent is strong, losing doesn't look bad. By hyping up Chu Zhi, they could actually boost the festival's prestige. The website even listed his performance history and competitor profiles. Name: Chu Zhi. Nicknames: Music Overlord, Human Fairy Cat Ragdoll, Human Suicidal Breaker, Rockstar Hero, Brother Gio, Juyi. Identity: Asian solo debut megastar with over 100 million global fans. His Japanese EP Slightly Looking Forward to the World broke domestic mini-album records. His Korean EP After the Clouds Clear broke South Korean records. If records are meant to be broken, why not by me, says Chu Zhi. Style: master of multiple genres, rock, jazz, pop, creator of an entirely new musical style beloved by over 1 billion fans. Asia's most exceptional musical genius. Even some little fruits wouldn't dare praise him like this. And that quote about records? Total nonsense. But thanks to Hojo Koshi's PR efforts, Chu Zhi's fame spread across the Asian rock scene. Number 345. The Moon Among the Stars. Unbelievable. So this is what it means to dominate the entire stage. No one dares challenge him anymore. He's like Lu Bu, the fiercest general in history, unmatched across the land. A first in music history. AFZ, Pattern 14, even Higuchi Hanato. He beat them all. Is Chu Zhi a six-dimensional warrior? I have to buy Mr. Chu Zhi's songs. I need to know what kind of music can set this kind of record. We don't have rock singers like this in Thailand. I went to the Fuji Rock Festival the last 2 years, but skipped this year. Now I missed out on witnessing history. Damn you, Edward Murphy. Online comments from all over the world flooded in. The discussion around Asia's #1 rock festival had been completely hijacked by one person. Thanks to the massive exposure, the Fuji Music Festival's official website saw Chu Zhi's track, We Will Rock You rocket to #1 in sales. In just 2 hours, it had already sold 578,000 units. The second-place song, Sherry by Higuchi Hanato, had just passed 200,000. Chu Zhi's 2 performances at the festival also went viral, vastly outperforming all other acts in clicks and engagement. His popularity on Instagram and Twitter spiked again. The song itself was inherently catchy. Combined with relentless promotion by Hojo Koshi and others, and Chu Zhi's blazing fame across Asia, it was the perfect storm. In fact, it was going even more viral than Left Hand Pointing to the Sky. And it made sense. Chu Zhi's renown had only grown since then. The result? A triple explosion of impact. You could almost hear the thunderclap echoing through Asia's entertainment industry. Some diehard rock fans were beside themselves. How could such a talented rock musician waste his gifts on pop songs? Wasn't becoming a revolutionary rock artist good enough? Of course, only the most narrow-minded fans thought like that. People who insisted that rock music must reign above all genres. Some left comments on Chu Zhi's social media begging for a rock album in multiple languages, hoping music could harmonize the world. The buzz also caught the attention of major brands. 2 companies, Mistine and New Jetran, sent partnership proposals to Chu Zhi's agency. Mistine is Thailand's top cosmetics brand. They say where there are Thai people, there is Mistine. New Jetran is one of only 2 public transport companies in Singapore. Both are heavyweights. They usually only sponsor Pan-Asian boy bands. So what if those luxury brands with anti-Chinese sentiments didn't come calling? Mistine offered 17 million yuan for just 1 quarter. Chi Chiu pumped his fist with excitement. In China, it's unusual for top-tier idols not to have luxury endorsements. Chu Zhi's fame and status were beyond question, but he lacked resources in fashion and branding. As Chu Zhi's ad manager, Chi Chiu had been under pressure for a while. There were no luxury brand partnerships, and fashion offers were nearly non-existent. As previously mentioned, the global fashion discourse is dominated by France, Italy, and the US. Despite being a chart-topping artist, Chu Zhi had never been invited to high-end fashion galas. The entire management team, including Neo Jiangxue, had been holding back their frustration. 17 million a quarter, 68 million a year. That's not far off from what luxury brands offer. Chi Chiu said. Chu Zhi carved out his own path. As long as his music holds weight, can these foreign brands still strangle us? Chu Zhi already had endorsements from Korean and Japanese brands, but they were domestic only. No Pan-Asia campaigns, let alone global ones. Those brands simply couldn't afford his rates and didn't have the reach. Global giants like Pepsi, Philips, and HP seemed to still be watching and waiting. Cool down, Chiu, said Lao Qian, quickly stepping in. About Mistine, anyone here familiar with their products? What do you think, Sister Wang? I've never used them, but they're considered affordable cosmetics. I just asked around in our fan group, Wang Yuan replied. The foundation's P001 is praised for its durability and smooth texture. Coverage is decent. Their yellow cap sunscreen and mascara are also highly rated. Of course, Mistine isn't without controversy. Some fans say the lip glaze can feel greasy and doesn't apply evenly. So what's your overall take? Lao Qian asked. Mistine's not bad for a budget brand. We can accept the ad, Wang Yuan said. As long as it's not a co-branded launch. Mistine's R&D is decent. They can piggyback on trends well. For example, their N333 Maple Poet lip color is solid, even if it's clearly a dupe of NARS's hashtag lose control. Lao Qian nodded thoughtfully. Then Xiao, I think we could push the price up a bit more. Absolutely. I think we can add another million or two. Chi Qiu agreed. Meanwhile, Niu Jiangxue had already pulled up a full report on New Jetran. There had been doubts about them. Offering 38 million yuan for a 6-month deal was unusually high. The company rep had explained that the CEO's daughter and wife were both die-hard Little Fruits fans. They were determined to work with Chu Zhi. 38 million for half a year, high even by Chu Zhi's standards. Their last spokesperson, Choi Yong-sil, a South Korean actor who went viral for the drama Diamond, had a higher profile than Zhou Quan of GZ. Even she only received about 4 billion won a year, around 40 million yuan. Niu Jiangxue didn't buy that explanation. In business, things are rarely that simple. But after digging deeper, she found it was true. On Chu Zhi's birthday last year, September 9th, a giant LED screen at Singapore's VivoCity Mall displayed a glowing "Happy Birthday Zhu Yi." Not only that, 13 Singapore Airlines planes were painted with Chu Zhi's portrait. That incident made local headlines. People criticized New Jetran CEO for wasting public funds while profiting from ordinary citizens. Their stock price even dipped, and the CEO had to publicly apologize. Now, a year later, the same company wanted Chu Zhi as their ambassador. There's no issue with New Jetran, Niu Jiangxue confirmed. Damn, Chu Zhi's fans are rich, said Fei Ge. That's normal, Wang Yuan chimed in. If you'd ever been to the Orange Home forums, you'd know. There's a pinned post titled, "Currently at Thunderbird Global Management School. Once I graduate, I'm joining a Fortune 500 company, climbing to upper management, and getting Zhu Yi to endorse us." Thunderbird, one of the top 3 business schools in the world? Zhu Yi's fan base really covers everything, Lao Qian remarked. But that Little Fruit's ambition is still too small. Even upper management is just a salaried worker. They should aim to be capital itself. Pay for the ad directly. With both Mistine and New Jetran on board, the team's previous dry spell was over. Spirits were high, and even business discussions felt lighthearted. In just 2 days, We Will Rock You hit a staggering 6.84 million sales. Only a few 100,000 short of the all-time record on Fuji Music's website, a record that took years to accumulate. At this rate, breaking it was inevitable. Even though the track only sold for about 150 yen, roughly 7 to 8 renminbi, millions of downloads added up quickly. With Chu Zhi's contract giving him 60% of earnings, that meant another 10 to 20 million yuan earned in just 2 days. As long as people kept downloading, he'd keep earning. One more stage meant one more revenue stream. Because of this, Chu Zhi, a senior figure in the industry, even gave up his own slot for Chu Zhi. He was genuinely supporting the next generation. The song echoed from barbershops to internet cafes all over Asia. It had officially become an anthem. Thai Entertainment News reported, "Stars dazzle at Fuji Rock Festival. One moon among many stars." South Korean Entertainment News, "Is he the high-note demon king or the rock overlord?" Chu Zhi becomes the first artist in history to conquer the entire Fuji Rock Festival. His success sparks reflection on our own idol training system. Singapore's media. Chinese singer Chu Zhi is now Asia's hottest star. We explore his path to success. Russian coverage was as dramatic as ever. He crushed the St. Petersburg International Culture Forum, and now, Fuji Rock. Let's watch the exact moment of impact. Another smashing success. The Little Fruits were ecstatic, basking in the downpour of data. One user named Cold Jade Like the Sea posted, "Zhu Yi, could you slow down? My plan was to work hard, become a department head, and grow alongside you. But I've only been out of school for a year, and you're already an Asian superstar. I'm crying. How am I supposed to keep up?" That message struck a chord. Many fans felt the same pressure. They wanted to grow with their idol, only to find he wasn't just growing, he was flying. Others chimed in, "Forget chasing him. I'll just treat Zhu Yi as my spiritual compass now. If I can make it, so can my Little Fruits." I remember Zhu Yi said that. "Let's go, sisters. Zhu Yi works hard. So should we." Don't slack off. Maybe we just aren't trying as hard as he is. Agio forever. One popular post from a longtime fan called Knock 9,000 years before the devil read. I've been a fangirl since junior high, chased more idols than I can count. But this is the first time I've felt so secure in fandom. Always hardworking. No scandals. A great reputation in the industry. Fans don't even need to fake numbers to support him. He's growing so fast we can't even keep up. It's like he has rockets strapped to his feet. Both albums, 25,177 Possibilities and Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange Tree, are critically and commercially successful. He killed it at the Three Kingdoms reenactment, the Cultural Forum, and now this rock concert. Honestly, the only downside is that we barely have to do anything. There's not much left for fans to handle. As they say, your fans reflect who you are. That post was the epitome of humble bragging. The entertainment industry had been shaken, but in Yunnan's mushroom house, things remained surprisingly calm. Or rather, seemingly calm. The producer and camera crew had seen the trending topics. They just kept it to themselves. Still, the way the cameraman looked at Chu Zhi had definitely changed. Dream back to Tang Dynasty. In the spring, and now we will rock you. Zhi's rock songs may be few, but they're all top tier. Especially today's trending one. His talent in rock music is undeniable, said old Jean as he stomped and clapped in rhythm. He was an old-school rock fan. It was 7 a.m., time for cameraman Dejun and old Jean to switch shifts. Number 346. Behind the Curtain of Pain. Brilliant. Truly brilliant, said Dejun, as if something had just occurred to him. Last night, he'd woken suddenly in the middle of the night, pale and breathless. A nightmare, clearly. This morning, as usual, he reviewed the overnight footage. That was when he saw it. Mental illness. Most geniuses had some form of it. And now Dejun understood something else. Dejun, what's wrong with you? Asked Lao Zhan, puzzled. Lao Zhan, yesterday, was teacher Chu working on the farm all day? Dejun asked. Yeah. Lao Zhan nodded. That's right. Then that was it. That confirmed it. Without another word, Dejun pulled out his phone and called a friend. The response matched his suspicion exactly. He took off running, leaving Lao Zhan standing there, completely confused. To the back left of the mushroom house sat an ordinary-looking little building. It had been rented separately by the production team as accommodation for the behind-the-scenes crew. Right now, the producers and artistic director were gathered there, deep in discussion. There were 3 producers of Back to the Countryside, Lan Wui, Kuan Yun, and Luo Xuanyuan. The first 2 had been brought on starting from Season 2 because of their critical roles, while Luo Xuanyuan represented Mango TV and also served as the show's chief director. Producer Luo, please take a look at this. Dejun pulled out the footage from last night. It showed Chu Zhi waking in terror from a nightmare. He laid out his reasoning. Teacher Chu's depression is really serious. Aside from the nightmare, he worked in the fields all day under intense conditions. Even when Dekong was groaning in pain, Teacher Chu showed no signs of discomfort at all, Dejun explained. I asked a friend of mine who has depression. Even severe depression doesn't dull physical pain. On the contrary, negative emotions increase activity in the amygdala, which heightens pain perception. People with severe depression are actually more sensitive to pain. Really, Luo Xuanyuan's impression had been quite the opposite. And he wasn't alone. Most people who didn't understand depression, including the artistic director and casting coordinator, assumed it dulled pain. After all, didn't people with depression often self-harm? Knives, blunt objects. If they were more sensitive to pain, wouldn't that hurt too much? My friend has struggled with depression for over 7 years, said Dejun confidently. The only reason Teacher Chu didn't react is because he was holding it in for the camera. Holding back in front of the camera. Not milking sympathy. Just enduring it silently. Luo Xuanyuan frowned, deep in thought. Give me a moment, he said. He still wanted to be certain. He called a doctor. Not a psychiatrist, but someone knowledgeable. The doctor confirmed. Even severe depression, even with organic brain changes, would not numb pain. In fact, with impaired serotonin and norepinephrine systems, patients could experience somatic pain symptoms like headaches, chest pain, joint pain, or stomach pain. Especially headaches. Over half of all depression sufferers experience them. If the person you're talking about truly has severe depression, it's impossible that they wouldn't feel pain. The human pain threshold has limits. Just enduring it isn't enough. I believe the more likely explanation is he's gotten used to it. Luo Xuanyuan hung up. He was over 40 now, well beyond the age of idol worship. Even so, when he heard the doctor say he's gotten used to it, his chest tightened. Producer Luo, what I mean is, we should include all this in the edit, said Dejun. Let the fans see just how much pain Teacher Chu is enduring. What did Chu Zhi's suffering have to do with Dejun? He wasn't one of the little fruits. What the public loved most was either creating gods or tearing them down. And if neither of those was possible, then watching a god suffer was the next best thing. Dejun's suggestion was purely for the ratings. The footage would be included, no question, but they had to inform the artist first. Chu Zhi's stature was such that even Mango TV wouldn't want to offend him. Director, I have an idea, said the artistic director suddenly. Why don't we make the next episode's theme about caring for those with depression? Invite a celebrity who has struggled with it. Build a whole episode around it. It was a trash idea, but somehow, it was the kind of trash that piqued curiosity. Luo Xuanyuan gestured for him to go on. First of all, Teacher Chu is known for his good nature. Remember how he covered for Dekong and Xiaomei, taking on more work to finish the melon fields? If the theme is caring for depression, I'm sure he'd cooperate. He continued analyzing, step by step. Second, the idea doesn't deviate too far from our core concept. The Mushroom House is about yearning for life. Letting a depressed celebrity relax in that environment fits perfectly. Viewership would be strong. Clever little devil. Luo Xuanyuan was swayed. If they handled it right, it could generate a lot of interest. So who would be the celebrity struggling with depression? Luo Xuanyuan asked. What about Lin Meng? The artistic director suggested. He barely finished speaking when the casting coordinator immediately shot it down. Lin Meng has attempted suicide twice. Both incidents were huge scandals. Do you really think he's a safe choice? The artistic director paused. On second thought, he had a point. Whether the suicide attempts were genuine or for publicity, it was still risky. Back to the Countryside was a slow-paced variety show. That rule couldn't be broken. In the entertainment industry, many celebrities claimed to suffer from mental illness. Every time there was a scandal, someone would cry mental health issues. Who could tell what was real and what was an act? The room fell silent. Then Dejun suggested, what about Ban Ko? Ban Ko. The name was unfamiliar, but it rang a bell somehow. She played Ruan Lingyu in Human Words Can Kill, Dejun said. Won Best Actress at the Venice Film Festival at age 21. She's the second youngest winner in the festival's history. Ah, that Ban Ko. Everyone remembered her. Normally, winning such a prestigious international award at such a young age would ensure a smooth ride in the industry, assuming no major missteps. But Ban Ko was an exception. She was ruled by emotion, especially in love. At 21, she won the Venice Award. Not long after, she married an unknown writer. Ban Ko claimed she was drawn to his talent. At 23, she retired to raise their twin children. To support the family, Ban Ko returned to the industry at 25. But the entertainment world was harsh. A 2-year absence was enough to dim her star. Even with her past accolades, no big production wanted her. Her depression began after a tragic event. While filming on location, her husband had an affair. Their 2-year-old son fell ill with a high fever. By the time Ban Ko rushed home and took him to the hospital, it was too late. She sued the writer in court, but the charges didn't stick. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't qualify as murder or even negligent manslaughter. Ban Ko divorced him, took full custody of her daughter, and began raising her alone while returning to acting and variety shows. But her moderate depression made things difficult. Her focus faltered, memory worsened. She couldn't remember scripts. On variety shows, she'd zone out. Her fame waned. Most had forgotten about her. Ban Ko could work, said the casting coordinator. She'll probably accept. And she's not shy about discussing her mental health. There was another unspoken point. Ban Ko was affordable now. Her popularity has dipped, but her name still carries weight. A former Venice Best Actress, the artistic director agreed. Luo Xuanyuan didn't give a final answer. A decision this big couldn't be made alone. After discussing both the theme and the guest, Luo Xuanyuan brought the idea to the other two producers, Lan Wui and Kuan Yun. After watching the footage of the nightmare and hearing the theory that Chu Zhi had simply gotten used to pain, both men fell silent for a long time. Come to the Mushroom House. let depression fade away. Kuan-yin liked the theme. But will this hurt Gio? Moderate depression is far less severe than the heavy kind, Luo Xuanyuan replied. Ban Ke might actually be able to comfort teacher Chu. That was true. People who'd been sick long enough often became their own doctors. Ban Ke, with her moderate depression, might have found ways to cope. If she could guide Chu Zhi even a little, maybe it wouldn't feel so heavy. Kuan-yin mulled it over. I agree. I'll talk to Xiao Zhou myself, said Lan Wui. He was being unusually proactive. It was because he'd heard about the deaths of Chu Zhi's grandfather and 2 martyrs in his family from Kuan-yin. He felt sympathy for Chu Zhi. It was that sympathy that drove Lan Wui's simple thought. He wanted more people to understand just how serious Chu Zhi's condition was. That way, if he ever made a mistake, people might not crucify him for it. Everything was decided. Tomorrow, they would invite Ban Ke for an episode titled Let Depression Fade Away. The number of guests on Mushroom House had never been fixed. In past seasons, they'd even invited 4 or 5 at once. So bringing in one more wasn't unusual. Next week, they would complete the task assigned by the network. Step by step, they'd start revealing Chu Zhi's background. Number 347. Ban Ke arrives. Big bro, we just received a large donation to the foundation, said Su Hongqian. Su Hongqian was the younger sister of Chu Zhi and helped manage the Rock Relief Foundation. The foundation was Chu Zhi's brainchild, supported by a few veteran rock musicians, but Chu Zhi invested the most, both in money and effort. He poured 70% of his audio copyright income into it. There would always be people willing to support their own circle. On Earth, there were writers like Meng Ruxinji and Wu Zue, who had also launched similar million-yuan support programs. Everyone knew that in the world of online fiction, only 1 in 100 authors got signed. And of those 100, maybe 1 would get their work officially published, which was the only way to qualify for the full attendance bonus. Most writers earned nothing at all. The program by Meng Ruxinji and Wu Zue aimed to give a monthly living stipend of 500 to 1,000 yuan to writers who were seriously writing but hadn't yet made any money, just enough to keep them afloat. Unfortunately, that million-yuan support program didn't last long. As websites began offering better contracts, some even granting the full attendance bonus upon signing, things changed. In a way, Meng Ruxinji and Wu Zue had successfully pressured platforms into improving their policies. In contrast, the Rock Relief Foundation kept running. It offered real help to bands or individuals with great ideas, but no money to record an album. A big donation? Is it from the guys from Yangmian? Chu Zhi reacted instinctively. The band Yangmian had relied on the foundation for their debut album 7 years ago. Since then, whenever they made money, they'd always give something back to the foundation. Of course, very few people actually returned the favor. Not even 1 in 10 did. Even fewer managed to break through. Most so-called talented musicians were swept away by the tide before they ever touched the shore. The donor is Chu Zhi. He gave 3 million, said Su Hongqian. 3 million. Chu Zhi. Those 2 words instantly snapped Chu Zhi out of his casual state. He leaned in to read the donation page. The message from Chu Zhi read, contributing a small piece to Chinese rock, hoping more great musicians can emerge. Xiao Chu. Seasoned veteran Chu Zhi only needed a moment to understand why this donation happened. He couldn't help but say, no wonder old Jun keeps calling him little brother all the time. You can't find fault in anything Xiao Chu does. What do you mean, big bro? Su Hongqian was puzzled. Didn't you read the news these past couple of days? Asked Chu Zhi. He made headlines all over Asia. You mean the Fuji Rock Festival? Of course I saw it, Su Hongqian replied. But what does that have to do with this? I gave up my own spot so Xiao Chu could perform, Chu Zhi said. His live audio from the show sold nearly 7 million in just 3 days. The way I see it, if he can make money around the world, that's his own ability. Is an opportunity worth 3 million? Depends how you look at it. If Chu Zhi had tried to hand Chu Zhi that money directly, Chu Zhi would have refused flat out. But as a donation to the foundation in the name of rock's revival, there was no way to turn it down. A generous person, Chu Zhi was someone who truly understood gratitude. That thought warmed Su Hongqian's heart. She made a note. If Chu Zhi ever held a concert, she'd definitely buy a ticket to support him. A nice idea. Only question was, would she even be able to get a ticket? That 3 million donation was Chu Zhi acting on a whim. Compared to his deals with Journey Among the Stars or Xiangwang smartphones, this wasn't even worth noting. He didn't even involve his agency. Mango TV knew how to produce variety shows. They had created plenty of memorable content, but one shouldn't expect too much from them. After all, they stretched Transmigrating into 19 seasons. Midday sunlight poured down, coating everything in a soft gold sheen. It was a perfect time for sunbathing. Two dogs lay sprawled out, tongues lolling, eyes locked on the fruit platter on the table. Lan Wui, Kuan Yun, Chu Zhi, Chen Mei, and a few others sat beneath the bamboo gazebo in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze and chatting. Back to the Countryside was a show good at crafting idyllic scenes. And really, you couldn't blame audiences struggling on the poverty line for enjoying the laid-back lives of the already financially free. Mango TV just knew how to film it beautifully. Chu Zhi rested his chin in one hand, tilting his head as he listened to Chef Lan and Chen Mei share stories from the music scene. Occasionally, he nodded along in agreement. He knew when to speak and when to listen. In this day and age, there were too few good listeners. No wonder the Japanese fans had nicknamed the Emperor Beast a ragdoll fairy among men. He was simply too good-looking. Like Tan Lu, who sat pretending to listen to Chef Lan, but was really sneaking glances at her idol. A guest is arriving soon. An old friend of mine. Dekong, can you go pick her up? Said Lan Wui. To be exact, she's my junior from the Central Academy of Drama.